Lin Jiang traversed into the realm of cultivation and acquired a lifespan sign-in system. By signing in for a day, he would gain an additional year of life. Lin Jiang mused, the pursuit of cultivation does not seem to be a matter of urgency. I shall take my time. Chapter 1. The Bastard of the Lin Family. At the Ling Tao Mountain Manor in Yunzhou, Lin Jiang lowered his head, daring not to meet the gaze of the imposing man before him. He felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was in the cultivation world, and he feared that his true identity as a borrowed soul might be discovered. The sixth son of the Lin family, Lin Jiang, has been negligent in his cultivation for 3 years, yielding no results. By the order of the family head, his servants shall be taken from him, and his stipend shall be halted for 3 years. The stern man regarded Lin Jiang and sighed, announcing the punishment decreed by the family head. 3 years had elapsed, and he had yet to progress beyond the first stage of qi refinement, which was utterly unacceptable. It was hoped that this punishment would prompt the sixth young master to mend his ways and dedicate himself to his practice. As soon as the words were spoken, over a dozen servants surrounding them burst into tears. They had followed the sixth young master for over a decade, enjoying a carefree life in the manor, and were reluctant to leave. However, the man's subordinates scolded them and ultimately escorted them onto a flying vessel, departing from the manor. Enough of this commotion. Return to your duties, the man commanded, and once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Jiang finally felt at ease. The remaining onlookers were merely the manor's hired hands, tasked with farming, and no longer his servants. Entering the most opulent structure within the manor, Lin Jiang reclined upon the grand bed, letting out a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated this initial trial. 3 months prior, he had been an ordinary worker on Blue Star, laboring tirelessly with a grueling 9-to-6 schedule, until one fateful day he collapsed and perished his soul. Drifting into this new world, he fortuitously inhabited the body of the original Lin Jiang, who had met his demise due to a cultivation mishap. Currently, Lin Jiang was a young master of the Yunzhou Lin family, albeit a bastard son. The family head, Lin Batian, had established their foothold in Yunzhou 50 years ago, founding their sect and amassing numerous wives and concubines, resulting in 9 sons and 6 daughters. With his formidable prowess, he expanded their territory, making the Lin family a renowned and emerging force in the cultivation world. Due to the family's limited resources, Lin Batian held exceedingly high expectations for his children, measuring their worth solely by their cultivation achievements. Those who excelled were lavished with affection and resources, while the less gifted were relegated to the fringes. The original Lin Jiang was infamous for his abysmal talent, possessing the notoriously wasteful 5 spirit roots, requiring 3 to 5 times the spiritual energy of ordinary roots, thus progressing at an exasperatingly slow pace. Consequently, he had been dispatched to this Ling Tao Mountain, working 9 to 6 before my transmigration, and now still working 9 to 6. What a futile journey this has been. Lin Jiang reflected on the original's dismal existence, which had been truly heartbreaking. Each day commenced with cultivation, and even his dreams were consumed by it, leading to his untimely demise at the tender age of 17. Thus, Lin Jiang resolved to adopt a more relaxed approach. He had no intention of succumbing to the same fate. Ding dong. System notification. The host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? I almost forgot about this. Sign in. In a daze, Lin Jiang suddenly heard an electronic mechanical voice, which invigorated him, and he mentally acknowledged it. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have been rewarded with 1 year of lifespan. Open the system page. Ding dong. The system page is now open. System name, Lifespan Sign-In System. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 17/80ths. Lin Jiang gazed at the figures on the system, a smile spreading across his face. He possessed a golden finger, which was this very system that had activated upon his arrival in this world. This lifespan sign-in system did not bestow him with exceptional talents, nor did it provide top-tier techniques or elixirs. Its sole function was to augment his lifespan. 1 day of sign-in equated to 1 additional year of life. Lin Jiang found this to be more than satisfactory. According to the system's logic, as long as he maintained his sign-in routine, his lifespan would be inexhaustible, akin to achieving immortality. He contemplated his adoptive father, who had toiled for over a century merely to reach the golden core stage, which allowed for a lifespan of 500 years. Was that truly long? After 10 months of sign-in, Lin Jiang would surpass that milestone. His current starting point was the pinnacle that others could not hope to attain in 10 lifetimes. All roads lead to Rome, yet some are born in Rome. Envy me? Lin Jiang chuckled softly, turning over and drifting back to sleep. In the realm of cultivation, a mere 2 hours of practice sufficed. The remainder of his time should be devoted to slumber. Sometime later, a petite girl climbed onto Lin Jiang's bed, tugging at his ear. Sixth brother, why are you still asleep? Linning, how many times must I tell you? You are 13 now. Stop climbing onto my bed. Look at third sister. She doesn't even enter my room. Lin Jiang tossed the little girl off the bed and pointed toward the door, where a cold, black-clad girl stood, frowning at the commotion between the two. Sixth brother, I am your biological sister. Is this how you treat me? I will tell mother. Enough of this. What brings you here this time? Have a Ling Tao run out? Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, disinterested in encountering their mother. Every meeting resulted in her lecturing him about the importance of diligent cultivation and competing for their father's favor, which clashed entirely with his personality. I am not here for the peaches. I came to comfort you. Comfort me? Why would you need to comfort me? Didn't you receive a punishment from father? Your servants have been taken away, and your stipend has been halted for 3 years. Is that all? Sixth brother, this is serious. Linning was astounded. She felt her brother had changed immensely. Just a few years prior, he had been furious when sent to this manor, but now, with his stipend and servants stripped away, he seemed unfazed. Come out and speak. Outside, Lin Dai, having overheard the siblings' chatter, became irate. She refrained from entering, as she was a grown woman and it was improper to enter a male's room, even if he was her half-brother. Lin Jiang adjusted his attire and led Lin Ying to the hall. With no servants left, there was no one to serve tea, so they sat casually. Greetings, third sister. Sixth, what is the matter? Why are you still stagnating at the first stage of chi refinement? Ninth brother, despite being a 5-spirit root, advanced to the second stage last year. I truly do not know. I have been diligently practicing, yet there have been no results. Lin Jiang replied, recalling how hard the original had worked, yet his cultivation had remained stagnant. How peculiar. You are truly ungrateful. Eldest brother's grandson detected his spirit root last month. Our Lin family's 4th generation is about to begin cultivation. Do not let it come to pass that you cannot even match the 4th generation. If that happens, there will be no place for you in the Lin family. That if there is no place, then so be it. I have Ling Tao Mountain, and that is sufficient for me. Do you even realize how small Ling Tao Mountain is? How many spirit stones can it yield each year? Even if your mother genuinely gifted Ling Tao Mountain to you, what would that accomplish? Lin Dai nearly exploded with rage. Among their generation of siblings, Lin Jiang was the weakest. Even the 3rd generation outperformed him, which was utterly humiliating. Third sister, please stop scolding sixth brother. I will support him in the future if need be. Lin Ying interjected hastily, sensing Lin Dai's rising anger. Lin Jiang, you cannot expect Lin Ying to protect you in the future, can you? Why not? A sister can indeed protect her brother. Lin Dai was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. With a flick of her sleeve, she stood up and departed, unwilling to continue the conversation. A waste was a waste. Sixth brother, here, take these spirit stones. I will go after third sister. Lin Ying hastily pulled out a handful of spirit stones and placed them in Lin Jiang's hands before dashing off to pursue Lin Dai. Lin Jiang gazed at the spirit stones in his hand, bemused, and then shook his head. Having experienced death once, he had long since become indifferent to superficial fame. Stowing away the spirit stones, Lin Jiang felt no inclination to sleep any longer. He exited the hall and ventured into the fields, for although he had chosen to take it easy, he could not neglect his responsibilities. It was time for Lin Jiang to inspect his family's estate. Chapter 2. Ling Tao Mountain Manor. Lin Jiang resided in a manor known as Ling Tao Shan Zhuang, which spanned a radius of 30 miles, although the estate itself was modest. Comprising merely over 100 households, the manor was not only fortified by walls, but also protected by intricate formations. Ling Tao Shan Zhuang boasted 120 acres of peach orchards, which were no ordinary trees, but rather spiritual flora. The peaches they bore were exceptionally sweet, imbued with spiritual energy, referred to as Ling Tao. Each year, the manor yielded one harvest, with half reserved for the family's consumption, and the other half sold for approximately 70 to 80 Ling stones. In addition, there were 200 acres of spiritual fields producing Ling rice, which was also sold to the family at a slightly lower price than the market rate, yielding about 100 Ling stones annually. This constituted the entirety of the manor's income. From the 200 or so Ling stones, Lin Jiang was able to retain half, for the manor, in a strict sense, was not his property, but rather his mother's dowry. Lin Jiang's mother hailed from a lineage of wandering cultivators, and his maternal grandfather was a foundational stage practitioner. Recognizing Lin Batian's formidable presence and immense potential, he arranged for his daughter to wed Lin Batian as a concubine, providing a generous dowry. As anticipated, Lin Batian grew increasingly powerful, continually annexing surrounding territories. Lin Jiang's mother utilized her dowry to purchase Ling Taoshan Zhuang, seeking a steady and sustainable livelihood. 3 years prior, the original Lin Jiang faced stagnation in his cultivation, incurring Lin Batian's ire and receiving punishment. Unable to bear it, Lin Jiang's mother entrusted the management of the manor to her son, secretly subsidizing him in hopes that he would strive for greatness, thus elevating her status within Lin Batian's household. Greetings, young Master Lin. Good day, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Upon arriving at the spiritual fields, the laborers diligently toiling therein greeted Lin Jiang with sincere respect and gratitude. In this world, there were no governing officials, yet landlords, bullies, and bandits abounded, as did wild beasts and demonic creatures. The plight of ordinary folk was indeed precarious. However, within Ling Taoshan Zhuang, they were safeguarded by walls and formations, preventing bandits and beasts from intruding. Lin family's rent was minimal. They only required the produce from the 120 acres of peach orchards and 200 acres of spiritual fields, allowing the laborers to cultivate additional land freely, with all harvests belonging to them, ensuring their basic needs were met. As Lin Jiang surveyed the spiritual fields, he noted the flourishing growth of the spiritual grains, predicting a better yield this year compared to the last, which would translate into additional Ling stones. During his inspection, he encountered several guards, who, though not cultivators, were skilled martial artists. Their duty was to patrol and guard against beasts and ordinary bandits. Should they face demonic creatures or adversarial cultivators, they would raise the alarm, prompting Lin Jiang to send a message for assistance from the family, who would dispatch more powerful practitioners in response. After completing his rounds, Lin Jiang returned home and began his meditation practice. He set a goal for himself to cultivate for 2 hours daily, for he was not short on lifespan. If necessary, he could cultivate in the qi refinement stage for several centuries. Upon finishing his practice, the meal was prepared by the laborers. Although their culinary skills paled in comparison to those of previous servants, Lin Jiang was not particular, having consumed simple boxed meals for years. This was a trifling matter. System name, Lifespan Sign-In System. Host, Lin Jiang. Lifespan, 17/180. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this particular day, as Lin Jiang completed his system sign-in, a guard hurriedly entered. Young master, the family steward has arrived. Understood. Take it to the warehouse. I will be there shortly. Lin Jiang nodded. This year, the spiritual grains were ready for harvest, and the family had dispatched a steward to oversee the acquisition, a significant matter for the manor. Upon his arrival at the warehouse, a middle-aged man awaited him, greeting Lin Jiang with a smile. That he was Steward Wu, a guest worker taken in by Lin Batian, holding a respectable position yet maintaining a courteous demeanor towards the young master of the Lin family. Ah, Steward Wu, you have worked hard. Young Master Liu, you flatter me. Shall we begin? Indeed, let us commence. Lin Jiang nodded, instructing the laborers to carry out the bags of spiritual grains from the warehouse and weigh them. Young Master Liu, this year the weather has been less than favorable, causing a slight increase in the price of the spiritual grains from Yinzhou. 1 Ling stone now only buys 500 pounds. Shall we adhere to the customary rate of 600 pounds per Ling stone? Steward Wu inquired. Lin Jiang readily agreed, acknowledging that although the price was slightly unfavorable, it spared him a multitude of complications, which he deemed a normal trade-off. The spiritual grains weighed significantly more than ordinary rice, with premium spiritual fields yielding around 600 pounds per acre. Lin Jiang's 200 acres were predominantly of average quality, ultimately producing over 80,000 pounds of spiritual grains. He reserved over 20,000 pounds for personal use, selling the remainder to the family. Young Master Liu, here is the receipt. You may collect your payment from the family treasury in a few days, Steward Wu said, presenting several storage bags filled and ready, along with a receipt for Lin Jiang to claim. His funds. Lin Jiang nodded, bidding farewell to Steward Wu. He then requested the laborers to assist in milling the rice. Practitioners did not consume regular grains, but rather spiritual food, which was beneficial for cultivation. The surplus Ling rice he intended to send to his mother and sister, Lining. Although the family also distributed rice rations, they were insufficient to last an entire year, necessitating additional purchases. In the blink of an eye, 2 more months passed, and the year drew to a close. Lin Jiang instructed the guard to prepare 2 large carts to transport 10,000 pounds of milled Ling rice to the Lin family, as his modest means made it impossible to acquire storage bags capable of holding such a quantity. The Lin family's mountain gate lay approximately 800 miles from the manor, but the horses pulling the carts possessed the bloodline of demonic beasts, making the journey of 500 miles a day trivial. In just 2 days they arrived. Is that not my 6th uncle? A light-hearted voice called out as Lin Jiang approached the entrance. He turned to see his elder nephew, Lin Kuan, the son of his older brother Lin Shan, who was a few years his senior. K.E.1, have you forgotten to pay your respects to your 6th uncle? Do you wish for me to lodge a complaint? Lin Jiang replied. You, what? Has the family abandoned all decorum? Very well, I concede. Nephew pays his respects to 6th uncle. Lin Kuan finally relented, for the Lin family was a burgeoning clan with strict customs. Lin Batian also valued filial piety, and despite Lin Jiang being considered a disgrace of the 2nd generation, he remained Lin Kuan's uncle. Nephew, seeing you so unruly, this year's New Year's money will be withheld. Lin Jiang laughed heartily before stepping through the Lin family's mountain gate. Lin Batian mandated that unless engaged in significant matters, such as seclusion or breaking through barriers, the entire family must gather at the year's end. Thus, within the Lin family's mountain gate, members of the clan were readily visible. Greeting to the eldest brother. Greetings, 2nd brother. Greetings, 3rd sister. As Lin Jiang made his way, he offered his respects to his elder siblings. As the 6th in the 2nd generation, he was obliged to bow to the 5 preceding him, while the younger siblings were required to pay their respects to him. Subsequently, Lin Jiang proceeded to meet his adoptive father, Lin Batian, and his legitimate wife, Zhang Shi. He also needed to present them with 2,000 pounds of Ling rice, which he would not be giving freely. Come the new year, they would reciprocate with a more generous gift. After paying his respects to his adoptive father, he finally approached his adoptive mother, Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong, naturally beautiful, ranked among the foremost of Lin Batian's concubines. Both Lin Jiang and his sister Lining had inherited her commendable genes, boasting pleasing appearances. Zhuang Rong was a 7th-layer qi refinement practitioner with decent spiritual roots. Regrettably, she was somewhat infatuated and had not diligently pursued cultivation since marrying Lin Batian, focusing instead on palace intrigue and vying for favor. Consequently, her cultivation had stagnated for over a decade. My dear son, you have endured much hardship, Zhuang Rong exclaimed upon seeing Lin Jiang, embracing him tightly while tears streamed down her cheeks. Though not particularly astute, Zhuang Rong was exceedingly loving towards her children. Lin Jiang was quite resistant to such affectionate behavior, yet his cultivation was inferior to that of his mother, leaving him unable to extricate himself from her grasp. He could only seek help from Lining, who approached with a cheerful demeanor to offer her counsel. Zhuang Rong released Lin Jiang. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she lamented to him about the grievances she had suffered at the mountain gate, recounting how she had been bullied by a certain concubine. She then shifted her tone, asserting that a mother's worth is determined by her child's success, urging Lin Jiang to hasten his cultivation so that she could regain her dignity and pride. Each encounter seemed to echo this sentiment. Lin Jiang could only roll his eyes at her words. While the original owner might have believed them, he had gleaned from the original owner's memories that his mother was quite a fierce character. It was unlikely she would allow herself to be bullied by others. My son, why are you silent? Speak up. Mother, if I speak, please do not be angry. Why would I be upset with you? Mother, I believe it is better to cultivate oneself than to rely on maternal status. Father is at the Jindan stage and can live for 500 years, while the other concubines are merely at the qi refinement stage, with lifespans of about 100 years. By the time they reach 70 or 80, even the finest cultivation methods will falter, and if I were you, I would diligently work on my cultivation to reach the foundation. Establishment stage. In doing so, I could outlast the other concubines. Should I manage to ascend to the Jindan stage, I would surpass even the eldest and at the foundation establishment stage, allowing me to stay with father for 500 years. If both father and mother could ascend to the Yuanying and Huashan stages, or even achieve ascension together, will we not be able to remain together forever as a blissful couple? In the realm of the divine, Lin Jiang could not help but offer this notion. Oh, his foolish mother! In the world of cultivation, the essence of palace intrigue lay in one's cultivation level. No matter how beautiful one was, it was impossible to remain 18 forever, whereas there would always be 18-year-old girls. What good was it to defeat one set of concubines only to have father take another? Thus, it all came down to cultivation. Only with higher cultivation could one truly prevail. Upon hearing the Jindan stage, then after a century, one could dance upon the grave. If she were at the Jindan stage, who could possibly rival her? Chapter 3. Lin family's young masters. At the end of the year, a family gathering commenced. The vast hall was adorned with 3 tables, one for the womenfolk, one for Lin Batian and the second generation of the Lin family, and a separate table for the third generation. Lin Batian had 9 sons and 6 daughters. The eldest, Lin Shan, was already 48 years old, having attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage at the 10th level. The second son, Lin He, age 46, also achieved the same level. The third child, Lin Dai, was 25, possessing remarkable talent with a Qi refinement level of 7, making him the most gifted among the second generation. The fourth child, Lin Yuan, was 24 with a Qi refinement level of 4, while the fifth, Lin Hai, was also 24 but had reached the 5th level. The youngest son, Lin Jiang, was 17 and at the first level of Qi refinement. The siblings younger than Lin Jiang had not yet begun their cultivation, for it was understood that early initiation was not necessarily advantageous. Lin Batian had established a rule that cultivation should commence at the age of 12, prior to which the children would undergo physical conditioning. With the family's newfound wealth, they also engaged in medicinal baths and other preparations. Among the third generation, the eldest was Lin Shan's son, Lin Kuli, who, at 30, had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, while several others were at levels 3 or 4. After decades of diligent management, Lin Batian had established the family's reputation in the region of Yinzhou. According to the family's tradition, Lin Batian would evaluate the achievements of his descendants during this gathering. Those who performed well would be rewarded, while those who faltered would face stern criticism. As Lin Batian assessed each child, he deliberately placed Lin Jiang at the end. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Jiang remained focused on his meal, nearly provoking Lin Batian into a fit of rage. "Father, I am here. Can you not give me some credit? Your nephew's cultivation surpasses mine." Lin Batian expressed satisfaction with most of his children, recognizing their diverse talents for managing the family. But Lin Jiang was a source of frustration, having languished at the first level after 5 years of cultivation. "Understood, father. I will certainly strive to improve my cultivation. If you do not achieve the 2nd level by next year, I shall expel you." "You truly infuriate me," Lin Batian warned, his voice rising in exasperation. "Got it, father," Lin Jiang replied lazily, his mind unperturbed. He was in no rush, as he had already surpassed 500 years of life, outliving his father. After all, what was a few hundred years of cultivation? The other brothers shook their heads in dismay at Lin Jiang's lack of urgency. Were their father not present, they would mock him for being such a disgrace. The Lin family had yet to adopt the negative traits of larger clans, and the atmosphere during the meal remained pleasant, allowing Lin Jiang to indulge in the feast. Every dish, whether meat or vegetable, was cultivated in the spiritual fields, and the chef's skill rendered the meal extraordinarily delicious, prompting Lin Jiang to eat heartily. "Sixth brother, stop eating. You're only at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Do you wish to explode from overeating?" Lin Hai, the 5th brother, interjected, alarmed. The food was infused with spiritual energy, and a 1st-level practitioner could not consume much without risking their life. Startled, Lin Jiang set down his chopsticks. but he had already resolved to raise some mystical beasts and cultivate a few acres of spiritual fields upon returning to Ling, Town Mountain Villa. Life, after all, was meant to be enjoyed. What was the point of longevity if one could not savor it? The younger generation soon departed the gathering, while those with higher cultivation levels remained. Lin Jiang escorted his sister, Lin Ying, who was 13 and had just begun her cultivation journey, sharing the same level as him. "Six, brother. They're all going to the market. Shall we join them?" Lin Ying asked eagerly. "All right, let us go," Lin Jiang nodded. He had never been to the market before and was curious to see it. 30 miles from the Lin family's mountain gate lay a bustling market established by the Lin family, serving as a trading hub for cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius. It was a significant source of income for the family, with Lin Jiang as elder brother often overseeing it. However, it required more than just him. Lin Batian had recruited several foundational-level guest elders for protection, as the family's foundation was still fragile. Many important positions were held by individuals hired by Lin Batian, who was the family's cornerstone. Without him, the Lin family would surely collapse. It would take several decades for the second and third generations to mature fully and for the family to solidify its standing with a cadre of foundational-level cultivators. The Lin family market was densely populated, attracting numerous scattered cultivators and even many mortals. With the year drawing to a close, the market bustled with life, offering an abundance of snacks and delights. The currency used in the market comprised spiritual stones and spiritual pearls, with one standard spiritual stone measuring 3 inches long, 1 inch wide and 1 inch thick. The remaining scraps were polished into spiritual pearls, with 100 spiritual pearls theoretically equating to 1 spiritual stone. As long as one was not purchasing cultivation resources, the purchasing power of spiritual stones remained robust. Lin Jiang spent merely 20 spiritual pearls on a plethora of snacks for Lin Ying. "Brother, look, this is Mother S shop. That S and S, and that S also and S, that S fifth and S, and this is little Ann S." Lin Ying pointed excitedly at the various stores in the market, noting that more than half of them belonged to Lin Batian's wives and concubines, who did not operate the shops themselves but rented them out, collecting rent annually. Lin Jiang had little interest in such matters, lacking a knack for business. He preferred the tranquil life at Ling, Town Mountain Villa, where he could engage in farming, an innate talent deeply embedded in his being. As the night wore on, the young masters and mistresses of the Lin family returned to the mountain gate. Ordinarily, they would not be permitted to linger so late due to safety concerns. The following morning, Lin Jiang bid farewell to Zhang Rong, preparing to return to Ling, Town Mountain Villa. His temperament was somewhat aloof. He found a large family gate too crowded and noisy for his liking. Before he departed, Zhang Rong handed him a pouch filled with spiritual stones. "Dear, you must cultivate diligently. If you do not reach the 2nd level by next year, your father truly will expel you." "Mother, I have money. Why give me this?" He protested lightly. "Be obedient and take it. From this year onward, the profits from Ling, Town Mountain Villa will be yours. Do not worry about me. Your grandfather left me quite a fortune, and you are my only son. If I do not give it to you, who else shall I give it to?" Lin Ying had also begun her cultivation, and Zhang Rong had to look after her as well. "Rest assured, I will keep it safe and focus on my cultivation," Lin Jiang assured her, sighing inwardly at the weight of parental love, an affection he could not bear to disregard. 2 days later, Lin Jiang returned to Ling, Town Mountain Villa, where the tenants were busy preparing for the new year, decorating the premises in festive spirit. Mortals still cherished such traditions, while cultivators often neglected them, as higher-level practitioners could spend years in seclusion without a thought for such celebrations. Lin Jiang contemplated how to manage Ling, Town Mountain Villa effectively for now. Its profits belonged to him, making it akin to his own. Although he embraced a laid-back lifestyle, he certainly did not disdain the accumulation of spiritual stones. For the more, the merrier. Chapter 4. A serene glimpse of the southern mountains after the new year. Lin Jiang undertook renovations at Ling, Town Mountain Villa. He first gathered the tenants and excavated a fish pond spanning over 10 acres, subsequently purchasing 100 silver-scaled fish from the Lin family market. These fish were first-level mystical beasts, known for their ferocity and delectable meat, which Lin Jiang had savored during the family gathering, leaving a lasting impression. He then constructed a pig pen to house 20 ironback pigs, which were yet to be classified as mystical beasts but were quite palatable. Lin Jiang also instructed the tenants to clear an additional 20 acres of spiritual fields, 2 acres for vegetables and the remainder for spiritual herbs to nourish both the ironback pigs and silver-scaled fish. From then on, Lin Jiang led a life of seclusion, dedicating his days to meditation, chopping firewood, feeding pigs, and tending to fish, relishing the simplicity of life. Visits to the Lin family mountain gate became increasingly rare, and had it not been for Zhang Rong and Lin Ying's occasional mentions, the Lin family might have forgotten Lin Jiang's existence altogether. 3 years passed at Ling Tao Mountain Villa. A young maiden, wielding a steel fork, fixated her gaze upon a shimmering fish before her, which she initially mistook for a wild animal. With a swift motion, she thrust the fork forward. "Liu Ye. Lugo, I've caught it. More fish for us." The girl retracted the fork, revealing a silver fish weighing around 10 pounds. Holding the fish aloft, she approached Lin Jiang. "Sister, you are truly impressive. Let's add a dish for lunch." Lin Jiang chuckled as he took the silver fish, deftly scaling and gutting it. He swiftly sliced some wild ginger and poured in a splash of cooking wine, marinating the fish in a bowl. "Lu Gu, your place is so comfortable. Father has become increasingly demanding, wanting me to practice for 12 hours a day. It's utterly tedious." The maiden pulled over a blanket and lay down, complaining to Lin Jiang, who had sneaked out to enjoy a moment of freedom, colloquially termed fishing. "Well, your talent is exceptional. Father has high hopes for you. Just look at third sister Lin Dai. She is on the verge of foundation establishment." Lin Jiang replied with a grin, casually handing her some already roasted ironback pork. The pace of cultivation depends on 2 factors: the quality of one's bones, which is tied to one's spiritual roots, and one's comprehension. Some take months to grasp a technique, while others can master it after just a couple of readings. Lin Ying, being top-notch in understanding, has garnered increasing attention from Lin Batian, resulting in him being more stringent with her. "I can't match third sister's diligence. She practices 8 hours a day and sleeps only 1 hour. And she is even learning alchemy." "Well then, no more practice for you," Lin Jiang teased. "But I can't afford to slack off. The second child is already out, and mother is counting on me for support. You aren't too much help." Lin Jiang could only shake his head. Over the past 3 years, Lin Batian had not neglected his duties in farming. After having 9 sons and 6 daughters, he had continued to have more children, with the 20th already born. "Will you break through to the second layer?" "It has been 10 years. I broke through at 14. Take it slow." Lin Jiang tossed over a jug of peach blossom wine, crafted from the spirit peaches of Ling Tao Mountain Villa, with an exquisite taste. He was not in a hurry regarding his own cultivation. Having spent 10 years at the first layer, he could likely break through in just a few months. If you don't break through by the new year, father might really expel you. The 8th and others have started calling you the Lin family's disgrace. And mother can't plead for you anymore. Lin Ying was genuinely worried. In the previous 2 years, Lin Batian had threatened to expel Lin Jiang, but it was their mother, Zhuang Rong, who had interceded. This year, it seemed unlikely she could intervene again. "All right, I shall break through this year." "Really, brother?" "Indeed. I wouldn't lie. Here, have a peach." "Where did you get peaches at this time?" "That's a secret." Lin Jiang chuckled, having purchased an ice formation for preserving food. "With plenty of spirit peaches still in stock. They're delightful, brother. This is simply splendid. Fish, pork, wine, and peaches, all self-sufficient. No wonder you're reluctant to return home. Come over more often. I also dislike crowds." Lin Jiang replied, his demeanor cool and reserved, though he cherished the company of this sister. Upon her arrival, he had already slaughtered an ironback pig. "Very well, I shall visit more often. Now that I'm full, I must head home. If father finds out, I'll surely face a scolding. Wait, let me pack some things for mother." Lin Jiang gathered some fresh ironback pork, caught 2 silver fish, and retrieved dozens of spirit peaches from the ice formation. After some thought, he also picked a bag full of fresh spirit vegetables. Such filial piety. Mother hasn't wasted her efforts on you. Farewell. Lin Ying smiled, then summoned her flying sword, soaring away in a flash. Lin Jiang watched her figure with a hint of envy. He too possessed a flying sword but lacked the cultivation to use it, requiring at least the 4th layer to take flight. Just as he prepared to gather his belongings and depart, he heard Lin Ying's startled exclamation as she tumbled from her flying sword. Before Lin Jiang could assist her, she wobbled and ascended once more. This brought a smile to Lin Jiang's face. Lin Ying had likely just broken through to the 4th layer and had not yet mastered the flying sword. It was only fitting that she stumbled. With the leftover silver fish uneaten, Lin Jiang resumed grilling fish. After satisfying his hunger, he staggered back to his room to meditate. I must strive harder in my cultivation, increasing my practice time from 2 hours to 4. No, 4 hours is too long. How about 3? 3 won't suffice. I still need to tend to the spirit fields, feed the pigs, and raise the fish. 2.5 hours, then a total of 5 hours a day. 5 days a week, with weekends off. Perfect. After a painful mental struggle, Lin Jiang ultimately decided to increase his practice time by half an hour, allowing weekends for rest. He had resolved long ago never to be overly ambitious and to take it easy when possible. 3 months later, at Ling Tao Mountain Villa, hearty laughter emanated from Lin Jiang's room. After years of practice, he had finally reached the second layer of qi refinement, a momentous achievement worthy of celebration. Shortly thereafter, he exited his room, informing the servants that there would be a feast that evening to celebrate the significant progress of their 6th young master. They celebrated through the night. The next day, Lin Jiang rode back to the Lin family estate, flaunting the specialties of Ling Tao Mountain Villa before Lin Batian, signaling that he was no longer to be casually expelled from the family, as he too had attained the second layer of qi refinement. Eldest, do you think this 6th one is truly my flesh and blood? How could I, Lin Batian, have produced such a creature? Lin Batian remarked to his eldest son, Lin Shan, as he watched Lin Jiang depart in high spirits, now questioning if the 6th was indeed his biological son. Lin Batian, a remarkable figure, had begun cultivating at 12, broken through foundation establishment by 30, and reached the golden core stage before 100 years, with over 10 of his offspring also venturing into cultivation. Yet here was this singularly inept son. Cough, father, 4th concubine is not that kind of person, Lin Shan said, bemused. Among the numerous siblings, it was the 6th who stood out. However, this was also beneficial, as it meant no competition for Lin Shan. If all his siblings were formidable, it would be uncomfortable for him as the eldest. Losing to them would be quite shameful. Chapter 5. Shisue Dan 5 years later. At Ling Tao Mountain Villa, dozens of servants were busily moving bags of spirit grains and weighing them, while Manager Wu meticulously recorded the figures. Congratulations, 6th young master. This year has yielded a bountiful harvest. We have already amassed 100,000 pounds. Seeing that they were nearly finished, Manager Wu called for everyone to halt. The remaining grains would suffice for their own consumption. 100,000 pounds is quite satisfactory, thanks to 6th young master's astute management. The spirit fields cultivated by mortals are nearly rivaling those tended by cultivators, Manager Wu said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. It was well known that 6th young master was inept in cultivation, yet he exhibited a certain talent in management. Over the years, Ling Tao Mountain Villa had flourished, with not only a significant increase in spirit grain production, but also other revenue streams. Let's keep it going. Lin Jiang chuckled. He had truly invested considerable effort into Ling Tao Mountain Villa over these years. By way of example, he had established new rules for the many servants. If they increased their yields, not only would they receive rewards in spirit grains, but he also promised to guarantee their children's entry into the Lin family for spiritual root testing once they reached 12. Those with spiritual roots could be taken in as disciples for cultivation. This greatly enhanced the servants' enthusiasm, leading them to invest more effort into the spirit fields. Lin Jiang also acquired spirit talismans, such as the Yinyu talisman, to ensure favorable weather, resulting in bumper harvest year after year, with annual yields now reaching around 100,000 pounds of spirit grain. 6th young master, as the Lin family continues to grow in number, our consumption has also significantly increased. Should you consider selling some of your Tai Bei Zhu, Wu Kai Zhu, Yin Guan Yu, and Yin Jin Yu to the clan? Manager Wu inquired. In recent years, the aquaculture at Ling Tao Mountain Villa has also expanded considerably. Lin Jiang procured both Wu Kai Zhu and Yin Jin Yu, which are of superior quality, while the quantities of Tai Bei Zhu and Yin Guan Yu have also surged. It is said that 3rd Miss Lin Dai and 9th Miss Lin Ying often visit Ling Tao Mountain Villa to partake in the delicacies. Tai Bei Zhu and Yin Guan Yu are acceptable, but not the Yin Jin Yu and Wu Kai Zhu. Why not? 6th young master. I see there are plenty of Wu Kai Zhu. I have yet to grow tired of them, nor has Lin Ying. We shall discuss it when we have grown weary of them. Lin Jiang waved his hand, prompting a chuckle from Manager Wu, who found the reasoning quite amusing. At once, Lin Jiang proceeded to catch 50 Yin Guan Yu and slaughter 20 Tai Bei Zhu, handing them over to Manager Wu. Lin Jiang watched as Manager Wu waved his hand, and the items swiftly entered his storage bag, evoking a feeling of envy within Lin Jiang. His own storage bag was modest, with only a cubic meter of space, while Manager Wu's must surely be of a larger size. Otherwise, it could not contain such a bounty. Sixth young master. This oversized storage bag is not mine, but belongs to the clan. If you desire one, you may request the clan to procure one from Anhua City, which would cost around 8,000 spirit stones. Surely, you can afford that? Ha, I cannot, Lin Jiang waved his hand. The earnings from Ling Tao Mountain Villa over the past few years were only 200 to 300 spirit stones per year. His family's offerings had recovered, yielding merely 24 spirit stones annually. After several years, he had saved a little over 1,000 spirit stones. He was still far from sufficient. Manager Wu smiled and remained silent. The second generation of the Lin family was not short on money, as most possessed their own private assets. It was the third and fourth generations who truly suffered from a lack of inheritance. Not long after Manager Wu departed, Lin Dai and Lin Ying flew in from the distance, landing gracefully before Lin Jiang with smiles on their faces. Sixth brother, I'm back again. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be sending off fourth sister? Lin Jiang inquired, referring to the recent marriage of the Lin family's fourth daughter, Lin Yuan, where both Lin Dai and Lin Ying were designated to assist. Lin Jiang's impression of Lin Batian was not particularly favorable. However, he admired his pride. Lin Batian believed that the Lin family's status in Yunzhou was forged through strength. Thus, he never forced his children into arranged marriages, granting them the freedom to pursue love. Otherwise, in other families, individuals like Lin Jiang would only serve the purpose of procreation, lacking the leisure and joy he currently enjoyed. That's an adult matter. We do not concern ourselves with it. Fourth sister is being rather pretentious and troublesome. It is much better to come here and enjoy a feast with sixth brother. What delicious offerings have you prepared this time? Mind you, we are tired of Ying Guangyu and Tai Beizhu. Then we shall feast upon Yin Jianyu and Wu Kaizhu, both of which are ranked demonic beasts and exceedingly flavorful. Today, I shall prepare sauerkraut fish for you. With a grand gesture, Lin Jiang signaled to begin the slaughter of the pigs and fish, enlisting the help of the hired hands. Though Lin Jiang had yet to reclaim his servants, he had successfully trained competent chefs among the hired workers. Sixth brother, be sure to prepare something delightful for third sister. Do not hold back. If you desire anything, simply state it here. There is no need for formality. I want milk tea, sour plum soup, fruit juice, and roasted sausages. Lin enumerated over 20 items, all of which Lin Jiang readily agreed to, instructing the workers to prepare them. These culinary delights were recreated from his memories, though some had changed significantly due to the unavailability of corresponding ingredients. Nevertheless, these dishes still captivated Lin Ying's palate, and Lin Dai found herself equally enchanted, as even a foundation-building cultivator was tempted to indulge alongside her sister, believing that Lin Jiang's offerings surpassed those available in the Lin family marketplace. Third sister, one must eat heartily. That is the way to enjoy it. Lin Ying sprawled comfortably on the blanket, with milk tea beside her. She tilted her head to sip through a bamboo straw while holding several roasted sausages, devouring them one by one. In contrast, Lin Dai maintained her poise, eating delicately and modestly. While it is permissible to relax amidst cultivation, ninth sister must not indulge excessively, as it may hinder her progress. He understood third sister. When I am here with sixth brother, let's not discuss that. Little sixth, you have led your sister astray. Nonsense. She came of her own accord. What do you mean by leading her astray? Third sister, try my meat floss made from Ying Guangyu. It is delicious. You have cultivated for 15 years, yet only reached the second layer of qi refinement. That is somewhat lacking. You might consider using a cleansing marrow pill to enhance your cultivation. Opt for the superior quality, and if you can acquire 6, take one every 10 days. It will significantly accelerate your progress. Sixth brother, third sister is correct. Previously, our family lacked funds, so we could not arrange for marrow cleansing. Now, all our nephews with spiritual roots enjoy such privileges, which is far better than before. Lin Ying chimed in, noting how the Lin family had flourished in recent years, their income increasing and providing better opportunities for the younger generation to utilize cleansing pills to enhance their foundations. I will make a note of that and will seek to purchase them when time permits. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement, feeling no qualms about raising his own cultivation level. He had already signed on for nearly 3,000 years of lifespan, outliving even the ancestors of transformation. Yet his cultivation was still too low. This secret must remain undisclosed, as some means of self-preservation were still necessary. You need not wait for an opportune moment. Hand me the spirit stones. In a few days, I must visit Anhua City, as superior cleansing pills are not available in the Lin family market. Very well. How much does a cleansing pill cost? The superior cleansing pills may cost around 500 spirit stones each, but trust me, the quality is vastly superior to the inferior ones. They are worth every spirit stone. I cannot afford that many spirit stones. How many do you possess? Approximately 1,500, Lin Jiang replied. While residing at Lingtao Mountain, his expenses were minimal. Yet his cultivation required spirit stones for pills and maintaining the villa's formations. Thus he had managed to accumulate only 1,500 spirit stones. Then I shall cover the 1,500, and you can repay me later. That is quite embarrassing. I have consumed plenty from you, and we are siblings. It is of no consequence. Lin Dai shook her head, primarily because she had already reached the foundation building stage and enjoyed a substantial increase in income. Had she been at the chi refinement stage, she would not have been able to produce 1,500 spirit stones. Sixth brother, do not forget about me. Third sister, I will support sixth brother with 500 spirit stones. You need not bother. Save your spirit stones for your own use. Focus on establishing your foundation. As the family continues to grow, it will become increasingly difficult to do so. Lin Dai shook her head, noting the rapid population growth within the Lin family. The second generation was marrying at an increasing rate, and the third generation was beginning to marry en masse. Although not every descendant possessed spiritual roots, the Lin family was indeed experiencing a population explosion, and within a few years, their numbers could easily exceed 100. Lining, heed third sister's advice. Your foundation is of utmost importance. The earnings from Lingtao Mountain are currently in my hands, and within 5 years, I will be able to repay third sister. Lin Jiang reassured Lining, noting that the Wu Kaiju and Yin Jianyu had been raised for over 2 years and were ready for production. At that time, the income from Lingtao Mountain would further increase, allowing him to repay Lin Dai within 5 years. Chapter 6. The 60th Year of Fate Yunzhou. Lingtao Mountain Villa. Lin Jiang consumed his 10th superior cleansing pill, awaiting the effects of the medicine. During his leisure, Lin Jiang checked in on his system. System name, Lifespan Sign-In System Host. Lin Jiang Lifespan, 262, 390. Gazing at the remaining lifespan displayed by the system, Lin Jiang felt quite satisfied. As he understood, in the realm of cultivation, most chi refinement cultivators could live to be over 100 years old, while those in the foundation building stage could double that, reaching around 200 years. Golden core cultivators might live for 500 years, and nascent soul ancestors could exceed 1,000 years. Only those above the transformation stage could hope to surpass 2,000 years, yet no such exceptional beings existed in Yunzhou. In other words, if Lin Jiang continued to live peacefully without any unforeseen events, he could outlive even those in the transformation stage. Long life is within reach, Lin Jiang sighed. With daily practice, how could one possibly exhaust their lifespan? In matters of longevity, no one from the Lin family could rival him, nor could anyone from Yunzhou. Alas! It struck again. In just a short while, the effects of the top-grade Shisui Dan began to take hold, causing Lin Jiang's stomach immense pain, prompting a hurried dash to the restroom. It was a full half-hour before he emerged, pinching his nose. The stench was unbearable. The top-grade Shisui Dan aids in cleansing the body's impurities, expelling them through the intestines, making it exceedingly foul. Lin Jiang nearly suffocated from his own excrement. As the morning practice session concluded, Lin Jiang reflected on his diligence. He was to meditate for another hour. He glanced at the time. His self-imposed training schedule was complete. 1 hour in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and half an hour in the evening, totaling 2.5 hours daily. Truly a strenuous regimen. Fortunately, Lin Dai had not deceived him. The expenditure of 3,000 spirit stones was indeed worthwhile. After an hour of meditation, Lin Jiang opened his eyes. Having consumed 6 top-grade Shisui Dan, he felt significantly aided. Previously, he could only circulate 1 great Zhou Tian in an hour, but now he could manage 3. A 300% increase in efficiency. According to Lin Jiang's estimations, before utilizing the top-grade Shisui Dan, he would have needed at least 30 years to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Now he estimated it would take merely about 10 years. It was once again the time for the family's year-end gathering, and the ancestral residence of the Lin family was bursting at the seams. Compared to 9 years ago, when Lin Jiang first attended, the number of Lin family members had multiplied several-fold. Lin Batian had toiled diligently these years, transforming from 9 sons and 6 daughters to 15 sons and 9 daughters, with 2 concubines visibly pregnant. Perhaps next year would bring even more siblings. Additionally, many from the second and third generations had married, further expanding the Lin family, resulting in a gathering that required over 10 tables. Where have the 5th brother, 12th, and 14th gone? Lin Jiang inquired of his 5th brother, Lin Hai, noticing the absence of the 12th and 14th brothers who had attended last year. They wouldn't have passed away, would they? If that were the case, why wasn't I informed during the feast? You only come home once a year. No wonder you are unaware. This year, Father implemented a new rule. Those who do not manifest spiritual roots by 12 are excluded from the family, relegated to ordinary members. And the younger ones move ahead in the line. Now, the 13th brother has become the 12th. Lin Hai glanced at Lin Jiang, feeling a tinge of envy. Lin Jiang enjoyed the solitude of a manor, living carefree. I see. Lin Jiang sighed inwardly upon hearing this. The realm of cultivation was indeed cruel. Without spiritual roots, one was not even qualified to attend family gatherings, and future prospects would undoubtedly be grim. If I were to marry, I must choose a cultivator, never a mortal. Lin Hai Atvis au set stili. The offspring of cultivators often possessed spiritual roots. Their father, Lin Batian, had only taken concubines who were cultivators, resulting in 17 of his 20-plus children surpassing the age of 12, with only 2 failing to manifest spiritual roots, a rather high probability. Among the second and third generations, some had married mortal women, producing several offspring without spiritual roots. Under the new family regulations, they were no longer permitted to reside at the ancestral gates and were sent to various estates. While their basic needs were met, their status was diminished. That's what 5th brother means, Lin Jiang replied nonchalantly. Marrying was out of the question. Women would only hinder his progress in cultivation. Moreover, fleeting romances, easily acquired for a small fee, were far more appealing. As long as his wallet and vitality could endure, he could indulge in different romances daily, each more delightful than the last. Cough, cough, 6th brother, father is speaking, Lin Hai reminded Lin Jiang after a moment, urging him to pay attention and not to provoke their father's ire by focusing solely on his meal. Lin Jiang nodded, having lost his appetite. As a second-layer chi refiner, he could not consume much. It was not a matter of capacity, but rather the food was infused with spiritual energy. Overindulgence could lead to explosive consequences. Dying from overeating would be an affront to the system. Eldest, 2nd. This year you must strive harder. This may be your last opportunity. Learn more from the 3rd brother. Lin Batian addressed the eldest, Lin Shan, and the 2nd, Lin He, with a hint of worry. The eldest, Lin Shan, was already 57, and the 2nd, Lin He, was 55. They had reached the pinnacle of the chi refining stage several years ago, but had remained stagnant since, despite both having consumed a foundation-building pill. Should they fail to break through this year, they might never reach the foundation-building stage. Why does father claim this is the last opportunity for the eldest and 2nd? Lin Jiang asked his 5th brother, Lin Hai. Don't you read? Not really, why bother? Forget it, I'll explain. There is a saying regarding a 60th year limit for breaking through from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. It implies that if one does not break through by 60, chances of doing so in this life are virtually non-existent. After 60, even with ample elixirs, one's vitality naturally wanes, significantly diminishing the efficacy of foundation-building pills. But the eldest is only 57. He still has 3 years. You don't understand. A foundation-building pill costs nearly 20,000 spirit stones. It cannot be wasted. The eldest and 2nd have already used one. They generally wouldn't qualify for another, but father, considering their years of service to the family, has granted them another chance. Moreover, failing to break through after consuming a foundation-building pill is detrimental to one's health, often requiring 3 to 5 years for recovery. If one were to attempt consecutively, the risks are dire. Understood. Thank you for the guidance, 5th brother, Lin Jiang replied repeatedly. With this insight, it seemed the eldest and 2nd had little time left. However, Lin Jiang felt this notion did not apply to him. He anticipated living for over 2,000 years, so a decline in vitality was a concern for a millennium or 2 hence. Thus, he remained unfazed. The family's library contains many texts on cultivation. It would benefit you to peruse them occasionally, Lin Hai suggested. Indeed, fifth brother. I shall borrow some books after the meal. Lin Jiang nodded, realizing it was indeed time to educate himself, lest he remain a novice in cultivation after over a decade, an embarrassing prospect. After imparting his wisdom to the eldest and second, Lin Batian refrained from further admonishment, recognizing the challenges of managing numerous offspring. Once the evening banquet concluded, family members began to disperse in small groups. The Lin family estate was vast, and the adult children were often dispatched to various locations for duties. Thus, the year-end gathering served as a prime opportunity for reunion. Linning bounced over to Lin Jiang, feeling a closer kinship with him than with her other siblings, who were either too old or too young for her liking. Besides Lin Jiang, his closest confidant was Lin Di, third sister. Here this year's spirit stones, 300 in total. Lin Jiang led Lin Ying to Lin Dai, handing over the majority of his earnings as repayment. Sixth brother, I do not lack spirit stones. You should keep them for yourself and focus on your training. Lin Dai shook her head. As the first among the second generation to achieve foundation establishment, she enjoyed their father's favor and had ample resources, thanks to her mother's considerable wealth. But I must accept, debts must be repaid. It's the rule, Lin Jiang insisted. Sixth brother, it seems you did not heed father's earlier words. After the new year, you will be 27, and how many years remain until the 60th limit? You are still only at the second layer of qi refinement. Use these spirit stones to purchase gathering pills. Lin Dai expressed her frustration with Lin Jiang's lack of ambition. Among their siblings, her relationships were rather ordinary, but she frequently visited Lingtao Mountain Manor with Lin Ying, fostering a good rapport with Lin Jiang. She genuinely wished for him to break through to the foundation building stage. Brother, I agree with third sister, Lin Ying chimed in. That's nonsense. Not breaking through to the foundation building stage by 60 doesn't mean one is doomed. Besides spirit stones, we can always earn more. In a couple of years, my Lingtao Mountain Manor will also generate increased income. Lin Jiang dismissed, decisively placing the spirit stones into Lin Dai's hands. He held no habit of incurring debts. Living debt-free was liberating, while debts led to restless nights and tasteless meals. Lin Jiang, having secured the spirit stone, hastily pulled Lin Ying away, leaving her no chance for regret. It was time to pay respects to his dear mother, who had always treated him well. Lin Jiang, ever mindful of filial piety, ensured he never neglected his duties. Chapter 7. Lin Baohua, Lingtao Mountain Manor with a resounding boom. The laborers in the fields raised their heads in alarm, while the guards sprinted towards the manor. The loud noise jolted Lin Jiang from his slumber, and in a fit of irritation, he bellowed, Lin Baohua, what in the world are you doing? He jumped out of bed and rushed toward the source of the commotion. Upon his arrival, guards had already dragged a young boy from a smoke-filled building. Initially stunned, the boy soon struggled to return to the smoking room, shouting, my alchemical furnace. My elixirs don't stop me. Lin Jiang intervened, delivering a sharp slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? Are you trying to blow up my Lingtao Mountain Manor? Crying, the boy lamented, sixth uncle, my alchemical furnace. Woe is me, my elixirs. Lin Jiang could only shake his head at the sight of this pitiful child. The boy, Lin Baohua, was the son of Lin Shan, the eldest brother, and, at 15, he had not manifested a spiritual root 3 years prior, marking him as an ordinary person. Yet Lin Baohua refused to accept his fate. He had somehow learned of a miraculous elixir known as the Kai Ling Dan, reputed to awaken the spiritual roots of those without them, and had been obsessively practicing alchemy. Enchanted by the allure of alchemy, he sought guidance from others despite lacking the necessary roots, which led Lin Shan to send him to Lin Jiang with the only request to ensure he did not starve. Lin Jiang believed he could manage that, unaware of the trouble that awaited. What should we do, young master? A guard inquired. Take him outside to calm down and check for fires, Lin Jiang instructed. Waving his hand, the guards took Lin Baohua away to gather his wits, while others inspected the building, which had not caught fire. Only the alchemical furnace had exploded. An hour later, Lin Baohua was returned, though no longer in a frenzy. He performed a deep bow, saying, sixth uncle, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Forget it, but refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. I know about the Kai Ling Dan. It is a 6th-tier elixir. Do you understand what that means? Theoretically, only a transformation stage ancestor could concoct it. Our father is merely at the golden core stage, and there is not a single transformation stage ancestor to be found in the entirety of Yuzhou. Lin Jiang explained. The sixth-tier Kai Ling Dan is a legendary substance that simply does not exist in Yuzhou. The notion that an ordinary person could produce such an elixir is nothing short of delusional. Lin Baohua's face fell, tears threatening to spill. Lin Jiang felt a headache coming on. It was no wonder he couldn't stay at the mountain gate, as his temperament was quite vexing. Even if you lived for tens of thousands of years, once your uncle reaches the transformation stage, he might assist you in creating a Kai Ling Dan. For now, however, I am powerless to help. Lin Jiang signaled to the guards, who understood and took Lin Baohua away to prevent further irritation. A month later, Lin Ying returned with Lin Dai, looking for food and drink again. Lin Baohua reappeared, this time fixating on Lin Dai. Initially, he sought to discuss alchemy with her, only to learn she had no knowledge of it. He then inquired about skilled alchemists to whom he could apprentice himself. This incessant questioning irked Lin Dai, and ultimately, Lin Jiang had the guards forcibly remove him, preferring to keep his surroundings clear of annoyance. Baohua is so unfortunate. His mother is merely an ordinary person, dreaming of bearing a child with spiritual roots, yet he sighed. Spiritual roots are innate and unchangeable. Even among our ants, there are those without roots, Lin Ying remarked. Indeed, that is why he is pitiful, born into a family of cultivators. Had he been born into an ordinary family, such aspirations would not plague him, Lin Dai responded thoughtfully. As they observed Lin Baohua's retreating figure, the sisters continued their discussion. The Lin family was expanding with an increasing number of cultivators. Yet ordinary people were also on the rise. A chasm separated the two groups. Though they shared the same sky, it felt as if they inhabited two distinct worlds. Lin Jiang remained unmoved by the discourse. He himself was merely a second-layer qi practitioner, incapable of effecting change. To him, the world was filled with ordinary people, who decreed that ordinariness must equate to suffering. Recognizing the truth early and living joyfully was, in his view, the essence of life. In this regard, Lin Baohua was fortunate. With the support of the Lin family, he would never want for food or drink. His starting point was, in fact, the end point for many ordinary individuals. I heard father has established a generational naming convention for the younger generation. Lin Jiang shifted the topic, eager to avoid further discussion of Lin Baohua, lest the atmosphere turn sour, and instead sought to speak of happier matters. Yes, it has been set. From Baohua's generation onward, the naming convention will use the characters Bao, Chong, Zhao, Cheng, see you in the 15 characters Dong, Fu, Gong, Guan, Guang, Guahan, Hong Hua as the generational names, Lin Ying explained. What about the previous generations? The eldest has several children. Does he not? They will be revised. Lin Qian is now called Lin Baowen, she replied. That works too. 15 generations can last a long time. Indeed, it can last a while. Father has also decreed that in the future, there will be separate genealogies for cultivators and ordinary people. Those without spiritual roots can only be recorded in the ordinary genealogy and cannot use generational names. Lin Baohua will not only be removed from a genealogy, but will also be referred to as Lin Hua, not Lin Baohua. That is incredibly harsh. Does father show no concern for familial bonds? Lin Jiang lamented. It was indeed cruel. Lin Batian had several sons without spiritual roots. Did that mean familial love was extinguished with the absence of roots? Now he finally understood Lin Baohua's obsession. Had he been raised in such an environment, he too would have been driven to madness. It is harsh, but father has no choice. Our Lin family now exceeds 100 members. Resources must be concentrated to prioritize those with good qualifications to protect the family. This is the practice of all families in Yuzhou. Sixth brother, you've enjoyed a stable life at Lingtao Mountain Manor these years. Do you know how that came to be? It is all thanks to the family's protection. Otherwise, bandits from outside would have long ago plundered Lingtao Mountain Manor. Thus, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. The Lin family has only been in Yuzhou for 50 to 60 years. Father has carved out such a vast territory and likely offended countless people. Without formidable cultivation, how can you protect your loved ones? Understood, third sister, Lin Jiang replied, exasperated. This sister of his had many admirable qualities, yet she was prone to lecturing him, akin to a nagging matron, seizing every opportunity to impart her wisdom. Do not find my concerns tiresome. This is the truth. The family now relies solely on father. Among the second generation of the Lin family, I am the only one in the foundation establishment stage. Only after establishing my foundation did I comprehend the challenges faced by father. Lin Dai's expression turned serious. After establishing her foundation, Lin Batian had lavished her with affection and granted her a portion of authority within the family. She became acutely aware of the external threats to the Lin family. Over the years, Lin Batian had waged wars, establishing the family's wealth while simultaneously incurring the wrath of numerous cultivators. The number of people wishing for the Lin family's downfall was countless. I understand. I cannot rely on you. Lining, you must strive harder. Lin Jiang nodded, resigned. He was but a mediocre 5-element root, his cultivation speed destined to be slow. It would be better to place his hopes on Lining. Third sister, I will work hard. In no more than 2 years. No, 3 years. I will establish my foundation, Lining declared, raising her small fist with determination. Having spent considerable time with Lin Dai, she felt a sense of familial duty weighing upon her, resolved to protect the family in the future. Lin Dai shook her head in disappointment at Lin Jiang. This sixth brother truly was impervious to advice, remaining indifferent, akin to a salted fish. Yet, upon reflecting on his spiritual roots, she sighed silently. Forget it, forget it. Worrying too much will only age me. Lin Jiang keenly observed the subtle shifts in Lin Dai's expression, fully aware of her emotions at that moment. However, he refrained from providing excessive explanations. He cherished the protective affection of the Lin family in his heart, believing that he could repay them in due time. Given his circumstances, he was confident that after several thousand or even 10,000 years of cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve the foundational stage and form his core. When that time came, he would possess the strength to safeguard them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. During these 10 years, many stories unfolded within the Lin family. Lin Batian welcomed his 35th child, while 2 more members of the clan, Lin He and Lin Ing, progressed to the foundational stage following Lin Dai. Yet, Lin Shan, the eldest, remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Throughout this decade, Lin Batian halted the family's expansion, focusing instead on solidifying their territory. The Lin family flourished, with the number of Lin cultivators surpassing 50, establishing themselves as a rising star in the southwestern region of Yinzhou. As for Lin Jiang, he finally reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement at the age of 36. In the Lin family, this was unremarkable, and in any context, it was considered a rather mediocre achievement. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang felt exhilarated by the enhancement of his powers, which filled him with a sense of intoxication. Ling Taomao Manor underwent significant changes as well, with the number of households increasing from over 100 to nearly 200. The surge in manpower allowed Lin Jiang to better manage the estate, raising more silverlight fish, silver arrow fish, and colorful pigs, as well as ironback pigs. The annual income of Ling Tao Mountain Manor had surpassed 500 spiritual stones. Lin Baohua, residing in the manor, seemed to have accepted his fate, no longer obsessively hoping to refine a spiritual awakening pill to unlock his spiritual roots. Instead, he married and had children at the manor, entrusting his hopes of cultivation to the next generation. What a delight it was! In the sky, Lin Jiang grasped Lin Ying's shoulder, calling out loudly as they soared through the air on their flying swords, seemingly a marvelous experience. Yet, Lin Ying rolled her eyes, for one could independently fly at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while her brother remained at the 3rd level, needing her assistance to fly. What a disgrace! Lin Di, standing nearby, also shook her head in exasperation, choosing not to witness her brother's embarrassing antics, and focused intently on their journey. Anhua City, situated over 10,000 miles from the Lin family's territory, could be reached in about 2 days by cultivator at the foundational stage. At this moment, Lin Dai and Lin Ing were escorting Lin Jiang to Anhua City. Over the years, Lin Jiang had secluded himself in a corner, and the abundance of delicacies had caused Lin Ing and Lin Dai to grow weary of visiting Ling Tao Mountain Manor, gradually reducing their trips. Lin Jiang yearned to venture out, so he implored Lin Ing to accompany him. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level, it would take him at least half a month to reach their destination, and he would likely encounter numerous dangers along the way. A small fry at the 3rd level of Qi refinement venturing out was akin to delivering oneself into the hands of bandits. After 2 days of traveling through wind and rain, The trio finally arrived at the renowned Anhua city. Lin Jiang gazed in awe at the majestic city, sprawling across the land like a colossal dragon. Such a grand city was a rarity, even in modern society. Isn't it astonishing? I was equally taken aback on my first visit. There are cultivators here as abundant as rice grains, with chi refinement practitioners everywhere and foundational stage cultivators as common as dogs. Fear the dog. It should be foundational stage cultivators everywhere and chi refinement practitioners as rare as dogs. Lin Jiang, infuriated, contemplated tossing Lin Jiang aside for such remarks. Lin Jiang chuckled, refraining from retorting as he knew it was true. In Anhua City, foundational stage cultivators were indeed of little value. There were more of them than dogs. And chi refinement practitioners outnumbered foundational stage ones. Anhua City prohibited flying, so the three landed outside the city, each paying a spiritual stone as an entry fee before stepping into Anhua City. Lin Dai had visited Anhua City numerous times and skillfully led her companions to the Lin family's commercial establishment, a modest shop. Third sister, sixth brother, 10th brother, Lin He, the second brother, greeted them with a smile upon seeing the trio. It was rare to encounter a fellow Lin family member in Anhua City, and he felt a sense of joy akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Second brother. The three exchanged pleasantries. Lin He had resided in Anhua City for many years, and the family's shop served as a crucial stronghold, selling resources produced by the Lin family and acquiring necessities in return. Lin He inquired about their purpose for visiting. Lin Dai and Lin Jiang explained they had come to purchase medicinal pills, specifically the gathering chi pills suitable for chi refinement practitioners, which could be easily obtained in the Lin family's workshop. However, the true spirit pill for foundational stage cultivators was difficult to procure, and the quality was often subpar, laden with impurities detrimental to practitioners. Therefore, Lin Dai frequently traveled to Anhua City to acquire these pills. As for Lin Jiang, this was his first venture beyond the Lin family's territory, simply to broaden his horizons. Lin He warmly introduced Lin Jiang to the various shops in Anhua City, where numerous resources for cultivators were available, each shop specializing in different items. Those unfamiliar with the market would find it challenging to navigate. The Lin family shop had both front and back areas, and the trio decided to settle there to save on lodging costs. Once settled, they agreed to explore the city together. Anhua City was bustling with people, the streets filled with throngs of visitors, and shops lined the sides selling everything from medicinal pills and spiritual herbs to talismans, tailoring services, taverns, and inns, everything one could desire. This was indeed a grand marketplace, offering food, drink, and entertainment. However, sixth brother, do refrain from purchasing cultivation items from those street vendors and do not entertain thoughts of finding bargains. The cultivators here are seasoned veterans with discerning eyes and will not grant you any opportunities for a lucky find. Anything that seems too good to be true is likely a scam. Lin Dai pointed to a nearby stall where several cultivators had laid out their wares, including various medicinal pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, and even broken magical artifacts and incomplete treasure maps. Most of these were worthless junk, broken items, or scams. Skilled alchemists would never set up stalls here. They were guests at established shops, and precious spiritual herbs would never be available for ordinary practitioners to stumble upon. As for treasure maps, if one truly sought to find them, they might end up facing bandits eager to relieve them of their belongings. Third sister, you jest. I'm no novice. How could I fall for that? Lin Jiang's confidence was momentarily deflated by Lin Dai's remarks, even though he never truly possessed the protagonist aura. As the eldest among the trio, Lin Dai took it upon herself to enlighten Lin Jiang and Lin Jiang about Anhua City, including various astonishing scams, advising them to remain steadfast in their principles and avoid the temptation of cheap deals, thereby evading over 90% of scams. The bustling marketplace was filled with countless vendors selling a variety of goods, including an array of snacks. When it came to food, Lin Jiang was never stingy. After traversing a single street, they found themselves with dozens of different snacks in hand, and Lin Ying's mouth never ceased moving. Brother, you treat me the best, Lin Ying exclaimed joyfully. Though she had entered the foundational stage, in Lin Jiang's presence, she would always remain his little sister. Lin Dai felt a twinge of melancholy. Her biological brother was Lin Shan, the eldest, yet they were over 20 years apart, lacking the bond typically shared between siblings. Their connection was rather shallow, a fact she envied about Lin Ying, who could always count on Lin Jiang's affection. Early the next morning, Lin Dai took the two to familiar shops to procure their supplies. She explained that she preferred to seek out known establishments when shopping in Anhua City, prioritizing reliability over bargains. Venturing into unfamiliar shops could lead to being cheated, as some establishments were backed by bandits, making one vulnerable to robbery once they left the city. Upon entering a shop called Duo Bao Pavilion, the shopkeeper greeted Lin Dai with a smile, ushering the trio to a private room, treating them as esteemed guests. After serving tea, a steward approached Lin Dai, engaging in pleasantries before inquiring about her needs for this visit. Lin Dai required a true spirit pill, several second-tier spirit talismans, along with some healing and energy-replenishing elixirs, and thus over 4,000 spirit stones were swiftly depleted. Lao Shi, you might as well purchase what you need here. I am quite familiar with Duo Bao Ge, and I possess the Duo Bao Ling, which affords certain discounts, Lin Dai remarked to Lining. Duo Bao Ge is one of the top commercial establishments in Anhua City, renowned throughout Yinzhou, making it a secure venue for procurement. Lining nodded and listed her requirements, primarily centered around true spirit pills, and also acquired a flying sword, spending several thousand spirit stones in total. Laolu, what about you? Of course, I have purchases to make. What do you require? A piece of soft armor, a flying sword focused on speed, and a set of silver needles as a magical tool. Why buy these? It would be wiser to concentrate your finances on purchasing gathering pills. Duo Bao Ji's gathering pills are quite famous, with quality superior by 30 to 40% compared to those at the Lin family S market. Lin Dai was momentarily taken aback. What peculiar demands were these from Lao Lu? Shouldn't one invest in pills to enhance their cultivation? Naturally, these are for self-preservation. Let's procure some pills as well. Just buy a few casually, Lin Jiang replied matter-of-factly. He had spent the previous night contemplating what to buy and ultimately settled on this trio of life-preserving essentials. The soft armor could be worn, boasting formidable defensive capabilities for protection. The speed-focused flying sword was for escape, and the silver needle tool was intended for stealthy assaults. In summary, these items were all about preserving one's life in times of peril. Preservation? You spend the entire year holed up in a villa. What are you preserving your life for? Lin Dai was left speechless, incredulous at Lao Lu's homebody nature, questioning the need for life preservation. Who knows when I might impulsively venture out? There are countless incidents of murder and treasure hunting outside. One must possess some means of self-defense. Third sister. It is settled then, Lin Jiang proclaimed cheerfully. What do you mean holed up in a villa? I am in a state of latent potential and hiding. Besides, is home truly safe? What if some bandits come knocking? The shopkeeper, amused, brought forth the requested items, silently chuckling at the young cultivator's keen sense of self-preservation despite being only at the third level of qi refinement. Soon, the attendant presented the respective treasures. A piece of Tian silk soft armor, a medium-grade magical tool capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator. A slender silver flying sword, enhancing speed by 30% against opponents of equal cultivation, and a set of silver needle tools, also medium-grade, with a certain degree of spiritual sense shielding, most suitable for ambushes. The total comes to 4,500 spirit stones. The soft armor costs 2,000. The flying sword 1,500 and the silver needle tool 1,500. With the 10% discount from Lin Dai's Duo Bao Ling, the total is 4,500 spirit stones. Lin Jiang produced 5,000 spirit stones, which represented all his savings accumulated over the years. Aside from the Lin Taitao villa, the family's monthly allowance added up to several dozen spirit stones, supplemented by his thrifty mother who provided a bit of money each year. Lining, aren't you going to persuade your brother? No. I believe he is making the right decision. If he can secure his life, that is all that matters. If a fight breaks out, I am sure I will have to step in. Lining shook her head, understanding her brother's abilities, concluding that consuming gathering pills would be of little use compared to investing in self-arming. Lin Dai, hearing this, fell silent, realizing the siblings did not regard spirit stones with great importance, leaving her to ponder why she was concerned about such a trivial matter. Chapter 9. The Foolish Trio. Lin Jiang was reluctant to return home so soon after finally visiting Anhua City. Thus he encouraged Lin Ying to charm Lin Dai into allowing them to stay an extra day. Understanding his intent, Lin Ying played along, and after a bit of coaxing, Lin Di acquiesced. With matters to discuss with Lin Dai allowed the two to venture out on their own, advising them to avoid causing trouble. And they joyfully dashed away. As Lin Jiang strolled through Anhua City, he inquired about the local prices and discovered they were significantly higher than those in his family's territory. Resolving to sell the produce of Lin Taidao Villa in Anhua City for greater profit, Lin Jiang recognized the importance of spirit stones to cultivators. Feeling impoverished in comparison to Lin Dai's annual earnings despite his years of frugality, armed with his homemade peach blossom wine and some dried meat from the colorful pig Ironback Pig, Lin Jiang headed to the bustling market to sell his wares. He quickly sold out, earning a profit of over 10 spirit stones, instilling him with confidence that Anhua City, as a major metropolis, was brimming with opportunities, vowing to return for future ventures, as rural life held little promise. After another day, the trio returned to the Lin family estate, and, as they descended, they noticed a crowd gathered. Squeezing through, they witnessed a Lin family foundation period cultivator dissecting a colossal bird. Indeed, a giant, its wings spanning over 10 meters long. Third miss. Sixth young master. 10th miss. You have arrived just in time to learn how to dismantle a beast, the cultivator addressed them, explaining that every part of the beast is valuable, but one must possess the requisite skill to avoid diminishing its worth through careless handling. Yes, Zhang Gongfeng. The trio replied obediently, Lin Jiang included, who, despite his laid-back demeanor, would not miss a chance to acquire knowledge. The creature was identified as the Jiguang Falcon, a member of the Flying Beast clan, renowned for its unparalleled speed. Its wings held the greatest value, suitable for refinement into flying magical tools, while the beast's core would be the most prized if it reached third-tier status. Zhang Gongfeng elaborated on the valuable attributes of the Jiguang Falcon, emphasizing the importance of its wings. He meticulously demonstrated the disassembly process, starting with the wings, followed by the beak, claws, and eyes. Preserving the eyes required a special concoction, with the recipe clearly explained, as the eye fluid could enhance a cultivator's vision. Additionally, the feathers held various uses, from crafting arrows to making garments. The remaining flesh was deemed less valuable due to its unpleasant taste, often fed to pigs. After an extensive 2-hour lesson, the attendees felt enriched with knowledge, hastily expressing their gratitude to Zhang Gongfeng. Before you leave, there are 2 Jiguang Falcon eggs here. Based on my assessment, they have been incubating for quite some time and are no longer viable for consumption. If you wish, you may take them for hatching with a decent success rate, Zhang Gongfeng announced as the crowd began to disperse. The eggs, large and green, resembled those of an ostrich. At his words, everyone shook their heads. They were not naive to the pitfalls of taming beasts. Brother, don't take them, Lin urged. Why not? As cultivators, we rarely raise beasts unless we belong to a specialized family or sect. The slow advancement and high costs make it unworthy. Is that so? Indeed. Our Lin family captures numerous beasts each year. Have you ever seen us raise one? Aren't there the colorful pigs? It is quite different. The multicolored pig grows rapidly and can consume meat, while the Aurora falcon is inedible, yielding only a meager harvest of beaks and feathers upon maturation. It is truly not worth the investment, as the costs of raising it are considerably high. Nevertheless, I keep it for amusement. As you know, I'm quite bored being alone in the mountain villa. Lin Jiang chuckled. The growth rate of demon beasts is slow, but it is of no consequence. They live long lives and have substantial consumption rates. What a joke. How much can a single bird eat? If it becomes a burden, I can always allow it to roam freely. The Lingtao Mountain Villa is surrounded by forests, teeming with wildlife. If it possesses the capability, it can hunt for itself. If not, it will simply go hungry. Lin Jiang placed greater emphasis on the flying speed of the Aurora Falcon. If it grows to maturity, it will serve him well in combat or escape scenarios. Zhang Gongfeng, I wish to acquire this bird egg. Young Master Lu, very well. It will cost you 100 Ling stones. What? Ling stones? Young Master Lu does not believe that fortune falls from the sky. Does he? It must be purchased with Ling stones. Zhang Gongfeng smiled. Young man, one must not always expect to receive things for free. 10 stones. What? What did young Master Lu just say? 10 Ling stones. That is all I will offer. Young Master Lu, there is no such thing as bargaining in this manner. I offer 100. You could at least give me 80 after a cut. 10 stones. If you won't accept it, I shall take my leave. You can keep it for yourself. All right, you win. 10 stones it is. Zhang Gongfeng quickly pulled Lin Jiang aside. The bird egg had been incubated by the Aurora falcon for quite some time, and the chicken side was already fully formed and not suitable for consumption. Otherwise, he would not be selling it. As for raising it himself, he had never considered that. He had long heard Lin Ying's words and completely agreed. Raising the Aurora falcon was entirely unprofitable. Lin Jiang purchased the bird egg for 10 ling stones and inquired about the hatching process. Zhang Gongfeng could not provide clear guidance, suggesting Lin Jiang consult the Lin family's library for basic knowledge on beast taming. Afterward, Lin Jiang and Lin Ying paid a visit to their inexpensive matriarch, bringing gifts purchased from Anhua City. Lin Jiang did not encounter the inexpensive patriarch, Lin Batian, who was not home. After leaving the gifts for him, Lin Jiang proceeded to the library to retrieve a jade slip on beast taming, making a copy to take with him. On the journey back to Ling Tao Mountain Villa, Lin Jiang studied the jade slip, which contained hundreds of methods for raising and taming various demon beasts, including avian species. The hatching of the bird egg proved to be quite simple. It merely required human warmth, placing it against one's body. However, it necessitated the periodic infusion of spiritual energy, as the egg of a flying demon beast could not hatch without such nourishment. Upon reaching Ling Tao Mountain Villa, Lin Jiang instructed the servants to prepare a makeshift incubator, placing the bird egg inside, wrapped in cloth and kept close to his body. After a few days, upon Lin Jiang's return, Lin Baohua specifically came to greet him and discuss matters concerning Anhua City. Lin Jiang refrained from provoking him and spoke casually. Ultimately, Lin Baohua left feeling somewhat dejected. Although he had released his mental burdens, he could not entirely escape their influence. Lin Jiang incubated the egg for approximately a month and a half before 2 little Aurora falcons hatched, appearing quite adorable with their fluffy feathers, resembling small chicks. Lin Jiang requested the servants to gather insects for their nourishment, specifically asking them to collect from the Ling Gu fields and Ling Tao trees, as these were spiritual plants, and their insects might carry a hint of spiritual energy. Lin Jiang was quite pleased with the servants, who were willing to undertake this task, primarily because it spared them from manual labor. They could send their children to do it instead. This way, Lin Jiang received a steady supply of insects daily, and feeding the young birds became a delightful pastime. As the Aurora falcons grew a little larger, Lin Jiang began to feed them meat, slicing the flesh of the ironback pig into strips and tossing them out. The Aurora falcons would leap to catch them, which was immensely entertaining. 5 months later, the Aurora falcons had grown to the size of an average rooster. However, they were still in their juvenile stage, unable to fly yet, though they could run swiftly on the ground, outpacing even the hunting dogs of the villa. Watching them run, Lin Jiang recalled a gif he had seen online featuring a bird of prey dashing along the ground, captioned with a playful remark. Thus, he named them Sha Jiao and Xiao Sha Jiao. Da Sa-Ka Diao, Xiao Sa-Ka Diao, Komeya. The young Aurora falcons, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, bounded over eagerly, affectionately nudging Lin Jiang's pant leg with their heads. Lin Jiang burst into laughter, tossing them a piece of jerky, and both birds grabbed hold of one end simultaneously. Neither was willing to relent, glaring at each other in a comical display of defiance, which only amused Lin Jiang further. In the initial stages, Lin Jiang had dismissed Lin Ying's warnings, pondering how much 2 birds could possibly eat. However, he was taken aback a year later when the 2 birds began to molt, and their appetite surged dramatically. Each Aurora falcon could consume 4 to 5 pounds of jerky daily, outpacing even Lin Jiang's consumption. Moreover, if they were not sufficiently fed, they would venture to the fish pond to catch fish. A silver-scaled fish was worth 15 ling pearls, while a silver arrowfish was worth 30. If he was not vigilant, they could snatch several in a single swoop. Lin Jiang felt a pang of guilt and punished them for their misdeeds. After enduring numerous reprimands, the birds learned that they could no longer catch fish from the pond and turned their attention to the poultry belonging to the villa's servants: chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. Meeting a tragic fate, Lin Jiang, striving to be fair, compensated the servants for their losses. A year and a half later, new feathers sprouted from the Aurora falcons, and they learned to fly, their predatory traits fully unveiled. They were even capable of hunting the goats of the villa. Lin Jiang found it increasingly difficult to sustain them and had to exert considerable effort to train them to hunt wild animals in the mountains. These 2 Aurora falcons have become demon beasts, likely of the first-tier low grade, equivalent to cultivators in the initial stage of Qi practice. If properly trained, they could assist you in battle, remarked Lin Dai when she and Lin Ying revisited Ling Tao Mountain Villa. Lin Dai gazed at the soaring Aurora falcons, astonished by Lin Jiang's patience in raising them. Let us hope so. However, their appetite is tremendous. Each can consume around 10 pounds of fresh meat daily. If I were to solely support them, I would find it impossible. They could devour an ironback pig in mere 7 to 8 days. How could that be sustainable? Hee. Brother, now you understand the wisdom of heeding the advice of the elderly, lest you suffer the consequences? Lin Ying teased, placing her hands on her hips. I have always warned you, yet you refuse to listen. Who can you blame? Thus, I have resorted to training them to hunt for themselves. The pressure is manageable. And besides, I am no longer impoverished. This year, I have cultivated 50 acres of spiritual fields and plan to bring in people to plant medicinal herbs. Lin Jiang scoffed. Although the two creatures were voracious, they had undoubtedly brought him much joy and enlivened his otherwise dull life. Your villa is populated by mortals. Can they cultivate spiritual herbs? They can. I consulted the family's offerings, and I'm not growing high-tier herbs. I'm planting first-tier low-grade Huangya grass, which yield once a year. If properly cultivated, 1 acre can yield about 3 ling stones. Lin Jiang continued, I have plenty of spiritual fields. The area of Ling Tao Mountain Villa is vast, spanning 30 miles. According to the clan's offerings, with the spiritual pulse of Ling Tao Mountain Villa, it is feasible to develop an additional 2,000 acres of spiritual fields. However, I lack sufficient manpower. 30 acres is the current limit, beyond which I would have to overexert the servants, and I am not that cruel. The first-tier low-grade Huangya grass is one of the primary materials for the gathering Qi pill, ensuring a steady market. Aside from the cost of seeds, Lin Jiang incurs no additional expenses, maintaining that the revenue of 3 ling stones per acre is a conservative estimate. In the esteemed family of Lin, the Huang Gongfang is a first-tier, high-grade spirit planter. It is imperative that you engage in earnest discussions with him, should you succeed in cultivation. Your income may see a significant increase. The higher your cultivation, the greater the consumption during your training, thus more spirit stones are required. I am well aware of this. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement. Currently, his annual income is just over 500 spirit stones, yet his expenditures are minimal. His daily needs for food, clothing, and shelter are scarcely a burden. His sole expense lies in purchasing gathering Qi pills. However, Lin Jiang has grown complacent, practicing only for 2.5 hours each day, requiring 3 days to refine a single gathering Qi pill. Additionally, he must cleanse the impurities from the pills within his body every 3 days, meaning a monthly consumption of merely 5 pills. Each gathering Qi pill costs only 2 spirit stones, leading to an annual expenditure of around 100 spirit stones, allowing him to save money. When you reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement, you can purchase some Pei Yuan pills to consolidate your foundation, which, when combined with gathering Qi pills, will greatly enhance your progress. Your cultivation speed is far too slow, Lin Dai remarked. At 38, Lin Jiang has only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, making him the slowest practitioner in the Lin family. Even the 9th child, who possesses a 5-element root talent and is 3 years younger than Lin Jiang, has already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Sister, the essence of life is to be happy. If cultivation brings me no joy, then what purpose does it serve? Lin Jiang countered. You have been overly sheltered by the family, Lin Dai replied. For Lin Jiang, happiness is paramount. For her, however, the foremost concern is ensuring the safety and prosperity of the Lin family, securing its legacy for future generations. For the benefit of the nation, we live and die. The responsibility of family legacy lies upon our generation. This phrase flashed through Lin Jiang's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, swiftly changing the subject. Each time the topic of cultivation arose, Lin Dai's disapproving attitude towards him became evident, which Lin Jiang found rather unappealing. He understood that she meant well, but he had his own plans. His cultivation talent was lacking, necessitating a long-term strategy. There is a saying, haste makes waste. If he were too eager and rushed, it would likely breed a disdain for cultivation, leading to potential pitfalls. Currently, Lin Jiang is quite content with his lifestyle. There is no pressure. He practices daily, tends to his fields, and cares for birds, living a leisurely life devoid of the risk of losing himself in madness. Elder Huang, specially invited by Lin Jiang, is a spirit planter of notable skill. Despite his modest cultivation, he possesses extensive knowledge of various techniques essential for cultivators, including alchemy, talismans, artifacts, and formations. Among these, skills related to beast taming and spirit planting are equally vital in the realm of cultivation. Initially, the spiritual herbs required for alchemy were sourced from the wilderness. But due to low yields, the demand soon exceeded supply, giving rise to the profession of spirit planters, who specialize in cultivating all necessary spiritual plants. A skilled spirit planter holds a status comparable to that of an equally skilled alchemist and may even enjoy a higher status due to their scarcity. To cultivate spiritual herbs at Ling Tao Mountain Villa, Lin Jiang required the assistance of a spirit planter, prompting him to return to the Lin family's ancestral home to learn from Elder Huang. Lin Jiang is a man who respects knowledge and expertise. Even though Elder Huang had promised to impart his wisdom freely, Lin Jiang made every effort to show his respect, greeting him each morning, providing lunch at noon, and hosting evening meals with fine wine and delicacies to win his favor. This attitude deeply moved Elder Huang, who not only imparted knowledge wholeheartedly, but also visited Ling Tao Mountain Villa to personally train the servants on how to cultivate Huangya grass. After more than half a year of dedication, Lin Jiang finally mastered the cultivation of Huangya grass. A year later, at the age of 40, Lin Jiang reaped his first harvest, and the income of Ling Tao Mountain Villa surpassed 700 spirit stones, bringing him immense joy. Yet, this was not the sole piece of good news. At the age of 41, he finally broke through to the fourth level of qi refinement, attaining the mid-stage of qi refinement. The reason for his swift progress was that since a few years ago, he had been purchasing high-quality gathering qi pills from Anhua City, which, though more expensive, were far more effective. Lin Jiang, not lacking in funds, had consistently chosen the superior pills from Anhua City. Reaching the fourth level of qi refinement is a significant milestone in the cultivation world. At this stage, one spiritual power enables the practitioner to fly on a sword or cast spells, eliminating the need for mundane skills in combat. Lin Jiang spent a month mastering the sword flight technique, and soon he soared toward the Lin family ancestral home, covering the 800-mile distance in just over 2 hours. With a large sand sculpture to his left and a smaller one to his right, Lin Jiang glided effortlessly, arriving at the Lin family gate in a whirlwind of speed. No longer would Lin Jiang make the foolish decision to showcase his cultivation before Lin Jiang. After all, the disgrace of being the family's embarrassment was already well known. He came simply to visit his dear mother. His mother, Zhuang Rong, nearing 60, remained stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement for many years, having little motivation for further cultivation. Over the years, she had become increasingly focused on finding a partner for Lin Jiang, whether from among the women of the Lin family or from allied clans, having gone on more than 10 matchmaking outings. However, Lin Jiang always managed to thwart these efforts. While achieving a successful match was difficult, sabotaging them was all too easy. By cultivating a persona of an unyielding man, he scared away most women. In this world, Lin Jiang had no desire to marry, as he could not guarantee that his partner and children would remain by his side forever. The thought of investing emotionally only to witness his loved ones wither away before him was a cruelty he could not bear. Thus, he chose to forego such bonds. As for physical needs, they were easily resolved. Countless servants in the estate were eager to send their daughters to Lin Jiang's bed, yet he had no interest in them. Occasionally, spending some money for a brief romantic encounter with a stranger was a simple affair. "Mother, I have come to see you," Lin Jiang announced as he entered Zhuang Rong's courtyard, casually taking a seat before her. Years had passed, and Zhuang Rong had shed some of her former flamboyant charm, adopting a more dignified and graceful demeanor, exuding an air of a noble woman. Yet, her beauty had not faded. Her daily self-care was evident, and she had even spent lavishly on a beauty pill to maintain her appearance at around 30. "My child, why are you drenched in sweat? Cool me. Let me wipe your brow," she said. "Mother, I am 41 now, not a child," Lin Jiang replied. "At 41, you are still a child in my eyes. Mother, I wish to discuss a matter with you today. How about moving to the mountain villa? I want to care for you in your later years." This proposal delighted Zhuang Rong, who had long ceased to engage in the power struggles of the family. After all, she could never compete with Lin Baishan's primary wife, a foundation-stage cultivator nor with his young and beautiful concubines. In the past, she had Lin to keep her company, but over the years, Lin had become increasingly busy as one of the few foundation-stage cultivators in the family, tasked with significant responsibilities that often kept her away from Ling Tao Mountain Villa. Loneliness had inevitably crept into Zhuang Rong's life. Lin Jiang genuinely wished to care for her. He was not heartless. He understood the kindness Zhuang Rong had shown him, while his father, Lin Batian, barely saw him once a year, fostering no emotional connection. Thus, he sought to bring Zhuang Rong to Ling Tao Mountain Villa for a tranquil life. Chapter 11. Time flies one early morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Zhuang Rong had already risen. After a simple wash, a maid brought in breakfast. "Madam, the young master has sent you breakfast," the maid announced, placing the meal before Zhuang Rong and assisting her in arranging her hair into braids. "Jiang is thoughtful," she remarked, and soon she began her meal, consisting of a simple porridge made from spiritual grains, accompanied by a few side dishes and a glass of milk. This is indeed a culinary creation made by the young master himself. It seems the young master has acquired the art of cooking. Yet one must ponder, what value does it hold for a distinguished heir of the Lin family to master such skills if he does not apply them wisely? This act also embodies filial piety. "Madam, consider this. Among all the ladies in our household, how many have had the privilege of savoring a meal prepared by the young master or young mistress?" Zhuang Rong nodded in agreement. With Lin Batian having over 10 concubines, most of whom bore children, none of the young masters or mistresses ever learned to cook. That was the domain of the servants. "Let us see what Jiang is up to," she suggested after breakfast, addressing her maid. Upon inquiring with several servants, she learned that Lin Jiang was tending to the Ling Tian fields and made her way there. At that moment, Lin Jiang was applying rain to the 50 acres of Huangya grass. As a first-tier spiritual herb, the spiritual energy in the spring water of Ling Tao Mountain Villa was insufficient, leading Elder Huang to advise Lin Jiang that the water source did not meet the necessary standards and required magical enhancement. Previously, Lin Jiang would simply purchase rain talismans to summon rain, which brought along some spiritual energy. However, now that he had reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation, he possessed ample spiritual power to perform the necessary spells. Thus he activated the Yun Yu Ju to irrigate the Huangya grass himself. "Mother, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I found myself quite idle at the estate, so I came to see you," Zhuang Rong replied. "I should have considered that you might be bored, unaware of what you do on a daily basis." "Let me find some tasks for you," Lin Jiang remarked. He believed that idleness led to trivial troubles, but he also understood the need for balance between work and rest. Not knowing what Zhuang Rong typically occupied herself with, he refrained from assigning her tasks. "I do little but wait for your father, trying to win his favor. In hindsight, I realize I have squandered my time. With my lifespan dwindling and no hope for advancement in cultivation, I am at a loss for what to do," Zhuang Rong confessed, feeling a sense of regret for the time she had wasted, having always lived to please Lin Batian without ever considering her own desires. She recalled how Lin Jiang had once urged her to enhance her own cultivation, an idea she had found sensible but ultimately abandoned due to the tedium of practice. Past events are behind us. Given your health, living another 50 years is certainly feasible. In that time, you could still live fully. Consider the mortals who often do not reach 50, yet continue to lead their lives, Lin Jiang advised. He had expended considerable effort to bring Zhuang Rong to Ling Tao Mountain Villa to enjoy her twilight years, feeling it was quite pitiful that she had devoted her life solely to Lin Batian. He hoped she would now live for herself. "My son speaks wisely. What do you think I could do?" she asked. "Ling Tao Mountain Villa boasts a peach orchard where you could enjoy the blossoms in spring. Or perhaps you might tend to the orchard. There are also Ling Tian field for planting spiritual grains. If you wish, you could assist the servants in managing the fields. We have a fish pond where you could feed or fish. Should you catch some, I can prepare fish dishes for you, as I am well versed in dozens of recipes. Additionally, I have 2 Aurora falcons that often bring back game. I could prepare delightful meals for you. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests," Lin Jiang offered. He recognized that he had not adequately arranged tasks for Zhuang Rong to occupy her time. "I lack the skills for those tasks. Your father raised me as a refined lady, so I learned music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with some culinary skills and household management. Do you still aspire to break through to the foundation establishment stage?" If so, I have some spirit stones that could help you acquire a foundation establishment pill. A foundation establishment pill costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. Your savings are insufficient. Besides, I am nearing 60. I shall not trouble myself with such pursuits anymore. From now on, I'll prepare meals for you, she replied. I brought you here to enjoy your years, not to serve me. Henceforth, do as you please, and let me know if you require anything, Lin Jiang stated, momentarily at a loss for suitable arrangements for her, as most tasks seemed inappropriate. After completing the magical irrigation of the Huangya grass, Lin Jiang returned to his cultivation, adhering strictly to his regimen of practice thrice daily. He was an individual of remarkable discipline. As noon approached, Lin Jiang personally prepared a sumptuous meal for Zhuang Rong. His culinary skills were quite commendable. In another realm, he had been responsible for cooking at a young age, and later, while studying and working, he primarily prepared his own meals, having learned from numerous cooking streams and acquiring a wealth of culinary knowledge. In her first few days at Ling Tao Mountain Villa, Zhuang Rong had done little but observe Lin Jiang at work. The Lin family had labeled him the family's disgrace, criticizing his perceived laziness and lack of dedication to cultivation. However, over the days, Zhuang Rong realized her son was not idle. He arose early each day to tend to the Huangya grass, feed pigs and fish, inspect the fields, practice his spells, and his schedule was packed from dawn till dusk, with the only distinction being his reluctance for arduous training. Furthermore, Zhuang Rong noticed Lin Jiang's character was exceptionally commendable. Despite being called the disgrace of the Lin family for decades, he had never retorted, treating the servants with kindness and maintaining a demeanor that made her proud of her son. Unfortunately, such an exceptional son harbored no desire for marriage. Zhuang Rong sighed inwardly, finding herself increasingly satisfied with her son, yet lamenting his disinterest in matrimony. She had urged him countless times, and many matchmaking attempts had fallen through. Clearly a deliberate choice on his part, leaving her perplexed by his reasoning. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiang, Zhuang Rong's thoughts were tumultuous. He remained focused on his own endeavors, leading a busy life. Now that he was in a mid-stage of qi cultivation, his responsibilities had multiplied. At times, Lin Jiang would pause to reflect, realizing he felt as if he were working harder than a 9-to-6 job, pondering the promised ease of life. Yet, upon further contemplation, he acknowledged that such a mindset of idleness was typical of mere employees who deny their employers the opportunity to live as they wish. However, he was no longer an employee. The entire Ling Tao Mountain Villa belonged to him, with all profits accruing to him. Thus, he had transformed into the employer, while the 200 households of servants were now his workforce, aptly suited to embrace idleness. With this realization, Lin Jiang's spirits lifted significantly, fueling his motivation to work, as he found each day to be exceptionally fulfilling. As time passed relentlessly, 3 years slipped by. On the day of Lin Jiang's 45th birthday, Lin unexpectedly appeared at Ling Tao Mountain Villa, her pallid complexion startling both Zhuang Rong and Lin Jiang. Upon inquiring further, Lin Jiang learned that Lin had sustained injuries and that the Lin family had suffered a tremendous loss, with over 10 members perishing. For the first time in decades, the Lin family, which had been thriving, faced a dire setback. At the Lin family gate, 5 bodies lay covered with white cloth, surrounded by mournful cries that resonated with sorrow, creating an atmosphere so bleak it felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A crowd of relatives gathered, their expressions solemn. Even the most mischievous of children dared not jest in such a somber ambience. Lin Jiang discreetly joined the throng, observing the grieving kin. Having already gleaned the details from Lining, the cultivation realm of Yunzhou was rife with chaos, where humans coexisted alongside demons, and numerous cultivators thrived on hunting these beasts for a living. Located 1,200 miles west of the Lin family estate lay the territory of the demon tribe. The Lin family's income primarily derived from hunting demons. Without such endeavors, their current territory would be inadequate to meet their substantial expenses. Thus, the Lin family often led expeditions deep into demon territory, hunting beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, and mining for ores to acquire resources for cultivation. The majority of this matter was spearheaded by Lin Batian himself. After the growth of the Lin family members, most followed Lin Baishan's lead. Over the years, although there were occasional injuries and the rare death of a guest elder, no Lin family member had ever fallen in battle. However, this time, including guest elders, over 10 lives were lost, and only 5 bodies were recovered. While the rest perished in the jaws of demonic beasts, their remains utterly obliterated. The cause of this calamity was the betrayal of the Zhou family. For years, Lin Batian had fought valiantly, conquering vast territories, while also understanding the principle of distant alliances and nearby aggression. Not far from the Lin family, there existed the Zhou clan, with whom the Lin family had maintained a cordial relationship, often collaborating on various endeavors. Yet this time, the Zhou family suddenly acted treacherously. Originally, they had agreed to jointly exterminate a pack of ironwood demonic wolves, promising substantial rewards that would surpass the gains of the previous 2 to 3 years. According to their plan, the Zhou family was to take the initiative, luring away the Wolf King and other elite wolves, allowing the Lin family to infiltrate the wolves' den, slaying the remaining beasts and harvesting spiritual herbs, before ultimately vanquishing the Wolf King together. However, after the attack commenced, the Wolf King, who was supposed to be drawn away, reappeared, flanking the Lin family from both ends along with the wolves in the den. The Lin contingent of over 30 suffered heavy losses. Had it not been for Lin Baishan's desperate struggle against the Wolf King, it is likely that the Lin family would have faced total annihilation. Now, Lin Jiang and the others shared the same thought. Would Lin Batian retaliate against the Zhou family? The Zhou family was not a newly formed clan. Their lineage had persisted for over 5 centuries, being an established Jindan family with significantly more Qi training and foundation establishment members than the Lin family. Suddenly, there was an exclamation, and Lin Jiang looked up to see Lin Batian emerging, surrounded by a throng of wives and concubines. All eyes immediately turned toward him. Lin Baishan's face was grim and pale, possibly due to injuries, as Lin had mentioned that he was the last to retreat. The wives of the 5th, 13th, 2nd, and 7th families all stepped forward. Lin Batian cast a cold glance over the assembly, subsequently pointing out 5 individuals who trembled and stepped forward in fear. Lin Jiang noticed that Lin Hai, the 5th brother, also appeared anxious. The calamity the Lin family faced today was closely tied to the Zhou family. You 5 shall return to the Zhou family and demand an explanation. If they cannot provide one, do not return. Each shall fend for themselves henceforth. At these words, many were thrown into a panic. These 5 were daughters of the Zhou family, the result of unions between the Lin and Zhou clans. Although Lin Batian had always been averse to marital alliances, the long-standing cooperation between the 2 families had inevitably led to romantic attachments, resulting in 5 women marrying into the Lin family. Lin Baishan's declaration was quite clear, an ultimatum for the Zhou family to offer an explanation or risk severing ties. Whether to wage war in the future remained uncertain, but for now, he aimed to send the Zhou daughters away, perhaps fearing that should conflict arise, their loyalties might still lie with the Zhou family. Despite the pleas of those present, Lin Batian remained unmoved. Given his character, had it not been for the need to consider his sons and grandsons, he might have already engaged in direct conflict with the Zhou family, rather than burdening a group of women. A guest elder of the Lin family stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the 5 women, escorting them away and hastily preparing to send them out of the Lin family gates, allowing them to return home on their own. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. No one can guarantee they will survive until tomorrow, myself included. I hope you all remember the Lin family's tribulations today and diligently pursue your cultivation to avoid the calamity of blades and swords. He concluded, you may disperse. Wu Guanshi. Tomorrow morning, ensure the deceased are buried simply, with no extravagant displays. Lin Batian looked over the crowd, imparting further advice before instructing Wu Guanshi to handle the burial the following day with simplicity, as cultivators do not place great importance on funerals, especially given the current dire state of the Lin family. Lin Jiang dispersed with the others but soon made his way to Lin Dai's side. Lin informed him that Lin Dai had also sustained injuries, prompting Lin Jiang's visit. I am fine. How is Lin? Lin Dai, initially reluctant to meet anyone, ultimately decided to see Lin Jiang. It is not serious. I have taken medicinal pills and am healing. External wounds have already healed. That is good to hear. I am also unscathed. Please advise Lin to exercise caution. Third sister, what truly transpired? Was it genuinely a betrayal by the Zhou family? I cannot say for certain, but it is quite possible. Over the past decade, the Zhou family's development has been lackluster, Their so-called geniuses cannot compare to ours. Furthermore, the Zhou patriarch is nearing the end of his lifespan. Once he passes, without new Jindon-level members emerging, they will inevitably be swallowed up. Even if our Lin family refrains from taking action, other families will not spare them. According to what you say, the Zhou family should be striving to curry favor with us, not betraying us. If they lose their Jindan members, should they not rely on the Lin family with whom they have good relations? Lin Jiang found this puzzling. Given his third sister's reasoning, the Zhou family should be eager to maintain their ties, so why the betrayal? It defied logic. Who knows what they are thinking? However, this incident will not conclude easily. 11 and 16 are dead, as well as 4 of our younger kin. Those guest elders were also vital. It can be said that the Lin family's strength has been diminished by approximately 20%. This enmity must be avenged. Are we truly going to war? Not immediately. I know my father's character. He may seem reckless and straightforward, yet he possesses a keen awareness. We only need to endure another 20 years. Once the Zhou patriarch has passed, avenging ourselves will be effortless. He will not act hastily. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant against the Zhou family taking the initiative. Sixth brother, you're stationed far from the mountain gate. Be cautious, especially with your mother there. If necessary, relocate back here. Understood, third sister. I will enhance our defenses. Exercise caution. It will be best if you returned. Third sister, rest well. I shall visit you again in a few days. Lin Jiang said no more and quickly departed. That night, he did not leave the mountain gate, but instead conferred with others. Although Lin Jiang seldom returned to the mountain gate, as a second-generation member of the Lin family, he felt compelled to contribute during this crisis. However, his cultivation level was too low at the 4th layer of Qi training, and now even the 4th generation had members surpassing him, leaving him with little voice. Lin Jiang did not cause a stir. Early the next morning, he hastened back to Lingtao Mountain Manor, instructing the guards to increase patrols and to raise an alarm at the slightest hint of trouble. He then informed Zhuang Rong of the situation, who appeared deeply concerned. Jianger, should we not return to the mountain gate? Your father is there. It is safer. Mother, if a conflict arises, the mountain gate will be the most dangerous place. Consider it. If the Zhou family were to strike, why would they attack our Lingtao Mountain Manor? There is neither wealth nor important figures here. This is the safest location. Lin Jiang argued, unable to fathom why the Zhou family would forsake the mountain gate to attack such a remote outpost, yielding no advantage. Zhuang Rong found his logic compelling and ceased her insistence, merely advising him to visit the mountain gate often, for in turbulent times, every additional person adds strength. After a day and night of recuperation, Lining felt significantly better and could no longer remain idle. She returned to the Lin family mountain gate alongside Lin Jiang. Upon their return, they found several new graves beside the Lin family gate, as clan members had spontaneously gathered to pay their respects. Lin Jiang and Lin Ying approached to mourn. Subsequently, Lin Jiang remained at the mountain gate, but Lin Batian did not appear, prompting speculation among the Lin family members about the next course of events. Lin Jiang found their chatter tiresome, as their opinions could not influence the unfolding situation. It was better to wait in silence. Thus, Lin Jiang retreated to Zhuang Rong's former courtyard to meditate and cultivate. Chapter 13. The Zhou family within the Zhou family gates. Elder Zhou Quan was engaged in discussions with several high-ranking members regarding strategies, already aware of Lin Baishan's expulsion of the Zhou women, an outcome they had anticipated. Do not remain in silence. Devise a plan. Zhou Quan addressed the senior members. Once hailed as the genius of the Zhou family, particularly in cultivation, Zhou Quan was less adept at managing the family's affairs, leaving such responsibilities to others. Ancestor, this time was exceedingly rash. I have long warned that with Lin Batian, inaction is preferable, but if we act, it must be with lethal precision. Now, the situation is difficult to rectify. Zhou Ziming began with complaints. He effectively served as the patriarch of the Zhou family, handling various matters, including interactions with the Lin family, which he had previously discussed with Zhou Quan. Zhou Ziming was the first to recognize the threat posed by the Lin family, believing that once Zhou Quan passed, the Lin family would inevitably seek to devour the Zhou family, as there were no smaller clans nearby to contend with. Their expansion had reached a critical juncture, necessitating engagement with families of equal standing, and among those, only the Zhou family faced a dire succession crisis. Zhou Ziming's strategy involved first cultivating a friendship with the Lin family, then seizing an opportunity to strike Lin Batian fatally. Once Lin Batian was removed, the remaining members of the Lin family would be easily overwhelmed, allowing the Zhou family to absorb their wealth, potentially even nurturing new cultivators in the Jindan stage. However, the plan had now been compromised. I had no inkling that Lin Batian was so formidable. He is at the initial stage of Jindan, yet he managed to slay the mid-stage tier 3-time Mu Yaolang. His cultivation method must be extraordinary. Zhou Quan expressed his frustration. He perceived this as the best opportunity to eliminate the Lin family, as the Taimu Yaolang's king was a mid-stage tier 3 beast, comparable to a human in the mid-stage of Jindan, and dragging Lin Batian's attention elsewhere would ensure his demise. Once we engage, we must be decisive. Lin Batian's actions against the Taimu Yaolang will come at a cost. At that moment, the ancestor must be willing to spare no effort to eliminate him. Zhou Quan stated, unwilling to admit that he had witnessed Lin Batian's explosive power firsthand as he killed the Beast King with a single shot, rendering him speechless and hesitant to act. Enough with the lamentations. Let us discuss our course of action. Ancestor, if we commence battle, can we defeat Lin Batian? Zhou Ziming questioned. It is challenging. Lin Batian is young and vigorous, while I am aged and weak. Should we engage, my chances of victory are less than 20%. Zhou Quan replied. He was compelled to speak candidly. His lifespan was dwindling, his vitality severely depleted, and his power significantly diminished. In contrast, Lin Batian was in the prime of his life, and given his recent display of strength, he likely concealed additional capabilities. The 20% chance was a conservative estimate. Given this, we must first seek reconciliation. We should present gifts and apologize to the Lin family, Zhou Ziming asserted. The other senior members of the Zhou family displayed their discontent at the notion of bowing to the Lin family, a clan with a history spanning centuries. What of our dignity? They questioned. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. An apology is no disgrace. If necessary, we must be willing to sacrifice some of our kin. Our hope lies with Zilin. If he can break through to the Jindan stage, then matters can be negotiated, and perhaps he can even eliminate Lin Batian, Zhou Ziming coldly remarked, directing his gaze towards his silent brother, Zhou Zilin, who had achieved the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage and was but a step away from Jindan. All hopes of the Zhou family rested upon him. If he could transcend to Jindan before Zhou Quan passed, then a 2-on-1 confrontation could ensue, potentially resulting in Zhou Quan and Lin Batian perishing together. At the Lin family S Mountain Gate, Wu Guanshi approached Lin Batian as he exited his quarters. Master, how is your injury? It is nothing serious. Has the Zhou family responded? Not yet. How infuriating. They have slain my descendants. I wish to eradicate the Zhou family entirely. Master, do not be angered. The Zhou family is but a grasshopper in autumn. Their days are numbered. Once Zhou Quan, that old curmudgeon, passes, you may openly absorb the Zhou family and settle all scores. To possess great skill, yet be unable to exert, it is indeed a frustration. Endure a little longer. After nearly a century, another 20 years is trivial, Wu Guanshi advised. He understood that Lin Batian's strength was far beyond mere appearances, a fact known only to a select few within the Lin family. Even his legitimate wife was unaware. I understand. I can endure. Alas, I wonder when I can return. Lin Batian mused, his reverie interrupted by Wu Guanshi's cough. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the significant assistance Wu Guanshi had provided. The rapid expansion of the Lin family was largely due to a cadre of guest elders, of whom Wu Guanshi was the leader. It is my duty. It cannot be considered hardship. However, Master has endured much in these years. Let's not dwell on that. How fares the family? Well enough. Your offspring exhibit your formidable spirit and are prepared for battle. They are not intimidated by the Zhou family. Even the 6th young master has returned. The 6th young master, never mind him. Discussing him only angers me, Lin Batian replied, though internally he felt somewhat relieved. Despite his lack of cultivation, the 6th young master was dutiful, being the first to take their mother to care for her. His recent behavior was commendable, as he would not neglect the family in times of crisis. Though the 6th young master lacked in cultivation, he displayed considerable talent in management. When Ling Tao Mountain Villa was first entrusted to him, its annual yield was merely 200 to 300 spirit stones. Now, it had surpassed 800. What use is low cultivation? The qi refinement stage grants a mere century of life. The Lin family is not yet at the stage of preservation. We must pursue relentless expansion, Lin Batian stated, shaking his head. He recognized Lin Jiang's managerial skills and acknowledged the success of Ling Tao Mountain Villa in recent years. If the Lin family were a long-established clan, such talent would be indispensable. However, the current circumstances dictated that the Lin family, as an emerging clan, must capitalize on its momentum and expand as aggressively as possible to lay a solid foundation for the future. Delaying expansion would make it increasingly difficult later. Report. Master. The Zhou family has sent envoys, a voice called from outside, announcing the arrival of Zhou family representatives. Who has come from the Zhou family? It is Zhou Ziming, accompanied by 5 guards and a carriage, evidently bearing gifts. Lin Batian scoffed. The Zhou family's response was anticipated. Zhou Quan lacked the courage to confront him directly and was instead seeking to apologize. Shortly thereafter, Lin Batian received Zhou Ziming, who presented lavish gifts and personally offered an apology, claiming that Zhou Quan had been injured by the Tai Mu Yaolang, leading to the Zhou family's defeat and allowing the Tai Mu Yaolang to return home, resulting in significant losses for the Lin family. Lin Batian did not dwell on the matter. The Zhou family had extended an olive branch, and he graciously accepted, signaling that the conflict was resolved and that both families could coexist amicably in the future. Chapter 14. Talisman techniques. The words of the Zhou family were mere fabrications, not worthy of belief. In the courtyard of Lin Dai, Lin Ying vehemently criticized the Zhou family, convinced that Zhou Quan had never truly engaged with the Tai Mu Yaolang and that their claims were nothing more than a betrayal of the Lin family. Old 10. Enough. Father must have his plans, Lin Jiang interjected. Indeed. Lin Ying, do not become overly agitated, Lin Jiang concurred, though he too harbored doubts about the Zhou family's assertions. Nevertheless, it was not the opportune moment for confrontation. The Lin family's foundation remained unstable, with only 4 of their descendants at the foundation establishment stage, which was insufficient. Lin Batian likely recognized this as well, which was why he refrained from retaliating and chose to endure. I will remember this grievance. It will not be easily resolved, Lin Ying declared, still seething with anger. Blood is thicker than water, and the loss of several Lin family members, who were her brothers, sisters, and nieces, demanded retribution. Revenge can wait. First, we must tend to our wounds. Third sister, focus on your recovery. I shall return now. Lin Ying, will you recuperate at home or accompany me to Ling Tao Mountain Villa? I wish to see mother, she replied. Then let us go together, Lin Jiang agreed. And the two returned to Ling Tao Mountain Villa, where Zhuang Rong sighed in relief upon learning that the two families would not engage in conflict. Revenge was of little concern to her. Her primary worry lay with her children. The Zhou family possessed considerable power, and should a conflict arise, the Lin family would undoubtedly suffer losses. Lin Batian, aware of Lin Ying's presence at Lingtao Mountain Manor, dispatched numerous healing elixirs, reminding her to recuperate properly. Lin Ying's injuries were not severe. She merely required rest, and it was estimated that she would fully recover in 2 to 3 months. At present, she was as lively as ever. However, Lin Ying seized the opportunity to indulge in leisure, as she was the most cherished at Lingtao Mountain Manor. Surrounded by her mother and elder brother, basking in their affection, she had no intention of hastening her recovery. At Lingtao Mountain Manor, Lin Jiang stood by the window, watching as Zhuang Rong and Lin Ying engaged in animated conversation by the hearth, while Lin Ying mischievously roasted a few chickens and ducks from the estate, her mischief rivaling that of 2 foolish birds. This scene radiated warmth, bringing Lin Jiang a profound sense of comfort. If he could, he would wish to preserve this life indefinitely. Yet, in reality, Lin Jiang contemplated how to extricate himself from the Lin family. Now at the age of 45, he had spent recent years cultivating a beard, presenting a more mature visage to conceal his secret, as his appearance still betrayed his 17 years. This was an anomaly. Even for a cultivator, maintaining such youthfulness was challenging. While Lin Jiang could feign the appearance of a middle-aged man, aging rapidly was inevitable after reaching 60 during the qi refining stage, when one's vitality began to wane, unless one invested heavily in longevity elixirs. However, as a man, Lin Jiang cared little for his looks. Such elixirs were primarily sought after by women, like Zhuang Rong. Even if he used this as an excuse, it could only delay the inevitable. The lifespan of a cultivator typically capped around a century. and those who practice proper health regimens might live to 100 or 102, a rarity indeed. Lin Jiang harbored no illusion that he could establish a foundation before reaching a century, no matter how hard he tried, as his talent dictated his limitations. Thus, he had pondered for a long time concerning how to escape and where to go thereafter. Without the Lin family's protection, he would face a multitude of challenges, such as safety and income. Presently, residing at Lingtao Mountain Manor, he wanted for nothing regarding food and resources, even managing to save a surplus each year. Yet, he needed to consider what would happen once he left this estate. The longevity elixir was essential, as it could extend his life by several decades. Zhuang Rong had been generous to him, and he felt compelled to ensure her comfort in her later years before accumulating enough resources to depart, perhaps to Anhua City or another major cultivation city, to establish a business. After considerable contemplation, Lin Jiang resolved that the paramount use of the longevity elixir was to provide for Zhuang Rong in her twilight years. He recognized her kindness and felt an obligation to repay her. Currently, Lingtao Mountain Manor generated an annual income of over 800 spirit stones, and with Lin Jiang's frugality, he could save nearly 500 spirit stones each year. After several decades, it would not be difficult to accumulate around 10,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum sufficient for him to settle elsewhere. He also needed to seek a protective technique. He found talisman crafting to be particularly promising. Lin Jiang had intensified his practice of spells and sword control over the past 2 years. Although he had yet to engage in significant combat, he felt competent in the qi refining mid-stage, as no other cultivators had dedicated as much time to these disciplines as he had. Years of practice would yield results, yet he recognized it was still insufficient. When confronting opponents of a higher realm, no amount of spell proficiency would suffice against an unequal force. Thus, he considered talisman crafting. Among the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, talismans, weaponry, and formations, only talisman crafting could directly enhance a cultivator's combat capability. A single spirit talisman required only a modicum of spiritual awareness and energy to activate. In recent years, he had purchased numerous spirit talismans, including a few for protection and offense, though their high cost limited his ability to acquire them in bulk. Therefore, creating his own talismans emerged as the optimal choice. Brother, do you wish to learn talisman crafting? Lin Ying's eyes sparkled when she heard Lin Jiang's intent to study talisman drawing, for she was already a talisman master herself. Lin Batian imposed strict expectations on his children. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, they were required to choose a craft among the 4 arts to study. Lin Dai chose alchemy, while Lin Ying opted for talisman crafting and had achieved some proficiency over the years. Younger, talisman crafting is commendable. Your grandfather was an exceptional talisman master, achieving a mid-tier 2nd rank in his craft. The dowry I received was largely due to his skill in crafting talismans. Should you wish to learn, I can pass down his teachings to you. Zhuang Rong wholeheartedly supported this notion, as her father's ability to provide her with such a substantial dowry stemmed from his talents. Thank you, mother. I would also appreciate it if my sister could guide me in the basics. Lin Jiang did not hesitate, for the cultivation world's techniques were often convoluted. Without a solid foundation, self-teaching was nearly impossible due to the high demands of talent. Lin Ying's entry into the craft was due to Lin Baixian's dedicated efforts, having recruited a talisman master as a guest instructor at great expense to ensure Lin Ying received proper training. Of course, but remember, if you misbehave during your studies, punishment awaits. A teacher must enforce discipline, Lin Ying exclaimed with a laugh, adopting a mock-serious demeanor that elicited laughter from Zhuang Rong. Following this, Zhuang Rong retrieved her father's notes on talisman crafting to present to Lin Jiang, materials she had withheld from Lin Ying, causing her sister a moment of discontent. However, Lin Ying quickly reconciled, for her true passion lay in cultivation, relishing the exhilaration of power gained through breakthroughs. After procuring talisman paper, brushes, and ink, Lin Jiang began to learn talisman crafting under Lin Ying's tutelage, dedicating an hour each day to study and another hour to practice in the evenings. Consequently, he delegated many of his responsibilities, entrusting tasks such as farming to Lin Baohua. For those tasks that ordinary folk could not accomplish, he opted to purchase spirit talismans as substitutes. Uncertain if it could be considered a family talent, Lin Jiang displayed a clear aptitude for talisman crafting. Succeeding in drawing his first spirit talisman within half a month, while Lin Ying had taken 6 months to achieve the same. This disparity left Lin Ying feeling quite vexed. How could they share the same parents yet inherit such differing talents? During Lin Ying's 3-month recuperation at Lingtao Mountain Manor, Lin Jiang had mastered the art of crafting 5 types of spirit talismans, while Lin Ying took 6 years to learn the same. Chapter 15. The Soul Lantern. It was once again time for the family reunion dinner. This year, Lin Jiang was 47 years old, marking the 30th year since his arrival in this realm, and he remained at the 4th level of qi refining. The Lin family had grown increasingly numerous, filling over 20 tables, and the ancestral courtyard was nearing its capacity. Expansion would soon be necessary. Father, the eldest, Lin Shan, was now frail. Having reached 78 years of age, he had refrained from consuming the longevity elixir, his once dark hair now a crown of white, rendering him the oldest among those present. Shania, please take a seat, Lin Batian sighed, urging Lin Shan to sit. As his firstborn, Lin Shan held a special place in his heart. Yet, despite his affection, Lin Shan had been unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage, leaving Lin Batian to witness the relentless passage of time as Lin Shan aged. Beside Lin Shan sat Lin He, who had successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. Though he too was in his 70s, he still bore the appearance of a middle-aged man. Next to him was Lin Dai, who at 55 appeared even younger, resembling someone in their 20s, and had not partaken of the longevity elixir. The 4th sibling, Lin Yuan, was already married and lived with her husband in another location, rarely attending the year-end gatherings. Thus, the 5th sibling, Lin Hai, sat beside Lin Dai, still looking sprightly in his 50s. Lin Jiang's younger siblings are youthful and free from concerns about lifespan for the time being, their attention wholly focused on Lin Batian. They yearn for his affirmation and encouragement, as children universally seek their father's affection. The 3rd generation of the Lin family continues to grow, with even a 4th generation emerging, as a significant number have embarked on the path of cultivation, seemingly stepping into adulthood. The most joyous among them are the children under 12. Unburdened by the pressures of spiritual root assessment and cultivation, retain their innocence. For them, the year-end gathering feels like a celebration of the new year, a chance to indulge in a feast. Lin Batian even took care to prepare delicacies with low spiritual energy content, which were quite delectable. This year, the Lin family has prospered remarkably, with steadily increasing income and no losses within the clan, welcoming 9 new members, including a legitimate wife. Concubines do not count, along with 3 newborns. Since a few years ago, Lin Batian has made it a tradition to summarize the family's annual status on this day, noting significant events. This year, the family welcomed 9 new members, including the newly married legitimate wife and the 3 new births, signifying that 3 from the new generation have tested positive for spiritual roots, thus considered part of the family. Those without spiritual roots are sadly not counted as family members, a harsh reality. Additionally, the family acquired a substantial artifact, the soul lamp. After the meal, they would proceed to the ancestral hall, where they would offer a drop of blood and a wisp of their soul. The less experienced Wu Guanshi would assist them. This soul lamp is a standard for large families, capable of monitoring their well-being and in times of danger. It can summon family aid. Lin Batian concluded by stating that such a large artifact carries a hefty price, having cost him over 100,000 spiritual stones, specially commissioned. The soul lamp offers numerous benefits. When family members deposit their blood and soul within, the lamp remains lit while they live and extinguishes upon their death. It serves as a safeguard for the clan's members, guiding them when trouble arises, ensuring that assistance can be dispatched. Wu Guanshi addressed everyone, explaining that the soul plate is a complementary artifact to the soul lamp and will serve as the family's identification in the future, urging them not to lose it, as that would create significant complications. Soon, it was Lin Jiang's turn. He too offered a drop of blood, and Wu Guanshi assisted in extracting a wisp of his soul, which was placed into an oil lamp that unexpectedly ignited with flames brighter than those of Lin Dai, the 3rd young lady. Wu Guanshi was astonished, questioning why Lin Jiang's aura shone so much brighter than that of the 3rd young lady. It was curious, for typically, a stronger lifespan would correspond to a brighter light. In comparison, the eldest young master, Lin Shan's lamp flickered dimly like a yellow bean, while Lin Dai was the most accomplished among the 2nd generation. Nearing the peak of foundation establishment. Among mortals, reaching 70 is rare, yet some do live to be 100. Being someone who fears death and excels in health preservation, Lin Jiang mused that he could live to 150, a perfectly reasonable notion. He quickly fabricated an excuse, glancing at the system that indicated his remaining lifespan had surpassed 10,000 years. No one in the Lin family could rival his longevity, making the soul lamp's brightness unsurprising. Wu Guanshi confirmed Lin Jiang's cultivation level was still at the 4th layer of qi refinement, ensuring he was not an imposter, and moved on. Lin Jiang soon departed to converse with Lin Dai and check in on the eldest, Lin Shan, who, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be the first among the second generation to pass away. Time waits for no one, and he pondered that in a few years, Lin Shan might no longer be present. After the new year, Lin Jiang, along with Lin Dai and Lin Ying, visited Anhua City, ostensibly to purchase Dingyandan. Though in reality, he was reluctant to spend such money, as a single pill cost over 20,000 spiritual stones, equating to his entire income over 3 years. He would need to save for more than 5 years to afford it. This journey resolved Lin Jiang's concerns regarding his appearance, ensuring that for at least 2 or 3 decades, no one would question it, allowing him to remain within the Lin family. Next on his agenda was to care for Zhuang Rong in her twilight years and prepare to distance himself from the Lin family. Now 68 years old, Lin Jiang was uncertain of how long she would live. All he needed to do was show filial piety towards her. Meanwhile, his wealth was steadily increasing, accumulating nearly 500 spiritual stones annually over a decade, totaling over 6,000 spiritual stones, surpassing many within the Lin family. Due to Lin Jiang's lack of familial obligations, his expenditure on cultivation was significantly lower than theirs. Most Lin family members, including other cultivators, invested their spare funds into their cultivation, but Lin Jiang did not. His cultivation time remained fixed, leading to consistent expenses, with only the additional cost of talisman crafting each year. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang's income was also on the rise as Ling Tao Mountain Villa matured, diversifying its industries and garnering more experience, leading to gradual income growth. Jiangye, come here and try on the clothes your mother made for you, Zhuang Rong said one day, excitedly presenting a garment she had crafted. Over the years, she had taken great pleasure in sewing for him. Initially using ordinary fabric, she later upgraded to materials woven from spiritual entities, eventually raising silkworms herself. The silkworms, procured from Anhua City, produced exceptionally resilient silk, impervious even to swords wielded by mundane warriors. In the mortal realm, such silk would be deemed miraculous. How could anything made by Mother not fit? I love it. Thank you, Mother, Lin Jiang expressed, touched. This garment had taken Zhuang Rong 2 years to complete, as the supply of spiritual silk was limited, requiring years of accumulation. I'm glad you like it. I can make you one each year. It should last you for decades. She replied. This one could last for decades. Lin Jiang chuckled, noting the durability of the silk garment, capable of enduring 50 years without wear. My only wish now is to see you married, to witness the birth of your children. With so many sisters in the family, I'm the only one who hasn't become a grandmother, Zhuang Rong sighed. Lin Batian had many wives, and aside from the recently married ones, all others had assumed the roles of grandmothers or matriarchs, while she remained without a married child. Mother, I'm still focused on reaching foundation establishment, Lin Jiang replied, chuckling. Zhuang Rong rolled her eyes. That sounds like a fairy tale. You're nearly 50 and still at the 4th layer of qi refinement. How could you possibly establish a foundation? I'm serious. Within 5 years, I will reach the 5th layer of qi refinement, Lin Jiang insisted. Once you turn 60, it will all be over. Your sister established her foundation before 30, and here you are, still waiting. While you still have the chance to bear children, you should have several. I'll help take care of them, she encouraged. Cough, cough. I see the sand sculptures are back with prey. I must go check. Lin Jiang quickly found an excuse to leave. Zhuang Rong had abandoned her desire for him to marry in previous years, but it had resurfaced with greater determination. Unfortunately, Lin Jiang's notoriety as the shame of the Lin family echoed loudly, making it impossible to find a cultivator as a potential spouse, which frustrated Zhuang Rong. She did not wish for Lin Jiang's wife to be immortal, as it would lead to the birth of mortal descendants, whose lives in the world of cultivation were often tragic. Chapter 16. Lin Zhou's break with the family at the Lin family's mountain gate. The ancestral elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Quan, accompanied by the newly ascended Jin Dan Zhou Zilin and a junior, was engaged in discussions with Lin Batian regarding a marriage proposal. The Lin and Zhou families once enjoyed a harmonious relationship, during which 5 female cultivators from the Zhou family wed into the Lin family, while no one from the Lin family married into the Zhou family. The Zhou family felt somewhat disadvantaged, as female cultivators are indeed a significant resource. The likelihood of a union between cultivators producing offspring with spiritual roots is notably high, particularly if the female cultivators possess exceptional spiritual roots and advanced cultivation levels. Lin Daoyu, you are aware of our Yumin, who has just turned 45 this year and is already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Furthermore, Yumin is a direct descendant of the Zhou family's main line. A match with Lin Ying would be quite fitting, Zhou Quan asserted confidently, referring to Zhou Yumin, a standout among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Zhou Quan sought to propose to Lin Ying, the 10th daughter of the Lin family. Initially, he intended for Zhou Yumin to marry the 3rd daughter, Lin Dai. But Lin Dai's cool demeanor was less appealing than Lin Ying's lively nature, which captivated Zhou Yumin. The Zhou family believed they were coming with genuine intentions. If the Lin family consented, they were prepared to offer a substantial betrothal gift, including spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and cultivation techniques, along with a willingness to collaborate on resource integration with the Lin family. However, Zhou Quan failed to notice the grim expression on Lin Batian's face. Lin Batian had a deep-seated disdain for the notion of marriage alliances. As the founder of the Lin family, a formidable leader, he believed that everything the Lin family required could be acquired through strength, not through the exchange of women. A family that resorts to such measures for benefits deserves little respect. Manager Wu, please summon Lin Ying, Lin Batian commanded without immediate outburst, opting to bring Lin Ying before him. Should she express a desire to marry Zhou Yumin, he would acquiesce. If not, that would be a different matter altogether. Soon, Lin Ying arrived in the reception hall, guided by Manager Wu. Lin Batian relayed the Zhou family's intentions before inquiring Lin Ying whether she would be willing to wed Zhou Yumin Mary. Father, I have no intention of marrying, Lin Ying replied, taken aback, immediately rejecting the proposition. Despite being over 40, she retained a childlike innocence, spending her days cultivating and leisurely visiting her brother. Marriage held no allure for her. Miss Lin, our Yumin is present. He is the direct descendant of the Zhou family. Marrying him will ensure your comfort. Zhou Quan's face darkened as the rejection was so abrupt, leaving no room for face saving. A direct descendant? Is that truly impressive? Lin Ying questioned for the Lin family. Being newly established had a rather ambiguous distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Even among the 2nd and 3rd generations, this delineation was largely irrelevant. A family's hierarchy of legitimacy typically solidifies only after several generations of development. The Lin family, still in a phase of vigorous growth, was not yet concerned with such matters, as both legitimate and illegitimate members could reap satisfactory rewards. Zhou Quan, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, ready to reprimand Lin Ying, but Lin Batian interjected. Zhou Daoyu, you have seen that Lin Ying is unwilling to marry. Thus, let this matter rest. Lin Daoyu, forming an alliance with my Lin family is not a loss for you. It is not a matter of gain or loss. Marriage must be based on mutual consent. If she is unwilling, why force the issue? A coerced union bears no sweetness. Does it not? Lin Batian's tone grew increasingly frigid, indicating his growing impatience. Very well, the threshold of the Lin family is too high. The Zhou family cannot reach it. Zhou Quan scoffed, turning to leave, followed closely by Zhou Zilin and Zhou Yumin father. No need for further discussion. Return to your cultivation, Lin Batian replied firmly. I will not barter my daughter for benefit. Thank you, father. I shall take my leave. Lin Ying, blissfully unaware of the underlying significance of the situation, hurriedly departed. Master, it seems the Lin and Zhou families are on the brink of a rupture, Manager Wu remarked as Lin Ying exited. Let it be. I have endured enough. I have long wished to take action regarding the Tai Mu Yaolang affair. Now is as good a time as any. Old Wu, find an excuse for the Zhou family to strike first, and I shall annihilate them. Master, Zhou Zilin has already advanced the Golden Core. That is of no concern. We shall eliminate them all, Lin Batian stated nonchalantly. In the remote region of Yinzhou, no one would pay heed to a mere Golden Core family. The Zhou family's desire to marry Lin Ying truly reeked of bad fortune. In Ling, Tao, Mountain Manor, Lin Jiang had also heard of the Zhou family's proposal and deemed it ill-fated. The Zhou family bore a poor reputation, having been known to bully the weak and even engage in the robbery of rogue cultivators. Internally, they were rife with scandals and misdeeds, which Lin Jiang found distasteful. The Zhou family is indeed lacking. Your father has done well in this regard. Zhuang Rong nodded in agreement. Lin Batian had married off 4 daughters, none of whom were used for political alliances. They all chose their partners independently, irrespective of wealth, which she admired. However, the impending rupture between the Lin and Zhou families suggested that within 2 decades, they would be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Jiangye, do you think the situation is that dire? It is merely a failed marriage proposal. Such occurrences are not uncommon, Zhuang Rong questioned. This is not merely about a marriage proposal. It is a matter of interests. The Lin family has no small faction surrounding them. The Zhou family is the weakest. Coupled with the incident of Tai Mu Yaolang, my father is undoubtedly harboring resentment. Watch closely. Zhou Quan's demise may serve as a signal, Lin Jiang analyzed. The Lin family's rapid expansion in previous years had left many territories unassimilated, but with the growth of the 2nd and 3rd generations, they had gained full control and were poised to expand once more. The Zhou family's prior grievances stemming from the Tai Mu Yaolang incident had now reignited tensions, and their attempt to marry Lin Ying had likely provoked Lin Baishan's wrath. Why did it provoke Lin Batian? Firstly, he was known for his rigid temperament and never utilized marriage for alliances. Secondly, the Lin family had a limited number of foundation establishment cultivators. To attempt to snatch a daughter from the Lin family was tantamount to undermining their strength. In Lin Baishan's eyes, this could easily be construed as a plot from the Zhou family, inciting his anger. Zhou Quan's lifespan was dwindling, and no one knew how many years he had left. If he were to die, conflict between the 2 families would likely ensue. Given Lin Baishan's character, once conflict erupted, it would lead to a deadly confrontation, inevitably resulting in the destruction of one family. Jiang'er, should it come to blows, do not involve yourself. At that point, I will have no choice. However, given my current cultivation, I doubt my father would take me seriously, Lin Jiang said self-deprecatingly. The Lin family boasted numerous cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining, at least 20 or 30, making his presence negligible. It remained uncertain whether Lin Batian would even acknowledge him. In the stillness of night, Lin Jiang closed his eyes, contemplating the path that lay ahead. He foresaw that the enmity between the Lin and Zhou families would manifest before Zhuang Rong's passing. The likelihood of being summoned for battle by his family was high, prompting him to reconsider his plans. He could not afford to perish in such a manner. He resolved to update his equipment and enhance his practical combat skills. After much deliberation, Lin Jiang formulated a strategy. While immediate cultivation advancements were unattainable, he could certainly improve his gear and strengthen his combat readiness. Chapter 17. The catastrophe brought by an armored bull to wild regions is a term used by cultivators to describe the territories occupied by demonic beasts. Over 1,000 miles west of the Lin family's mountain gate lies such a wild region, devoid of human habitation aside from demon-hunting cultivators, as common folk could not survive there. The area is rife with venomous creatures and miasma, making survival difficult even for cultivators. At this moment, several young members of the Lin family were engaged in hunting an iron-armored bull demon. This particular demon was among the most valuable of low-ranking beasts. Its tendons could be fashioned into bows and arrows, its hide could be refined into armor, and its horns were exceedingly sharp. Even its flesh was considered a delicacy, valued above that of other demonic creatures. The bounty from a single iron-armored bull would not be less than 30 spirit stones, a sum that many wandering cultivators could scarcely earn in a year. Lin Baocheng, Lin Baoyi, you two restrain the iron-armored bull. Quickly, do not let it approach me. The Lin family members coordinated seamlessly, with one directing while 2 others advanced to hold the beast at bay. The iron-armored bull, massive in size and sluggish in response, was subjected to a barrage of distractions, forcing it to charge at the Lin family members. Whenever it initiated an attack, one would swiftly retreat while the other struck from behind. The true killing blow came from the 3 individuals at the forefront, each wielding a powerful bow. These were not the ordinary bows of mere mortals, but genuine magical artifacts capable of piercing solid rock. Thwack! Lin Baocheng released another arrow, striking the bull in the neck and nearly penetrating through. This prompted a gasp of astonishment from Lin Baocheng. With such a hit, the iron-armored bull was nearly subdued. The bull, now enraged, bellowed. "Let go!" Lin Baoxing shouted. Despite its numerous wounds, the iron-armored bull did not succumb immediately, but instead went berserk. The clan members quickly evaded, clearing a path for the iron-armored bull to escape. They planned to follow closely, expecting to reap the rewards of their quarry without much delay. The others promptly heeded Lin Baoxing's command, summoning their flying swords and hovering in the air. Low-ranking demonic creatures, aside from those capable of flight, could not ascend. The iron-armored bull roared at them before fleeing in a panic. As the group soared on their swords in pursuit, they occasionally swooped down in a display meant to intimidate the bull, hastening its retreat and depleting its vitality. The iron-armored bull rampaged through the forest, toppling countless towering trees, until it unexpectedly collided with another group of cultivators who were also hunting demons. Not good. It's the crazed iron-armored bull. The newcomers were alarmed by the bull's approach. They were at a critical juncture in their own hunt, and if the bull charged, their efforts could be thwarted, even leading to casualties. "Ascend, evade!" the leader shouted, rushing toward the iron-armored bull to stall its charge and buy time for his companions. Boom! The leader unleashed a flying sword that pierced the bull's head but became lodged in its skull. The iron-armored bull, undeterred, barreled into him, sending him flying. Third brother! Third brother! The others cried out in terror. Some managed to catch the thrown cultivator, but he still coughed up blood, his chest caved in from the impact, having sustained grave injuries. Boom! Perhaps that last attack had drained the iron-armored bull's final reserves of strength, as its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, forever closing its eyes. As the Lin and Zhou families converged, Lin Baoxing and his companions were taken aback by the presence of the Zhou clan. Years prior, Zhou Yumin had sought to marry Lin Ying, but was rebuffed, causing the ties between the two families to fray to the point of near non-existence. Their current meeting was decidedly awkward. "This iron-armored bull is our kill. We will take it and leave." Lin Baoxing, wishing to avoid conflict with the Zhou family, intended to claim the bull and depart, aware of the dangers lurking in the wilderness, especially with the bull's blood attracting other demons. "Stop! Who says the iron-armored bull is yours? What do you mean? Do you not see the arrow lodged in its neck? That is our Lin family's armor-piercing arrow, marked with our insignia." "Humph, I see that, but do look at the flying sword embedded in its head. That belongs to my third brother, and your actions have disrupted our hunt, causing our prey to escape. How do you account for that? What do you mean? Remove your arrow, and leave the iron-armored bull behind as compensation for my third brother." The Zhou family members were incensed. Their imminent success in hunting had been thwarted. Their quarry had fled, and their third brother was gravely injured. They could not let this matter rest. "I curse your mother. You lack the ability to hunt demons, and yet seek to steal from us." Lin Baoxing spat angrily. His temper flared, fueled by a deep-seated resentment toward the Zhou clan, particularly as his own father had fallen victim to one of their schemes years prior. "Do you dare insult me? What of it? You cowardly wretch. All you know is to harm others from the shadows and steal their possessions. Indeed, such a family still dares to pursue my 10th aunt in marriage. Huh! They ought to look in the mirror and see what they truly are. Like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, as the saying goes." The Lin family unleashed a torrent of ridicule, their anger at the Zhou family's betrayal exacerbated by the memory of Zhou Yumin's marriage proposal. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Batian was immensely proud and disinclined to forge a marital alliance. His descendants inherited this pride, believing Zhou Yumin unworthy of Lin Ying. To even propose a union was to insult the Lin clan, implying they needed to barter their women for gain. The Zhou family members, all young and brimming with youthful rage, were infuriated by these remarks. Without a second thought, one of them summoned a flying sword and thrust it toward Lin Baoxing. "Lin Baoxing, be cautious." Lin Baoyi was alarmed and pushed Lin Baoxing aside, but the sword still grazed his arm. "Dare you raise a hand against us? Let us fight to the death." The Lin family, seeing the Zhou clan initiate hostilities, retaliated immediately, and in an instant, their flying swords were unleashed, resulting in a chaotic melee. The Zhou family suffered significant losses. Their commander was the injured third brother, a late-stage qi refining cultivator, but he was now unconscious and incapacitated. Meanwhile, Lin Baoyi was also a late-stage qi refining cultivator, yet he bore no burdens. Call for reinforcements. Seeing that they could not hold their ground, the Zhou family members shouted for aid, activating their clan as soul talismans. Nearby Zhou family members received the urgent message. We too call for reinforcements. Do not take losses. Lin Baoyi declared, activating the Lin family's soul talisman as well. Both families relied heavily on hunting demons for income, and there were certainly elders nearby who could assist. Thieves, dare to harm my Zhou clan members? You are seeking death. A foundation establishment elder from the Zhou family arrived first, witnessing one of his kin slain by Lin Baosheng. Enraged, he propelled his flying sword toward Lin Baosheng from hundreds of meters away. Boom! Lin Baosheng was struck heavily, his shield shattered, sending him sprawling and causing him to spew blood before losing consciousness. Lin Baosheng, run! The remaining Lin family members, seeing the Zhou Foundation establishment cultivator, scattered in panic, fleeing with the gravely injured Lin Baosheng. Fifth uncle, do not let them escape. They have killed sixth brother, one of the Zhou family members shouted, recalling the recent skirmish where they had suffered casualties. Kill! The Zhou Foundation establishment cultivator gritted his teeth, resolved to take drastic measures. They had always looked down upon the Lin family. After all, the Zhou clan had a heritage spanning centuries, while the Lin family had barely existed for 100 years. With two golden core cultivators, the Zhou family viewed the Lin clan as mere upstarts, believing themselves to be the true noble lineage. Now, with conflict erupting between the Lin and Zhou families and bloodshed ensuing, the Zhou clan decided to take decisive action to quell the Lin family's arrogance. Aunt San, save us! The fleeing Lin family members spotted a figure approaching in the distance and were filled with hope, desperately calling for help. However, upon seeing Lin Dai charging in, the Zhou Foundation establishment cultivator did not relent, but rather intensified his assault, swiftly severing Lin Baoqing in half, leaving him with no chance of survival. The eyes of Lin Dai turned crimson with rage. As a second-generation member of the Lin family, her third-generation kinfolk were her own children and nephews. Witnessing their demise before her very eyes drove her to the brink of madness, an overwhelming fury surging from her dantian to her mind. With a roar, she unleashed her flying sword, yet it was effortlessly struck down. Undeterred, Lin Dai, well aware of Lin Batian's infamous prowess with the Overlord Spear, drew forth a crimson long spear, expertly flicking it to send the Zhou family's foundational flying sword soaring into the air, swiftly closing the distance. Her spear danced like a dragon, showering the Zhou family foundational member with a cascade of sparkling light. The Zhou foundational member's expression changed drastically as he summoned a shield to defend himself, but it was pierced in mere moments, sending him flying. In the next instant, before he could retrieve his flying sword, Lin Dai had shattered his protective energy, the spear's tip plunging into his dantian. With a twist of her wrist, the spear emerged from his body, lifting the Zhou member off the ground. With a shake of her hand, he was obliterated, and Lin Dai stood drenched in the blood of her enemies, exuding a terrifying aura. Leave none alive, she commanded coldly, her mind consumed by the sight of her fallen kin. She was resolute in her quest for vengeance. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Chapter 18. The might of the Overlord Spear at the Lin family mountain gate. The body of Lin Baocheng lay before the remaining Lin family members. While others like Lin Baosheng suffered severe injuries and remained unconscious, their survival uncertain. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Lin Batian stood before the gathering, silent until most had assembled. Then he spoke slowly. The Lin family has suffered a tragic fate at the hands of others. What shall we do? Revenge! 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 Almost all the clan members roared in unison, their cries echoing with fury, spurred on by Lin Baocheng's spilled blood. Very well, revenge it is. Wu Guanshi, he called, summoned 2 flying vessels. We shall obliterate the Zhou family. Patriarch, think wisely. Wu Guanshi's face paled. Although a conflict with the Zhou family had long been planned, the current situation had not unfolded as anticipated. Where are the strategies? The cunning? Wu Guanshi. Lin Batian's visage darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon him. Yes, Wu Guanshi, intimidated by Lin Batian's authority, hesitated no longer and swiftly organized the 2 flying vessels from the family treasury. All Lin family disciples, regardless of age or status, those willing to follow me. Lin Batian, into battle, aboard the vessels. Lin Batian proclaimed, leaping onto the first vessel. I, Lin Shan, shall join my father in battle. The aging Lin Shan laughed heartily, the second to board. I, Lin Dai, shall follow my father into the fray, declared Lin Dai, the third. Lin Ai, Stand ready to fight for my father, announced Lin Bao. One after another, all Lin family disciples who were cultivators climbed aboard the vessels. Even many wives and concubines of Lin family members joined in. Set sail, onward to the Zhou family. Lin Ba Tian Zhao. As the two vessels lifted off slowly into the sky, here come the 6 sons of the Lin family. Suddenly, a voice cried out, and Lin Jiang appeared. Lin Ba Tian nodded at him, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, drawing Lin Jiang onto the vessel. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was somber. Lin Jiang, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clutched 2 spirit stones, hastily absorbing their energy. He had just received the news and rushed to join the battle. The clash between the 2 realms was entirely unforeseen. Initially, Lin Jiang expected the 2 families to wait until Zhou Quan's demise before striking, at least 2 to 3 decades hence. However, it had barely been 3 years since the Zhou family's failed pursuit of Lining, completely beyond his expectations. Lin Jiang was uncertain of Lin Ba Tian's confidence in confronting 2 golden core cultivators. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to fight. He owed the Lin family this debt. For decades, his stable cultivation had been shielded by the Lin family, without which he might have perished long ago. The Lin and Zhou family gates were less than 2,000 miles apart. With the vessels at maximum speed, the Lin family arrived at the Zhou family mountain gate in just over 3 hours. Patriarch, what is our strategy now? Wu Guanshi asked Lin Ba Tian, utterly bewildered. He had no experience in warfare. What should they do next? I shall break the Zhou family's protective mountain array. You will follow me in and strike at their heart. Not a single Zhou shall be spared. We will annihilate them, Lin Ba Tian stated calmly, retrieving a golden long spear before vanishing from the vessel. Lin Ba Tian concealed his presence, soaring above the Zhou family mountain gate. Meanwhile, the Zhou family was taken aback by the unexpected conflict. Completely unprepared for the Lin family's swift and reckless assault, still debating how to gather their forces and strategize against the Lin family. With a thunderous roar, Lin Ba Tian gathered his strength above the Zhou family, channeling his spiritual energy into the long spear, which manifested a golden dragon-like apparition that crashed into the Zhou family gate. The protective array of the Zhou family shattered with a resounding boom, the spear's force propelling into the depths of the Zhou family grounds. Enemies! Enemies! The cries of alarm echoed within the Zhou family gates, followed by the panicked screams of their members. Lin family disciples, follow me in a battle, Lin Shan shouted as he leapt from the vessel, darting towards the Zhou family on his flying sword. Kill! Lin Dai, Lin Ying, and 7 others of the foundational realm were faster than Lin Shan, capable of flight in their corporeal forms. Their spiritual consciousness could extend hundreds of meters, influencing the range of their flying swords. From hundreds of meters away, the flying swords of Lin Dai and her companions reached the mountain gate, slicing through the air and decapitating Zhou family members in the qi refining stage. Lin Ba Tian, how dare you? Zhou Quan and Zhou Zilin ascended into the sky, flanking Lin Ba Tian in an aggressive charge. On the ground, Lin Jiang's pace was measured. It was not that he could not move swiftly. Rather, he maintained his composure, unwilling to be the vanguard, as those at the front often fell first. Quickly, Lin Jiang found his adversary, a Zhou family member in the mid-qi refining stage. In combat among cultivators, fighters typically sought opponents of equal strength. Most preferred to minimize their own casualties rather than sacrifice others. Lin Jiang wielded a long spear, a common weapon among Lin family disciples, though there was no formal mandate. It was an unspoken norm. However, Lin Jiang's spear play was merely a facade. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of low-grade, first-tier spiritual talismans, each only matching the full force of a mid-qi refining cultivator's strike, posing little threat to his opponent. Yet this was merely a diversion. The true lethal strike lay in the silver needles he had secretly concealed, acquired from Anhua City. Before the Zhou family member could react, a silver needle pierced his temple, plunging him into darkness as life slipped away. Well done, sixth uncle. The Lin family members were astonished by Lin Jiang's ferocity, cheering his swift victory. Despicable. He employs underhanded tactics, using needle-like artifacts. Be cautious. The Zhou family quickly regained their wits and bolstered their defenses, making it difficult for Lin Jiang to launch another surprise attack. I'll crush you with wealth, Lin Jiang bellowed, revealing 100 talismans in his hands. As a talisman master, he had amassed these over the years, and they represented a significant investment. He intended to unleash them without reservation. Faced with such ruthless tactics, the members of the Zhou clan were filled with dread, yet there was no retreat. They could only brace themselves and endure. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch, with Lin Batian single-handedly confronting two adversaries without yielding an inch, and instead, he had them cornered. Zhou Quan's lifespan dwindled to less than a decade, his vitality severely diminished, and his strength barely reached 60% of its prime. Zhou Zilin, a newcomer who had only ascended to the Jindan stage for less than 10 years, found himself at a considerable disadvantage against Lin Batian. Armed with a long spear, Lin Batian relentlessly thrust at them, deflecting their flying swords with ease, being a master of close combat. He refrained from making a decisive move as they attempted to maintain their distance. However, Lin Batian remained unperturbed, fully controlling the rhythm of the battle, merely searching for an opportunity to strike. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Quan was the first to reveal a flaw. His waning vitality left him somewhat exhausted, resulting in a lapse in his defense. Seizing the moment, Lin Batian pierced through his protective aura with a single thrust, the spearhead penetrating his chest, while Lin Batian's spiritual energy surged through the weapon into Zhou Quan's body. Upon witnessing Zhou Quan's demise, Zhou Zilin rushed forward in a panic, prompting Lin Batian to execute a swift counterattack, thrusting his spear at Zhou Zilin. The force of the strike was formidable, and as Zhou Zilin attempted to cleave Lin Batian's spear with his sword, Lin Batian's weapon easily shattered his flying sword and effortlessly pierced through his protective aura, penetrating his body. Zhou Zilin, undeterred, grasped Lin Batian's spear with one hand, while using his spiritual sense to direct his flying sword towards Lin Batian. Lin Batian disdainfully remarked, "Useless," as he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Zhou Zilin's sword flying. He then twisted the tail of his spear, channeling force through it, causing Zhou Zilin's body to crumble, akin to the technique used by Lin Dai to vanquish her foes. The ancestor is dead. The ancestor is dead. The Jindan battle had become the focal point of everyone's attention. The morale of the Zhou clan plummeted to an all-time low upon witnessing the deaths of their two Jindan cultivators, leading to utter despair. Some members, sensing the impending doom, began to flee. Kill them all. Lin Batian, having slain Zhou Quan and Zhou Zilin, did not linger and immediately advanced towards the Zhou clan's foundation, intent on annihilating the clan without sparing a single soul. The Zhou clan is finished. The clan leader, Zhou Ziming, watched this unfold with a heart-wrenching roar. It's over. The Zhou clan is done for. Everything is over. Chapter 19. Annihilation of a clan in the span of less than a day. From the initial conflicts in the wilderness to the Lin family decisively attacking the Zhou clan and wiping them out, the events unfolded rapidly. In just one day, a Jindan family with a lineage spanning several centuries was utterly obliterated by the Lin family. As news spread, surrounding clans were left in disbelief. Is the Zhou clan so fragile, easily scattered with a single charge? How could Lin Batian be so formidable? Surrounding families raised questions, doubting the Zhou clan's strength, which had endured for centuries, boasting two Jindan cultivators. How could they fall so easily? Others questioned Lin Batian's prowess, as he defeated two opponents and prevented them from even fleeing. Regardless of the external speculations, the Lin family was now in pursuit of the remaining Zhou clan members. The Zhou clan's mountain gate was defended by only half of their forces, with the rest dispersed across various locations, such as mines, spirit mountains, and shops. The distribution of personnel among clans was generally similar. Lin Batian led the main forces of the Lin family away, leaving some members behind to guard the captives at the Zhou clan's mountain gate, including Lin Jiang, who had little interest in the slaughter and preferred to stay behind. Alongside him were Lin Dai and Steward Wu, who went to scavenge the battlefield for valuables, while Lin Dai was responsible for security, wary of a potential counterattack from the Zhou clan. "Are you injured, sixth brother?" Lin Dai approached Lin Jiang, noticing the blood on him, her concern evident. "I'm not hurt. It's all from the enemies. The clothes my mother wove are made of Tiankin silk, and I wore 3 layers," Lin Jiang replied with a grin. Despite enduring several blows from the enemies, he had not sustained any injuries, as the garments woven by Zhuang Rong's spirit silkworms were remarkably resilient. And he wore an additional layer of soft armor, rendering him virtually unharmed. "That's good to hear. Third sister, how about you? You seem injured." "A minor wound. It will heal in a couple of days. I'm used to it, Lin Dai said. This battle was truly satisfying. The Zhou clan was universally despised. Lin Dai recalled how furious she had been when the Zhou clan betrayed the Lin family years ago, and their audacity to initiate slaughter against Lin family members only fueled her anger further. It was through this bloodshed that she could finally vent her frustrations. After this battle, the Lin family should cease its expansion, right? For the time being, yes. The territory has grown too vast for us to manage effectively, Lin Dai remarked. The Lin family's population remained relatively small, with fewer than 100 cultivators to date. The core members were primarily those recruited as guest elders, while much of the territory had to be leased to loose cultivators. Absorbing the Zhou clan now would only further dilute the Lin family's power. This poses a significant danger. If the enemy employs guerrilla tactics and harassment, the Lin family would struggle to manage, merely enduring relentless attacks or being worn thin. This is why Lin Batian and the others are now focused on eliminating the remnants of the enemy, ensuring they are quashed at their roots. Indeed, it would be unmanageable. The 16th brother has already married. 6th brother, do you not wish to marry? 3rd sister, you are in the same boat, are you not? I find it difficult to marry. There are no suitable candidates, Lin Dai replied. She was already at the late stage of foundation establishment, and Lin Batian would not easily permit her to marry outside the family, for it would pose a significant loss to the Lin clan. If it were to recruit a son-in-law, that too presented challenges. She found ordinary men unappealing, while the exceptional ones would not consider marrying into their family, leaving her with no choice but to delay. I too find it difficult to marry. I look down upon mortals, and female cultivators look down upon me. Let us not marry at all. Lin Jiang laughed heartily. Among the second generation of the Lin family, only he, Lin Dai, and Lin Ying remained unmarried, while the others had already started families, with the eldest Lin Shan and second Lin he having grandchildren, ushering in the 5th generation. The 5th brother's wife committed suicide. The 13th brother's wife also took her own life. The eldest and second son's wives from the eldest and second families have fled. 5 days later, Lin Jiang, still at the Zhou clan's mountain gate, received news from home. These 5 women were all daughters of the Zhou clan. But the Lin family had already annihilated the Zhou clan, resulting in a blood feud more profound than any other. Thus, some chose to flee, while others opted for suicide. This is truly a tragedy, Lin Jiang lamented, feeling the despair of those 5 Zhou women, a harrowing thought. This is not merely a tragedy, but a necessary choice in life. The moment they married into the Lin family, when their maternal family became adversaries of the Lin family, they were compelled to make such a choice. Lin Dai, this is too cruel for them. On one side are their fathers and siblings, and on the other, their husbands and children. What if our Lin family were to fail? Lin Dai countered. How would they choose then? I do not know. I cannot bear to imagine such a scene. Thus, this could also be one of the reasons our father refrains from arranging marriages for us. Marriages are chosen by our parents, by the family, but if we choose ourselves, we must bear the consequences. Have you not said before that adults must take responsibility for their choices? Let's not dwell on this. When will father and the others return? Lin Jiang decisively halted the topic, finding it too philosophical for his liking. They should be back soon. The remaining forces of the Zhou clan are no match and can be easily crushed. That's good. I wish to return to Ling Tao Mountain Manor. Agreed. This time, Lin Dai refrained from seizing the opportunity to instruct Lin Jiang. If Lin Jiang were still a young man destined to traverse the world, she would have sternly insisted he remain and confront more brutal realities, for such matters were inherent to the life of a cultivator. However, upon reflecting on Lin Jiang's age and cultivation level, she tempered her expectations. In her view, Lin Jiang's life would remain as it is, so there was no need to force him to undergo any trials. He should simply care for his mother and live a good life. Several days later, Lin Batian finally returned, assessing the casualties. In this battle, from members of the Lin family and 6 guest elders had perished, while over 20 others were injured. However, they had annihilated hundreds from the Zhou family, a resounding victory. Lin Batian had already devised a plan for the Zhou family's territory. The crucial areas near the mountain gate will be directly occupied by the Lin family, with personnel stationed there, while the remaining areas would be allocated to the Lin family's guest elders. Some of these elders have been loyal to the Lin family for decades, having established their own families. In the future, they could form their own small clans, but these clans must remain subservient to the Lin family, akin to vassals, contributing a portion of their earnings as a form of tribute. The excess land would be rented out to itinerant cultivators for farming, collecting rent annually. After arranging everything, Lin Batian returned to the Lin family mountain gate with a wealth of spoils. He had learned about the women of the Zhou family and had nothing to say about it. Even if they did not take their own lives or flee, they could not continue living in the Lin family. While he might not kill them, he certainly intended to send them away. Lin Batian held a modest celebration to commemorate their victory, after which Lin Jiang returned to Ling Tao Mountain Villa, where he cherished the pastoral life. A month later, Lin Jiang received a reward from the Lin family. Lin Batian gifted him a flying sword, 10 bottles of Gathering Chi pills, 5 bottles of cultivation pills, and 300 spirit stones, valued at over 2,000 spirit stones. Additionally, Lin Jiang's monthly stipend was raised to 5 spirit stones, amounting to 60 spirit stones annually. This was still considered modest. Lin Dai and Lin Ying were rewarded with a spiritual mountain, comparable in size to Ling Tao Mountain Villa, which they could manage independently, ensuring a steady income for years to come. This demonstrated the substantial profits gained by the Lin family from this conflict. The wealth accumulated by the Zhou family over centuries had fully transferred to the Lin family. It is indeed true that the most lucrative ventures are often inscribed within the law. Lin Jiang could only sigh, realizing why Lin Batian was so fervently devoted to expansion. The profits from such endeavors were indeed the greatest. If one were to toil painstakingly, it would require an immense investment of time and effort. This massacre also solidified Lin Jiang's resolve to pursue a life in a major city, where despite the absence of laws in the cultivation realm, cities possess their own regulations, at least preventing such overt slaughter, allowing him to survive in vulnerability. Chapter 20. Unrelenting year's time leaves no trace. The year Lin Jiang turned 60, he finally reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. One day, he received news from the mountain gate at Ling Tao Mountain Villa that his elder brother, Lin Shan, was nearing death. Lin Jiang hurriedly flew to the Lin family mountain gate on his sword. Before Lin Shan's residence, many members of the Lin family had gathered, with Lin Shan's children assembled in the courtyard. Lin Jiang suddenly thought of Lin Baohua from Ling Tao Mountain Villa, contemplating whether to bring him along. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea, as Lin Shan had not seen Lin Baohua for decades. Perhaps in Lin Shan's heart, that child had long ceased to exist. "Father has arrived," someone called out. Lin Jiang looked up to see Lin Batian striding towards them. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Lin Batian approached Lin Shan, who, at 91, was too frail to leave his bed, having lost most of his hair and nearly all his teeth. "Father, Shan'er cannot accompany you any longer." Tears streamed down Lin Shan's face upon seeing Lin Batian. He was too old to wish to see anyone, yet Lin Batian remained in his prime. "What words do you have? Speak, father, I am listening." Lin Batian placed a hand on Lin Shan's shoulder, infusing him with pure spiritual energy. Instantly, Lin Shan revived, his pallid face gaining a hint of color. Lin Batian felt an immense sorrow. Lin Shan was his first child, and he vividly recalled the excitement he felt at Lin Shan's birth. Half of his love for his children was bestowed upon Lin Shan, as more children were born. That initial thrill was never replicated. "Father, Shan'er is departing. You will no longer see the Lin family. You will see it. I will bury you at the highest point of the mountain gate. You will witness the Lin family grow stronger, becoming the most powerful clan in Yinzhou. I believe in you, father. I will make it happen," Lin Batian replied, his emotions complex, momentarily at a loss for words. He could not express the multitude of thoughts swirling within him, and instead allowed Lin Shan's children to enter. Lin Shan's wife had passed away years ago, and his children were now all elderly, in their 50s or 60s, some even grandfathers themselves. Lin Batian continued to channel spiritual energy to give Lin Shan time to address his children regarding his final affairs, followed by visits from siblings. "Old 3rd, Old 10th, 18. I envy you all." Lin Shan looked at his 3 younger siblings, noting that 4 members of the 2nd generation of the Lin family had reached the foundation establishment stage. Old 2nd, Lin He, was still tied to Anhua City and could not be present, leaving only Old 3rd, Old 10th, and Old 18 by his side. They were all foundation establishment cultivators. Even though they were in their 70s or 80s, they still retained the appearance of youth, looking merely in their 20s or 30s. Lin Shan envied their youthful visages immensely. Life, Aging, illness, and death are all common to humanity. Without attaining longevity, one will never find peace. Lin Dai said quietly, and Lin Batian nodded in agreement. For cultivators, the pursuit of longevity is paramount. Family, sect, territory, and resources all serve the purpose of achieving a prolonged life. Eldest brother, Lining choked, unsure what to say. The age gap between her and Lin Shan was substantial, a full 34 years. Yet Lin Shan, as the eldest brother, had been a commendable figure, always caring for his younger siblings. Lin Jiang stood silently by, filled with an infinite sense of melancholy. The system indicated that he had over 13,000 years of life remaining, increasing at a rate of over 300 years annually. For him, lifespan was a commodity of little value, as it was abundant beyond measure. However, for others, lifespan was immensely precious. They labored diligently, engaging in battles and treasure hunts, all in pursuit of living longer. An hour later, Lin Shan's heart ceased to beat forever, and the cries of mourning reverberated throughout his residence. Lin Jiang quietly exited Lin Shan's abode. Lin Shan's funeral was unprecedentedly grand, personally overseen by Lin Batian, who announced it widely, attracting condolences from all who had amicable ties with the Lin family. On the day of the funeral, Lin Batian donned simple garments, eschewing his ornate attire, stating that he would observe a 3-year mourning period for Lin Shan. Not only did the Lin family find this perplexing, but others were equally bewildered. Lin Batian explained that it was a custom from his hometown. When a legitimate eldest son passed away, the parents would observe a 3-year mourning period. For the next 3 years, Lin Batian and his wife would wear plain garments as a sign of mourning for Lin Shan. Father's love for eldest brother is truly enviable. The other second-generation members of the Lin family remarked, witnessing Lin Baishan's unabashed affection for Lin Shan. The younger siblings, in contrast, felt overlooked, perhaps having grown numb to such dynamics. Where's father's hometown? Lin Jiang inquired, while others shook their heads, having never heard Lin Batian speak of his origins. They only knew he was not from Yinzhou, having brought along several trusted aides, including Wu Guanshi, to settle and thrive in this region. It seems father also has a story to tell, Lin Jiang mused, shaking his head and refraining from further questioning. Everyone possesses their own narrative. If Lin Batian chose not to share, they were equally disinclined to pry. Following Lin Shan's death, Zhuang Rong suddenly expressed a strong desire to return to the Lin family mountain gate, citing that Ling Tao Mountain Villa was too tranquil, leaving her feeling solitary. She longed to be with her few aging sisters at the mountain gate. Lin Jiang had fulfilled her desires, and he had also moved back, residing in the same courtyard as Zhuang Rong. Zhuang Rong, who previously had numerous servants, had now dismissed most of them, retaining only an elderly servant who had been with her for decades. Lin Jiang took up residence in the servants' quarters. Lin Batian, with a harem of 15 wives and concubines, had not taken a new concubine for many years, and his youngest was already in her 40s, suggesting he had lost interest in such pursuits. His legitimate wife, Zhang Shi, was over 100 years old, yet she was in the foundational stage of cultivation and could live for several more decades, appearing no older than 30 or 40. Zhuang Rong ranked fourth among the wives, but she was of similar age to the second and third wives, all around 80 years old, having transitioned into elderly women. The fierce competition for favor in the harem had long since dissipated. Once fierce rivals in youth, they now shared a bond closer than that of sisters. Lin Jiang entrusted the care of Ling Tao Mountain Manor to Lin Baohua and his son, returning to the mountain gate primarily to care for Zhuang Rong in her old age, also providing for several of the other concubines. As one was just as burdensome as a multitude, life for the elderly was profoundly solitary. They no longer needed to raise children or toil for survival, having long since abandoned their cultivation pursuits. To occupy their time, Lin Jiang introduced them to card games and mahjong, teaching them to play ba, shi, fun, and do di zhu, as well as inviting storytellers from the Lin family market to entertain them with tales. He was meticulous about their meals, sourcing distinctive local delicacies from 1,000 miles around, even going so far as to learn how to prepare these dishes himself for Zhuang Rong and the others. He endeavored to recreate the culinary delights from another realm, crafting meals for them whenever he could procure the necessary ingredients. Such attentiveness garnered admiration from Lin Baishan's other wives and concubines. swiftly mending any previous grievances as they joined in the shared experience of aging gracefully together. Even Lin Baishan's legitimate wife, though over a century old and having stagnated at the foundational stage of cultivation, had relinquished her own pursuits, finding herself with little to do beyond overseeing the women of the Lin family. Thus, she frequently joined her sisters for conversation and games. Lin Jiang's actions were consistently praised, with the younger generation of the Lin family expressing their gratitude. The likes of Lin Hai and Lin Feng, the fifth and seventh sons, even contemplated joining him in his caretaking endeavors, but Lin Jiang firmly declined. What an absurdity! Those were concubines from the previous generation whom he had devoted himself to serving. They were mere peers with whom he had no obligation to share such responsibilities. Lin Batian was more direct, granting Lin Jiang a monthly stipend of 100 spiritual stones, covering all expenses for the care of the concubines, with any excess available for Lin Jiang's personal use. Time, relentless as it was, passed by swiftly. In the 5th year after Lin Jiang returned to the mountain gate, he bid farewell to the 2nd concubine. In the 7th year, he saw off the 5th and 3rd concubines. By the 10th year, both the 7th and 6th concubines had also departed. In the 12th year, Zhuang Rong, at the age of 92, faced the twilight of her life, prompting Lin Jiang to summon Lin Ying, who was in seclusion. "Mother, father has come." Lin Batian received the news, and his emotions were a complicated mix as he reflected on the passing of his wives, each having shared beautiful memories with him and borne his children. "I did not wish to see him." Zhuang Rong shook her head, harboring resentment towards Lin Batian for having consumed her youth in his harem. "I wasted my prime on him. Jiang, if your mother does not wish to see me, then you accompany her on her final journey." Lin Batian halted outside, whispering to Lin Jiang, devoid of anger, recognizing his indebtedness to these women. "Mother, I shall not let him in." "Very well. Here are your mother's possessions. She owns 3 shops, a manor, and a considerable sum of wealth. The shops and manor shall be left to Lin Ying, while the wealth is for you, Jiang. Your time is limited. Take care of yourself, and do not neglect your own needs. Understand?" "Mother, I do not want it. I only wish for your well-being." Lin Ying embraced Zhuang Rong, weeping for her mother, desiring nothing but her life. "I understand, dear. The shops and manor are your sister's. I have no heirs to contest with her." Lin Jiang nodded, indifferent to the fixed assets, knowing his own time with the Lin family was fleeting. "Good child, you have not been unworthy of my love. These decades have been the happiest of my life." Zhuang Rong nodded appreciatively, reminiscing about the financial disputes that had caused strife among her other sisters upon their passing, yet finding solace in the fact that her own children would not behave similarly. In these years of retirement, Zhuang Rong had faced no worries, her days filled with the companionship of her sisters, indeed the happiest times of her life. After sharing many thoughts for half an hour, she drew her last breath. "I have lost my mother," Lin Ying cried out, and Lin Jiang silently shed a tear, for he too had lost his mother. Chapter 21. The guardian of the tombs, Zhuang Rong's funeral was conducted with great solemnity, not merely out of respect for Lin Jiang, but rather for Lin Ying. Having reached the late foundational stage of cultivation, she and Lin Dai were celebrated as the Lin family's twin jewels, regarded as the most likely candidates to advance to the golden core stage, winning Lin Baishan's favor. Following the funeral, Lin Jiang returned briefly to Ling Tao Mountain Manor to bid farewell to the aging Lin Baohua, with whom he had shared decades of camaraderie. The manor now belonged to Lin Ying, yet due to her lack of experience, she deferred management to Lin Jiang, maintaining the status quo under the oversight of Lin Baohua's son, who would continue to remit the majority of profits. Lin Jiang gathered his personal belongings, including 2 sand sculptures, and returned to the Lin family mountain gate, requesting permission from Lin Batian to guard the family grave. Lin Batian readily acquiesced. To the northwest of the Lin family mountain gate lay a forested area, home to dozens of graves where all the cultivators of the Lin family had been interred over the past century, a privilege denied to mere mortals. Upon his arrival, Lin Hai and Lin Feng, the 5th and 7th sons, also petitioned Lin Batian to join in the guardianship, leaving Lin Jiang somewhat speechless. He had sought solitude only to find himself surrounded. However, their reasons were valid, as they too wished to watch over their mother. Lin Jiang found himself unable to refuse, and thus the 3 brothers took on the task together. Fortunately, both Lin Hai and Lin Feng were over 70 years old, with little vitality left. allowing Lin Jiang to take a more passive role. Life as a guardian was exceedingly monotonous. Lin Jiang would stroll around the graves daily, pulling weeds and replenishing the earth on the aging mounds. The rest of his days were consumed by cultivation, talisman crafting, and amusing himself with the two large sand sculptures he had raised for decades. The Aurora hawks had grown to a considerable size, their wings spanning nearly 10 meters. And perched upon Lin Jiang's shoulders, they were large enough to obscure his head. Consequently, he forbade them from resting on him. As formidable predators, the Aurora hawks required no assistance from Lin Jiang for sustenance. They could hunt independently, and even occasionally surprised him by bringing back the pelts of slain beasts for sale. Sixth brother, your Aurora hawks must have reached the late first tier by now, Lin Feng remarked enviously, observing the two magnificent creatures. To have such companions in old age was a blessing, unlike him, who had lost his wife and found himself alone with his children preoccupied elsewhere. Indeed, they have reached the late first tier, surpassing my own cultivation, Lin Jiang acknowledged, having spent over 60 years in cultivation, currently only at the 6th level of qi refinement. While the late first tier was akin to the late stage of qi refinement. Haha, they're only slightly ahead of me. What does that matter? We are all here guarding tombs. Indeed, it is a pity I have failed twice in my attempts to breach the foundational stage, Lin Feng lamented. Sharing the same fate as Lin Hai, both having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement but failing in their pursuits of the foundational stage. From his perspective, Lin Batian is indeed a competent father, as long as his offspring achieve the pinnacle of qi training, regardless of their innate talent. He will find a way to procure a foundation establishment pill to facilitate their breakthrough. Whether or not they succeed ultimately depends on their own fortune. Such a prospect is unimaginable in other families, where a single foundation establishment pill costs at least 20 to 30,000 spirit stones, reserved solely for those with superior talents, while those with lesser abilities must fend for themselves. Where has the fifth brother gone? Ha, sixth brother, take a guess. No way. He is not attempting to steal my wine again, is he? Ha, you hit the nail on the head. That rascal, that was meant for Linning. Hurry and bring him back. Lin Jiang was furious. The fifth brother was indeed a scoundrel. Not long ago, he had shared a treasured peach blossom wine that he had kept for decades, and this fellow had drunk a little before becoming tipsy, persistently craving more. But Lin Jiang was reluctant to part with it. He had cherished that wine for over 40 years, and there was barely any left truly reserved for Linning. Yet this rascal had the audacity to steal it. The two mischievous little birds chirped, then flew into the forest. Before long, their sharp claws had captured Lin Hai, whose frail and aging form was no match for the little rascals. Sixth brother, let the Aurora Falcon go, it hurts. Serves you right, Lin Jiang scolded. However, the Aurora Falcon was quite intelligent and would not truly harm Lin Hai, merely allowing him to endure a little hardship. Where's my wine? It's all gone. How much did you drink? Just a small jar. I said, sixth brother, don't be so stingy. Linning is a foundation establishment master. She doesn't need your little bit of wine. Get lost. If I catch you again, I'll make you regret it. Bring it on. I'm 81. I'll live enough, so what? Lin Hai shrugged, playing the rogue, unafraid. You're quite bold, Lin Jiang sighed, feeling helpless. He truly could not beat this 81-year-old man. Sixth brother, let me teach you how to deal with fifth brother. Next time Linning comes, you can report him to her and let her teach his grandson a lesson. Fifth brother dotes on his grandson the most. Old seventh, you're playing dirty. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai grew anxious, lunging to strike old seventh, who laughed heartily and ran off, leading to a playful chase between the two. Lin Jiang cast them a disdainful glance. They had truly become little old children. Brother, how about you come stay with me? Linning visited Lin Jiang once more. In the past, she could seek out their mother or elder brother when free, but now, only elder brother remained. As she spoke, she pulled out some items from outside. She had always relied on Lin Jiang for treats, and now she returned the favor. Fifth brother, seventh brother, stop eating. Don't you see how old you are? This gluttony will surely lead you to accompany your mother, right? Lin Jiang did not directly respond to Linning. Instead, he yelled at the irresponsible fifth and seventh brothers. Half of what Linning brought had already ended up in their bellies. It's not every day that old 10th comes. We must eat more to honor his kindness. Brother, you still haven tea, answer my question. I'm not going. It's quite nice here. With these two old rascals keeping me company, I'm not lonely. Fifth brother, seventh brother. Can you persuade sixth brother for me? Not a chance. This guy has a heart of stone. Indeed, old 10th. Your brother S. Will is exceptionally resolute. Even at over 70, he still practices daily, probably still hoping to reach foundation establishment. Ha, exactly. No persuasion will work. Besides, it's quite pleasant here, with clear mountains and waters and ample food and drink. Lin Hai and Lin Feng both rejected the persuasion. They had long known that Lin Jiang was a person of unwavering determination. Unless he changed his mind, no one could sway him. I just want you to live comfortably. You are my only remaining family. Nonsense. I have a multitude of siblings and countless nephews and nieces. It's not the same. They are family, but not as close as you. We are siblings born of the same father and mother. Forget it. I want to disturb everyone. It's indeed quite good here. In the future, you should come less and focus on your seclusion, striving to break through to Golden Core before third sister. Lin Jiang shook his head. He had already planned. Once he reached the late stage of Qi training, he would leave. At that stage, he would have a certain degree of self-preservation in the wild. Brother, I've reserved a Qingyan pill for you. It should arrive next month. What nonsense. Why spend that money? Quickly cancel it. It can't be canceled. The payment has already been made, Lin Ying replied, leaving Lin Hai and Lin Feng astonished. TSK, a Qingyan pill. Congratulations, old sixth. You'll gain an additional 20 years of longevity. The two looked on enviously. A Qingyan pill, a precious item for extending life, can add 20 years to one's lifespan and is extremely valuable, no longer obtainable with spirit stones, only available through barter. Sai Lin Ying, this is a critical moment for your breakthrough to Golden Core. If you fail because of this, how will I explain it to our mother? I just want you to accompany me for a few more years. You once said, while our parents are alive, life still has a source. When they are gone, life only has a return path. Father is a Golden Core cultivator with a long lifespan, yet I am not close to him. While my brother treats me like a father, now that mother is gone, I do not wish for you to leave me too. Don't say such things. I can't bear to hear it. Lin Jiang waved his hands repeatedly. At his age, he could not handle such talk. His nose began to sting, and even Lin Hai and Lin Feng paused in their eating, their eyes misty. Brother, did I say something wrong? No, you did not, Lin Ying. I promise you. I will accompany you for another 20 years. Brother, I want to stay with you forever. I will seek out more longevity treasures. It's futile. The effect of longevity treasures diminishes with each use. No amount of money can grant me eternal life. I will stay with the Lin family for another 20 years. After 20 years, I intend to leave. Ah, brother, where will you go? To see the great rivers and mountains. It's a bit shameful to admit, but I've lived over 70 years, and aside from a few trips to Anhua City, I've not been other places. Since I'm destined to die, I don't want to perish here. I wish to explore, so don't come looking for me, understand? I want to allow it, brother. Please don't do anything foolish. This is my only wish left. Can't you fulfill it? Brother, it's settled then. Lin Jiang spoke firmly, not allowing Lin Ying a chance to rebut. This serves as a precautionary measure. It provides an excuse to distance himself from the Lin family. He could no longer stay. If he did, his secret would surely be exposed. As a Qi training cultivator, he could not protect himself. In fact, Lin Batian might harbor ill intentions against him. Lin Jiang was living under the guise of an elderly man, and he understood all too well the feelings surrounding aging and death. The terror of life and death. Though Lin Hai and Lin Feng seemed indifferent to mortality now, it was a resignation to fate. However, if given a chance to survive, they would fiercely grasp it, such is the nature of a lifeline. The same goes for everyone else. If his secret were to be revealed, the entire Lin family could be in jeopardy, with countless ancient beings eager to capture him for dissection and research. Chapter 22. Departure. The Qingyan pill brought by Lin Ying provided Lin Jiang with an impeccable cover. The Qingyan pill, coupled with the previously reserved Dingyan pill, along with Lin Jiang's intentionally maintained stubble, would allow him to present himself as a middle-aged man. Time flowed like water. In the 10th year of guarding the tomb, Lin Jiang bid farewell to the fifth brother, Lin Hai. Lin Hai, being 6 years older, had reached the venerable age of 92, a remarkable longevity. After all, cultivators in the Qi training stage have lifespans not much different from ordinary people, but their old age is comparatively more comfortable, having bodies nourished by spiritual energy, thus avoiding various ailments. In the 15th year, the seventh brother, Lin Feng, also passed away, being just a few months younger than Lin Jiang. He too approached 90. In the 18th year, at the age of 94, Lin Jiang finally reached the 7th level of Qi training, advancing to the late stage of Qi training. From that year onward, Lin Jiang began preparing to leave the Lin family. He purchased numerous fasting pills in the Lin family marketplace. These pills, when consumed, would prevent hunger for a month, an essential item for cultivators on the road, and he acquired many other supplies. The most significant aspect is that Lin Jiang had shared his final wish with many, expressing a desire to see the vast world beyond. This aspiration garnered considerable agreement from those around him. Ordinary mortals often spend their entire lives confined within a 100-mile radius of their birthplace. In contrast, cultivators may venture farther. Yet the majority of Lin family Qi refining stage practitioners remain within a 1,000-mile radius, as the realms beyond are too unfamiliar and perilous for them. They are aware of the world's enormity. Even Yunzhou spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and beyond Yunzhou lies the realm of cultivation, with its distant allure beckoning practitioners to explore. At Lin Jiang's age, he found himself unburdened by any attachments. The opportunity to witness the outside world before his demise felt like a grand adventure. Over a year passed, and taking advantage of Lin Ying's seclusion, Lin Jiang arrived at the Lin family ancestral hall. His presence quickly attracted the attention of Steward Wu, who was already quite advanced in years. "Sixth young master, I come to bid farewell," Lin Jiang stated. "Will you not inform Miss Ten? If she learns of this, she will not permit your departure," Steward Wu replied. "Indeed, you are bolder than I," Wu nodded, having heard of Lin Jiang's intentions to explore the outside world and holding great admiration for him. "I wish to take my soul lamp with me." "Sixth young master, is that truly necessary?" "Yes, for I do not wish for Lin Ying to know of my passing. She cannot see the soul lamp and will harbor a glimmer of hope, believing I may still be alive due to some fortuitous encounter. If she were to see it, it would break her heart, and I do not wish to cause her sorrow," Lin Jiang explained, silently whispering an apology within his heart, realizing he was deceiving those closest to him. "I understand. I will grant your wish. Would you like to see your father?" Steward Wu paused, moved by Lin Jiang's sincere heart. At this moment, Lin Jiang still thought of his sister, and such deep familial sentiment was indeed heartwarming. "That is not necessary. A father would never wish to witness his son's demise before his eyes. The tragedy of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one is not something anyone wishes to see. The family head has many more years ahead." Wu contemplated before uttering this statement. Lin Batian, with his golden core cultivation, could live for 500 years, and at just over 200 years old, he still had approximately 300 years left to live, far exceeding Lin Jiang's own lifespan. That is merely an example. The principle remains the same. "Indeed, I had a son who passed away 2 years ago. I grieved for a long while. Please, Steward Wu, fulfill my request." "Very well. I shall procure it for you." Wu nodded, ultimately acquiescing and personally handing the soul lamp to Lin Jiang. "Father, I am unfilial, unable to provide for you in your old age." Lin Jiang knelt in the ancestral hall, bowing deeply 3 times, fully committing to the act, which moved Steward Wu to tears. Silently departing the Lin family gates, Lin Jiang summoned the great sand eagle from his spirit beast pouch. He climbed onto its back, and the magnificent creature soared into the sky, reaching its peak in the late stage of the first tier, flying forward like a bolt of lightning, living up to its name, the Aurora Falcon. The great and small sand eagles took turns carrying Lin Jiang northward, bypassing Anhua City, as it was too close to the Lin family for his intentions. Lin Jiang's destination was Yunzhou's foremost city, Yuncheng City, which lay over 100,000 miles from the Lin family. It was the jewel of Yunzhou, the most resplendent of them all. According to the intelligence Lin Jiang had gathered, Yuncheng City was located downstream of the Yuntor River, with an immensely grand fortification, housing over 1 million cultivators. Here, Qi refining stage practitioners were hardly valued. Even golden core practitioners were commonplace, making it the absolute central region of Yunzhou. After a month of cautious travel, Lin Jiang arrived safely outside Yuncheng City, gazing at its imposing splendor that was truly breathtaking. "Great Sand Eagle, your good days are over. We must enter now." Lin Jiang stored the great sand eagle back into the spirit beast pouch. Prior to this, he had never restricted their freedom, allowing them to frolic freely, but that would no longer be the case. With so many cultivators in Yuncheng City, if they were to roam freely, they could easily fall prey to others. Henceforth, they would mostly remain in the spirit beast pouch. Flying was prohibited 3 miles from Yinchuan City. So Lin Jiang adhered to protocol, walking on the ground amidst the throngs of cultivators and the carts pulled by colossal beasts, seemingly from various merchant guilds. Following the crowd, he arrived at the city gates of Yinchuan City, exchanging 5 spirit stones for an identity token. This token was essential for residing within the city, and it was valid for only 1 year. To obtain a permanent token, one needed to possess fixed assets within the city, such as a house. Is the end of the universe real estate? Upon learning the housing prices in Yinchuan City, Lin Jiang could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the exorbitance. A modest courtyard of merely 100 square feet was priced at over 200,000 spirit stones. Robbery seemed more appealing. Having labored for over 40 years in the Lin family, coupled with Zhuang Rong's inheritance, Lin Jiang possessed just over 50,000 spirit stones, insufficient even for a small courtyard. It was truly outrageous that even in another world, he could not escape the clutches of real estate speculation. Upon entering Yinchuan City, Lin Jiang proceeded with utmost caution, finding an inexpensive inn to settle in. For the next half-month, he roamed the city, observing its dynamics. Yinchuan City resembled an enlarged version of Anhua City, with no significant differences. It boasted established commercial streets and multiple bustling markets. The divisions among practitioners were stark: Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core stages each had their own distinct social circles. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Lin Jiang sought to rent a place. A modest 50-square-foot room commanded an annual rent of 4,000 spirit stones, which he reluctantly agreed to, as he harbored secrets unfit for inn accommodations. Once settled, Lin Jiang had to consider his income. Previously, in the Lin family, he had no concerns regarding finances, as he received a monthly stipend from the family. Although meager, he also had the Ling Tao Mountain Villa, generating at least 800 spirit stones annually, sufficient for his needs. However, in Yinchuan City, such income had vanished. Fortunately, he possessed the skill of talisman drawing. Having practiced for decades, his proficiency had reached impressive heights, allowing him to create 18 types of first-tier mid-grade talismans with a high success rate. Out of 10, at least 8 would successfully materialize. The price of first-tier mid-grade talismans was not exorbitant. In the Lin family market, they sold for around 3 spirit stones, while in Yinchuan City, they fetched 5 spirit stones, with material costs being less than 1 spirit stone. The majority of the costs stemmed from the practice phase, with substantial wastage and time investment, while the actual material costs were minimal. With my Qi refining 7th layer consciousness and spiritual power, producing 3 first-tier mid-grade talismans a day posed no challenge. After accounting for potential waste and material costs, the profit hovered around 12 to 13 spirit stones. Without taking a day off, this would yield approximately 400 spirit stones monthly, totaling less than 5,000 annually. Alas, 4,000 would be consumed by rent alone, leaving him in dire straits. Lin Jiang calculated his expenses and nearly choked in disbelief. It seemed he would labor tirelessly only to enrich his landlord, as rent would consume 90% of his earnings. Moreover, as he progressed into the late Qi refining stage, his expenses escalated significantly. The gathering Qi pill had become ineffective for him. He needed a new type known as the gathering spirit pill, priced at 10 spirit stones each. Based on his previous cultivation habits, he would require around 6 per month, amounting to over 700 spirit stones annually. In addition to the gathering spirit pill, he would also need the cultivation pill, which similarly incurred 300 to 400 spirit stones each year. Excluding other expenses, the total would exceed 1,000 spirit stones annually, rendering his income utterly insufficient and leading him toward financial ruin. Living in Yinchuan City was indeed a challenge. Lin Jiang sighed, doubting whether he had made the right choice in coming to Yinchuan City. Given his expenditure levels, he found it nearly impossible to save money. It was crucial to consider future financial needs. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Qi refining, he would need to purchase foundation establishment pills, which could cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although he could afford such pills, he would also need a place for quiet cultivation, likely requiring a high-level cave residence, which would demand a hefty rental fee. Upon reaching the foundational stage, he found it necessary to replace his equipment. The apparatus used during the Qi refinement phase is termed a Faki, whereas the equipment for the foundational phase is known as a Ling Qi, which costs several times more than Faki. Equipping oneself adequately would require at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, the elixirs for cultivation during the foundational stage are also considerably more expensive. In Anhua City, a single Jinling Dan costs around 30 spirit stones. How would one manage without reserving some funds for the foundational stage? Never mind, never mind. I shall not dwell on it. My savings should suffice for several years. First, I will enhance my cultivation and improve my skills. If I can inscribe a first-tier high-quality spirit talisman, it could fetch 10 spirit stones each, thus relieving me from the burden of living off my savings. Lin Jiang pondered for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing distracting thoughts. He had come this far and did not wish to keep running. Instead, he would settle in Yinchong City and see how it goes. Chapter 23. Surviving to the utmost. Yinchong City's East Market is the largest marketplace within the city, primarily because the East District serves as the slums of Yinchong City. Here, numerous wandering cultivators engage in trade, as their goods do not meet the standards of the commercial establishments within the city, thus giving rise to this grand market. The market operates under a simple rule. One pays a spirit stone to the city's management personnel and receives a stall approximately 2 to 3 square meters in size to operate for a day. For monthly or yearly rentals, discounts are available. Lin Jiang opted to rent a stall for 5 years outright. Jiang Daoyu, have you heard? Someone has discovered the cave dwelling of a senior cultivator in the Yunchong mountain range outside the city. On this day, while Lin Jiang was manning his stall selling spirit talismans, a fellow cultivator beside him began to chatter excitedly. The gist of the conversation was that someone had found the cave dwelling of a foundational stage senior cultivator in the Yunchong mountain range, uncovering techniques, secret arts, elixirs, spirit stones, and more, valued at over 100,000 spirit stones, transforming an ordinary individual into a wealthy and handsome figure. This news ignited a fervor among the lower-tier cultivators in the city. The Yunchong mountain range is vast, with many cultivators residing there. Some have met with untimely deaths or disappeared, leaving behind their cave dwellings, which are perceived as treasure troves by the lower-tier practitioners. Zhang Daoyu, I have no interest in treasure hunting. You may go alone. Lin Jiang replied. He was currently using the alias Jiang Lin, a wandering cultivator in Yinchong City. The person beside him was a neighbor residing in a similar cave dwelling, though Lin Jiang lived alone while his neighbor shared his residence with 3 others. As for treasure hunting, Lin Jiang had no inclination. Long ago, Lin Dai had warned him that such endeavors were often traps, with bandits deliberately spreading such rumors to lure individuals to their demise. Ah, Jiang Daoyu, selling spirit talismans like this, how much can you earn? It hardly covers your rent. You might as well take the risk. Without taking risks, how can one cultivate to the foundational stage? Zhang Daoyu, you may go. I'm only 30 years old and not in a hurry. Lin Jiang declined once more. He had shaved his beard and returned to his original appearance. Though he claimed to be 30, among wandering cultivators, a 30-year-old in the late Qi refinement stage is considered elite. Being younger would raise suspicions. Seeing that Lin Jiang was resolute, the neighbor ceased his attempts to persuade him and began seeking other companions. He had always been intrigued by treasure hunting, but lacked the courage to venture out alone due to his low cultivation level, hence his desire to find a team. Lin Jiang refocused on selling his spirit talismans, having crafted a clear plan for his future. He would not partake in treasure hunting, exploration, or slaying beasts. He merely sought to survive. Why? Because Lin Jiang's greatest advantage is time. He can earn money gradually. While others may accumulate 80 to 100,000 spirit stones in a year, he could manage 3 to 500, taking 100 or 80 years, which he could afford. Hence, survival is the key. After surviving for thousands or tens of thousands of years and enhancing his cultivation, he could pursue other ventures without rush. Thus, Lin Jiang established a routine. He would practice for 2.5 hours each day and spend another 2.5 hours inscribing talismans. This schedule was non-negotiable, with the remaining time dedicated to selling talismans and studying spells. Should talismans fail to sell, he could always sell them to commercial establishments, although their buying price would be 1 spirit stone lower than the retail price, making it unnecessary for him to sell to them. As time elapsed, he began packing up his stall. After a while, Lin Jiang noticed the time was approaching and gathered his talismans, heading home. Along the way, he spotted some food stalls and purchased a few items, thus saving time on cooking. 6 months later, Lin Jiang ventured out once more and encountered an unfamiliar cultivator. The newcomer greeted him, Dao Yu, I'm the new neighbor, Jiang Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Lin. Oh, we share the same surname. May I inquire where you hail from? Not from here. I am from Anhua City. Ah, I thought we might be relatives. What Zhang Dao Yu? Are you referring to the previous occupant? He has presumably passed away. The landlord came to check when he hadn't paid rent for a month. And his housemates mentioned he hadn't returned for several months, having gone treasure hunting in the Yincheng mountain range. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lin Jiang waved his hand and turned to head towards the marketplace, fully anticipating the fate of that individual. During that time, he had sought many companions to form a team, likely having attracted attention already. Greetings, brother. Upon arriving at his stall, Lin Jiang noticed that the neighboring stall had also changed hands, now occupied by a boy of around 10 years old, accompanied by a younger girl. Their stall displayed over 10 low-grade spiritual herbs. Hello, are you here to set up a stall? Yes, brother. What is your name? I am Zhang Ruifeng, and this is my sister Zhang Ruifeng. Our family cultivates land for the Zhongxing sect. The young boy was quite friendly, revealing his background without hesitation, which left Lin Jiang both amused and bemused. At such a tender age, he was remarkably naive, unaware of the dangers of Yincheng City. Before long, the city's patrol guards arrived and paused to converse with the Zhang siblings. The surrounding vendors looked on in astonishment. Once the guards departed, many approached the young boy to chat, and soon half the street was aware that these siblings had connections in Yincheng City, causing the predatory gazes to vanish. Yincheng City was jointly constructed and managed by the two major sects of Yinzhou, the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect. Both sects possess vast territories, many of which are available for rent, though not everyone can rent these. Typically, only their vassals or relatives of disciples are permitted. Several of Zhang Ruifeng's relatives were outer disciples of the Zhongxing sect, and his parents rented spiritual fields from the sect to cultivate spiritual herbs. Hence, the Zhang family had arranged for fellow disciples stationed in Yincheng City to look after Zhang Ruifeng. Hearing this information, Lin Jiang couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Indeed, no one in this world is simple. Even a 10-year-old boy has connections. Brother, are you hungry? I have some cakes. After a while, Zhang Ruifeng approached Lin Jiang again, offering him a cake. Thank you, little brother, but I brought my own food. Lin Jiang waved his hand. While outside, he would not easily accept food or drink from others. He maintained a degree of vigilance. Moreover, he had his own provisions. Lin Jiang never shortchanged himself. During his time at Lingtao Mountain Manor, he had raised silver arrow fish, silver glowing fish, and colorful pigs, which he only sold after tiring of them. Upon arriving in Yincheng City, the variety of ingredients available was even more abundant, occasionally featuring the flesh of third-tier beasts. Lin Jiang had already indulged himself, and life gradually returned to normal, although he consistently opted for the meat of second-tier beasts. The flesh of second-tier beasts is rich in spiritual energy, with 1 pound equating to the energy of 1/10 of a gathering spirit pill, significantly benefiting cultivators. Lin Jiang had been consuming it for quite some time. Well, my mother's pancakes are truly delicious. I believe that you, little brother, should not let your mother's good intentions go to waste and finish the pancakes yourself. Yes, brother, would you like to purchase our elixirs? Our elixirs are of superior quality. My father is a first-tier top-grade spirit planter, and the elixirs are adequately aged with dense spiritual energy, ensuring no deceit. Little one, as you can see, I am a talisman maker, not an alchemist, so I have no need for your elixirs. Lin Jiang had grown somewhat impatient. This little fellow was overly familiar, a veritable chatterbox. Brother, you could also learn alchemy. Alchemists earn quite a bit. With talismans, artifacts, and formations, alchemy is paramount. Brother, you. Zhang Ruifeng failed to comprehend Lin Jiang's impatient expression and continued to converse, his loquacious nature becoming evident. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth. Enough was enough. It was time to pack up and leave. Brother, why are you leaving so soon? It's only noon. Zhang Ruifeng tilted his head, unable to understand why the brother next door was wasting time. Wasn't he the stall fee money? Why leave at noon? Chapter 24. The exchange fair in the bustling market of Yunzhou City. Lin Jiang found himself somewhat distracted, contemplating his expenditures over the 2 years he had spent in the city. He had a habit of keeping accounts for his significant expenses. In the first year, Lin Jiang spent approximately 6,800 spirit stones, earning 3,500 in return. In the second year, his expenses rose to 7,200 spirit stones, while his income was 4,200. resulting in a depletion of 6,300 spirit stone from his savings over the 2 years. Such an imbalance in income and expenditure. At 3,000 a year, I can only sustain myself for a little over 10 years. Lin Jiang sighed. Had it not been for his savings, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. He would have had to consider sharing accommodations with others to reduce expenses. Life in Yunzhong City was exceedingly tough. Lin Jiang glanced down at his talismans. The number on his stall was increasing, clearly indicating that sales were not keeping pace with his production, leading to a backlog of inventory. He still had several hundred talismans in his storage pouch and was reluctant to sell them at a loss to a merchant. Brother, brother, the voice rang out again, and Lin Jiang felt the little one had taken hold of him, tugging at his sleeve. Silently, he channeled his spiritual energy to nudge Zhang Ruifeng's hand away. What is it? Lin Jiang attempted to maintain an air of indifference. He truly found Zhang Ruifeng exasperatingly familiar, lacking any sense of boundaries, clearly oblivious to his disinterest. Yet he insisted on chatting with him daily. Brother, your stall doesn't even need a day. After you leave, can I use it? Zhang Ruifeng inquired. In the bustling market of Yunzhong City, stall usage was permitted to be transferred, sublet, or borrowed, and the city did not intervene as long as they collected their fees. No, brother, don't be so stingy. I'll pay you rent. How about that? The stall fee is 1 spirit stone for a day. I'll rent it from you for 3 days' worth at the price of 1 spirit stone. Why ask me? Go find someone else. I'm not familiar with others. You are the best. If I rent you the stall, will you leave me alone afterward? Yes, I promise. All right, after I pack up, it's yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang immediately agreed. Money was secondary. He simply wished to avoid further annoyance. Lin Jiang felt he was somewhat introverted and could not tolerate this incessant chatter. These two siblings were indeed peculiar. Brother Zhang Ruifeng was a chatterbox with a social butterfly syndrome, while his sister was evidently socially anxious. Having known her for over a year, he had never heard her speak more than 20 words, often lost in her thoughts at the stall. One might mistake her for mute. Thank you, brother. Upon hearing Lin Jiang's agreement, Zhang Ruifeng was overjoyed, as this meant he could bring more elixirs to sell. Little brother, why don't you rent my stall too? At that moment, a vendor on Lin Jiang's right spoke up. This vendor was a charming young woman, possessing impressive assets, and was also another social butterfly. She likely knew most of the vendors on the street. No, sister. You operate your stall for 5 or 6 hours a day. Renting yours wouldn't be worthwhile. Unlike Big Brother, who only runs his stall for 2 hours a day. Zhang Ruifeng shook his head directly. Renting from the beautiful young woman wouldn't be cost-effective, as she operated for 5 or 6 hours daily, overlapping with his time. Unlike Lin Jiang, who often didn't even work a full 2 hours, making it more profitable. What a shrewd little brat, the young woman exclaimed in mock anger. Zhang Ruifeng was small yet cunning, thriving in the market over the past 2 years. Her gaze shifted back to Lin Jiang, and she said, Dao Jiang, it has been a while since you last purchased talisman paper from me. Recently, talismans have been hard to sell, and I haven't used on my talisman paper. Lin Jiang replied calmly. The young woman's business overlapped somewhat with his, selling low-grade talismans and talisman paper. Her family seemed to cultivate spirit herbs suitable for crafting talisman paper within the Zhongxing sect. Dao Yu, would you be interested in exchanging talisman crafting techniques sometime? I would love to engage in some friendly sparring. I'm rather busy and lack the time. Lin Jiang once again declined. He found the young woman's voice intolerable, akin to nails on a chalkboard. No, it was more like an annoying squeak that sent shivers down his spine. Dao Yu, don't be so quick to refuse. I maintain good relations with many Dao friends. We loose cultivators should band together to exchange experiences and resources. Your cultivation is quite advanced. I have to pack up now. Zhang Ruifeng, the stall is yours. Without waiting for the young woman to finish, Lin Jiang began to gather his belongings and leave. Historically, misfortune often arises from emotional entanglements, and this young woman was adept at charming those around her. Given her close relationships with numerous male cultivators on this street, Lin Jiang did not wish to unnecessarily offend anyone. It simply wasn't worth it. What a peculiar person, the young woman mused, observing Lin Jiang's retreating figure. She was aware that Lin Jiang was a wealthy individual living alone, yet regrettably, he seemed disinterested in women. What a pity. Dao Yu, come in and exchange some techniques. As he made his way to the city center, Lin Jiang passed by Yingchun Tower, where a group of enchanting maidens waved at him. Upon noticing Lin Jiang glance up, they began to pose alluringly, showcasing their impressive features. Lin Jiang narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. The cost of romance in Yunzhong City was considerably higher than in Lin Family Square. In Lin Family Square, one could enjoy a decent meal for merely 3 to 5 spirit stones, while here, it would take 20 spirit stones just for a taste. And that was for something mediocre. The better options had no upper limit, and Lin Jiang could not afford such extravagance. He wouldn't spend lavishly for fleeting pleasure. Having spent several years in Yunzhong City, he occasionally indulged his cravings, but overindulgence could strain not only his kidneys, but also his storage pouch. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Jiang arrived at Duobao Pavilion, a commercial establishment under the Yunjian sect, with branches spread throughout Yunzhou. It held a reputable standing, minimizing the risk of being targeted for wealth. In contrast, lesser-known businesses had a higher likelihood of such incidents occurring, with some small merchants relying on predation for survival, viewing every customer as a potential target. "Dao Jiang, you've arrived." Upon entering, a familiar manager approached him. Lin Jiang nodded and followed him into a private room. Duobao Pavilion employed numerous sales managers, each with performance targets, thus ensuring customer relations. Lin Jiang was no stranger, having established rapport with one of them. "Dao Jiang, what can I do for you this time?" "The usual, Peiyuan Dan and Zhuling Dan, both of the finest quality." Lin Jiang replied. Dan medicines are categorized by quality, ranging from top grade to inferior, a distinction that is often blurred in Lin Family Square and Anhua City, yet is quite clear in Yunzhong City. Different qualities of Dan medicines command varying prices, with higher quality Dan medicines being gentler, richer in spiritual energy, and possessing less Dan toxicity. Lower quality Dan medicines could leave one recovering from toxicity for several days, leading to serious consequences if not addressed. Moreover, using the same inferior Dan medicine again could result in diminished efficacy or, worse, unforeseen incidents during foundational breakthroughs. Indeed, Daoist Jiang is quite straightforward. I shall arrange for someone to deliver it. The steward smiled, for guests like Lin Jiang, who exhibit such directness, are rare. Most cultivators at the lower levels of Yunzhong City lead difficult lives, causing them to be rather calculating. Lin Jiang, in contrast, has always been forthright. The elixir is indeed correct. This is a spirit stone, and I have confirmed the amount. There is no error. What Daoist Jiang provides is reliable. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment, Daoist Jiang. Is there anything else? Well, Daoist Jiang, our Duobao Pavilion organizes regular exchange meetings as a way to give back to our patrons. These gatherings feature seniors of the Foundation establishment stage who will address queries from participants, as well as arrange occasional auctions and trading events. Only those who have spent a certain amount of spirit stones at Duobao Pavilion are eligible to attend. I wonder if you might be interested. When does it take place? At the beginning of each month. I will attend then. In that case, please arrive early at Duobao Pavilion, and I shall personally escort you. Lin Jiang nodded and then departed. He had heard of such exchange meetings. Many boasted about them at the Grand Market, as if participation were a symbol of status for loose cultivators. And indeed, it is so. Lin Jiang had spent at least 5,000 spirit stones at Duobao Pavilion to receive this invitation, which ordinary loose cultivators could hardly obtain. Half a month later, Lin Jiang attended the exchange meeting for the first time. As a newcomer, he felt quite reserved, remaining silent throughout the event. When it came time to share resources, he refrained from contributing, viewing this occasion as an opportunity to learn. However, the exchange meeting opened Lin Jiang's eyes to the vast array of cultivation methods and spirit items in the world, many of which he had never encountered before. Such meetings are generally held every 2 to 3 months, lasting only 2 or 3 hours. Time well spent, yielding significant benefits. Lin Jiang resolved to participate more frequently. Seclusion and self-study are not conducive to growth. He recognized his limited understanding of the cultivation world, while the elite individuals attending the meetings conveyed far more trustworthy information than the loose cultivators at the Grand Market. Chapter 25. Huang to Bazhen, Ju. Another year passed, and during this time, Lin Jiang attended 4 exchange meetings. No longer a novice, he had begun to establish a reputation among the patrons of Duobao Pavilion. Many sought to befriend him, hoping to collaborate on various tasks or treasure hunts, but Lin Jiang declined all such offers. He only exchanged for items he needed at the meetings, such as spirit herbs and insights into talisman crafting, which significantly improved his talisman-making skills. A month ago, he successfully crafted his first high-grade, first-tier talisman. Aware of his limited knowledge of the cultivation world, Lin Jiang intensified his research over the past year, gathering extensive information. Upon review, he discerned the concept of hierarchy. Everything in the cultivation realm is stratified. Cultivators possess different spiritual roots, and cultivation methods vary in quality. Pills, talismans, tools, and formations also possess grades. Ultimately, these distinctions serve to segregate individuals. For lower-level cultivators, advancing is exceedingly challenging. For instance, to reach a certain level of cultivation, one must possess a spiritual root, preferably an exceptional one. Otherwise, one must compensate through other means, such as a high-level cultivation method or an abundance of spirit herbs. For the vast majority of lower-level cultivators, such resources are unattainable, including spiritual roots. Once someone possesses an outstanding spiritual root, they are no longer considered low-level and are quickly absorbed into various families or sects, effectively elevating their status. Based on this information, Lin Jiang recalibrated his plans. His foremost goal was to find a powerful cultivation method. The method he practiced, Xianjiao Ju, is classified as upper yellow grade. Among smaller factions or loose cultivators, it is quite commendable, yet most cultivators in Yuncheng City possess only mid to lower yellow grade methods. Still, Lin Jiang remained unsatisfied. In the realm of cultivation, methods are paramount. A superior cultivation method not only accelerates a cultivator's progress, but also raises their potential ceiling. The Xianjiao Ju he currently practices is limited to the Golden Core stage, whereas it is said that any heavenly grade method can be cultivated to surpass the transformation stage. Taoist Jiang seeks a high-level method. What grade does he desire? And are there any special requirements? The steward, familiar with Lin Jiang, instinctively inquired. Preferably one without spiritual root restrictions. I possess 5 spiritual roots. As for the grade, is there a heavenly grade method available? There are many methods without spiritual root restrictions, but to request a heavenly grade method is a jest, Taoist Jiang. A solitary, unclaimed heavenly grade method could incite fierce conflict among major sects, stirring turmoil in the cultivation world. Even considering the possibility of a heavenly grade method being traded, it would not be purchasable with spirit stones. It would require bartering, and the price would be exorbitant. The steward shook his head, refraining from mocking Lin Jiang. For many cultivators share the same misconception, believing heavenly grade methods to be as common as cabbage. Even among his own sect, Yunjian sect, only one heavenly grade method exists, reserved exclusively for true disciples of the inner sect. Then, how might one obtain a heavenly grade method? By joining a major sect. As far as I know, only the Zhongxing sect, Yunjian sect, and another powerful faction, the Wuxing sect, possess heavenly grade methods. By entering a sect and gaining admission to the inner circle, one can seek a master at the elder level and, upon earning the title of true disciple, could potentially learn a heavenly grade method. Is that so? Lin Jiang felt a sense of despair. This path seemed unfeasible. Gaining entry into a major sect and earning the title of true disciple was beyond his reach, as his spiritual root disqualified him from consideration. Indeed, Taoist Jiang, do you have any other requests? Could you provide a list of heavenly grade methods? I shall strive for my dreams. After all, without dreams, what distinguishes us from mere salted fish? Haha, you speak true, Taoist Jiang. If you're so fixated on heavenly grade methods, I might as well gift you one. Are you joking? No, Taoist Jiang, please do not misunderstand. I am serious. Have you ever heard of the Huangtu Bazhenju? No, I have not. Then allow me to elaborate. The Huangtu Bazhenju originates from ancient times, reportedly created by a cultivator named Huangtu. Huangtu was initially a scion of a noble family, yet his family perished at the hands of enemies, leaving him to survive alone. His obsession with vengeance consumed him. However, Huangtu lacked exceptional talent, and his cultivation progressed slowly, leading him to stray into the path of darkness and delve into numerous sinister techniques. Most sinister methods are characterized by rapid advancement, minimal hindrances, and low resource requirements. However, they come with significant drawbacks, often presenting immense advantages alongside substantial flaws. After encountering such dark techniques, Huangtu deemed them insufficiently powerful to sustain him. Consequently, he amalgamated various sinister methods to create the Huangtu Bazhenju. This method incorporates nearly all the strengths of sinister techniques. It possesses every conceivable advantage, yet it harbors a fatal flaw. a shortened lifespan. We know that a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage can live around 200 years. 500 years in the golden core stage, 1,000 years in the nascent soul stage, and 2,000 years in the transformation stage. However, Huang Tu, after creating and mastering this technique and achieving his vengeance, lived for less than 50 years, reaching the transformation stage. It is speculated that he lived for barely 400 years. Afterwards, many individuals have practiced the Huang Tu Bazanju, yet each practitioner meets an exceedingly brief lifespan, barely exceeding one-third of their expected longevity. Thus, the Huang Tu Bazanju is also referred to as the short-lived technique. In my youth, akin to Lin Jiang, I yearned for a celestial level technique and went to great lengths to acquire the Huang Tu Bazanju. However, after less than a month of practice, I no longer dared to continue. The manager spoke softly, indicating that the Huang Tu Bazanju has not been practiced for many years. Major sects have classified this technique as forbidden, even disallowing its inclusion in their libraries, fearing that some disciples, enticed by its accelerated cultivation speed, might overlook its inherent dangers. Beside him, Lin Jiang was momentarily stunned, internally exclaiming, "Isn't this technique tailor-made for me? Lin Jiang. Ahem, I apologize for losing focus. If this technique is what you desire, I shall gift it to you, but I urge you to ponder carefully. This technique is genuinely malevolent. Many predecessors have sought to overcome its drawbacks, yet all have failed. Those who practice this technique invariably meet an untimely demise. We pursue cultivation for longevity, not for death, unless there exists a profound vendetta seeking mutual destruction with an enemy. It is best to refrain from practicing it. I understand. I will merely take a look. I am still young and have no enemies, so I am not inclined to despair. That is well. If you possess exceptional talent, you may learn something beneficial from it. What is the price of this technique? As I mentioned, it is a gift for you. Over the years, you have taken care of me immensely. I shall not charge you," the manager stated, noting that Lin Jiang had spent over 10,000 spirit stones under his purview, significantly enhancing his performance, which motivated him to maintain this customer relationship. "Then I am most grateful to you. This is the technique. Let me reiterate, do not practice it casually and do not harbor a mindset of luck. If you do practice, cease as soon as possible. It will only diminish your lifespan slightly. Once the technique is mastered, it will be too late." "Understood. Thank you, my friend. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lin Jiang feigned indifference as he picked up the technique, yet his heart was already brimming with excitement. How incredibly fortunate he was to encounter such a technique. He could hardly wait to return and practice it. In Chapter 26, the explosive Yuan technique, he lamented, "I cannot continue. Further practice may lead to death." In Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang cast aside the Huang Tu Bazanju, cursing. 3 months prior, he had obtained this technique from the manager of Duobao Pavilion, naively believing it was crafted exclusively for him. Thus, upon returning home, Lin Jiang eagerly delved into its study and began practicing. However, after 3 months, he resolved to abandon it. The Huang Tu Bazanju is notorious as the short-lived technique. Lin Jiang initially thought it merely drained his lifespan. In that case, he felt little fear, as his remaining lifespan was already 15,000 years, ample capital. Yet after practicing, he discovered it was not so simple. The Huang Tu Bazanju truly consumed the body. Its spiritual energy was exceedingly domineering, exacting the price of bodily exhaustion. If practiced deeply, the body would be ravaged, leading him to become a living corpse, immortal in lifespan, yet ruined in body. This contradicted Lin Jiang's intentions. He sought cultivation not for eternal life, but for means of self-protection. Thus, he had no choice but to reluctantly relinquish this celestial level technique. However, it was not without gains. One of the secret techniques within the Huang Tu Bazanju was quite aligned with his needs. Lin Jiang sighed again, noting that the Huang Tu Bazanju contained several secret techniques, one of which, the explosive Yuan technique, was remarkably formidable. This technique utilized the lifespan as fuel, allowing one to instantaneously double their attack power. Doubling one's power cost 10 years of lifespan, while the maximum boost could reach tenfold, consuming 100 years of lifespan. For other cultivators, this was a path to death. A golden core cultivator typically has a lifespan of merely 500 years, with most reaching this stage in their hundreds. In reality, they only have around 400 years remaining. should they face a formidable foe and expend 100 years of lifespan. They would likely forfeit their chance at reaching the nascent soul stage. However, Lin Jiang was unperturbed. With over 10,000 years of lifespan, sacrificing 100 years was trivial. Even if he were to expend another 100 or 80 years, he could afford it. At his current cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement, a tenfold increase in attack power would likely render him unmatched among his peers. Thus, Lin Jiang resolved to practice the explosive Yuan technique, which would become one of his trump cards in the future. Dao Jiang. On a bright morning, Lin Jiang arrived at the bustling market. A beautiful young woman greeted him warmly. Perhaps due to the early hour and the lack of other customers, a few male cultivators were surrounding her. And upon noticing Lin Jiang, they immediately displayed hostile glares. "Ah, Dao Lu, greetings." Lin Jiang responded courteously, then laid out a cloth on the ground, arranging the spirit talismans he intended to sell. Now, Lin Jiang was selling high-quality first-tier spirit talismans. Previously, he had sold all his mid-tier first-tier talismans to a certain merchant, recovering over 3,000 spirit stones in costs. "Dao Jiang, your talisman skills have advanced," the beautiful woman exclaimed. "You have added 2 new types of talismans today. That is truly commendable." Ignoring Lin Jiang's indifference, she approached him. Over the past few months, her attitude towards him had become significantly warmer. She had realized that Lin Jiang was among the few wealthy and promising individuals in the market. Young yet formidable, with remarkable talisman-making skills. High-quality first-tier talismans were not something just anyone in the Qi refinement stage could produce. Many had dedicated their lives to studying talismans without achieving such a level. The value of first-tier high-quality talismans was soaring. A standard talisman could sell for 10 spirit stones, with material costs merely 1 spirit stone, even accounting for failed attempts. The income remained considerable, amounting to hundreds of spirit stones monthly, definitely among the top earnings in the bustling market. "Not bad. I have made some progress," Lin Jiang nodded, feeling quite pleased. He had a decent talent in talisman crafting and could now create 9 types of high-quality first-tier talismans, with a respectable success rate of 5 or 6 out of 10 attempts. At the current price of high-quality first-tier talismans, he could maintain a balanced budget this year or next. With a slightly higher success rate, he might even see some profits, allowing his wealth to gradually accumulate. "Dao Jiang, how many talismans can you create in a day?" "Why do you ask?" "Dao Jiang, do not misunderstand. I am merely inquiring. If your talisman-making frequency is low, you might consider trying the Lin Jiang, a superb technique for strengthening one's spiritual consciousness, even utilized by top-tier sects like the Zhongxing sect. Coupled with some nourishing spirit pills, it would be extraordinarily beneficial for us talisman makers." Seeing Lin Jiang frown, the beautiful woman quickly clarified, aware that this question was somewhat personal, but she was merely seeking a topic to engage Lin Jiang more deeply. Although her talisman skills were lacking, she was quite knowledgeable about the profession, as her family included talisman makers. "I am already aware. I have begun practicing the Lin Jiang," Lin Jiang replied. Previously ignorant of such matters, he had learned about them after arriving in Yunzhong City. The Lin Jiang was an exceptionally advanced secret technique that could enhance one's spiritual consciousness. However, due to its wide circulation, it was not particularly expensive. The more costly item was the nourishing spirit pill, which cost 30 spirit stones each and required long-term consumption, leading to significant expenses. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang had gritted his teeth and purchased some, recognizing that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools. The strength of one's talisman making was closely linked to the potency of one's spiritual consciousness, making this an investment in himself. "Then we can exchange insights on the Lin Jiang," the beautiful woman said, delighted to find a common interest. "Dao Lu, perhaps you should converse with the others." "I am not at ease," Lin Jiang remarked, glancing at the jealous men nearby, shaking his head. He found trouble in attracting attention from women and felt it best to avoid confrontation. The beautiful woman glanced back, her heart filled with displeasure. How oblivious these fools are. Unable to see that I no longer wish to engage with them. Why do they still linger here? "No worries, Jiang Daoyu, they are not talisman's masters. And I find it difficult to converse with them. I prefer talisman's masters," she remarked to Lin Jiang, deliberately tossing her hair to reveal her alluring visage. "Drawing talismans is my livelihood, but in truth, I am not fond of it." "Well, it's time to conduct business," Lu Daoyu interjected lightly. Lin Jiang's expression turned serious as he gestured for them to leave, indicating it was time to disperse. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman paused for a moment, then stomped her foot in frustration and returned to her stall, angrily shooing away the few sycophants. What a stone! No, a stone in a latrine. Hoof. Before long, Lin Jiang caught a sulky voice drifting to his ear, which he chose to ignore. Hee, Brother Jiang, Sister Lu really likes you. A social butterfly had been sent away only for another to appear, Zhang Ruifeng stepping into the scene. Don't be absurd, you little brat. What do you know about liking someone? I'm not a little brat. I am 13 this year. If I were immortal, I could marry next year, Zhang Ruifeng declared, puffing out his chest as if to appear more formidable. 13 is hardly young. His relatives without spiritual roots marry at 14, marking the onset of adulthood. You should focus on reaching the first level of qi refinement first. Without cultivation, your words carry no weight, Lin Jiang replied, his tone teasingly poking at Zhang Ruifeng's vulnerabilities. In Yun Zhongcheng, it is encouraged to begin cultivation at 12, lest one's potential be prematurely activated, which could hinder future growth. Zhang Ruifeng, having undergone the examination for spiritual roots last year, discovered he possessed 5 roots, the same as Lin Jiang, marking him as possessing one of the lowest talents in the cultivation world. After more than a year of practice, he had not even reached the first level of qi refinement. Of course, Lin Jiang felt somewhat embarrassed to mock him, as the original Lin Jiang had taken over 2 years to achieve the same level, remaining stagnant for many years thereafter, a source of shame, hence earning the title of the Lin family's disgrace. Zhang Ruifeng, hearing Lin Jiang's words, was instantly incensed, his face flushing as he gasped for breath, unable to retort as the truth of his lack of progress stung too deeply. Brother Jiang, I will surpass you eventually. Is that so? I shall await your arrival. Lin Jiang replied with a smirk. Just wait. Indeed, wait. By the way, cultivation requires substantial funds. Without spirit stones, progress is nearly impossible. Therefore, to catch up to my level, you should focus on earning money rather than idly chatting with others. You are no longer a mere mortal, understand? Lin Jiang stated, his tone firm. I believe I have made myself clear. You must cultivate diligently and refrain from being a chatterbox. I have had enough. But I am doing this to earn money. Zhang Ruifeng protested, feeling once more the sting of Lin Jiang's disdain for his verbosity. His father had often scolded him for talking too much, which was why he had been sent to Yun Zhongcheng to set up a stall at such a young age. Despite his loquaciousness, he had indeed made a considerable profit. Chapter 27, Centenary Celebration in Yun Zhongcheng. Lin Jiang treated himself to an enormous cake adorned with 105 candles. 105 years old, he sighed, then blew out all the candles in one breath. Today marked his birthday, yet he was still at the 7th level of qi refinement. This left Lin Jiang feeling quite helpless, for the cultivation aptitude of this body was terribly poor. At 105 years, he had only reached the 7th level after an arduous 93 years of practice, an abysmal record. Without the system's boost, he would have long since perished. After finishing the cake, Lin Jiang tidied up and headed to Duobao Pavilion, intending to purchase more elixirs. Currently, he primarily relied on 3 types: gathering spirit pills, vitality pills, and spirit nourishing pills, each purchased monthly, costing him over 100 spirit stones. Jiang Daoyu. What is happening at Duobao Pavilion? It seems quite festive, Lin Jiang observed as he noticed numerous staff members cleaning the entrance, walls, and windows, while others adorned the sign with red silk, creating an atmosphere akin to a wedding. It's the centenary celebration of Yun Zhongcheng. Jiang Daoyu, are you not aware? I haven't heard of it. Do enlighten me. All right. Yun Zhongcheng was established 1,300 years ago. Starting 1,000 years ago, every century a grand celebration is held. During this time, the entry fee to Yun Zhongcheng is waived, and numerous activities are organized, including free performances by acrobatic troupes and opera companies. Our commercial establishment will also offer a range of discounts, such as 20% off purchases. Furthermore, major businesses like Duobao Pavilion will unveil many rare treasures for sale, such as foundational pills, which are seldom available. You might want to prepare yourself. Perhaps you can acquire some fine items. Ah, the double 11 of the cultivation world. Lin Jiang mused. Who says cultivators do not engage in marketing? This has been going on for 1,000 years. Truly impressive. Jiang Daoyu, what is double 11? Oh, it's merely a custom from my hometown. On November 11th, merchants unite to hold events, offering discounts to entice shoppers, much like what you see here. Why November 11th? Why not other days? That's not the point. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, wishing he could express that it was these unscrupulous merchants who twisted the original meaning of the holiday, which was one Singles Day, into a shopping spree, a rather shameless endeavor. Haha, indeed. Jiang Daoyu, I advise you to save more spirit stones. It will be more advantageous for your purchases during the celebration. When will this centenary celebration take place? In half a month. A public notice will be issued at the city lord's residence 7 days in advance. We received the news early, so we are preparing ahead. I understand a prelude. Very well. I shall return then. Reserve some fine items for me. That's a given. Jiang Daoyu is our esteemed guest. The manager nodded. Lin Jiang had collaborated with him for many years, and they were quite familiar with each other. A generous patron like Lin Jiang was always welcomed. Upon leaving Duobao Pavilion for the bustling marketplace, Lin Jiang noticed many discussing the centenary celebration of Yunzhongcheng. It seemed the news had spread widely. While he remained blissfully unaware. Jiang Daoyu, you've arrived. The beautiful woman greeted him with fiery enthusiasm. Hello, Lu Daoyu, Lin Jiang responded with a slight bow. Over time, he had grown less indifferent and resentful toward her. Having learned of the beautiful woman's backstory, Lin Jiang found a newfound respect for her. Her name was Lu Baixue, and she had a husband and child. Her husband, an accomplished chi refinement practitioner, had suffered a devastating injury during a conflict years ago, leaving him paralyzed. With a young child to care for, their family relied solely on her efforts. By day, she operated a stall in the marketplace, and by night, she farmed and tended to her household, sacrificing all her cultivation time. Her entanglements with various men were, in truth, a means of survival. As a woman with little social experience, she had to rely on her innate charms and skills. Understanding her plight made Lin Jiang admire her more. Such virtuous women were rare, and while she may lack certain cunning, perfection is unattainable, and one cannot demand too much. Jiang Daoyu, have you eaten? I brought some food. I have already dined. Thank you, Lu Daoyu. Lin Jiang waved his hand. While he no longer treated her with disdain, he had no intentions of becoming overly familiar, preferring not to emulate that certain someone. Are you aware of the centenary celebration in Yunzhongcheng? I have recently heard that this year marks the 10th centenary celebration. I have been told that both Zhonghongzong and Yunjianzong intend to elevate the centenary celebration into a millennial festivity, a scale far surpassing that of previous years. Is there truth to this? Indeed, it is naturally a millennial celebration. The larger the scale, the greater their profits. The entrance fee is waived, yet the taxes from businesses will not diminish. If executed well, the revenue from this festival could rival that of over a decade's worth of ordinary income. This reasoning holds merit, suggesting that there may be substance to these rumors. Lin Jiang nodded, seemingly convinced, recognizing the terrifying potential of the transaction volume under such marketing strategies. Both sects possess skilled individuals who would undoubtedly perceive this. Jiang Daoyu should also prepare in advance, as a significant influx of cultivators into Yunzhong City is inevitable. I have heard that during the centenary celebration a century ago, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from distant lands gathered here. Even we humble vendors reaped substantial profits. Moreover, there will be numerous rare items available that are usually unattainable, such as secret techniques and medicinal pills, and they will likely be offered at lower prices than usual. Understood. I shall make the necessary preparations. Lin Jiang nodded, realizing that his most valuable assets were these spiritual talismans, indicating that it was time to stock up and devise a strategy for a lucrative venture. Additionally, he possessed items for sale, such as the Qingyan Dan purchased by Lining, which had remained with him for many years and was inconvenient to sell. This occasion provided an opportunity to avoid letting its efficacy expire, which would be a waste. Jiang Daoyu, let us share our resources and maintain open communication in the future. It is crucial for lower-tier cultivators to unite. Thank you, Liu Daoyu. Lin Jiang nodded, acknowledging that the charming lady was not without merit. She had many friends, was well-connected, and far surpassed him in social prowess. He hoped to extract more valuable information from her when given the chance. As news of the centenary celebration spread, Yunzhong City visibly descended into a state of bustling activity as merchants began stockpiling goods, and even small vendors followed suit. Lin Jiang, of course, could not remain an exception. He not only set up his stall haphazardly, but unprecedentedly worked overtime. Aside from the 2.5 hours dedicated to daily cultivation, He devoted all his remaining time to crafting talismans, even reducing his sleep to an hour and a half. In truth, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator's physical resilience could withstand not sleeping for 10 days or more. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, sleep would merely be an instinctual necessity, allowing him to forego it for half a year or even a year without adverse effects. Previously, Lin Jiang maintained a consistent sleep schedule of about 4 hours to uphold a regular life while indulging in some laziness. However, this time, he aimed for substantial gains, thus minimizing his sleep as much as possible, although he could not completely eliminate it. As the days dwindled to 3 before the centenary celebration, the influx of people into Yunzhong City began to surge dramatically, with thousands of external cultivators arriving daily. The news of the centenary celebration had evidently spread throughout the entire Yunzhou cultivation community. The initial beneficiaries of this windfall were the inns, with Lin Jiang even hearing that some businesses, which typically struggled, had transformed their shops and warehouses into temporary inns. Certain merchants began to release their stock, behaving as though driven mad, raising prices beyond usual, while still having the audacity to claim discounts. Lin Jiang refrained from setting up his stall, opting instead to gather with a few friends he had met at the Duobaoge exchange meetings over the years, where he had learned about the Lianshenju. Indeed, I received word that the city lord's office had received numerous complaints regarding these unscrupulous merchants, who, having promised substantial discounts, were instead hiking prices. The group debated vigorously, condemning the merchants for their deceitful tactics that treated them as fools. Naturally, reputable establishments like Duobaoge would not engage in such practices, as the profit gained was not worth tarnishing their reputation. It was merely the smaller merchants causing chaos. The city lord's office received a plethora of reports, and if a thorough investigation were conducted, it would spell trouble for them. After expressing their disdain for the merchants, the group began discussing their aspirations for the centenary celebration. Some sought to acquire advanced techniques, others desired a suitable flying sword, but many were eager to seize the chance to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Although Yunzhong City typically offered foundation establishment pills for sale, their quantity was scarce, and the prices were exorbitantly high. This centenary celebration, however, would consolidate many forces, resulting in a substantial increase in the availability of foundation establishment pills, thereby offering them a glimmer of hope. At present, what these Qi refinement cultivators valued most were the foundation establishment pills, as achieving that breakthrough independently was nearly impossible. Such feats were reserved for prodigious disciples. As for them, reality had demonstrated that they were not prodigies. If they were, they would not be scattered cultivators, but would have long been recruited by sects or families. Jiang Daoyou, what of you? Are you not considering purchasing a foundation establishment pill? I am still far from it. I have yet to reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Jiang shook his head, truly unprepared to buy a foundation establishment pill. Although he could afford one now, his goal this time was to acquire a technique. If he could not obtain a celestial level technique, he must at least secure a terrestrial level one. He had little interest in those below the terrestrial level. While Jiang may not be a wealthy individual, lacking funds does not imply that he cannot have high aspirations, does it? Chapter 28. The auction. The streets were teeming with people, a veritable tide of humanity. Lin Jiang observed the throngs in Yunzhong City, reflecting upon how the centenary celebration had drawn countless cultivators, rendering the city overwhelmingly crowded. The extent of the crowd was such that every tavern and inn in Yunzhong City was fully booked, including all temporary accommodations. Even the streets, typically quiet, were bustling with activity to the extent that the city guards could not patrol on foot. The city's protective formation was compelled to relax its restrictions, allowing the guards to patrol by flight, while the Yuan Ing cultivators stationed within the city remained ever vigilant, their spiritual senses sweeping the city repeatedly to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. The season of fortune had arrived for the street vendors. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Lin Jiang found that the stalls of his Zhang Ruifeng siblings and the charming lady were brimming with customers, indicating a thriving business. Lin Jiang produced his spiritual talismans, and immediately inquiries about prices ensued. First-tier high-quality talismans were among the most sought-after items at this bustling market, as anything beyond them pertained to foundation establishment materials and were seldom found there, typically traded within businesses. Thus, Lin Jiang's stall soon attracted a considerable crowd. and he was unwilling to lower his prices, as discounts were the domain of larger merchants, not applicable to small vendors like himself. Within less than an hour, the over 100 talismans he had prepared were sold out, and he decided it was time to close up shop. Liu Daiyou, given the overwhelming throngs in Yunzhong City, predominantly comprising qi refinement cultivators, the demand for food has surged dramatically. I suggest you return and procure some food to sell. You might earn even more. You could certainly give it a try. As Lin Jiang prepared to leave, he kindly shared this thought with the charming lady, noting how the food vendors at the bustling market seemed overwhelmed. Ah, how could I have overlooked this? The lady exclaimed, smacking her forehead as a realization dawned upon her. The meager profits from selling talisman paper would be negligible, but the demand for food was far greater. Qi refinement cultivators also require sustenance, just like ordinary people. With hundreds of thousands of them flooding in, the potential for profit is immense. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Zhang Ruifeng, who had been listening nearby, immediately expressed his gratitude with a broad smile, swiftly darting off, likely to inform his family of the plan to sell food the following day. Lin Jiang smiled and departed, acknowledging that selling food would indeed be more profitable, yet he had no intention of pursuing it, primarily due to his reluctance, as the food industry is notoriously labor-intensive. Lin Jiang hurried to seek out the informants for news. During the grand celebration, the numerous merchants in Yunzhong City would each unveil their own promotional offers and host a plethora of auctions. Some auctions were organized by coalitions of various merchants, while others were conducted by individual establishments, such as Duobao Pavilion, which, supported by Yunjian sect, possessed the strength to hold large-scale auctions independently. The abundance of such auctions has given rise to a new venture, informants buying and selling news. They would traverse from one merchant to another, consolidating their activities and selling the information to those in need at a modest price of merely 1 spirit stone. The details of Duobao Pavilion's activities over the course of 3 days and the collaboration of 7 merchants from Sihai Merchant were what Lin Jiang sought. As he perused the information, he realized he would be unable to partake in most of the major merchant activities due to his lack of status, as he had not yet entered the qi refining stage. Even if he attended, he would not afford the items on offer. At the Golden Core and nascent soul-level auctions, even the least valuable items started at tens of thousands of spirit stones, far beyond his reach. Lin Jiang focused on events suitable for those at the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, as this demographic represented the majority in the cultivation world, leading to substantial profits. On the 6th day, a special auction for secret techniques was scheduled, and this was precisely what he needed, albeit with a capital verification requirement of 50,000 spirit stones. Lin Jiang quickly uncovered the desired information. 8 medium-sized merchants, led by Sihai Merchant, would hold a special auction for secret techniques on the 6th day. To filter out genuine clients, these merchants implemented capital verification, advising those without sufficient funds to refrain from participation. Fortunately for Lin Jiang, he had arrived with approximately 50,000 spirit stones, having experienced a small profit over the past 2 years, leaving him with more than 40,000 spirit stones after selling his talismans. Moreover, he still possessed valuable items, including the Qingyan Dan gifted by Lin Jiang, which he had not sold. Lin Jiang had learned that Qingyan Dan was exceedingly precious, mostly traded for goods rather than spirit stones, with a market value of at least 80,000 spirit stones, possibly higher at auctions. On the 2nd day of the grand celebration, Lin Jiang sold his talismans promptly and made his way to Duobao Pavilion, having donned a new outfit and disguised himself to appear as a newcomer wishing to auction items. Upon learning of his intention to auction the Qingyan Dan, the pavilion staff became enthusiastic, and after reviewing the information, decided to include the Qingyan Dan in that evening's auction. Consequently, Lin Jiang received a ticket to attend the auction at Duobao Pavilion. The grand hall, which could accommodate 500 people, was filled to capacity. Sitting in a corner, Lin Jiang observed the array of exquisite items being auctioned, all of which made his mouth water, yet remained beyond his financial reach. This auction primarily catered to foundation establishment cultivators, with few qi refining individuals present, and the items were consequently priced accordingly. As the auction commenced for the first highlight item, a Qingyan Dan, the benefits of which were well known, extending life by 20 years while suppressing the effects of most longevity treasures, were presented. The pavilion's appraisal stated that while the efficacy might not guarantee the full 20 years, at least 18 years were assured. Thus, the bidding began at a base price of 70,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000 spirit stones. As the bidding progressed, it quickly surged to 100,000 spirit stones, with only 3 bidders remaining, each raising the bid by 1,000 at a time. Ultimately, when the price reached 120,000 spirit stones, no further bids were placed, as exceeding that amount seemed imprudent, given the uncertainty of future longevity treasures. Lin Jiang ultimately received a sum of 114,000 spirit stones, with 6,000 deducted as taxes and fees, split evenly between the auctioneer and bidders. With the spirit stones in hand, Lin Jiang was escorted through a secret passage by Duobao Pavilion staff, ensuring his safety from potential threats, as during such grand celebrations. Yincheng City often attracted unsavory characters eager for easy prey. After a few months, if one were to scour the outskirts of the city, the remains of unfortunate souls would likely pile high, a testament to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Yet, despite the dangers, the influx of people continued unabated, with no guarantee of who was a thief and who was a target. On the 3rd day, Lin Jiang overheard discussions in the marketplace regarding the grim events occurring outside the city, with reports of over 100 bodies discovered by the city guards. Jiang Daoyu, it has become exceedingly perilous outside the city these days. May I seek refuge at your home for a few days? A beautiful woman with gentle eyes timidly gazed at Lin Jiang as she resided outside the city and faced daily dangers. I'm afraid it's not convenient, Lu Daoyu. Lin Jiang replied. Jiang Daoyu, I merely seek a safe haven. With no ulterior motives, she insisted. Perhaps you can inquire with Zhang Ruifeng. His sister, Zhang Ruifeng, lives alone. You may share accommodations, Lin Jiang suggested, once again declining her request. He considered himself no paragon of virtue and was unwilling to tempt fate by sharing quarters with a lone woman, for such situations often led to complications. He believed firmly in maintaining his boundaries and was well aware of the woman's character. Entangling himself with her could lead to unforeseen complications, and with the vast opportunities ahead, there is no need to be ensnared by a singular distraction. After several rejections, the woman grew frustrated, yet Lin Jiang remained resolute, prompting her to seek Zhang Ruifeng, who readily agreed but insisted on payment, showing little interest in helping without compensation. That day, Lin Jiang swiftly sold out his talismans. Having prepared enough stock for half a month, all sold in 3 days. He regretted not preparing more, as such opportunities arose only once every 100 years. Fortunately, he still had ample materials for crafting talismans, prompting him to return home and work tirelessly. The art of crafting talismans was not merely a task. It was a means of generating wealth. Days passed swiftly, and a special auction for secret techniques hosted by Sihai Merchant commenced. Lin Jiang arrived early, determined to secure a high-level technique that evening. Chapter 29. The auction of techniques within the auction venue. 300 seats were filled to capacity, along with the surrounding 16 private rooms, all occupied. Each attendee possessed a list detailing the auction items, including their characteristics, levels, and requirements. Lin Jiang had obtained this list earlier, as it was not a closely guarded secret. He was particularly interested in a technique known as Zhuowang Jing. Zhuowang Jing is renowned in the cultivation world as the most eminent technique of all time. Some have even claimed it to be the foundation of all techniques, originating in the ancient era as the first technique in the cultivation realm. This technique embodies balance and harmony, avoiding extremes, and cultivates pure and rich spiritual energy. Suitable for practitioners of the 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, without requiring any special talent, making it highly esteemed in the cultivation community. However, the original Zhuowang Jing has long been lost to time, and currently, there are no less than 100 variations of it circulating within the cultivation world, all developed by practitioners based on their insights and experiences. The various editions of the Zhuowang Jing possess differing ranks, ranging from the lower grade of the Tian level to the D level, the Xian level, and even the Huang level. The quality of these texts is contingent upon the expertise of their creators and the extent of their capabilities. The Zhuowang Jing, which is to be auctioned by the Sihai Shanghao, was crafted by an ancient transformation master from 2,000 years ago, with a potential achievement level reaching the late stage of transformation, thereby classifying it as a mid-grade D-level text. D-level techniques are already quite remarkable. Even prestigious sects such as the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect possess few of such techniques, which are not accessible to just any disciple. Among independent cultivators, Possessing a D-level technique is akin to a rare treasure. In addition to the Zhuo Wang Jing, Lin Jiang also set his sights on a sword cultivation secret technique known as Yi Jian Fei Xian, created by the Grandmaster of Swordsmanship, Xiao Jian. With Xiao Jian achieving the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, he is nearly unmatched among his peers, relying on his extraordinary swordsmanship. Yi Jian Fei Xian is among his renowned techniques, demonstrating immense power. Good evening, fellow cultivators. I am Zhang Ruohai from Sihai Shanghao, serving as tonight's auctioneer. Our establishment, in collaboration with 7 other firms, is hosting this auction. This evening, we present a total of 16 techniques and 28 secret arts, all thoroughly verified by our consortium of appraisers. The ranks and characteristics of these techniques have been mutually acknowledged, backed by the credibility of our 8 firms. The auction commenced, with Zhang Ruohai taking the stage to assure the audience of the authenticity and ranks of the techniques, affirming that these verifications are guaranteed by the reputation of their establishment. Without further ado, let us begin the auction. The first item is the Qing Lei Ju from the Qingzhou Cultivation Realm, classified as a high-grade Qian-level technique, requiring a Thunder Element spiritual root for cultivation. Following Zhang Ruohai's announcement, the first item, a technique from a distant state, was introduced. The Thunder Element spiritual root is one of the 3 rare spiritual roots beyond the 5 elemental roots. While the 5 elemental roots are the most prevalent, the 3 rare spiritual roots, wind, thunder, and ice, each possess unique advantages and are characterized by their distinct properties. As soon as Zhang Ruohai finished speaking, bids began to emerge. Though the crowd was small, the competition was fierce, quickly escalating from 15,000 spiritual stones to 40,000, ultimately culminating at 51,000 spiritual stones. Once the first item was concluded, the second item followed. The auctioning of techniques differs from that of other items. Other items, such as pills, ores, and spiritual herbs, possess uniqueness. Whoever claims them, owns them. Techniques, however, can be replicated. Thus, the auction of techniques often involves a silent bidding method. For instance, if a technique has been replicated 10 times, the silent bidding format allows everyone to bid at once, with only one bid permitted, and the top 10 bids collectively securing the purchase. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, it enables the auctioneer to earn more spiritual stones. On the other, excessive replication can devalue the technique. For example, should a common Zhuo Jing become overly circulated, it may be purchasable for merely 10 spiritual stones, rendering it unworthy of auction. The Yi Jian Fei Xian, which Lin Jiang was particularly interested in, was scheduled as the 8th item, also employing the silent bidding method. The auctioneer had replicated 15 copies, allowing anyone to secure a copy by bidding above the top 15. Lin Jiang initially wrote down 5,000 spiritual stones, but swiftly erased it, replacing it with 8,000 and handing it to the staff. After a brief interval, Zhang Ruohai announced the results, revealing that the 15th bid was 7,500 spiritual stones. Those who bid higher were instructed to contact the auction staff to complete their transactions. Some individuals, not wishing to bid on subsequent items, directly proceeded to pay and exit, while Lin Jiang remained, intent on acquiring the Zhuo Jing. As the auction continued, it soon arrived at the Zhuo Jing. Zhang Ruohai, holding the jade slip, remarked, "I trust everyone is familiar with the Zhuo Jing. Many sects and families possess at least 8 out of 10 versions. The copy I hold derives from the venerable transformation master Yin Su from our Yinzhou. Thus we have appraised its rank as mid-grade D level. The auction format will also be silent bidding, with a total of 30 copies available, starting at a base price of 30,000 spiritual stones. Fellow cultivators, please take 1 time to consider your bids." While Zhang Ruohai spoke, Lin Jiang recorded his maximum bid of 80,000 spiritual stones, believing anything beyond that would not be worthwhile. A multitude of bidders emerged, with over half of the cultivators present placing their bids, as even those who did not intend to practice the technique saw it as an opportunity to enhance their sex foundation, should future generations require it. With the auction of the Zhuo Jing concluding, those bidding 7,800 spiritual stones or above were invited to contact the auction staff for payment and collection. Zhang Ruohai quickly organized the bids, and Lin Jiang, upon hearing the final bid, breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. "Fellow cultivator, I am willing to bid 50,000 spiritual stones. Would you be so kind?" "Fellow cultivator, I bid 45,000 spiritual stones. Could I obtain a copy of the technique? Upon rising, Lin Jiang was inundated with numerous messages from others wishing to purchase the technique through him. He, along with others, remained silent and departed. The reason for their refusal to entertain these requests was rooted in their own safety. Each technique possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. By studying a technique, one can uncover its vulnerabilities. Thus, should a confrontation arise, understanding these weaknesses could potentially lead to victory. Consequently, for the sake of their own lives, they were unwilling to sell their cultivation techniques for mere monetary gain, as no one could guarantee they would not face these individuals in the future. Might there be those who do not practice a technique, but seek to profit through such means? Indeed, there would be, albeit in rare instances. If Lin Jiang were to forego practicing the Zhuowang Jing and sell the technique, that would be possible. However, such an action would antagonize the other 29 bidders, as Lin Jiang's actions would jeopardize their safety. In the realm of cultivation, such matters are not resolved with reason, but rather with swords. Unless one possesses the strength to disregard the 29 others, one would hesitate to act recklessly. Upon reaching the backstage area, Lin Jiang found staff from the auction house awaiting him. He began the transaction of spiritual stones, incurring an additional 5% fee in addition to his bid, resulting in nearly 100,000 spiritual stones being spent. Having acquired the technique, Lin Jiang, under escort from the auction staff, exited through a secret passage. Upon leaving the auction house, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he navigated through the bustling marketplace, utilizing the dense crowd to obscure his movements and assess for any potential followers. Only after confirming he was not being tracked did he return home. The Zhuowang Jing he acquired was indeed distinct from others. At home, Lin Jiang laid out 13 copies of the Zhuowang Jing before him. Aside from the one he had just won, the remaining 12 were purchased externally, with the most expensive among them costing merely 30 spiritual stones. The content of these 13 copies was identical during the Qi refinement stage, yet diverged significantly at the foundation establishment stage and beyond. The techniques are infused with personal characteristics, exhibiting a high degree of uniqueness. This variation also underscores the malleability of the Zhuowang Jing, further affirming the safety of cultivating this technique. Given the abundance of versions, unless an opponent possesses intimate knowledge of one's cultivation path and specifically seeks to counter it, no one would discern which version one practices, rendering it nearly impossible to exploit one's weaknesses. Once the grand celebration concludes, Lin Jiang resolved to commence the practice of the Zhuowang Jing, confident that until reaching the transformation stage, he need not worry about the technique. However, should an opportunity arise, he would still seek to acquire even more formidable techniques. With his mind made up, Lin Jiang recognized the urgency of beginning his cultivation early. After the celebration, he would immediately initiate his practice. For now, however, his focus would remain on amassing wealth, as this opportunity would not present itself again for another century. Chapter 30. Under surveillance, Jiang Daoyu. Are you heading home again? In the bustling marketplace of Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang swiftly sold out his spiritual talismans, prompting a nearby beautiful young woman to inquire, her face filled with envy. Well, Daoyu Lu, I shall take my leave. Lin Jiang waved his hand. Having operated a stall in the bustling market for several years, he had garnered a modest reputation, and the quality of his talismans was exceptional, causing them to sell out at an astonishing pace. Of course, this was also due to the limited stock. Lin Jiang had pushed himself to the brink, managing to create only about 7 talismans a day. 7 talismans were hardly sufficient, as they would be sold out within half an hour. Now, Lin Jiang regretted not stocking up on more talismans and lamented selling off the mid-tier first-grade talismans to the merchant house, which would have yielded him several hundred more spirit stones. Daoyu Jiang. Just as Lin Jiang reached his doorstep, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Lin Jiang sensed something was amiss. However, it was too late. A figure swiftly appeared beside him, pressing a hard object against his waist. Do not move. My Qianke crossbow can pierce your body and destroy your dantian, even if you possess treasures. The cold voice sent a chill down Lin Jiang's spine. Soon after, another person approached, putting an arm around Lin Jiang's shoulders in a familiar manner. Daoyu Jiang, you wouldn't want her dantian to shatter, would you? Good sirs, have I offended you in any way? Lin Jiang inquired. Less chatter, open the door and come inside, they commanded. Lin Jiang activated the protective array surrounding his home and opened the door. Once inside, he clearly saw the faces of the two men. One was someone he recognized, named M.O. Lin, a fellow vendor in the bustling market and known as a sycophant to a beautiful woman. Dao Yamo, I am at a loss as to when I might have wronged you, Lin Jiang said. Ha, Jiang, you haven't offended me at all. But you see, I have my eyes on your spirit stones. M.O. Lin sneered as he snatched Lin Jiang's storage bag. Inspecting it with a look of delight upon discovering it was a supersized storage bag worth at least 7,000 or 8,000 spirit stones, far surpassing the meager possessions they carried. You are truly wealthy, able to afford such a supersized storage bag. Make him open it. No need, kill him. And we can take our time with it, another suggested. Wait, Lin Jiang interjected as they prepared to strike. What, do you have last words? Indeed, even in death. I wish to understand how you learned at my residence, Lin Jiang replied cautiously. Despite having shared a stall with the beautiful woman and Zhang Ruifeng for years, he had never revealed his home. Hey, guess Montauk Lin taunted. I have no ill intentions. I merely wish to know who I have offended. Let me die with clarity. Since you asked so earnestly, I shall grant you clarity in death. I have been watching you for years. It is not just me. Everyone on half the street in the bustling market knows you are wealthy. You waste stall fees by leaving after barely 2 hours of selling. And who could afford such a lavish lifestyle alone in such an expensive place like Yincheng City? Previously, I hesitated to act due to your superior cultivation. But now I have reached the late stage of qi training. Who fears who? I believe I have never revealed my residence, Lin Jiang remarked. Someone informed me. Who? Trying to pry information from me. Are you? Not a chance. Once you are dead, I will tell you. Now attack. M.O. Lin laughed, revealing his cunning. Those who survived in the underbelly of Yincheng City were no fools. As M.O. Lin finished speaking, Lin Jiang sprang into action. Without his storage bag, he lacked his flying sword, but he still possessed a silver needle artifact hidden on his person. Explode Yuan technique, explode. Lin Jiang bellowed, feeling his spiritual energy surge dramatically. Increasing tenfold, 2 silver needles shot forth. One pierced M.O. Lin's forehead, while the other deflected the crossbow bolt aimed at Lin Jiang, sending it astray. Air-splitting palm. Explode for me. Lin Jiang shouted again, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the remaining assailant flying against the wall, leaving a pool of blood as he slumped down. His chest caved in, barely clinging to life. With a thud, M.O. Lin's body finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, I had learned some martial arts, Lin Jiang contemplated. The air-splitting palm was a martial art for mortals, yet wielded by a cultivator, it remained formidable. The boost from the Explode Yuan technique had amplified its power tenfold. The cost was 200 years of lifespan. However, with over 20,000 years remaining, it was a trivial price to pay. Lin Jiang approached to reclaim his storage bag, retrieving his flying sword to ensure the two were truly deceased before pausing. He stripped them of their storage bags and erased the markings with his spiritual sense. The task was completed within an hour, as their former owners had perished. 2 paupers, Lin Jiang muttered as he emptied their storage bags. The contents were meager, gathering less than 1,000 spirit stones, 2 flying swords, several bottles of elixirs, a few herbs, and various odds and ends, even some provisions. The total value was unlikely to exceed 8,000 spirit stones, and in comparison to Lin Jiang's wealth, calling them paupers was hardly an insult. This was the norm for ordinary cultivators in Yincheng City. Lin Jiang's wealth was a result of nearly a century of accumulation. Had he been of similar age, he would hardly be wealthier than them. I am truly a good person, handling both the killing and the burial, Lin Jiang mused as he dug a pit in his yard, burying the 2 men and disposing of any items that could reveal their identities before covering them with soil and planting a tree to conceal the grave. Who is it that has targeted me, revealing my residence to these men? Upon finishing his tasks, Lin Jiang returned to his room to ponder this question. Clearly, these 2 were not the masterminds. The true culprit lay elsewhere, as they had confessed. Until this threat was eliminated, Lin Jiang would find it difficult to rest easy. After all, one could not guard against thieves indefinitely, and without knowing the true instigator, he feared future intrusions. M.O. Lin was a rogue from the bustling market who knew of his wealth, but not his address. He had watched Lin Jiang for years, and the only reason he had not acted before was his inferior cultivation. There was no one in the bustling market who knew Lin Jiang's residence. Perhaps it was his former neighbor, Zhang Daoyu, who had passed away many years ago. Few knew where he resided. The most likely suspects were the neighbors around him. Although he kept to himself, he had lived there for many years. If a neighbor happened to be acquainted with him, Lin, the logic would follow. But who could it be? Lin Jiang analyzed the situation seriously, convinced that the true mastermind was likely one of his neighbors, though he could not yet ascertain who. Regardless of who it may be, once this matter is resolved, a relocation is inevitable. Residing in one place for too long poses significant risks. To speak of nothing else, merely living alone in a courtyard is enough to display wealth, which could incite the greed of certain individuals. Other neighbors may not be devoid of murderous intentions in pursuit of treasure. Lin Jiang pondered for a long while, yet he still failed to uncover any useful clues. Nevertheless, irrespective of the true culprit, Lin Jiang had resolved to move. The dangers of long-term residence were too great, and if he were to stay for a century, even the secrets he harbored might be revealed. Learning a profound art of disguise would be prudent, allowing him to change residences every few years. Given the vastness of Yunzhong City, there would be ample opportunity to relocate numerous times, and he would devise further plans if he ran out of options. Lin Jiang soon solidified his strategy, recognizing the necessity of mastering a sophisticated art of disguise, having already acquired the basics. Frequent relocations would be vital for his protection. Chapter 31. The grand celebration concludes. The bustling marketplace of Yunzhong City was markedly less crowded on the final day of the grand celebration. It was advised not to venture outside the city. Reports indicated that the outskirts had become a theater of bloodshed. I heard that the Zhonghong sect and the Yunjian sect were infuriated by this, specifically dispatching 500 members each to patrol the area beyond the city, led by their esteemed Yuan Ying ancestors. Yet, their efforts proved futile as the marauders, driven by greed, ventured 20 miles beyond the patrol limits. Today, goods were sold swiftly as people gathered to converse. The charming young woman and Zhang Ruifeng, both adept socializers, were well informed, having learned much. Since the first day of the grand celebration, the incidents of murder and robbery outside the city had not ceased, with today being particularly frenzied. The high prices in Yunzhong City and the urgency of the arriving cultivators to return had given rise to a multitude of bandits. They ruthlessly pillaged passers-by, leaving even the solitary disciples of the Zhonghong and Yunjian sects vulnerable. In response, both sects were enraged and sent their elite disciples to extend the patrols outside the city by 20 miles. Yet, the lure of immense profit drove countless individuals to take risks. They were consumed by greed, evading the patrols by hiding further afield. Several familiar companions in the marketplace had vanished. The charming young woman remarked, expressing concern over the disappearance of several admirers, which had significantly affected her earnings. Brother Jiang, how much have you earned this time? Not many spirit stones, he replied. You are deceiving. You have earned the most. Over the past half-month, you must have sold hundreds of talismans, Zhang Ruifeng interjected, shaking his head in disbelief. He was aware of Lin Jiang's routine of arriving last and departing first, selling out each day, with each talisman yielding 7 or 8 spirit stones. Not as much as you think. Lin Jiang also shook his head, startled by Zhang Ruifeng's words. He realized he had overlooked the fact that they were aware of his earnings. In the past half-month, Lin Jiang had indeed sold a considerable number of talismans. He had prepared them in the weeks leading up to the grand celebration, crafting nearly 200, yielding a profit of around 1,500 spirit stones. While this may not seem substantial to him, it was quite significant for Zhang Ruifeng and the charming young woman, who considered 300 to 500 spirit stones a considerable sum over the same period. For others, the poverty among the lower-tier cultivators was not an exaggeration. They struggled greatly, which meant Lin Jiang had unwittingly revealed his wealth. Although these individuals may not pose a direct threat to him, they could potentially have formidable friends. With the stall rental term concluding, Lin Jiang resolved to move. Yunzhong City boasted 3 major marketplaces, and this was merely one of them. He chose this location for its proximity to his residence, but he could easily switch to another area in the future. Distance was of little concern. He could even rent a shop, where others would be unaware of his transactions. As Zhang Ruifeng mentioned income, the charming young woman became animated. Her spiritual herbs and talismans were not particularly valuable, and for safety, she had refrained from returning home or allowing her family to deliver goods. Following Lin Jiang's suggestion, she shifted to a food business, which surprisingly yielded greater profits than anticipated. Brother Jiang, I must thank you for your guidance this time. Without you, I would not have earned so many spirit stones. How about I treat you to a drink tonight? I'm not particularly fond of alcohol, thank you. Nonsense. I have seen you drinking frequently. Brother Jiang, do you look down upon me? This left Lin Jiang sweating profusely. How should he respond? It was not disdain, but rather a concern for complications. He preferred to resolve matters with money rather than emotions. If entangled, it could lead to trouble. Brother, please agree. I also wish to invite you to dinner. Your guidance has greatly benefited me. Actually, I just mentioned it casually. No, we must express our gratitude for your kindness. My parents would like to meet you as well. You're the first friend I made in the marketplace. Sister, you should also speak. Brother, Zhang Ruifeng shyly called out, struggling with social anxiety, finding this request a bit overwhelming. Seeing their earnest intentions, Lin Jiang reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that while he feared drinking alone with the charming young woman, having Zhang Ruifeng and others present would alleviate his concerns, preventing her from taking advantage of the situation. Brother Jiang, I have heard about you from Ruifeng for years, yet we have never met. However, I have long admired you, said Zhang Ruifeng's father, raising a cup in a restaurant 2 days later. Zhang Ruifeng was quite talkative, often sharing tales of the marketplace with his family, so they were well aware of Lin Jiang. Their strongest impression was of his exceptional talisman-making skills and his tranquil demeanor. Brother Jiang, you see, I told you, you are quite popular in our marketplace, the charming young woman chimed in, raising her cup as well. Lin Jiang sensed something amiss. Were they attempting to inebriate him? You are far too courteous. I am merely a lowly cultivator, having toiled for years to achieve this modest level of cultivation. If you're a lowly cultivator, then what are we? Haha, let us skip the formalities and enjoy the meal to avoid waste. Lin Jiang chuckled, realizing he was somewhat out of his depth in such social settings. Having lived alone for so long had significantly impacted his demeanor. The charming young woman, adept in social situations, flourished in this atmosphere, fostering a lively ambience. Lin Jiang seized the opportunity to glance around, noticing that following the grand celebration, the inns and taverns in Yunzhong City had plunged into a brief lull, likely due to excessive spending during the previous fortnight. An hour later, Lin Jiang bade them farewell and made his way home, taking care to navigate cautiously. Since the incident of the home invasion, he had become increasingly vigilant, striving to keep his residence a secret to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Brother Jiang. Upon reaching his doorstep, Lin Jiang encountered his neighbor, Jiang Feng, who appeared to be seeing off a friend. Brother Jiang, you have just returned? Indeed. Are you bidding farewell to a friend? Yes, a few newly acquainted friends. We are gathering for drinks tonight to discuss cultivation matters. You are quite busy, Brother Jiang. We hardly see you throughout the year. Indeed, you are quite the busy person as well. We have met infrequently. Yet, I must commend you on your rapid progress. You have already reached the late stage of qi refinement. It is merely luck. I have persevered for many years. Everyone struggles similarly. Then I shall not intrude any further. Very well. Let's share a drink together when the opportunity arises. I have many friends, and we have formed a small community where we sometimes gather to chat and exchange items. Should you be interested, you're welcome to join us. All right. Lin Jiang nodded, activating the array before entering his home. Could it be him? Sitting on his bed, Lin Jiang reflected on Jiang Feng's demeanor. It was not that he suspected anyone in particular, but the uncertainty of the true culprit left him feeling uneasy and restless. Jiang Feng, a few years ago, was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, in the past 2 years, he has made significant progress. It remains uncertain what methods he employed to achieve this, what abilities he possesses, or how lucrative his earnings are. Most treasure hunters lack any profitable specialties and live in a state of abject poverty. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng indeed raises some suspicions. He recently mentioned that he scarcely sees me throughout the year, which suggests he has been closely monitoring my movements. Lin Jiang patiently analyzed the situation. Regardless of whether this is true, Jiang Feng has undoubtedly made it onto his list of suspects. At present, Lin Jiang harbors doubts about everyone in his vicinity. As the saying goes, one cannot judge a person's heart by their exterior. Many appear honest but harbor malicious intentions. Therefore, Lin Jiang's skepticism towards everyone is, regrettably, justified. There is a saying that a thief can operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against them for 1,000 days. Since finding the truth is elusive, he resolves to lure it out, employing a tactic akin to drawing snakes from their holes. After much contemplation, Lin Jiang decides to take a risk. to play the role of the bait and uncover who is truly targeting him. Chapter 32. Drawing snakes from their holes outside Yunzhongqing. Lin Jiang strode confidently through the city gates. For half a month, he had been preparing to draw out the snakes, intentionally expressing disdain for the exorbitant rental prices in Yunzhongqing during conversations with Zhang Ruifeng, the beautiful young woman, and his neighbor Jiangfeng. He declared his intention to seek a dwelling outside the city or acquire a plot of land under the auspices of a certain power. This choice mirrors that of many cultivators in Yunzhongqing, particularly those with some strength, for the rental fees are indeed astronomical, 4,000 spirit stones. Sufficient for purchasing a substantial plot of land outside the city, yet only enough to cover a year's rent within it. Of course, this decision carries both advantages and disadvantages. The city offers safety. Both the Zhonghong Zone and the Yunjin Zone place immense importance on Yunzhongqing, enforcing stringent regulations. Anyone daring to commit murder within the city will find themselves pursued relentlessly by both sections. Throughout over a millennium, there have been instances where Yuan Elder violated the rules and was hunted down to his death by the two sections. As for those below the Yuaning stage, the number of casualties is incalculable. For centuries, no one has dared to commit murder within the city limits. However, the situation outside the city is quite different. Safety is not guaranteed, even among the ranks of various powers, as their own strength is often lacking, and they do not possess sufficient manpower for management. Consequently, those who settle outside are either exceptionally strong and self-assured individuals or locals with no other options. Most external cultivators find themselves confined within the city. Lin Jiang disseminated information in advance and contacted several real estate agents in the city. As soon as he stepped outside, a mid-stage qi refinement individual approached him, his designated real estate agent. With warmth, the agent guided Lin Jiang around the outskirts, introducing him to the conditions beyond the city walls. Within a 10-mile radius along the perimeter of Yunzhongqing, it remains under the city's jurisdiction, prohibiting any long-term presence, even devoid of trees, ensuring an unobstructed view, a precautionary measure for defense. 200 miles behind Yunzhongqing lies the Yunzhong mountain range, with its ends occupied by the Zhonghong Zone and Yunjin Zone, while the central region has become a haven for scattered cultivators. This central stretch is less hospitable, with low spiritual veins, deemed inadequate by the two sections. Thus, the vast territories within the Yunzhong mountain range, extending 10 miles from Yunzhongqing, have been claimed by various small to medium powers and scattered cultivators, forming a chaotic yet orderly settlement. As the population of Yunzhongqing swells and living expenses rise, many cultivators, unable to cope, are compelled to settle outside. The stronger factions have established numerous villages and towns for cultivators to reside. Some village lands are not for sale, only available for rent, while others may be traded, contingent on the regulations of each faction. This necessity has led to the emergence of real estate agents in the world of cultivation. Lin Jiang followed the agent on a thorough tour, genuinely inspecting properties. Of course, he had no intention of relocating. He valued his life immensely and prioritized safety above all, even if it meant paying a premium. That night, Lin Jiang did not return to Yunzhongqing, but stayed at an inn in a nearby village. The following morning, he informed the real estate agent that he needed to consider his options before returning. Jiang Daoyo, it's Jiang Daoyo. Help! A voice suddenly pierced the air as Lin Jiang flew midway, and upon looking up, he recognized his neighbor Jiang Feng, who appeared frantic as if being pursued. Jiang Daoyu, what is happening? Lin Jiang feigned astonishment, raising his voice. Jiang Daoyu, I am being hunted. Please help me. Jiang Feng shouted, and as he spoke, 3 figures emerged behind him, each exuding the aura of late-stage qi refinement, with one even at the peak of that realm. Alas, Jiang Feng, you will be the death of me. Run. Yes, yes, run. Thus, Lin Jiang followed Jiang Feng as they fled toward the outskirts of Yunzhongqing. In a short span, they had flown over 100 miles, surrounded by desolate mountains. Suddenly, Jiang Feng turned on Lin Jiang, launching a crossbow bolt aimed at his throat. Having anticipated this, Lin Jiang tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the bolt that whizzed past, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm taking your life. Jiang Feng summoned a flying sword, attacking Lin Jiang with merciless intent. Why? I have done nothing to offend you. Lin Jiang bellowed, conjuring a shield to desperately defend against Jiang Feng's onslaught. Haha, let me answer that for you. Because we have set our sights on you, Jiang. Surrender willingly. As a 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator, you stand no chance against the 4 of us. A burly man had caught up, while the other 2 flanked Lin Jiang, encircling him completely. Why are you targeting me? I have done nothing to provoke you. Lin Jiang's performance reached new heights as he feigned terror and helplessness, even surprising himself with his acting skills. Enough with the chatter. Your wealth is the reason. Living alone in a courtyard with an annual rent of 4,000 spirit stones. How many years have you been at it? You have wasted so much of my money. That is my money, not yours. Hee hee, from today onwards it will be mine. Stop your prattling. Jiang Feng, if you kill me, do you not fear the retribution of my elders? Stop pretending. I have been watching you since the first day I moved next door. If you had any elders, would they not have visited you in years? Jiang Feng said coldly. You possess wealth, live in isolation, and have no friends. To us, you are merely a plump sheep. Right for the taking. You. I remember now. Zhang Daoyou was also killed by you, wasn't he? Ha, indeed, I killed him. So what? Are you seeking revenge? Why must you be so ruthless? If you desire spirit stones, why not earn them through honest means instead of resorting to robbery and murder? Has this Jiang lost his mind? Earning money is arduous. Where can one find such a swift and effortless path? Boss, stop wasting time with him. We cannot afford to linger. Someone might come by. Let's kill him and take his storage bag. All right, brothers, let us act together. Tonight, we will head to Kuaihualin, and I shall treat you all. The leading man laughed heartily, and the others, including Jiang Feng, wore lewd smiles. Kuaihualin was notorious in Yunzhongcheng for its alluring women. Wait, let me ask one last question so I can die with clarity. I'm in a good mood today. Speak. Recently, 2 individuals attempted to kill me. Were they sent by you? Has someone touched our sheep? The leading man inquired of Jiang Feng, who appeared bewildered and claimed ignorance. This revelation left Lin Jiang even more confounded. Jiang Feng's group was not behind the earlier assassination attempt. Someone else lurked in the shadows? What an unexpected twist. How many eyes are upon me? Lin Jiang found it utterly absurd. Had he not been discreet enough in Yunzhongcheng to elicit such attention? Clearly, their flock was indeed plump, attracting the gaze of others. Regardless, this sheep is mine to claim. After a brief moment of hesitation, the leading man gritted his teeth and resolved to act. In an instant, 4 flying swords lunged towards Lin Jiang, effectively sealing his escape routes in all directions. One sword ascends to the heavens. Unleash for me. At this moment, Lin Jiang ceased his pretense. Feigning was exhausting. He immediately summoned his own flying sword, activating the secret technique of one sword ascends to the heavens. Although he had only practiced this technique for less than a month and had merely grasped its rudiments, it remained exceptionally formidable under the augmentation of the explosive technique. The flying sword effortlessly deflected the leading bandit's sword before continuing its trajectory towards him. The bandit's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned a protective shield, but with a resounding crash, the shield shattered in an instant. The sword glided across his neck, severing his head cleanly from his body. With a series of sharp clinks, Lin Jiang activated a defensive spirit talisman, and 3 flying swords struck the protective barrier formed by the talisman, halting their advance flawlessly. Big brother, this is serious. We must retreat. The 3 were engulfed in terror. The eldest among them, who had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, was slain in a single blow, revealing the sheer horror of Lin Jiang's strength. Was this truly the 7th layer of Qi refinement? It felt more akin to the foundation establishment stage. They reacted swiftly, splitting into 3 directions to flee. Big sand sculpture, little sand sculpture, it's time to work. Eliminate them. Lin Jiang clapped his spirit beast pouch, releasing 2 Aurora falcons. Over the years, he had diligently nurtured these falcons, feeding them the cheapest spirit beast meat without letting them out for exercise. Yet, their strength had steadily increased, and they had now reached the peak of the 1st tier. The Aurora falcons, displaying remarkable intelligence, transformed into streaks of white light and soared into the sky, while Lin Jiang personally pursued Jiang Feng, unleashing a barrage of spirit talismans. Jiang Feng had no choice but to halt and defend himself. Taoist Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. He pleaded. It is a misunderstanding, but I harbor no such illusions. Today, I am here to kill you. Lin Jiang declared. I shall not hold back. Once again, he activated the explosive technique, sacrificing 100 years of lifespan to cleave Jiang Feng down. He had no time to engage in a protracted battle. After all, lifespan was not a precious commodity. After collecting Jiang Feng's storage pouch and flying sword, Lin Jiang returned to retrieve the bandits' belongings as well, then proceeded to observe the battle between the big and little sand sculptures. The Aurora Falcons engaged in combat with a primal simplicity, soaring high before diving down at great speed, gliding past their targets, and striking with razor-sharp claws. Even when their opponents summoned magical artifacts, those artifacts shattered under the force of their assault. After several rounds of this relentless onslaught, the adversaries, having exhausted their magical defenses, fell victim to the Falcons, their heads crushed in a gruesome display. What a waste. Next time, don't play around. After breaking their artifacts, just use your beaks to peck. I know you can do it, Lin Jiang instructed the sand sculptures. They had been pent up for far too long, allowing their opponents to linger when they could have ended the battle sooner. Chirp, chirp. The sand sculptures voiced their dissatisfaction. They had been cooped up for several years and were not even allowed a moment of play. All right, you have both achieved great merit today. I shall grant you a day of freedom to play outside. Lin Jiang conceded, producing some jerky from his belongings and offering each a piece before letting them frolic. Having spent many years in Yunzhong City without exploring its surroundings, Lin Jiang decided to take a leisurely stroll, allowing himself some relaxation. He also gathered the storage pouches of the two fallen foes, leaving their corpses unattended since the wilderness was rife with beasts that would consume the remains within a couple of days. Furthermore, in this world, there was no governing authority to investigate such matters. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Jiang began to tally his gains. The four of them had amassed far more wealth than Mo Lin and his companions, accumulating over 5,000 spirit stones, alongside a plethora of elixirs and materials. He estimated the total value to be around 15 to 16,000, averaging 5 to 6,000 spirit stones per person. The techniques he discovered were quite commendable. He considered practicing them when he had the time. Among their possessions, he also found over a dozen jade slips containing various secret techniques, all of Huang-tier quality, significantly superior to the average ones, thus deemed as exquisite treasures. If time permitted, Lin Jiang believed he could enhance his skills. Suddenly, an alarming message reached Lin Jiang. The sand sculptures were in trouble and seeking his aid. Having established a master-servant contract with them, they could convey simple information through thoughts, while they had previously signaled hunger. This time, it was a desperate call for help. Outside Yunzhong City, a massive net ensnared the big sand sculpture. Realizing the danger, the creature struggled fiercely, pecking and clawing. Yet could not escape the grasp of the net. Surrounding the net were 5 or 6 cultivators, shouting and intimidating the big sand sculpture, their intent to exhaust it before capturing it alive. Chirp, chirp. The little sand sculpture circled high above, emitting a desperate cry. A deep wound marred its abdomen, blood flowing freely, yet it dared not swoop down to rescue its companion due to the looming threat posed by a figure standing below. Uncle He, when will we capture that beast? One man outside the crowd in splendid attire languidly surveyed the little sand sculpture above, his face etched with greed. Rest assured, young master. This beast has little stamina left and will soon be ours, the middle-aged man confronting the little sand sculpture assured him. The young master expressed impatience, his longing for the Aurora Falcon evident. It appeared far superior to any of the beasts he had previously owned, and he was determined to possess it. Make haste. I can hardly wait. Young master, he urged, captivated by the majestic appearance of the Aurora Falcon. The middle-aged man understood the young master's temperament, given his words. Capturing the falcons was now imperative. Lin Jiang activated a concealment talisman and stealthily approached the vicinity of the Aurora Falcons. Observing the captured big sand sculpture and the frantic little sand sculpture heightened his anxiety. 9 figures were present. Among them, one exuded the aura of the Foundation establishment stage. Over the years in Yunzhong City, he had encountered many and was well acquainted with such a presence. That elegantly dressed young man appeared to be their leader. Judging by their attire and formation, it was likely that he was a young master from a prominent family, with the others serving as his subordinates. Was it worth it to risk everything for the sand sculptures? Lin Jiang found himself wavering. This group was evidently formidable, including a Foundation establishment cultivator alongside 4 in the late stages of chi refinement, with the remaining 5 at mid-chi refinement. This level of strength exceeded what Lin Jiang felt capable of confronting. I must intervene. The sand sculptures represent my last connection to the Lin family and embody my resolve to pursue the Tao. Though my lifespan is seemingly boundless, my heart remains steadfast in its quest for enlightenment. If I were to relinquish my interests simply due to the strength of my adversaries, how fragile would my resolve to pursue the Tao become? The heart of the Tao is also the heart of strength. It must remain resolute. Moreover, I am not without resources. Despite being merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I possess the explosive technique and thousands of years of lifespan. What is lifespan but a trivial matter? I do not regard it as significant. After weighing his options, Lin Jiang's determination solidified. Mere danger could not tarnish my resolve. He would not act recklessly. He had devised a plan to first subdue the elegantly dressed young master, rescue the sand sculptures, and if the explosive technique proved ineffective, he would make a swift retreat. Quietly, Lin Jiang concealed himself, maintaining a safe distance of over 500 meters from the Foundation establishment cultivator, ensuring his safety within the range of his spiritual awareness. He would wait for the opportune moment when the Foundation establishment cultivator moved away before he made his move. The opportunity soon arose. Under the young master's urging, the middle-aged man finally employed his magic to pursue the little sand sculpture. The Aurora Falcon, as a fierce bird of prey, could soar to great heights, far exceeding mere hundreds of meters. Opportunity flashed by in an instant. Lin Jiang decisively executed his movement technique to the utmost, charging towards the young master clad in extravagant garments. Young master, he was completely unprepared for an attack from behind. It was only when Lin Jiang approached within several dozen meters that he felt a menacing wind sweeping in from his rear. However, his reaction was sluggish. By the time he turned around, he found Lin Jiang's palm pressed firmly against his shoulder. With a resounding crash, Lin Jiang struck young master his shoulder, nearly shattering his shoulder bone. The young master immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lin Jiang swiftly seized him by the throat. Young master. The young master has been captured. Several servants sensed the anomaly and cried out in alarm. The man entangled with the small sand sculpture in the air also changed his expression drastically, abandoning the small sand sculpture and descending to the ground. Who are you? And do you know whom you have captured? I care not for your identity. You dared to lay hands on my pet, and for that, I shall hold you accountable. Lin Jiang replied in a low voice, having already performed a simple disguise to obscure his identity. Your pet, Daoyu? It appears this is a misunderstanding. We believed it to be a beast that had emerged from the Yunzhong mountain range, which is why we attempted to capture it. Since it is a misunderstanding, why not resolve it amicably? The middle-aged man spoke, striving to maintain a gentle tone in hopes of rescuing the young master. Oh, pray tell, how shall we resolve this? We shall release your pet and compensate you with a sum of spirit stones, the amount you may dictate, and in return, you shall release our young master. What say you? You won't kill me afterward, will you? Certainly not. The He family is reputable. You may not be aware, but the person you have captured is He Yunwei. The ancestor of the He family is the 6th elder of the Yunjian sect. His grandfather is the vice mayor of Yunzhong City, and his father is the deputy head of the city Esgard Hall. The He family is a prestigious name in this region, known for their integrity. If you doubt this, you may have the young master provide a guarantee that there will be no repercussions, the middle-aged man said gently, hoping to lure Lin Jiang into a trap. Lin Jiang feigned a look of terror. The identity of this young master was indeed formidable. He was aware of the He family. Their ancestor was a long-standing elder of the Yunjian sect, certainly a nascent soul elder. The He family was a colossal entity in Yunzhong City. So he's of the He family. I shall trust you for now. Withdraw the net, and we may discuss compensation. I shall not ask for much. Just grant me 1,000 spirit stones, and I will release him. Not an issue. I shall do so immediately, the middle-aged man stated. And he personally subdued the large sand sculpture, releasing it from the net. Lin Jiang whistled, and both the large and small sand sculptures flew to his head, slowly descending onto his shoulders, nearly obscuring his face due to their immense size. Daoyu, we have adhered to your request. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Now, will you release my young master? Not at all, Lin Jiang replied. Why do you go back on your word? The middle-aged man suppressed his rising anger, having resolved that once he rescued the young master, he would ensure Lin Jiang paid dearly for this. I'm not a fool. Let's play a game instead. What game do you propose? Your subordinates shall battle my beast companions. Should I lose, you may have your young master. Should you lose, I will also release him. But you must retreat 50 miles. Young man, you are playing with fire. Will you play? I shall not play. Release my young master, or I shall have you torn to pieces. The middle-aged man tore away his pretense, abandoning all decorum. He intended to kill Lin Jiang. Unfortunately, you have no choice. Young master, he is the He family's scion, and should he perish, you too shall face death. I am willing to exchange my life for all of yours. I have spoken. You have no choice. Stand down and do not take action, Lin Jiang coldly stated, then commanded the large and small sand sculptures to attack the He family servants. The large and small sand sculptures, filled with fury, reacted to Lin Jiang's command with icy determination, soaring into the sky. Do not approach, otherwise I will break one of his legs first, Lin Jiang warned as he noticed the servants had succumbed to fear, desperately clustering around their foundation-building cultivator. You lot, do not draw near. If a young master is harmed, we shall all perish, along with our families. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, addressing his companions. He understood that He Yunwei was regarded as a waste within the He family, lacking talent, character, and cunning. However, he possessed a unique ability to win the favor of the family ancestor, being the favored offspring, as he bore a striking resemblance to the ancestor's long-deceased son. Relying on this attribute, He Yunwei was cherished in the He family, with his father and grandfather seeking to curry favor with the family elder through him. Should he die, the He family would undoubtedly be enraged, and those around him, including their families, would face dire consequences. The large and small sand sculptures began their hunt. Their combat tactics were simple yet remarkably effective. They soared to great heights and then glided down, utilizing their speed and sharp talons to breach even the sturdiest defenses. Their velocity was such that ordinary cultivators could hardly react in time. In less than a minute, casualties began to mount. One mid-stage Qi cultivator had his skull crushed, while another was seized by a radiant falcon, lifted skyward, and brutally dropped. Before he could touch the ground, another radiant falcon swooped in from the side, slicing through him, leaving his body in two halves, a grim fate indeed. Run! The remaining individuals crumbled under pressure. He Yunwei was nothing more than a prodigal, surrounded by sycophants who lacked any real strength. If they encountered a true threat, the radiant falcons might well prove to be their undoing. They fled, but the radiant falcons were relentless, as they were among the fastest of flying beasts, swiftly catching up and slaughtering them all. Two radiant falcons even returned clutching two storage bags. Dao Yu, you have won. Your anger has been sated. Now release him. The middle-aged man's demeanor had turned icy, his formidable presence enveloping Lin Jiang. Here you go. Lin Jiang chuckled heartily, exerting force as he snapped He Yunwei's neck and tossed him to the middle-aged man. Chapter 34. Battle of Foundation. Building. From the moment Lin Jiang struck, he had no intention of allowing He Yunwei to live. He understood the mindset of these pampered youths all too well. Having suffered such a significant loss, they would never settle for a mere conclusion. If Lin Jiang let him go, he would surely face endless pursuit. Given the vast influence of the He family, there was no way for him to withstand it. Thus, he resolved to finish the matter decisively and eliminate them all. Young master, the middle-aged man screamed in anguish, teetering on the brink of madness. With He Yunwei's death, he knew he could not survive. The He family would not spare him, nor his family. Lin Jiang did not flee. Instead, he calmly observed the middle-aged man as he transitioned from shock to panic, ultimately regaining his composure, his eyes now burning with rage. You must die, and so must your family and kin. Only then can my family be safe, the middle-aged man said coldly, no longer expecting to live, but determined to kill Lin Jiang to redeem himself, hoping that the He family might spare his family in light of his sacrifice. Very well, come forth and let us clash. Kill. The middle-aged man no longer questioned how Lin Jiang, a seventh-layer Qi cultivator, could challenge a foundation-building practitioner. He summoned his flying sword and charged at Lin Jiang. Explode Yuan Technique. Lin Jiang roared, summoning his own flying sword to clash with the opponent's weapon. The result was that the opponent's sword was sent flying, while Lin Jiang's sword shattered into fragments. Though Lin Jiang's power was bolstered by the Explode Yuan technique, making it comparable to that of his adversary, their weapons were not of the same caliber. One was a magical artifact, while the other was merely a spiritual item. rendering them wholly incomparable. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, the middle-aged man wielded his flying sword once again. Lin Jiang retrieved a stack of spiritual talismans and activated them all. These first-grade superior offensive talismans corresponded to the attack power of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, before the middle-aged man, they proved utterly ineffective, merely delaying him momentarily and granting Lin Jiang a fleeting chance to evade. He drew forth his flying sword to confront his adversary once more. With a sharp cry, two Aurora Falcons swooped in to assist, attacking the middle-aged man from either side. "Get away!" he bellowed, moving faster than the falcons, unleashing two streams of spiritual light that sent the birds screeching down from the sky. "Exploding Yuan technique!" Lin Jiang shouted fiercely as he charged toward the man, his flying sword slicing through the air. The middle-aged man met the attack with his own sword, shattering Lin Jiang's blade once again. "Let us see how many flying swords you possess," he sneered, advancing once more. Despite Lin Jiang's use of secret techniques to bolster his strength, the disparity in their abilities remained evident, as he was not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Spiritual talismans. Lin Jiang roared, producing another stack. For years, he had kept 50 talismans for protection. Even during the grand celebration in Yincheng City, when they sold out, he refrained from using them. As 10 talismans ignited simultaneously, their varied offensive capabilities dazzled the eye. The middle-aged man scoffed, wielding his flying sword to knock down all the talisman attacks. More talismans. Lin Jiang drew forth yet another stack of 10, marking the 30th in total. "You think you can keep using talismans indefinitely?" The middle-aged man retorted coldly. Although the sight of 10 talismans was indeed daunting, he chose to dispel them with his magic rather than confront them head-on. Spiritual talismans. Lin Jiang persisted, casting another 10, only to see them all thwarted once more. The fifth activation of the talismans saw him also employing the Qianke crossbow, a prized possession obtained from Mo Lin. This first-grade superior magical weapon was a formidable close combat tool, with specially modified arrows capable of penetrating armor, proving particularly effective against protective auras. Bang! Is this your trump card, the Qianke crossbow? The arrow was intercepted by a magical shield, embedding itself deeply, yet failing to penetrate further. "No, this is merely a distraction. Break for me," Lin Jiang bellowed, revealing that both the talismans and the crossbow were mere feints. His true lethal weapon was a set of silver needles, distinct from those he had previously used in Anhua City, which had suffered damage during his battle with Mo Lin. This time, he had procured a superior set. The slender silver needles, sharper than the crossbow's arrows, pierced through the middle-aged man's protective aura, striking his eyes and the center of his forehead. In an instant, his eyes were blinded, while the needle aimed at his brow was halted by his skull. "I will kill you." The agony of his blinded eyes drove the middle-aged man into a frenzy, as he wildly wielded his sword in an attempt to slay Lin Jiang. "Exploding Yuan technique! Exploding Yuan technique!" Lin Jiang shouted, recognizing this as his greatest hope. For cultivators, eyesight was not of utmost importance, as their spiritual consciousness could serve as a substitute. The middle-aged man's panic stemmed from the immense pain and disorientation caused by his sudden blindness. If he regained his composure, it would spell doom for Lin Jiang. With 2 more explosive techniques unleashed, Lin Jiang shattered the man's protective aura, severely injuring him. He then drew the Qianke crossbow once again, firing an arrow that pierced his throat. Thus, a foundation establishment practitioner met his demise at the hands of a mere Qi refinement cultivator. Lin Jiang swiftly approached, seizing the storage bag from the foundation establishment practitioner, along with his flying sword and magical shield, leaving no trace behind. He carefully placed the wounded Aurora Falcons into a beast bag and hastened toward Yincheng City. Merely a quarter of an hour later, a powerful figure descended upon the battleground, his expression darkening upon seeing the corpse. "Who dares to kill a member of the He family?" His furious roar echoed for miles, sending shockwaves through passing cultivators. In Yincheng City, Lin Jiang did not return home. Instead, he chose an inn, where, upon entering, he promptly began erasing the marks from his acquired storage bag. He understood that the most valuable item was He Yunwei's bag, yet he refrained from tampering with it, fearing it contained tracking mechanisms, common among cultivators, such as soul tokens. Suppressing his greed, he left it untouched. The other bags posed less of a risk. Nonetheless, Lin Jiang remained cautious, opting to stay at the inn rather than returning home. It took him half an hour to erase the mark from the Foundation establishment bag, while the two Qi refinement bags required only 3 minutes, as his spiritual consciousness, nourished by the Lian Shenju and Yang Shendan, was stronger than the average cultivators. The contents of the 3 storage bags sprawled across the floor, teeming with items. Without time to catalog them, Lin Jiang hastily stowed approximately 10,000 spiritual stones into his own bag, followed by spiritual herbs, ores, and medicinal pills. He disregarded the jade slips, repacking them into the storage bag and quietly hiding it beneath the bed in his own room. He also concealed his clothes, altering his appearance before stealthily leaving the room. Having booked 3 days at the inn, he instructed the innkeeper not to disturb him. With such preparations made, he hoped to evade pursuit. If he were to be discovered regardless, it would simply be fate. Habitually, he wandered through the bustling market, ensuring he was not being followed before finally returning home. Exhausted from the day's battle, he collapsed into bed, needing a well-deserved rest. As for whether enemies might come for him in his sleep, he cast aside the thought, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him. Chapter 35. Moving house in Yinchong City's bustling marketplace. Upon Lin Jiang's arrival, a charming young woman greeted him with concern. "Jiang Daoyu, it has been several days since your last visit. Indeed, it's been years without respite. I ventured outside the city recently and felt rather fatigued. I thought it best to rest for a few days," Lin Jiang replied. The toll of combat was immense, and upon returning home, he had collapsed into a deep slumber, sleeping for an entire day and night before taking 2 more days to recuperate. "Did you hear about the significant event that transpired outside the city?" "What event?" "He Wei, the young master of the He family, was murdered, along with his bodyguards and servants." "Is it the He family from within the city?" "Yes, that very one. The uproar has been considerable." "Do elaborate. I am not well informed." "Details are scarce, but it is known that young master he was killed, and the He family has placed a bounty of 100,000 spiritual stones for the capture of the perpetrator." 100,000 spiritual stones? That is exorbitant. It would take me 20 years of stall work to earn that. Indeed, the entire Yinchong city is in turmoil, all eager to apprehend the murderer. Do you know who did it? Likely an outsider. The He family claims the assailant was at the Foundation establishment stage, accompanied by 2 flying spirit beasts, presumably falcons. Then we have no chance. We are merely Qi refinement practitioners. Lin Jiang nodded, recognizing the He family's deductions as entirely predictable. After all, He Wei had been surrounded by Foundation establishment bodyguards, and they would never suspect that their demise would come at the hands of a Qi refinement cultivator. It was likely that no matter how the He family investigated, they would never trace the incident back to him. Even if they did, there would be no evidence, as he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, and no one would believe that a Qi refinement practitioner could slay a Foundation establishment expert. This reflects the thought process of an ordinary person. Who would have imagined that Lin Jiang could utilize such extraordinary powers in his quest to eliminate his adversaries? Lin Jiang has expended several centuries of his lifespan. Along with previous instances, he has consumed a full millennium of lifespan through the explosive technique. Were it not for his system, even the lifespan of a Yuaning elder would have been fully depleted. Indeed, if I were also at the Foundation stage, I would surely attempt it, remarked the beautiful woman, her eyes glistening with desire for the 100,000 spirit stones. With such wealth, her burdens would lighten, and perhaps all her troubles would vanish effortlessly. Lin Jiang chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he took out spirit talismans for sale. Following the grand celebration in Yunzhongcheng, consumer activity had plunged, adversely affecting everyone's business. After 2 hours of selling, Lin Jiang decided to return home. It was time to leave. He needed to relocate. Upon returning home, Lin Jiang firmly resolved that he must vacate this place. Too many events had transpired lately. Mo Lin's home invasion, Jiang Feng's ambush, and the conflict and subsequent silencing involving the He family's young master. Each incident indicated that his identity was no longer secure. Although Lin Jiang possessed the explosive technique as a trump card, he preferred not to resort to it frivolously. After all, his lifespan was not infinite, and even the explosive technique could not render him invincible. At best, it could only allow him to contend with early Foundation stage cultivators, and encountering those in the mid to late stages could lead to dire consequences. A month passed quietly as Lin Jiang departed without notifying anyone. He relinquished his home, but retained his stall at the bustling market. which did not have a long lease anyway, so he paid it little mind. Stealthily, he exited the city and re-registered his identity Jade token, adopting the alias Lin Yu. He then rented a new residence in another direction of Yunzhongcheng, at a price even more affordable than before, merely 3,500 spirit stones for the year. Once settled, Lin Jiang resumed his market stall activities. The bustling market had 3 locations: the South City Market, the East City Market, and the West City Market. Previously, he operated in the South City Market, the largest in Yunzhongcheng, but he now frequented the East City Market, which, while smaller, boasted thousands of stalls. Lin Jiang continued to sell spirit talismans, as he had yet to master any other skills. He felt confident that he would not be discovered. The number of talisman makers in Yunzhongcheng was no less than 80,000, and among those at his level, there were at least 1 or 2,000. The likelihood of him being identified was exceedingly low. From then on, Lin Jiang adopted a low-profile lifestyle, dedicating his days to cultivation, crafting talismans, manning his stall, practicing the flying sword technique, and occasionally indulging in leisure, such as feeding the little sand sculptures and engaging in brief romances with the little fairies. As time passed, Lin Jiang reached his 120th year, finally breaking through to the 8th layer of qi cultivation, a feat he found quite challenging, having devoted 108 years to this endeavor. He recalled that Lin Dai and Lin Ying had established their foundations in their 30s, having cultivated for approximately 20 years, making his progress seem embarrassingly slow, 5 to 6 times longer than theirs, a source of shame for the Lin family. On the matter of lifespan, Lin Jiang felt no concern. He still had over 30,000 years remaining. The millennium he had expended was but a drop in the bucket. As long as he lived, his annual attendance would grant him an increase of over 300 years, a sum he could never exhaust. Lin Daoyu, you have arrived. In the market, when Xing spotted Lin Jiang and immediately cast him a pleading glance, hastening to his side. Lin brother, please help me. I've really messed up. When Xing communicated in a hushed tone, his voice laced with desperation. Lin Jiang disdainfully swatted his hand away and glanced at Xing's stall, quickly grasping the situation. Apologies. When brother, I am unable to assist, Lin Jiang replied coolly. At that moment, 2 female cultivators at Xing's stall turned their gazes toward Lin Jiang, exchanging silent glances filled with palpable tension. Lin brother, please, I truly need your help this time. I will treat you to drinks, and I can assist you with alchemy. When Xing implored, I find watching the drama far more enjoyable, Lin Jiang quipped, producing a bag of sunflower seeds and settling down to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Wen Xing was his neighbor at the market stall, a man blessed with striking looks, exceptional cultivation talent, and remarkable alchemical skills, qualities that would undoubtedly make him a desirable candidate in the matchmaking arena. Yet, he was a notorious scoundrel, deriving amusement from manipulating the emotions of female cultivators, from mature women to naive girls, rarely allowing any to escape his grasp. Lin Jiang had witnessed him cycle through no fewer than 20 partners within a year, and there were even those who had tragically devoted themselves to him. Lin Jiang often wondered how he managed to survive such disgraceful behavior without facing dire consequences. Occasionally, when Xing found himself in a predicament, as was the case now, with 2 girlfriends unaware of each other's existence. Returning to his stall, he forced a smile and addressed the 2 women. Please don't act this way. It truly saddens me. Now, Wen Lang, you can answer me. Between her and I, who do you choose? Yes, you can only select one of us, they echoed. When Xing's smile faltered, could he choose neither? Unfortunately, this time he was caught, not because the women discovered his other relationships, but because both of them came from distinguished backgrounds. A poor response might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 36. Watching the drama in Yunzhongcheng, East City Market. Lin Jiang was not the sole spectator of this unfolding drama. Many vendors, though not directly partaking in the spectacle, were nonetheless engrossed in the commotion surrounding Wen Xing. Even cultivators at the qi cultivation stage could hear the buzz of conversation from several meters away, and the happenings at Wen Xing's stall were crystal clear to them. Lin Daoyu, could you pass me some sunflower seeds? Certainly, but do enlighten me. What has transpired? I arrived late and missed the earlier events. Wen has found himself in trouble. The female cultivator named Inger is actually Nalan Yin, the talented descendant of the Nalan family, whose elder holds a prominent position in the outer sect of Zhonghang sect. It's rumored that Nalan Yin has already reached the 9th layer of qi cultivation at merely 23 years old. The other, Yu Ping, is the granddaughter of a high-ranking official in the Yunjian sect, whose patriarch is likely to ascend to elder status soon. It seems when initially courted Na Lan Yen, professing his love, but you know how he is. Once a woman falls deeply for him, he loses interest. He then pursued Yu Ping, and now he is caught in a bind. A familiar vendor shared this with Lin Jiang, their disdain for Wenxing palpable. They loathed him for his treatment of women, not out of a sense of justice, but because the women they revered as goddesses were treated as mere playthings by Wenxing, inciting their jealousy. Women, on the other hand, had a love-hate relationship with him. They admired his romantic pursuits, which were indeed extravagant and fulfilling every fantasy of love, yet resented his tendency to abandon them once he had his fill. Nevertheless, many women found themselves irresistibly drawn to him, much to the irritation of countless male cultivators. Is there a feud between the Na Lan family and the Yu family? There is none, but these two women harbor animosity. I've heard they have known each other since childhood, appearing as sisters in public while secretly competing against one another. I can't say for certain if that is true. So, they were merely plastic sisters, Lin Jiang mused, a sigh escaping him. The events at E-City Market were far more entertaining than those at the previous bustling market, where such captivating drama rarely unfolded. On the other side, Wenxing found himself cornered, with both women demanding a decision from him regarding whom he truly desired. Lin Jiang, observing the situation, believed that Wenxing wished for both, yet he lacked the courage to act upon such desires. The families behind these two women would undoubtedly not spare him if he dared to choose. You honor, Pinger, you are both dear sisters to me, and I cannot bear to harm either of you. Therefore, my choice is to select neither. I hope you do not let my presence damage the bond you share. Let me remain solitary for the rest of my days. Wenxing, under immense pressure, displayed a cleverness born from desperation, opting to reject both women, his reasoning appearing dignified. This scoundrel, gaining advantages while feigning innocence, had the audacity to deceive these two foolish women who believed his words. The onlookers were filled with contempt, recognizing the absurdity of his claims, yet the women were foolish enough to accept them. Are you eager to deal with Wenxing? Lin Jiang, upon hearing this, devised a plan. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, but he certainly had his principles. Wenxing's approach to relationships filled Lin Jiang with disdain. In a world devoid of monogamous laws, where capable men could take multiple wives, Lin Jiang saw no fault in this practice. However, he detested Wenxing's cavalier attitude towards love, which transcended mere indifference. It seemed almost vindictive. Each time he discarded a woman who had loved him fervently, it appeared to bring him a twisted sense of satisfaction. Thus, Lin Jiang resolved to teach him a lesson. Do you have a method, my friend Lin? With your numerous romantic interests, what do you think would happen should a few more arrive now? Lin Jiang suggested lightly, and the crowd's eyes brightened with malicious excitement, anticipating a more raucous spectacle. Wenxing had indiscriminately discarded women of all backgrounds, from noble ladies to ordinary female cultivators. Even the bustling marketplace, several former admirers lingered. Such actions had incited the ire of many, as those discarded women were often left for the local male cultivators to pick up the pieces, inciting justifiable outrage. Wenxing had survived this long, largely due to the customs of Yunzhong City, which had shielded him from retribution that would have otherwise befallen him. Soon, someone was dispatched to inform Wenxing's former romantic interests. Unbeknownst to him, the people around him harbored considerable malice. His predicament had yet to be resolved, and within mere minutes, he was taken aback as 3 of his former companions arrived. The drama unfolded. Oh my, it's really happening. They're actually fighting. The excitement was palpable as everyone eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. With 5 women in the fray, the chaos escalated rapidly. Lin, you won't help me, but you actively contribute to my troubles. When have I ever wronged you? 2 days later, Wenxing confronted Lin Jiang at his doorstep. Their residences were not far apart. Wenxing was furious. Just days prior, 5 women had brawled over him, drawing the attention of the city's guards, who had apprehended them all. Had he not intervened to break up the fight, he suspected he would have faced expulsion. My friend Lin, do you not realize that you have incited public wrath? Is that so? Are you referring to those unfortunate men? I am one of them as well, Lin Jiang replied, bemused. I thought you were different. Do not apply your methods of dealing with women to me. I am a man, and I am immune to such tactics. I speak sincerely. You see me frolicking amidst the flowers, changing partners as one might change clothes, yet you remain oblivious to my inner turmoil. I merely wish to demonstrate that these women are not worth the sacrifices made by male cultivators. You are truly shameless, Lin Jiang retorted, observing the earnestness in Wen Xing's demeanor. My friend Lin, I have seen you at the Wanhu Lu, and we are both men. Why the hostility? I'm not like that. What distinguishes you from the rest? I have a sister. If she were to fall into the clutches of a scoundrel like you, I would kill you, I assure you. The thought of his lively sister Lin Ying encountering such a rogue ignited a visceral rage within Lin Jiang, compelling him to consider extreme measures against Wen Xing. Do you not know that I too have sisters who have suffered similarly? I am merely returning the favor. Continue. Let us hear your excuses. This is no excuse. I genuinely have an elder sister named. Stop. I have no interest in your tales. But I do have a piece of advice for you. What is it? A strong man should draw his sword against the stronger, not strike at the weak. If your sisters have been wronged by such scoundrels, you should seek vengeance. But I have already avenged them. When Xing insisted, his words sincere. His sisters had indeed encountered a rogue, suffering greatly before he exacted revenge by seducing all the women in that scoundrel's family, discarding them once they were hopelessly enamored, and tarnishing their reputations. You have won. Lin Jiang was left speechless, incredulous at the depths of Wen Xing's character. My friend Lin, I genuinely wish to befriend you. I know you're unlike the others. In what way? Lin Jiang was taken aback, pondering if Wen Xing possessed some extraordinary insight. Your eyes, they reflect a depth that pierces through the mundane, revealing an air of maturity and worldly wisdom. While one can easily deceive with words and expressions, one's gaze seldom lies. Haha, you are mistaken. I am merely indifferent by nature. If you were truly indifferent, you would not have made those earlier statements. I believe you when you say that, had I harmed your sister, you would seek my life. And what would you have me do? Help me escape the city. My situation in Yunzhong City has become increasingly untenable, and I wish to relocate. Wen Xing confessed, burdened by the countless debts of affection he owed. Having discarded nearly 100 women, it was time for him to flee. Should you leave Yunzhong City, you could perish. Have you considered this carefully? Fear not. I possess means to ensure my survival. I, Wen Xing, am not so easily extinguished. But I must decline your request. Why? I would repay you, truly. Your repayment is unnecessary. Why then? I have stated before, I am but a common man, no different from those failures in your eyes. Lin Jiang spoke flatly. Jealousy can drive one to madness. Though his circumstances forbade him the freedom Wen Xing enjoyed, who among men did not harbor such desires? The allure of multiple wives, of warm embraces, such as human nature. Having principles and desires is not inherently contradictory. The tales of Wen Xing had driven Lin Jiang to the brink of envy, and refraining from taking action against him had become his moral limit. The prospect of assisting Wen Xing in fleeing was entirely out of the question. Chapter 37. The 5 Elements Golden Fruit. After the previous debacle, Wen Xing could no longer remain in the eastern city market, as his reputation had suffered greatly. Fortunately, his alchemical skills remained exemplary, earning him considerable renown during the qi refinement stage. Thus, he would not face starvation. Selling his elixirs to merchants would suffice, albeit at a reduced price, and he would bear the losses as a deserved punishment. Months passed without word from Wen Xing, until he learned of his whereabouts through a bounty issued by the Nalin family of the Zhonghong sect. We have all been deceived by Wen Xing. He is far from the honest man he seems. He has entangled himself with Nalin Yin, with the intent to seize the Nalin family's 5 Elements Golden Fruit. Are you aware of the 5 Elements Golden Fruit? It is a treasure capable of enabling one to form a Dan. I am familiar with it. A few years ago, during the centennial celebration of Yunzhong City, a single fruit appeared, and it was rumored that someone offered 1,000,000 spirit stones but was refused. It was featured at an auction for yuaning level items, and even the transaction details were confidential. Can the 5 Elements Golden Fruit truly appear at a yuaning auction? Naturally, every yuaning elder possesses a few descendants, though their offspring may not necessarily exhibit exceptional talents. The Wuxing Jinhua, when refined into the Wuxing Jindan, can significantly enhance the probability of foundational cultivators achieving Jindan by 50%. It is indeed a remarkable phenomenon, and one can imagine the frenzy it would incite within the Nalin family. The Nalin family has indeed succumbed to madness, not only enlisting the power of the Zhonghong sect to search for Wen Xing, but also offering a bounty of 200,000 spiritual stones. The vendors in the bustling marketplace were abuzz with speculation, and Lin Jiang soon learned the unfolding events. The Nalin family possesses a treasure known as the Wuxing Jinhua tree, which takes 200 years to bear a single Wuxing Jinhua, making it their most prized possession. With this treasure, the Nalin family can continuously produce Jinan cultivators, ensuring the prosperity of their lineage. However, Wenxing has absconded with Nalin Yin and incited him to steal the Wuxing Jinhua. Whether this was premeditated or a spur-of-the-moment decision remains a mystery. In any case, the Nalin family was infuriated and, leveraging their connections within the Zhonghong sect, initiated a comprehensive manhunt for Wenxing, even issuing a bounty in Yinchong City for bounty hunters to eliminate him, with a reward of 200,000 spiritual stones. This matter has become the talk of Yinchong City, with everyone discussing the implications. Once captured, it remains uncertain whether Wenxing would be handed over to the Nalin family, as the value of the Wuxing Jinhua far exceeds 200,000 spiritual stones, potentially reaching 1 million. As the guards arrived, a crowd formed, blocking the path for many. "Those whose names I call, please step forward. We have matters to inquire," announced one of the guard captains. "Might I ask what warrants such a considerable show of force?" inquired a bystander. "This concerns the rogue cultivator Wenxing. There is no need for alarm. We merely seek to gather information here, not to take you to prison. First on the list, Lin Yu, please step forward." Upon hearing his name, Lin Jiang complied. The guards of Yinchong City are at least in the later stages of Qi refinement, with squad leaders already at the foundation establishment stage. As a mere Qi refinement cultivator, Lin Jiang realized escape was futile. Over a dozen individuals were summoned, all somewhat acquainted with Wenxing. Lin Jiang cooperatively followed one guard to the side. When questioned about his relationship with Wenxing, Lin Jiang responded truthfully, stating that he was not particularly familiar with Wenxing, having merely assisted him on occasion due to his amiable nature, which Wenxing reciprocated as a matter of courtesy. "Do you know when Wenxing left Yinchong City, or how he departed?" "I do not. For the past few months, I have remained in the city, setting up my stall by day and practicing my cultivation and talisman crafting by night. I seldom ventured out," Lin Jiang replied, omitting previous conversations. Wenxing seemed to have placed considerable trust in him, even requesting Lin Jiang to help him escape once, a request Lin Jiang had firmly declined. Now, he remained unaware of how Wenxing managed to leave. Wenxing had made numerous enemies, and within Yinchong City, no one dared to confront him. Outside the city, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. He must have employed some special means to escape, yet Lin Jiang could not fathom how. The guards continued their inquiries, but, finding no useful information from Lin Jiang, allowed him to depart. Most of the other vendors faced a similar fate, and the guard unit returned empty-handed. Once the guards departed, the crowd resumed their discussions, questioning the peculiarities of the incident. Logically, Wenxing's actions did not warrant such a grand mobilization by the guards, as the Nalin family, after all, held little significance to the Zhonghong sect. Yet, the commoners, being at the lower echelon of the sect, remained oblivious to the underlying secrets, engaging only in baseless speculation. The guards had been investigating Wenxing for over a month without yielding any results, as if he had never existed. Gradually, he faded from public memory, given that Yinchong City, with its million-strong population, was never short of fresh happenings, diverting the attention of the populace elsewhere. Lin Jiang, too, had grown indifferent to the matter. Presently, his focus was on cultivation and amassing wealth. He had set himself a modest goal of reaching the foundation establishment stage before turning 200 years old. Cultivation progresses from the easier stages to the more challenging ones. Lin Jiang spent over a decade advancing from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and he estimated that he would require over 20 years to move from the 8th to the 9th layer, ultimately needing to reach the completion of Qi refinement before he could enter seclusion to establish his foundation. He was not worried about obtaining foundation establishment pills, having sold the Qinyan Dan and retaining over 50,000 spiritual stones. Following his defeat of Mo Lin and others, he acquired a substantial amount of valuable spoils, including tens of thousands of spiritual stones and a plethora of materials yet to be sold. Altogether, his wealth likely exceeded 100,000. In Yinchong City, the price of foundation establishment pills ranged from 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones. However, Lin Jiang was well aware of his own aptitude. He planned to purchase 2 to 3 foundation establishment pills in preparation, ensuring he had a solid chance of breaking through. Additionally, he would need to secure a cave abode rich in spiritual energy for his breakthrough, along with other expenses. Lin Jiang found himself slightly short on funds, but he had time on his side. Currently, his income matched his expenditure, allowing him to save a little each year. Accumulating funds over several decades would likely suffice. After spending 2 hours at a stall, Lin Jiang returned home. Upon entering, 2 sand sculptures rushed toward him, eagerly nuzzling against him. He retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from a storage bag and tossed them to the creatures. Following the incident with He Yun Wei, Lin Jiang's bond with the sand sculptures deepened, as they had become comrades who shared life and death experiences. Thus, he allowed them to roam freely within his home, while they could not soar through the skies. It was certainly preferable to being confined within a spirit beast pouch. The roughly 1-pound jerky was consumed within a few bites, yet the sand sculptures still appeared unsatisfied, nudging closer for more. All right, you may have it all. Today's meat is finished. We shall procure more tomorrow, Lin Jiang stated. The cost of raising the sand sculptures had significantly increased. The jerky he provided was now of superior quality, made from first-tier top-grade demon beast meat. A single spiritual stone could purchase around 15 pounds, nearly sufficient for a day's sustenance for 1 sand sculpture. Consequently, the annual cost of their upkeep had escalated to 700 or 800 spiritual stones. It was little wonder that even the Lin family's offerings, being at the foundation establishment stage, were reluctant to care for them due to the exorbitant expenses. Lin Jiang, however, was stubborn. After decades of companionship, he had developed feelings for them and could not bear to part with them. After amusing himself with the sand sculptures for a while, Lin Jiang entered his room. Upon stepping inside, he felt invigorated thanks to the newly arranged second-tier gathering spirit array he had set up. The efficacy of the second-tier gathering spirit array far surpassed that of the first tier, capable of absorbing greater amounts of spiritual energy and significantly enhancing the refinement abilities of spiritual stones. Lin Jiang glanced at the array's focal point. The 30 spiritual stones he had placed earlier that morning had turned gray. A gentle squeeze reduced the stones to powder. 30 spiritual stones a day amounts to 900 a month, over 10,000 a year. Cultivation is financially burdensome, Lin Jiang lamented, acutely aware of his impoverished state. Under normal circumstances, he could produce 3 first-tier superior-grade talismans daily, which, if sold, would yield around 25 to 26 spiritual stones. Annually, this equated to approximately 9,000 spiritual stones, more than sufficient for rent and daily cultivation expenses, leaving him with a surplus of around 1,000. However, with the added expenses for the gathering spirit array, Lin Jiang found himself in a precarious financial situation. Thus, he could only afford to place 10 spiritual stones in the array each day, which still resulted in a slight deficit over the year, necessitating compensation from other sources. Spiritual stones in hand remain merely stones. Their true value lies in their application as resources. Lin Jiang pondered the need to concentrate his resources towards endeavors that would highlight his strength. He felt a profound sense of insecurity, particularly as the true culprit behind Mo Lin's actions remained at large. A pressing desire to enhance his own power consumed him. The pursuit of strength fundamentally revolves around oneself and external factors. Self-cultivation enhances one's abilities, yet Lin Jiang's limitations and aptitude meant that even with abundant resources, immediate transformation into strength was unattainable. Therefore, he leaned more towards external means. Ku Feijian and Nejiao were both equipped by Lin Jiang, boasting excellent quality, and the reserve of talismans had returned to normal. Lin Jiang gradually shifted his gaze to the playful Xia Shadiao and Xiao Shadiao outside. I have raised the Xia Shadiao and Xiao Shadiao for several decades. They have long reached the pinnacle of the first stage, equivalent to the consummate stage of human qi refinement. However, to break through to the second stage, they still require some resources. Lin Jiang pondered over how much he would need to cultivate them to the initial stage of the second rank. The second stage Aurora Falcon possesses formidable strength and could certainly become one of Lin Jiang's trump cards. As it is exceedingly rare for a Qi refinement practitioner to have a second-stage beast companion, unless one is a second-generation cultivator bestowed by family elders. When encountering ordinary foes, releasing the Xia Shadiao and Xiao Shadiao would almost guarantee victory, even when facing foundation establishment practitioners. Escaping with the speed of the Xia Shajiao and Xiao Shajiao would be effortless. The second stage, Aurora Falcon and the Lin family had perished against several late Foundation establishment guardians. Lin Jiang decided to inquire further. If the cost were reasonable, he would invest into Xia Shajiao and Xiao Shajiao to help them swiftly break through to the second stage. Chapter 38. The True and False Black Markets in Duo Baogu. Lin Jiang emerged alongside several late-stage Qi refinement loose cultivators. They convened at a nearby tavern, ordering an array of fine wines and dishes, reveling in merriment. Although Lin Jiang had severed ties with his previous residence and no longer frequented the southern city market, he still maintained contact with Duo Baogu. After all, Lin Jiang had spent considerable resources there, amounting to several thousand spirit stones annually over the years, totaling no less than 60 or 70,000. Coupled with the auction of Qing Yandan, Lin Jiang could be regarded as one of the highest-ranking esteemed guests in Duo Baogu during his Qi refinement period. This status afforded numerous advantages, such as discounts on purchases, alongside various services provided by Duo Baogu, including increasingly sophisticated exchanges and high-profile auctions. These benefits made it difficult for Lin Jiang to relinquish his ties, as it would require substantial time, money, and effort to regain such standing. Thus, Lin Jiang continued to interact with Duo Baogu under the guise of Jiang Lin, placing emphasis on maintaining the confidentiality of his true identity. Dao Jiang, I have known you for many years, and I see your income is not low. Yet, I have never seen you at the black market, one of them remarked. The area outside the city is too chaotic. I seldom venture out, perhaps 2 or 3 times a year, and I return quickly after my affairs are settled. Lin Jiang replied, shaking his head. He was aware of the black market's existence, rumored to be located somewhere outside the city, accessible only through referrals. The black market harbored many treasures unseen in the mainstream market, albeit most of these treasures were illicit, often acquired through nefarious means, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. The black market outside the city was indeed perilous, with numerous Foundation establishment practitioners perishing there each year. However, Dao you could consider the false black market within the city. A false black market still exists? Lin Jiang was astonished. What kind of nonsense is this? A black market that is not real? Haha, Dao Jiang. Your singular focus on cultivation has rendered you somewhat uninformed, the other chuckled. Indeed, please enlighten me, Lin Jiang requested. The black market originated from the needs of us cultivators. It was demand that birthed the black market. While many items in the black market are indeed unsightly, some are not necessarily so. Furthermore, the outdoor black market has been raided numerous times, yet continues to persist. Therefore, even the Zhonghang Zone and Yunjian Zone cannot evade this issue. Rather than allowing others to profit from these transactions, it is better for them to earn themselves. Wouldn't you agree? That reasoning holds. But why is it termed as a false black market? Because it differs from the genuine one. The outdoor black market is a lawless place where anything goes, serving as a haven for thieves and a meeting ground for assassin organizations, as well as a site for hiring killers. Additionally, it hosts various nefarious activities, such as gambling and duels between humans or between humans and beasts for betting, encompassing innumerable practices. The city's false black market, however, prohibits these occurrences, as they severely disrupt order and pose a significant challenge to the regulations within the city. What can be sold in the false black market then? Actually, it bears little difference from the grand market, perhaps with a few more illicit goods. For instance, should I venture outside the city and encounter a robbery? If I were to retaliate, those items would be difficult to sell elsewhere. They could be offloaded in the false black market, where secrecy is preserved. Does this false black market even have business? It seems less profitable than the true black market. You are mistaken, Dao Jiang. The false black market is thriving due to its safety. Killing is not permitted within the city. Should you find yourself targeted by an enemy, you have a chance to escape. The outdoor black market is indifferent to such matters, with street killings being commonplace. Nowadays, the genuine black market outside the city has devolved into a den of vice. If you have a penchant for such environments, you may wish to broaden your horizons. I see now. I appreciate your guidance, Lin Jiang acknowledged. He had indeed been unaware of these nuances, yet the aspect of safety could attract a significant number of cultivators, as the genuine black market does not offer such assurances. In fact, the false black market is a clandestine endeavor orchestrated by the higher-ups of Yunzhong City, serving as their financial reservoir, with a commendable level of security. Subsequently, it was revealed that the false black market earned its title because it is backed by the high-ranking officials of Yunzhong City. The leadership comprises members from Zhonghang Zone and Yunjian Zone, tasked with overseeing their respective sections. Although these individuals held esteemed positions and managed the treasure trove of Yunzhong City, their incomes were not particularly high. Rather than resorting to embezzlement or corruption, which might lead to penalties from their sects, they sought alternative means to generate income. Thus, this black market became one of their strategies, with entrance fees and taxes from the black market flowing directly into their coffers, bypassing public accounts. Consequently, to ensure the longevity of this venture, the higher-ups invested considerable effort into maintaining the black market's existence. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang was instantly intrigued. "Brother Jiang, follow me," he was beckoned. In a secluded corner of the southern city of Yunzhong, Lin Jiang accompanied a cultivator surnamed Zhang to the city's false black market. The market was nestled among a hodgepodge of residential buildings, reminiscent of a city village Lin Jiang had previously visited. At the entrance, a Foundation establishment cultivator stood guard, charging an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones. Upon payment, the guard provided a conical hat, a magical tool that concealed one's appearance and could not be penetrated by the spiritual sense of a chi refinement practitioner, although it had to be returned upon leaving. As they entered the black market, Lin Jiang observed vendors displaying their wares on the streets, alongside shops that bore no names, marked only by peculiar symbols, likely understood only by those familiar with the trade. The items for sale were often stained with conspicuous blood, prompting Lin Jiang to shake his head. With a population exceeding 1 million in Yunzhong City, the daily influx of outsiders surpassed 50,000. Along the roads leading out of the city, numerous bands of robbers lingered year-round, resulting in a consistent death toll among cultivators in the vicinity of Yunzhong City, with daily fatalities often exceeding 3 digits. Death was tragically commonplace. For those of us who practice cultivation, survival is fraught with peril. I have heard of this. While chi refinement practitioners can live up to 100 years, over 30% do not reach 60. Lin Jiang nodded, acknowledging the dangers and chaos surrounding cultivation. Sometimes, being born into a family or sect is a stroke of luck, as the odds of living to old age significantly improve, whereas the plight of loose cultivators is dire. Indeed, cultivation is arduous. Let's not dwell on this. I need to purchase some items. Brother Jiang, feel free to browse, and remember the rules I mentioned. Understood. Do not inquire about origins, do not haggle, and speak little, Lin Jiang replied. Just remember that. Although this is a false black market, it is still a black market. Prudence is paramount. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement, and the two parted ways to pursue their respective endeavors. What kind of beast core is this? How much do you sell it for? Lin Jiang inquired after strolling for a while and noticing a stall selling beast cores. The demon pill of the Iron Arm Eagle, classified as a mid-grade 3rd tier, costs 50,000 spiritual stones. I would like to verify this. Indeed, there are places in the black market that offer authentication services. Here is the certificate they provided. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement and promptly produced the 50,000 spiritual stones, a sum he could comfortably manage. He decided to purchase it for both the large and small sand sculptures. The transaction was straightforward, and within a minute, Lin Jiang had departed. Subsequently, Lin Jiang entered a shop to dispose of the miscellaneous items he had acquired after killing, although some items, such as those obtained from He Yunwei's encounter, remained unsold. He was cautious, aware that the black market might still hold shares of the He family, and he was not willing to take unnecessary risks. After wandering for a while longer, Lin Jiang left, having familiarized himself with the black market. Most of the goods here were of dubious origin, with prices slightly lower than those outside. For instance, the demon pill he had purchased would fetch at least 80,000 spiritual stones in the outside world. Furthermore, it appeared that this demon pill had some age, likely a cherished possession of certain individuals, or even a family heirloom, which had fallen into the hands of others, a not uncommon occurrence. Days later, Lin Jiang had the demon pill divided into 6 portions, allowing him to feed both sand sculptures without the risk of harming them, as a mid-stage golden core demon pill could easily overwhelm them. Without any surprise, the large and small sand sculptures were far inferior in strength. Within half an hour, they succumbed to slumber, a normal manifestation of demon beasts advancing in rank. Lin Jiang anticipated their slumber would last around 2 to 3 years. Of course, There was also the possibility they might never awaken, as the advancement of demon beasts could fail, with failure meaning death. The world of cultivation was indeed cruel, for both cultivators and demon beasts alike. With the large and small sand sculptures asleep, Lin Jiang found himself saving a considerable sum. He resolved to invest more in talisman crafting to generate additional income, as the supply of spiritual stones was dwindling, and he sought the comfort that came with financial security. Chapter 39. Following in the East City Market. Ever since Wen Xing's disappearance, the joy of the market seemed to have diminished by half. The vast majority of vendors were mere mortals, striving diligently to cultivate and sell goods, merely scraping by like common folk. The concept of longevity felt distant from them. This left Lin Jiang with a profound sense of alienation, despite his own status as one of the many. With nothing much to do, he checked in with the system. Lifespan sign-in system. Host. Lin Jiang. Lifespan. 12,537, 500. Lin Jiang gazed at the system's lifespan balance with a sense of numbness. The 1,000 years of lifespan he had previously expended felt trivial in comparison. He often pondered whether there were any techniques that could bestow lifespan upon others, for that would indeed be a path to prosperity. In the realm of cultivation, countless techniques existed, yet he had never heard of one that could grant lifespan. He had, however, heard of some demonic techniques that could siphon the lifespan of others, but alas, he had no need for such arts. Lin Dao, are you heading back? Seeing the lack of business, Lin Jiang prepared to return home, exchanging pleasantries with the vendors on either side. He offered a brief response, as his relations with them were superficial, mere nodding acquaintances. He was aware that once he left, his stall would be occupied by others who would not pay him rent, merely taking advantage of his absence, but Lin Jiang paid it no mind. Typically, Lin Jiang would not return home directly. He preferred to stroll through the bustling market or other crowded areas. This habit allowed him to easily shake off any potential tail. Having done this countless times without encountering any followers, today, however, he distinctly felt a gaze fixed upon him, a sensation that weighed heavily on his heart. He could not ascertain whether it was the true culprit from before who had returned to stalk him, or if he had inadvertently revealed his wealth to someone who had now set their sights on him. This uncertainty made Lin Jiang even more reluctant to return home, causing him to linger outside until nightfall. Yet the feeling of being followed persisted. Not returning home was not an option, yet he pondered the identity of this mysterious pursuer. Lin Jiang's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, uncertain of who might be tracking him. However, he knew he could not avoid returning home indefinitely. Although there was no curfew in Yunzhong City, even cultivators required rest and a place to shelter. Most importantly, if he continued to evade home, it would surely draw the attention of those behind him. Thus, with a firm resolve, Lin Jiang returned home, where the presence that had been haunting him finally dissipated, thanks to the protection of the courtyard walls and formations. What was the reason behind this pursuit? Did it have any connection to the true culprit behind Mo Lin and his associates? Once again, Lin Jiang found himself questioning the situation. He would prefer that this latest follower had ties to Mo Lin. He feared the appearance of enemies, but he dreaded their absence even more. The large and small sand sculptures remained in slumber. Lin Jiang glanced at the spirit beast pouch. They had now been asleep for a year without signs of awakening, although they were alive and their vitality was growing stronger. As long as he remained within the city, those individuals would not dare to act against him openly. He resolved to avoid the black market, as it was too remote. And while killings within the city were not unheard of, they were typically discreet. Lin Jiang made a decisive choice. As long as he stayed within the city, no one would dare to commit open murder. The rules of Yunzhong City were exceedingly strict, and these rules were the most valuable asset of the city. Days later, in the East City Market, Lin Jiang once again felt that watchful gaze. However, with so many people around, he could not discern who it belonged to. He feigned ignorance and continued to sell his talismans. Having been in the East City Market for several years, Lin Jiang had garnered a modest reputation, with regular customers returning for his talismans. Lin Dao, are you really not considering joining my team? We have 13 members, all of whom are late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. We have been in Yunzhong City for decades. Our reputation precedes us, and we are reliable individuals. An old customer approached Lin Jiang once more, proposing that he join his team, which consisted of 13 elite late-stage Qi refinement practitioners well known in the city. Dao, I think not. I have grown accustomed to my solitary lifestyle. Lin Jiang shook his head in refusal. This was not the first time Chun Daoyu had extended such an invitation, having reiterated the merits of his team multiple times. Yet Lin Jiang remained steadfast in his decision. His concern was not about the individuals themselves, as he held little regard for a group of late-stage qi refinement cultivators, especially given their solid reputation. Rather, he was wary of the dangers that their activities might entail. Chun Daoyu's team was not dissimilar to other loose cultivators in Yunzhong City. They had no fixed income and engaged in various endeavors, including acting as bodyguards, treasure hunters, or venturing into the mountains to hunt demon beasts. These pursuits were fraught with peril, and even among elite late-stage cultivators like Chun Daoyu, many had perished over the years. With Lin Jiang aware of at least 2 casualties, Lin Jiang did not lack opportunities to earn, as his greatest advantage lay in his time. Even if he earned only a modest sum of 1,000 spiritual stones annually, he could surpass the wealth of many late-stage cultivators through sheer perseverance. Thus, he had no intention of taking risks. Survival was his ultimate goal. What a pity. If you were to join us, our team would gain tremendous strength. It is exceedingly difficult for loose cultivators. Every coin earned is quickly consumed by cultivation and basic living expenses. Accumulating tens of thousands of spiritual stones is an arduous endeavor. Chun Daoyu lamented, expressing the challenges faced by loose cultivators who needed to band together for mutual support in order to have a chance at foundation establishment. Unfortunately, Lin Jiang remained unyielding. I apologize. Not a problem. Our fates have yet to align, Chun Daoyu replied, understanding Lin Jiang's refusal. Few possess the ability of a mid-grade talisman master among late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Those with such talent find it easy to earn a living, rendering their lives less perilous than the rest. Chun Daoyu departed with the talisman, and Lin Jiang similarly closed his stall and left. Chun Daoyu was a significant client, nearly depleting Lin Jiang's stock with each visit. Ignoring the watchful eyes behind him, Lin Jiang returned home and, as per his usual routine, glanced at the small sand sculptures within his spirit beast pouch before retreating indoors to cultivate. His cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated compared to before, as he had invested substantially in the spirit gathering array and premium elixirs. The considerable expenditure had proven advantageous. Otherwise, Lin Jiang feared he might not reach the 9th layer of qi cultivation for decades. Outside Lin Jiang's door, an individual observed for half an hour before ultimately departing. He had discerned Lin Jiang's daily routine and knew that once he returned home, he seldom ventured outside again. He made his way to a certain residence and addressed a middle-aged man as master. Jiang Lin has returned home again, still showing no intention of leaving the city? Indeed, from my observations, this individual possesses an exceedingly introverted nature, rarely forming deep connections with others and seldom stepping outside. My inquiries reveal that he has maintained this lifestyle in Yunzhong City for many years. Ah, this person remains an enigma to me, the master mused. Is it true that Jiang Lin possesses a treasure of great value? The middle-aged man chuckled softly. According to my knowledge, Jiang Lin's assets are considerable. He has rented a residence in South City for nearly 20 years, paying an annual rent of 4,000 spirit stones, a sum beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his other expenditures, even the scions of prominent families would find it hard to match. Master, we shall continue to observe. After waiting all these years, a little more time is inconsequential. Once we seize this target, our 20 years of cultivation will be secured. Indeed, my disciple, the young man replied with enthusiasm. They had engaged in such endeavors numerous times. His master held a unique position, granting him knowledge of many wealthy individuals in Yunzhong City, allowing them to exploit the vulnerabilities of these affluent beings. Naturally, they did not act recklessly. Thorough investigations were imperative, particularly for the wealthy lacking substantial connections or power, as they represented prime targets. Capturing such a target could yield profits far exceeding their typical earnings over several years. This time, their target was viewed as an exceptionally lucrative opportunity, one that could provide 2 decades of untroubled cultivation resources. Chapter 40. The Fish Gang. The name Yunzhong City has 2 interpretations. The first suggests it is derived from the names of the Yunjian sect and the Zhonghang sect, combining one character from each to form the city's name. The second interpretation posits that Yunzhong City is situated in the mid-lower reaches of the Yuntuo River, not far from the middle reaches, hence its designation. Neither sect has provided clarification, allowing the lower-tier cultivators to speculate, as it bears no consequence to their interests. Regardless, it is a fact that Yunzhong City is close to the Yin-Tuo River, merely 800 miles away. Originally, when the city was established, it was only 30 miles from the river. However, chronic flooding prompted the intervention of the two sex transformation masters, who forcibly redirected the river from its original course. Over a millennium of erosion has further distanced the river from the city, now measuring 800 miles. The Yin-Tuo River is a colossal waterway traversing much of Yun province, reportedly reaching widths of over 1,000 miles, and even at its narrowest, it spans 50 to 60 miles. It serves as a vital artery of transportation for Yun province, and Yunzhong City's current scale owes much to the river. Historically, the river was home to numerous water-dwelling demon clans, with even their demon king possessing transformation-level strength, causing turmoil for the cultivators on either bank. Subsequently, the Zhonghang sect, Yunjian sect, and Wuxing sect rose to prominence, uniting to vanquish the transformation-level demon king and exterminate all high-level demon beasts. Although demon beasts occasionally appear in the river today, they pose little threat, as any formidable demon beast that emerges quickly appears on Yunzhong City's bounty board, attracting numerous hunters. In this environment, the Yin-Tuo River has fostered countless avid fishermen, some of whom have devoted months to guarding against the river's fish demons. Lin Jiang arrived at the East City Market one day, greeted by familiar vendors. "What is happening? Why are so many people gathered?" Lin Jiang inquired, pointing to a stall nearby. That stall was previously run by Wenxing, but he has since changed hands several times. Such occurrences are common. Some change careers while others may pass away. A stall remaining under the same ownership for over 3 years is considered a long tenure. The new fisherman has caught many demon fish, and it is said he even landed a long su fish. Remarkable. A long su fish is worth at least 3,000 spirit stones. Long su fish, indeed a prized delicacy, Lin Jiang acknowledged. There exists a high-end restaurant in Yunzhong City called Bai Wei Lu, renowned for its exquisite spiritual cuisine, featuring a classic dish named San Jianghua, whose main ingredient is the long su fish, valued at over 10,000 spirit stones, a legendary dish among lower-tier cultivators. Truly exquisite, yet beyond our means, Lin Jiang remarked. Indeed, he nodded. Such high-end spiritual cuisine often lacks value for money, containing less spiritual energy than ordinary dishes, merely a result of market hype. Nevertheless, the flavors of signature dishes like San Jianghua are undeniably delightful. However, for lower-tier cultivators, spending 10,000 spirit stones on a single dish is foolish, as it is exclusive to those above the golden core stage. Upon reaching his stall, Lin Jiang was met with a strong fishy odor, and the neighboring stall was insufficient to accommodate the massive sizes of some demon fish, which often weighed several thousand or even tens of thousands of pounds. Even with Lin Jiang renting 3 stalls. Yet, his business thrived, as many of these demon fish possessed exquisite flavors, far surpassing ordinary beast meat. Little sand sculpture. "You are missing out," Lin Jiang remarked to the small sand sculptures, which remained asleep. Should they awaken, he would undoubtedly treat them to a change in flavor. After more than an hour, it seemed the neighboring vendor had sold out of fish. The stall owner approached Lin Jiang, his face filled with apologies. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Lu Hui. I apologize for the disturbance today." "No need to worry, Lu Daoyu. It is all part of the business," Lin Jiang replied courteously. So does Lin Daoyu. "To express my apologies, a small token for you," Lu Hui offered, presenting Lin Jiang with 2 ordinary first-tier demon fish, comparable to the silver arrow fish he had previously raised. "You are too kind. I cannot accept such a gift," Lin Jiang declined. "Fellow Taoist, we have rented this stall for a year. In the future, it is nothing. I have not been at my stall for long," Lin Jiang interjected, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Lu Hui felt a bit awkward, but did not press the matter. Lu Hui intended to offer gifts to others as well, but only Lin Jiang declined. His unique ways had become a norm among the vendors, as he spent less than 2 hours at his stall daily, an unusual practice. "Lin Daoyu, how much do you sell these talismans for?" Before long, a voice interrupted. Lin Jiang turned to see a strikingly graceful female cultivator, a vendor from the neighboring stall, bearing a resemblance to Lu Hui, perhaps a sister or daughter. 10 spirit stones for 10 offensive first-tier talismans, 12 for defensive ones, and 9 for other auxiliary talismans. Lin Jiang replied. Each talisman held a different price, as not all were equal. However, generally speaking, offensive talismans sold best, and Lin Jiang produced the most of them. If I purchase several defensive talismans, could you offer a discount? For 5 or more, I can reduce the price by 1 spirit stone. Could I trade demon fish for them? Not possible. Lin Jiang rolled his eyes, contemplating the absurdity of the request. He was not particularly fond of fish. Having eaten plenty during his decades at Ling Tao Mountain Villa in Yunzhong City, he had also consumed his fair share, growing weary of the majority of demon fish available in the market. All right, I shall purchase 6 defensive spirit talismans, which will cost me 66 spirit stones. Lin Jiang laid out all the defensive spirit talismans before him. This particular item is not in high demand, and there is still some left in stock, allowing him to choose at his leisure. After a fortnight of acquaintance, Lin Jiang gradually learned about the circumstances surrounding the neighboring stall. The middle-aged man was Lu Hui, while the one purchasing the talismans was Lu Yuan. He also had a daughter named Lu Xiu, who possessed an astonishing beauty. However, Lu Xiu rarely made appearances, only coming by occasionally, for her presence would inevitably attract numerous admirers, and some audacious individuals even approached Lu Hui with marriage proposals. Therefore, he typically refrained from allowing his daughter to show herself. In impoverished families, having a beautiful daughter can be a double-edged sword, and the reasons for this are self-evident. Nevertheless, Lu Hui had a bit of influence. He was a member of the Sancha fish gang located outside the city, and his entire family belonged to this faction. His grandfather was even an elder in the foundation building stage. Through their conversations, Lin Jiang learned about many matters concerning the outskirts of the city, revealing that the numerous cultivators in Yunqing and its vicinity relied heavily on the Yuntuo River for their livelihoods. However, due to the immense profits involved, the river has been divided among various gangs, each controlling a significant stretch and monopolizing all the fish within their territory. While they cannot completely eradicate ordinary fishermen, who are allowed to catch fish as they please, net fishing and operating fishing boats are strictly forbidden, or else they would face attacks from the fish gangs. These gangs serve as henchmen for the 2 major sects, acting as their proxies, and the animosity directed toward the fish gangs stems from the fact that they bear the brunt of the blame for the 2 sections. The true profits are siphoned off by the sects, a fact that everyone is well aware of, yet unspoken. Conflicts frequently erupt among the various fish gangs, with violent skirmishes over their catches being commonplace, and it is not unusual for a few lives to be lost each year. The Sancha fish gang, to which Lu Hui belongs, is among the stronger factions outside the city, yet his family has suffered losses of 7 or 8 members in the gang wars, including both of his sons. Cultivating is indeed no easy feat, Lin Jiang mused, reflecting on the challenges of the path of cultivation. Yet, a plan began to take shape in his mind, one sufficient to draw out those who were secretly monitoring him. Chapter 41. The Slaughter of Foundation Building Boom. 2 young men were sent flying, shattering the Qianshan formation in the process. The middle-aged man watched this scene with a mix of shock and subsequent understanding as a flying sword slowly materialized before him. Shi Tong, aren't you going to say a few more words? Fellow Taoist Jiang is indeed clever, having deduced it was me. There are few who can recall my previous name. Merely a handful, and you are the only one aware of my wealth. Lin Jiang stated, having severed all ties with his former identity following his name change. With the exception of his dealings with Duobao Pavilion, as he could not bear to forsake the benefits obtained there. The only one who knew both his name and his affluence was Shi Tong, the steward at Duobao Pavilion who had welcomed him for decades. Learning this caused Lin Jiang to feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment. While Duobao Pavilion had an excellent reputation, he was disheartened to discover Shi Tong's treachery. If this were to come to light, the centuries-old reputation of Duobao Pavilion would be tarnished, and Shi Tong's entire family would not be spared. Impressive. If you have more to say, now is your final opportunity. When did you first set your sights on me? The Qingyan Dan you acquired, was it not? Indeed. Without the Qingyan Dan, I might not have been able to reach the foundation building stage. My time is running short, Shi Tong admitted, having bought the Qingyan Dan and gifted it to an elder for guidance, which led to his opportunity for foundation building. I see. So I'm not the first person you have killed. No, not the first, but certainly not many, Shi Tong replied, having engaged with countless clients at Duobao Pavilion. If he were to eliminate every individual, he would have perished long ago. His selections were made with great caution, and over the decades, he had only taken the lives of 7 or 8 individuals, each yielding substantial profits. Mo Lin is one of your people, correct? Indeed, My other disciple accompanied him. If I answer this many of your questions, will you reciprocate with one of your own? Pray tell, where did you acquire the Qingyan Dan? And why do you not use it yourself? That is 2 questions, Lin Jiang chuckled. Because I possess great wealth. Not only do I have the Qingyan Dan, but I have also consumed the Gushi Dan. Are you aware of its significance? It is said that for mortals, reaching 70 is rare. 1 Gushi Dan can extend life by 70 years. Thus, you have known me for nearly 30 years, and yet I still appear so youthful. Lin Jiang spoke to Shi Tong, fabricating lies effortlessly, without a hint of shame. Nevertheless, Shi Tong believed him. He had known Lin Jiang for many years, and Lin Jiang had always maintained a youthful visage, whether through the use of beauty elixirs or longevity treasures. Shi Tong was convinced that Lin Jiang must have consumed a longevity treasure, especially since he chose to sell rather than use the Qingyan Dan. Shi Tong sensed that Lin Jiang harbored more secrets, yet he could not extract them, prompting him to take action. A blade of sword energy erupted from Shi Tong's flying sword, hurtling toward Lin Jiang. Explode Yuan technique. Lin Jiang shouted, summoning his own flying sword. Boom! The 2 swords clashed, the sword energy dissipating while Lin Jiang's flying sword shattered into fragments. At that moment, 2 sharp sounds rang out, and 2 bright lights appeared on Lin Jiang, swiftly reaching Shi Tong. The large and small sand sculptures emerged, having awakened just half a month prior, both now possessing the strength equivalent to the initial stage of foundation building. The large sand sculpture swiftly breached Shi Tong's defenses, seizing his shoulder, and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, while the smaller sand sculpture was even more ferocious, pecking a dark, gaping wound into his chest. Aurora Falcon. You! Shi Tong screamed in horror, recognizing the infamous Aurora Falcon, known in Yunqing for having caused the death of He Yunwei, a young master from the He family, at the hands of 2 cultivators accompanied by these beasts. In that instant, Shi Tong comprehended everything. Kill him, Lin Jiang commanded coldly, mindful of whether others would remember the incident involving the He family. Yet he refrained from allowing the Aurora Falcon to soar too high to avoid detection. The 2 sand sculptures, one on each side, lunged once more at Shi Tong, while Lin Jiang charged forward again, determined to ensure Shi Tong met his demise in this second round. Explode Yuan technique. Shi Tong's expression shifted dramatically. The Huang to Bazinju was a technique he had gifted to Lin Jiang, and he was well aware of the Explode Yuan technique. However, he had never practiced it. Witnessing Lin Jiang wield it now caused him immense regret, realizing that if he were to perish today, it would be his own doing. Shi Tong, having sustained severe injuries, poured all his strength into defense, conjuring 2 shields to block the assault of the sand sculptures while attempting to counter Lin Jiang's attack with his flying sword. Bang! The flying sword shattered once more into fragments. After all, magical artifacts were no match for spirit weapons. Lin Jiang remained unfazed, retrieving another flying sword. He had not even considered using silver needles, as he had purchased them from Duobao Pavilion, and Shi Tong would surely be prepared for them. Lin Jiang sought to crush Shi Tong head-on. Suddenly, the cries of the sand sculptures transformed entirely, their sounds sharp and piercing. Upon hearing them, Shi Tong felt his consciousness waver. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, it instilled a sense of despair within him. The next instant, he sensed a chilling sensation at his neck. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through Shi Tong's throat. He beheld his own headless body, still standing, filled with intense unwillingness, before ultimately losing all awareness. Quickly come in. Lin Jiang beckoned to the sand sculptures, inviting them into his spirit beast pouch. The final strike that led to Shi Tong's demise stemmed from the awakening ability of the sand sculptures. Their cries could disrupt the target's spirit, causing a temporary daze. The Aurora Falcon, renowned for its swiftness, could seize the moment to strike down its prey, yet this time it was Lin Jiang who acted first. The belongings of the 3 individuals, including their storage bags, were thoroughly searched, while their corpses were cast into the Yun Tuo River. The river teems with countless demonic fish, and within a day, they would be consumed entirely, leaving no trace of bones behind. It was a pity about that fishing rod, lamented Lin Jiang. A rod crafted from several thousand spirit stones had been lost. Before long, the members of the Sancha fish gang arrived, led by Lu Jia. Lin Daoyu. What transpired here? Why is there a fluctuation indicative of a Foundation establishment level battle? A stranger had engaged in combat nearby, but he had already fled, and I barely managed to escape as well, even losing my fishing rod. Lin Jiang feigned a look of lingering fear. The Yin Tuo River has few rules. Daily skirmishes are commonplace. Lu Jie and his companions had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy, but it was only a Foundation establishment-level disturbance. So they were foolish to investigate. They arrived only after the energy had dissipated. Lu Jie glanced at the ground and then at the river's surface, realizing that Lin Jiang might be deceiving him. Yet he chose not to expose the lie. Survival tactics for lower-level cultivators are quite refined to avoid a swift demise. One must speak less. Lin Daoyu's lost fishing rod is a minor issue. I shall assist you in retrieving it, Lu Jie stated, summoning several members skilled in water techniques to search the river. The Sancha fish gang, reliant on the river for sustenance, had amassed considerable expertise in water magic. Some fierce individuals could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with aquatic demons, specializing in such endeavors. In about an hour, 3 Qi refinement stage members returned, dragging Lin Jiang's fishing rod along with the demonic fish. It was then that Lu Jie realized the true value of Lin Jiang's fishing rod. After reclaiming his rod, Lin Jiang gifted the fish to them and presented 100 spirit stones as a token of gratitude, inviting them for drinks before returning to Yunzhong City. Upon erasing the spiritual imprint from Shitong's storage bag, Lin Jiang opened it to reveal a plethora of items, including over 30,000 spirit stones, among which were a dozen mid-grade spirit stones. A single mid-grade stone is worth 100 low-grade stones, the total value exceeding 50 to 60,000 spirit stones, indicating a wealthy Foundation establishment cultivator. In contrast, the other 2 individual storage bags were considerably less valuable, likely not exceeding 5,000 spirit stones. Yet it was still a significant gain from this confrontation. Shitong had a habit of keeping a diary, revealing he was indeed not an ordinary individual. Lin Jiang discovered a notebook within Shitong's storage bag, not inscribed on jade slips, but on regular paper. Flipping through it, he glimpsed Shitong's journey of growth. Shitong hailed from a mundane background. At the age of 12, the Yunjian sect visited his village to test the children's spiritual roots. He possessed a 3-root talent and was admitted as an outer disciple of the Yunjian sect. The initial decade of his cultivation was fraught with adversity, as he was frequently bullied, largely due to his character. However, after enduring a particularly harsh incident, he underwent a transformation, learning to ingratiate himself with others, eventually receiving the task of guarding the Duobao Pavilion in Yunzhong City. While he thrived at the Duobao Pavilion, its income remained insufficient, leading him to contemplate robbing clients. However, Shitong was exceedingly cautious, imposing strict criteria on his targets: affluent, low profile, and lacking influential backing. Only when these conditions were met would he act, often spending years planning and executing his schemes, resulting in almost no failures. His only misstep occurred with Mo Lin, a trusted confidant and fellow villager whose poor aptitude had barred him from joining the Yunjian sect, relegating him to a loose cultivator. It was indeed the Qingyan Dan that prompted Shitong to target me, indicating that he would need to abandon the identity associated with Duobao Pavilion. After reading Shitong's diary, Lin Jiang realized where the issue lay. He resolved to completely forsake the identity of Jiang Lin, discarding any tokens from Duobao Pavilion and severing ties with previous acquaintances. With Shitong deceased and no one aware of this identity, Lin Jiang decided to live as Lin Yu for the next 20 years, planning to change identities again thereafter. Unable to remain in Yunzhong City, he would relocate, having acquired sufficient self-defense capabilities. With Xiao Shajiao now at the second stage, he could retreat unscathed even when encountering Foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Daoyu, why have you ceased fishing? 2 months later, Lu Yuan inquired as he came to purchase talismans. Fishing is merely a pastime. One must not become addicted. I shall take a break for a while and return to it later, Lin Jiang replied. Most of the fish he caught had not been sold, as he could not consume them all, resulting in the production of over 10,000 jin of dried fish, sufficient to sustain Xiao Shajiao for a while. Of course, the main reason was that he had already caught the big fish, Shitong, rendering the act of fishing less significant. I truly envy you, Lin Daoyu, Lu Yuan remarked. While fishing was leisure for Lin Jiang, it was essential for survival for her family, a reality she envied. Being a loose cultivator is no easy feat. Do not mistake my ease for lack of struggle. It is indeed quite difficult and impoverished, Lin Jiang lamented, as he had already attracted attention twice for displaying wealth and needed to remain discreet henceforth. Isn't it wonderful to bemoan one's poverty? Lin Dao Yu's words resonated with the truth. We lose cultivators have our struggles. Hence, I wonder if you might be interested in an alliance with my Lu family? Hearing this, Lu Hui approached Lin Jiang. En alliance? Yes, my sister Lu Yuan, 27 years old, at the 6th layer of qi refinement, possesses 4 spiritual roots. While her cultivation aptitude may not be exceptional, she is incredibly diligent and often assists me. Brother, what are you saying? Lu Yuan interrupted, her face flushing with embarrassment as she stomped her foot in protest. Go sell your fish. I shall discuss matters with Lin Dao Yu. You are not getting any younger. If you do not marry soon, you may miss your chance. I have no desire to marry. I wish to cultivate and attain longevity. Longevity? In Yunzhong City, with 1 million cultivators, how many reach the golden core stage? Lu Hui shook his head. To aspire for longevity with 4 spiritual roots is folly. Even among foundation establishment cultivators, those with 4 spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Only prominent families can afford to cultivate a few foundation establishment practitioners with such roots. For an ordinary person, reaching the qi refinement stage is the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression dimmed. Aptitude is the greatest obstacle for ordinary cultivators. The same spirit pill, when consumed by someone of good aptitude, can yield 70 to 80% efficacy, while those of poor aptitude may only absorb 20 to 30%. How can one compete? Yet lower-tier cultivators struggle financially and cannot afford many pills. Lin Dao Yu, what are your thoughts? Our Lu family is not lacking. Over 30 members reside within the Sansha Fish Gang. With our support, you need not worry about selling your talismans, and we will find ways to assist you in reaching foundation establishment. Lin Dao Yu, I possess a 5 spiritual root talent. Lin Jiang replied with a smile, indicating that he had no need for their assistance in selling talismans. He required no further excuses, only an aptitude. 5 spiritual roots? Lu Hui was taken aback, struggling to believe it. Lin Jiang appeared quite young, already at the 8th layer of qi refinement, coupled with his proficiency in talisman crafting, leading him to assume Lin Jiang must possess at least 3 spiritual roots. Such a talent would justify marrying his sister to him, as he sought to secure additional support for the Lu family, potentially safeguarding their clan for generations. Indeed, I possess 5 spiritual roots, therefore, this matter need not be discussed further. I appreciate your kind intentions, Lu Dao Yu. I was presumptuous. Lu Hui sighed with relief, fearing Lin Jiang might agree. Among 100 foundation establishment cultivators, 3 to 5 might possess 3 spiritual roots, but the likelihood of finding a 5 spiritual root individual was nearly non-existent. He certainly did not wish for his sister to wed someone without a promising future. Lin Jiang smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent, while Lu Hui swiftly returned to his stall. Juxing Lu was another premier commercial establishment in Yunzhong, rivaling Duo Bao Ge, and both shared the same business scope, thus positioning them as competitors. Behind Duo Bao Ge stood the Yun Jian Zone, while Juxing Lu was backed by the Zhonghang Zone. Ever since the incident involving Shirtong, Lin Jiang had refrained from visiting Duo Bao Ge. However, he harbored distrust towards other merchants as well, which compelled him to trade at Juxing Lu. Duo Bao Ge had consequently lost a valuable customer. For someone like Lin Jiang was indeed an asset. Over the years, his transactions there had surpassed 200,000, with a single Qing Yin Dan alone costing more than 100,000. Juxing Lu also offered a similar rewards program, where accumulating points would elevate one's privileges and discounts. After 6 months of transactions, Lin Jiang reached the status of a preliminary VIP, granting him the privilege to attend the exchange meetings hosted by Juxing Lu. However, the allure of the Qi training period exchanges had diminished for him, leading to infrequent participation, primarily aimed at procuring high-quality items, such as the Zhu Ling Dan and Pei Yuan Dan essential for his cultivation. Each visit was swift, as was his customary generosity. After completing his purchases, Lin Jiang returned home and took out the dried meat of a demon fish to amuse the 2 sand sculptures. Following their advancement, their sizes had grown so immense that they could no longer perch on Lin Jiang's shoulders. As he tossed the meat, they leaped eagerly to compete for it, their confined space restricting them to the ground, resulting in a manner of movement that was nothing short of comical. After entertaining the 2, Lin Jiang unsheathed a long sword and commenced practicing the technique Jian Fei Xian. This secret skill had eluded him for years. Yet recently he sensed a flicker of progress, prompting him to dedicate substantial time to it. After an hour of practice, he finally paused, returning home to bask in the rich spiritual energy that enveloped it. Since vanquishing Shi Tong, he had enhanced the Zhuling array with additional spirit stones, now achieving a daily intake of 30. This expenditure was still manageable for Lin Jiang, who yearned to reach the foundation establishment stage swiftly. There is a saying in the cultivation world that the foundation establishment stage marked the true commencement of one's cultivation journey, contrasting starkly with the Qi training stage, which bore little distinction from that of ordinary mortals. This notion was substantiated as the transition to the foundation establishment stage brought about profound transformations within the cultivator's body. For instance, sleep became nearly unnecessary at this level, while those in the Qi training stage still required it. Moreover, even if a foundation establishment cultivator ceased to consume food, their body would not suffer from malnutrition, a feat unattainable for those still in the Qi training stage. Additionally, the intensity of one's spirit and soul underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, rendering the disparity between foundation establishment cultivators and ordinary mortals as that of entirely different species. Furthermore, in practical terms, the foundation establishment and Qi training stages represented two distinct tiers. The latter was as ubiquitous in Yunzhongchang as rice, while the former was considerably rarer, naturally affording a higher status, with many opportunities inaccessible to those still in the Qi training stage. Most critically, the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator was vastly superior, and Lin Jiang, being inherently insecure, sought the assurance that power could provide something unattainable at the Qi training level. All these factors prompted Lin Jiang to abandon his previous lethargy towards cultivation, significantly increasing his diligence. He believed that, if there were an award for diligent practitioners, he would undoubtedly be a contender. Chapter 43. The gang conflict time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Jiang had reached the age of 140, finally attaining the 9th layer of Qi training. On the day of this breakthrough, he celebrated alone with a jug of spirit wine, allowing himself to become thoroughly intoxicated without dissipating the effects with spiritual power. Third sister, Lining, when can we pay our respects to mother? Lin Jiang mumbled repeatedly while inebriated, yet found no one to confide in, save for the two sand sculptures that were busy scavenging the remnants of his meal and spirit wine. Dao friend Wu. It seems Lu Hui's family hasn't been around for a few days, Lin Jiang remarked upon arriving at the bustling marketplace, noticing his neighbor's stall was empty. Dao friend Lin, are you unaware? The Sanchayu gang and the Zhulangyu gang have been at war these days, replied the vendor nearby. Dao friend Lu Hui is a key member of the Sanchayu gang. How could they possibly be absent? Warfare among gangs? Lin Jiang inquired, astonished. Surely the conflicts between these two factions would warrant intervention from the two sects? Dao friend Lin, are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Without the approval of both sects, could these gangs truly engage in battle? That is true. I had not considered it thoroughly. Do you know which side has the greater chance of victory? That remains uncertain. However, I have heard that both gangs are actively recruiting assistants. If Dao friend Lin is interested, there is an opportunity for profit. I shall pass. I have no desire for conflict. It is far better to live a quiet life. Lin Jiang shook his head, aware that the gang leaders outside the city were all at the Golden Core level, with numerous foundation establishment elders among them. He had no intention of getting involved in such matters, recognizing the difficulty in earning such money. Subsequently, Lin Jiang inquired further about the reasons behind the conflict between the two gangs. It was said that the catalyst was the issue of fishing in disputed waters. As members of the Zhulangyu gang, while pursuing a school of demon fish, encroached upon the territory of the Sanchayu gang and were subsequently attacked, leading to the outbreak of war. The true reasons were likely far more intricate, involving the rivalries of the two major sects, entangled interests, and unresolved grudges. The culmination of these myriad conflicts had driven both factions to seek the complete destruction of the other, resulting in a brutal confrontation that had persisted for 5 or 6 days, with daily casualties numbering in the dozens. It appeared that neither side would cease hostilities until one was utterly defeated. This conflict initially seemed a distant affair, irrelevant to Lin Jiang's life. However, upon his arrival at the marketplace the following day, he found Lu Yuan waiting for him. Upon seeing her, Lin Jiang immediately sensed trouble and attempted to flee. Dao friend Jiang. At that moment, Lu Yuan had also reached the 9th layer of Qi training. Though her aptitude was lacking, she was undeniably a cultivation enthusiast, dedicating every moment outside of necessary obligations to her training. Why are you stopping me, Lu Xianzi? Lin Jiang exclaimed. Why are you running away? I still have to prepare dinner at home. I can't let it burn. I'm not trying to recruit you into our San Chayu gang, Lu Yuan clarified. With both gangs engaged in fierce combat, they were hastily recruiting members, essentially hiring expendable manpower. Yunzhong Cheng was rife with impoverished, loose cultivators eager for work. Most of those who had perished in recent days were such expendables. Knowing Lin Jiang's character, Lu Yuan refrained from stating this directly. Then what do you seek from me? Business, to purchase spirit talismans. That doesn't seem right. If you're looking to buy spirit talismans, wouldn't it be better to approach a major commercial establishment? Duo Baogu or Zhu Xing Lu, for instance, have at least 100 talisman masters affiliated with them. Even a medium-sized establishment like Si Haishang would have 30 or 50 talisman masters. Lin Jiang pointed out that while these establishments had a limited number of talisman masters, they also maintained a large network of collaborating talisman creators. Although the prices offered by these creators were somewhat lower, their reliability and convenience made such partnerships quite desirable. Many establishments had approached Lin Jiang in the past, but he had declined their offers, for his life had become monotonous. He preferred to run his stall as a means to enliven his existence. Jiang Daoyu. You may be unaware that the conflicts among the Yubang have always adhered to certain rules. Minor skirmishes go unregulated, but once two factions engage in a formal war, the trading houses of Yincheng City adopt a stance of neutrality, refusing to sell talismans to either side. This holds true for all reputable trading houses within Yincheng City and even extends to powers within 3,000 miles of its borders. Why is this so? It is common knowledge that behind the Yubang stand two major sects, who refrain from intervening directly to avoid division. As mere pawns in this game, we must brace ourselves and fight desperately. Should we survive, we may revel in riches. If we lose, we meet our demise. Lin Jiang shook his head, finding these regulations rather peculiar, yet he could understand them as a manifestation of the proxy war between the two sections. The sects would never descend into the fray unless one of them weakened significantly. Jiang Daoyu, I beseech your assistance. The demand for talismans is exceedingly high. I wish to maintain a neutral position and am willing to pay extra. I do not wish to involve myself in your affairs. I merely desire a peaceful life. Lu Yuan implored. Your reputation in the Eastern City market is quite formidable. Even if we do not approach you, the Zhejiang Yubang will surely seek your services. While you may desire neutrality, I ask that you do not assist them. I will not assist them, but should I set up my stall and someone wishes to purchase, I will not refuse, Lin Jiang replied. Indeed, I have come to seek talismans from Jiang Daoyu. I shall be stationed at the Eastern City market in the coming days. Lu Yuan remarked that loose cultivators have always been beyond the control of major sects, and thus the rules of gang warfare do not apply to them. Both factions have dispatched personnel to the market where loose cultivators gather, scavenging every available resource. Lin Jiang sighed, realizing how swiftly Lu Yuan's mind worked. It seemed inevitable that unless he refrained from setting up his stall, entanglement was unavoidable. Indeed, shortly after, a young man approached Lin Jiang, disregarding Lu Yuan's presence, and proposed collaboration. Should they join forces, the Zhejiang Yubang would supply the materials for talisman creation, leaving Lin Jiang to focus solely on his craft. For every talisman he produced, they would purchase it at a negotiable rate, with potential bonuses in spirit stones for reaching certain quantities. Jiang Daoyu, the terms he offers, we of the Sunshine Yubang can match as well. Lu Yuan interjected, suppressing his anger, aware that violence was not an option here. They were merely vying for the resources of war. The one who amassed more would have a greater chance of victory. Children make choices, adults take everything. I will continue producing 8 talismans daily at a fixed price and will maintain my stall hours. Whoever wishes to buy may do so, Lin Jiang stated decisively. Both factions became increasingly fervent, yet he remained aloof, declaring his position as a mere seller of talismans. After advancing to the 9th stage of Qi training, Lin Jiang's strength surged. His spiritual energy was exceedingly profound, bolstered by decades of meticulous practice of the Lian Shinju and the consumption of nourishing pills. which rendered his spiritual perception extraordinarily formidable. Each day, he could produce 8 high-grade talismans, effectively doubling the output of other talisman craftsmen. Moreover, Lin Jiang now boasted a 100% success rate with over 70 varieties of first-grade talismans, having perfected his craft over decades of unwavering dedication, making him one of the finest in his realm. This was precisely why both factions sought him out. He had garnered a significant reputation within the Eastern city market, with a loyal clientele. Upon hearing Lin Jiang's declarations, the two men ceased further discussion, refraining from threats for fear of alienating him. An exceptional talisman craftsman may not sway the tide of battle, but a collective of 100 or more could certainly do so. And each of those would be an individual talisman artist. They divided the talismans Lin Jiang had brought, and he concluded his workday, feeling the need to withdraw from the turmoil. He had always preferred to keep his distance from such matters. Chapter 44. The revelry of loose cultivators' war is fundamentally about wealth, a principle that holds true even in the realm of cultivation. Thus, as a majority of trading houses were barred from participation, loose cultivators reveled in this conflict. The Sunshine Yubang and the Zhejiang Yubang had relatively small numbers, typically comprising only 200 to 300 core members, supplemented by 400 to 500 peripheral members, making entry into their core ranks exceedingly challenging due to stringent requirements. However, within a mere 7 days of conflict, both factions swelled to 4,000 to 5,000 members, as they lavished resources to recruit from the periphery, offering compensation ranging from 10 to 30 spirit stones per day during the Qi training period, with additional rewards for battlefield accomplishments. The impoverished, loose cultivators of Yincheng City flocked in droves. Furthermore, the consumption of various resources skyrocketed, basic necessities aside. Supplies for combat and cultivation were consumed at an alarming rate. Although a few minor trading houses covertly participated, the bulk of the activity was driven by the much larger cohort of loose cultivators, and Lin Jiang, an invisible participant, benefited as well, selling talismans as if it were the grand centennial celebration of Yincheng City a few years prior. Why do I feel as though the two major sects are systematically cleansing the lower strata of the population in the city? Lin Jiang pondered, observing the bizarre occurrences amid the war between the two factions, suspecting that this was a deliberate effort by the two sects to purge Yincheng City of its lower-class inhabitants. With a population of 1 million in Yincheng City, 90% comprised loose cultivators in the Qi training phase, who were predominantly impoverished. Although the sects maintained a stringent policy to uphold the city's regulations, for the destitute cultivators, these rules sometimes held little sway. Countless individuals were willing to take risks for the sake of spirit stones. From the perspective of the two major sects, periodically cleansing a segment of the lower population was entirely normal. The war between the Yubang served as an excellent means to recruit numerous loose cultivators at a low cost, particularly those who were impoverished, aggressive, and embittered. Lu Yuan vanished. On the 27th day of the war, Lu Yuan failed to appear at the Eastern City Market, prompting Lin Jiang to suspect that something had befallen the Sunshine Yubang. Sure enough, within half an hour, a cultivator from the Zhejiang Yubang publicly proclaimed that the Sunshine Yubang had been annihilated. Yesterday, the Sunshine Yubang engaged in battle with us at the confluence of the Yunta River. The Sunshine Yubang's leader, Song Yi, was slain by our leader, Lu Jian, and over 700 of their members perished. Upon hearing this news, the market erupted in astonishment. The Sunshine Yubang and the Zhejiang Yubang were evenly matched in strength, and their leaders were of comparable cultivation level. The unexpected defeat, especially the obliteration of the core members, signaled the end for the Sunshine Yubang, bringing a close to the revelry of the loose cultivators. By the afternoon, further news confirmed the annihilation of the Sunshine Yubang. The previous day, the two factions had deployed their core personnel for a decisive battle, during which the Zhejiang Yubang's elder, who had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, unexpectedly showcased golden core prowess, allowing him and Lu Jian to swiftly slay Song Yi. With the leader dead, the remaining members posed little threat. The Sunshine Yubang had lost the majority of its backbone, leading to a complete rout of its members. The Zhejiang Yubang was now poised to seize control of the Sunshine Yubang's territory. Within a year, I shall not partake in the fish of Yincheng City, Lin Jiang declared, having learned the grim details of the battle, knowing that most of the fallen had been cast into the Yunta River. The thought made him feel nauseous. He resolved to avoid Yuncheng's demonic fish for the foreseeable future. However, the following day, Lin Jiang unexpectedly spotted Lu Hui and his family at the Eastern City Market. Lu Hui, Lu Yuan, Lu Siyu, and Lu Jia's son, Lu Dong, all appeared in a state of disarray. Lu Hui had even lost an arm, and Lu Yuan bore a ghastly wound on her face. They were encircled by a dozen cultivators who hurled insults and provocations at them, but refrained from striking, seemingly members of the Zhelanyu Bang. Wu Daoyu, what is happening? Lin Daoyu, you always arrive so late that you miss the gossip. Haha, indeed. Wu Daoyu, please share. What else could it be? The Sanxia fish gang has suffered defeat. Most of them have been killed, and the Lu family has temporarily survived, hiding in Yunzhong City, which prohibits violence and conflict, allowing them to evade danger for now. However, it is only a matter of time before they perish. Wealth may grant them a longer life, provided they do not leave the city. Lin Daoyu thinks too simply. They're not like you. They lack the means to survive within the city. What will they do when their funds are exhausted? Though Yunzhong City does not impose a curfew, can one endlessly wander the streets? Do they not need to eat or sleep? Enduring for a few months would drive anyone mad. Moreover, cannot the Julao fish gang hire a few mercenaries? A vendor nearby remarked that Yunzhong City can only provide a temporary refuge. In the long run, it is unsustainable. Chi practitioners in the training stage require food and rest. And even compared to ordinary people, they cannot last indefinitely. Even if the Lu family has ample funds, it is still futile. The Jilao fish gang is not foolish. They can hire a few rogue cultivators to confront them. As long as no one dies, Yunzhong City will not execute anyone but will expel them. Once expelled from the city, they would be in a lawless land, sealing the fate of the Lu family. What a pity. Indeed, it is a pity. Such a lovely young lady. Wu Daoyu gazed at Lu Siyu and remarked that even after more than a decade, she remains as beautiful as ever. Perhaps even more charming than in her youth. Yes, beautiful women always evoke sympathy. Lin Daoyu has wealth. Perhaps he could seek to woo the beauty later. What do you mean by that? There are plenty of courtesans outside the city. The men of the Sanxia fish gang have perished, and what becomes of the women? Once their meridians are severed and their cultivation sealed, they could end up in a brothel. With Lu Siyu's looks, she could fetch several hundred spirit stones. That is a valid point. Lin Daoyu, I see you have a good relationship with the Lu family. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Lu Hui will undoubtedly seek refuge with you. You must not show mercy. If you take them in, the Julao fish gang will certainly not let you off easily. The Lu family is a backbone of the Sanxia fish gang. I am aware of that. Lin Jiang nodded. The Julao fish gang is formidable, with 2 golden core cultivators. At least a dozen foundation establishment practitioners and hundreds of followers. Lin Jiang, being alone, would not engage in such foolishness. Wu Daoyu speaks with great wisdom. Lu Hui has already begun to plead at various stalls, hoping someone would take them in. As long as they have a place to stay, they could survive in Yunzhong City for quite some time, perhaps even change their fate. However, the Jilao fish gang is watching. Who would dare to help? In the end, the Lu family arrived at Lin Jiang's stall. Lin Daoyu, greetings. I am merely a rogue cultivator. The members of the Jilao fish gang also greeted Lin Jiang. The leader was the same one who had previously come to collect supplies, and they were already acquainted. Lin Daoyu is a wise man. We will not make things difficult for you. The Lu family is doomed. If Lin Daoyu truly has compassion, you may come see us at the Jilao fish gang. Perhaps you could spend a little money to enjoy the company of a beauty. The man pointed at Lu Siyu, who attracted many gazes due to her beauty. The Jilao fish gang was pleased to see this, as they could inflate the price and sell Lu Siyu for a handsome sum. Very well, I shall visit later. However, my friend, the Lu family has been my neighbor for many years and has treated me well. Is it acceptable for me to offer them a meal? Lin Daoyu, do not make things difficult for me. We are all in this together. If you inquire, you will know that I, Lin Yu, do not like to owe favors. Previously, when I went fishing outside the city, they helped me significantly, so I owe them one favor. Just leave it to your discretion. I do not intend to cause any trouble. That is acceptable. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. The man clasped his hands in thanks. After all, they were watching, and getting a free meal was beneficial. Lin Jiang expressed his gratitude, then accepted the spirit talisman, leading them to a food vendor. The Lu family sat at one table, while the Julao fish gang occupied 2. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. Lu Hui was momentarily at a loss for words. Among the many acquaintances in the street, only Lin Jiang was willing to lend a small hand. The path of cultivation is arduous, as Lu Daoyu often says. I, Lin Yu, do not possess great abilities and cannot save you. I can only repay Lu Daoyu's kindness with a meal. Lin Jiang spoke in a low voice, but those nearby could hear. The members of the Julao fish gang were moved by his words. No one likes to be ungrateful, and they appreciate those who remember even small acts of kindness, as everyone may encounter misfortune. Who does not hope for assistance during their own trials? Chapter 45, Sacrifice in the Night. The flow of people in Yunzhong City had drastically diminished. Although cultivators are unafraid of darkness, most adhere to the habits of mortals, eating when it is time to eat and sleeping when it is time to sleep, leaving only a few places still brightly lit. Lu Hui took out his remaining spirit stones and rented a room at the inn, while the Julao fish gang occupied rooms on either side, keeping a close watch on them throughout the day. I have no money left. This is the last of my spirit stones. Therefore, tonight we must make a decision. Uncle, what should we do? Shall we fight them? Every person we can rescue counts. Lu Dong said, filled with hatred after his father, Lu Jie, had been slain by the Julao fish gang. Foolish. What do you have to fight with? If we do not fight, what else can we do? We have no money. Even if we refrain from eating, drinking, or sleeping, we can only last at most 10 to 15 days before we perish. Thus, we must make a decision. Little sister, are you afraid of death? Not afraid, brother, Lu Yuan replied. The Lu family once had over 30 members, and now only the 4 of them remained. She had long ceased to fear death, thinking only of vengeance, as Lu Dong did. Very well, then my sister and I will face death together. And see you and little Dong shall survive. Ah, father, you, be silent and listen to me. We are now at the mercy of the Julao fish gang, mere prey for their slaughter. Fighting is futile. All I can do is ensure your survival. Later tonight, we will leave the inn. My sister and I will initiate an attack on the Julao fish gang members, while Siyu and little Dong must run to Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Will he help us? He will. He told me so. Lu Hui stated that when Lin Yu invited them to dinner, he and Lin Yu had reached a covert agreement, one that even the Julao fish gang was unaware of. Brother, is he truly trustworthy? This is a trade for benefits. I possess a treasure map, not a particularly valuable artifact, but a distribution map of spirit herbs located at the bottom of the Yuntuo River. Present it to him, and he will ensure your safety. Lu Hui produced a map, revealing that the Sancha fish gang controlled a significant stretch of the Yuntuo River, which concealed spiritual veins, demon beasts, and minerals, and naturally, spirit herbs as well. An elder from the Lu family was a senior member of the Sancha fish gang, and this was a family secret known only to him, Lu Jie, and the elder. Now, only he remained aware of it, and the herbs below could be worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Yuan's expression changed, but she said nothing. This treasure map would not save them if given to the Julao fish gang, but perhaps it could offer them a chance if given to Lin Daoyu. Uncle, there is no need for further words. You are the last surviving members of the Lu family. If you wish to avenge us, strive to survive, cultivate, and elevate your abilities. One day, if you can reach the Golden Core stage, you will have the power to act. If you cannot attain the Golden Core stage, then leave Yunzhong City and find another place to settle down. Lu Hui declared that sacrificing himself and Lu Yuan was all he could do to protect Lu Siyu and Lu Dong, hoping that this plan would yield results. In the late hours of the night, the 4 Lu family members departed the inn. The Julao fish gang, alerted by the sounds, merely followed them, tasked with monitoring the Lu family until they could no longer survive in Yunzhong City and were forced to venture outside, where they would be slaughtered. Leading his 4 companions onward until they arrived at a brightly illuminated area, the heart of Yunzhong City, where taverns, brothels, and gambling houses congregated. It was during the night that these establishments flourished, and this area was also under close watch by the city S-Guard due to its propensity for disturbances. You there? Come here, Lu Hui bellowed, pointing at the members of the Julao fish gang. What do you want, old man? One of them retorted. Why don't you come over? There are so many people here. Are you brave enough to charge into a brothel with us? Liu Yisniad. The fish gang was an external force. Yet those who could run brothels within the city were undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even more so than the fish gang, as the brothels in Yunzhong City were likely more lucrative. What do you want? One of the gang members stammered as they pressed on. Stop them. Lu Hui led the charge toward a brothel, causing panic among the Julao fish gang members. The brothel was indeed their best chance for escape, But would Lu Hui dare to create a ruckus inside? Kill. At that moment, Lu Hui and Lu Yuan struck, abruptly turning to attack the Julao fish gang members, while Lu Dong and Lu Xiu swiftly dashed ahead. We've been ambushed. Retreat. The Julao fish gang members were gripped by terror. They attempted to flee, but Lu Hui's flying sword was already upon them, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves. To dare act in Yunzhong City, you must be tired of living. A nearby squad of guards, witnessing the melee involving Lu Hui and the others, was filled with fury and rushed over. Yet, Lu Hui remained undeterred, continuing his assault. Did he not seek vengeance? The Lu family had suffered tremendous losses, and his heart brimmed with unquenchable hatred. At that moment, Lin Jiang spotted Lu Xiu and Lu Dong, gesturing for them to come closer before quickly retreating into his home. Once inside, the two collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat. As they regained their composure, tears streamed down their faces, for they realized that Lu Hui and Lu Yuan had perished. Go ahead and cry. My home is shielded by a soundproof array. No one outside can hear you, Lin Jiang said, refraining from offering consolation as words would be futile now. It was better to allow them to weep, for their safety was assured. After weeping for 2 to 3 hours, Lu Dong finally stood, bowed to Lin Jiang, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin Daoyu, for saving our lives. No need for thanks. I merely acted on a moment of kindness, Lin Jiang replied, shaking his head. Regrettably, he had acted impulsively after speaking with Lu Hui, but now he could only grit his teeth and persevere. His compassion stemmed from thoughts of Lin Dai and Lin Ning, unable to turn a blind eye to their plight. Regardless, I must express my gratitude, Lin Daoyu. Here is the item my uncle promised you, Lu Dong said, producing a map he had initially intended to keep hidden in hopes of a future opportunity. Yet, survival took precedence now. Very well, there are 3 small rooms. Choose as you please. Please refrain from entering my quarters. I advise you to stay indoors, Lin Jiang instructed. As the courtyards in Yunzhong City were typically shared among multiple tenants, with few like Lin Jiang enjoying the luxury of a private abode. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Jiang prepared to step outside, only to encounter members of the Julao fish gang. Is there something you need? Lin Daoyu. Are the members of the Sunshine fish gang under your protection? Do you have any evidence? No, but they did run in this direction. Perhaps you'd like to search my home? Dare not. The Julao fish gang members quickly replied. Even the guards of Yunzhong City would not search a cultivator's abode without the consent of higher authorities, as many cultivators harbored their own secrets. To intrude would be tantamount to declaring a mortal feud, and the Julao fish gang lacked the audacity for such an act. Then that settles it. I must set up my stall now. Kindly step aside, Lin Jiang said, proceeding without hesitation, leaving the Julao fish gang members in a state of confusion about their next move. For the following 2 weeks, Lin Jiang experienced the hospitality of the Lu family. Under constant surveillance by the Julao fish gang, he remained unperturbed, provided that Lu Xiu and the others stayed indoors. After half a month, the Julao fish gang retreated, not only due to their inability to gather evidence against Lin Jiang, but also because the Sunshine fish gang had been thoroughly eradicated. The remnants of the Sunshine fish gang had been mostly eliminated, and even a few surviving members could not alter the tide of events. The Julao fish gang shifted their focus to assimilating the territory of the fallen Sunshine fish gang rather than pursuing its remnants. The Julao fish gang has ceased their pursuit of you, but I advise you to remain indoors. The situation has not entirely calmed, and it would be unwise to venture out now. You will have food and drink here, and you may focus on your cultivation, Lin Jiang advised Lu Xiu and Lu Dong. With less than a month since the downfall of the Sunshine fish gang, it was prudent to remain hidden for a while longer. Lin Jiang would see to their sustenance, but would not provide resources for their cultivation, which would not incur significant expenses. The two had no objections, perhaps due to their lack of independent thought. Despite their age, they had remained sheltered under their family's protection, having never faced significant challenges, thus following Lin Jiang's guidance. Chapter 46. The time to depart again, sir. You have returned. Upon Lin Jiang's arrival home, Lu Xiu eagerly approached him, offering a cup of tea. Lin Jiang nodded, displaying little emotion as he entered the dwelling where a feast awaited him. Lu Xiu had prepared the meal. Lin Jiang had seldom cooked for himself, often relying on takeout. However, with 2 additional occupants, purchasing food in accordance with their number might reveal secrets. so he opted to buy ingredients and cook himself. Lu Xiyu, feeling guilty about being a guest, took it upon herself to prepare the meals. In truth, she preferred domestic affairs to cultivation, and her culinary skills were commendable, having previously cooked for her entire family. And Lu Dong? He's still cultivating. Not hungry? Most likely. Then we shall not concern ourselves with him, Lin Jiang replied. Lu Dong harbored intense feelings of vengeance. And since arriving at Lin Jiang's residence, he had entered a state of rigorous training, dedicating 7 to 8 hours a day to cultivation. Lin Jiang feared he might become obsessed, but could not dissuade him. After all, he was an adult responsible for his own choices. After dinner, Lin Jiang entertained the 2 small sand sculptures. Initially, he wished to keep their existence discreet, but they protested vehemently. Unwilling to be confined to the small courtyard without the freedom to roam, Lin Jiang considered the implications of harboring them, having already offended the Julao fish gang, and decided to let them out to wander in the courtyard. Lu Xiyu and Lu Dong were astounded to discover that Lin Jiang possessed 2 second-tier beast pets, creatures with foundational strength, which clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary individual. Being young, they were unaware of the events surrounding He Yunwei, or else they might have drawn certain conclusions. After setting up his stall in the morning, Lin Jiang ventured out infrequently, dedicating most of his time to cultivation, talisman crafting, and secret arts, leading a highly structured and fulfilling daily life. One evening, as Lin Jiang concluded his talisman work and prepared for bed, he heard a commotion outside. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed it was Lu Xiyu. He approached the door and opened it. "Sir," Lu Xiyu's voice was barely above a whisper, her head bowed. "What is it?" Lin Jiang inquired, noting that Sir was a title Lu Xiyu had chosen for herself, as calling him Dao Yu seemed somewhat inappropriate. Lu Xiyu, with a sense of hesitation, stepped into Lin Jiang's room. Gathering what seemed to be tremendous courage, she turned around, tugged at her waist, and let her outer garment slip away, revealing her radiant skin. "Stop, what do you intend to do?" Lin Jiang exclaimed, hastily glancing back to see if Lu Dong was present, for he suspected that the siblings were up to something devious. "Sir, you want me, don't you?" she inquired, her voice trembling. "Why do you say that?" Siyu's parents had both passed away, leaving her without a home or support, longing to serve her master for a lifetime. As she spoke, half a year had already elapsed since the demise of the Sanchayu gang, a time during which Lu Xiyu had contemplated many matters. The destruction of the gang was a stark reality, as was the devastation of her family. Revenge was a daunting prospect for her, as she was but a fragile woman seeking solace in another. The person she deemed worthy of her trust was Lin Jiang. After spending 6 months in his company, she recognized his capabilities. He was certainly a man of substance, capable of supporting 2 second-tier beast companions, far surpassing the judgment her brother Lu Hui had once made of him. Thus, she sought to offer herself to Lin Jiang, hoping to remain by his side, believing that this would prevent him from abandoning her, and perhaps even provide support for Lu Dong, who had diligently trained over the past 6 months, but had made little progress due to a lack of resources. She had pondered this for a long time, subtly hinting at her intentions toward Lin Jiang, yet he seemed oblivious to her signals, leading her to take the bold step that evening. Lin Jiang, observing Lu Xiyu, could not deny her beauty. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman in her 30s, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. As breathtaking as the first moment he laid eyes on her, it was unclear whether her beauty was the result of meticulous care or some miraculous elixir. If Lin Jiang felt no stirring of emotion in response to such an alluring woman making advances, that would be mere boastfulness. He was not a sage, after all. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed. He closed the door behind him, realizing that to accept Lu Xiyu would only add burdens to his life. Moreover, with Lu Dong harboring a strong desire for revenge against the Julangyu gang, whose power was formidable, Lin Jiang knew he was no match for them. Additionally, Lin Jiang harbored secrets he was unwilling to share, even with his own sister, Lin Ying, let alone an outsider. "Xiyu, there is no need for this. My relationship with Lu Hui is merely one of mutual benefit. But I have fallen in love with you, sir," she replied softly. "You do not deserve my affection. I'm not a good man. Are you aware that I visit the Yingshun building several times each month? Is it not normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines?" Lu Xiyu found it perplexing that visiting the Yingshun building could reflect poorly on one's character. For was that not the norm among men? Even her father had taken several wives after her mother's passing. Lin Jiang was momentarily speechless. nearly forgetting the customs of this world. Indeed, visiting the Yingchun building was not necessarily indicative of a bad man, as there was no such stigma attached. I was friends with your father and regard myself as your elder. It would be improper. What kind of propriety is that, sir? Lin Jiang found himself at a loss, struggling to refuse a woman. Is it that you disdain me, sir? I am still a maiden. I did not mean that. Then why do you reject me? I see you as a niece. My feelings do not extend beyond that. Lin Jiang contemplated for a moment, seeking another excuse. For revealing the truth about their mutual interests would be too painful and would spoil the cordial atmosphere. Sir, you need not say more. Please rest well, Lu Xiyu interjected, sensing that further discussion would only complicate matters. Lin Jiang turned to leave. Where are you going, sir? I overindulged at dinner and need to take a walk. He replied hastily, making his exit. Half an hour later, Lin Jiang found himself at the Yingchun building, where his earlier excuse was but a pretext. He sought to quell the fire of desire ignited within him. Tonight, we shall engage in a decisive battle, he declared to a female cultivator who bore a resemblance to Lu Xiyu. There will be no retreat until we have fought for at least 300 rounds. After that fateful night, Lu Xiyu did not abandon her desire to serve Lin Jiang. She firmly believed in the adage that men pursue women across mountains, while women pursue men through mere veils. Lin Jiang's reluctance led her to deduce that he still had reservations, which she was determined to dispel. Thus, in the wake of that night, Lu Xiyu rapidly transformed her mindset, taking on the role of mistress within the household. She diligently cooked and cleaned, and even took it upon herself to care for the two young beasts, attending to Lin Jiang's every need with exquisite attention. She often showcased her alluring figure, convinced that her beauty would ultimately win Lin Jiang over. Lin Jiang found himself overwhelmed by her attentions. He was accustomed to soft approaches, and while he could match force with force, he was rendered powerless in the face of her gentleness. Consequently, he found himself frequently visiting the Yingchun building, for he needed to extinguish the flames of his desire. As a result, his storage bag was becoming increasingly strained, as expenses outweighed income. In the realm of tenderness lies the grave of heroes. I cannot succumb to such temptations. I must flee. Lin Jiang's immediate thought was to escape. If Lu Xiyu were not entangled with the complications of the Zhulang Yu gang, he would likely have been unable to resist her allure. However, given these circumstances, he remained exceptionally composed. Most importantly, he could not bring himself to be a true scoundrel, taking advantage of her and then disappearing without a trace. Thus, he resolved to depart directly. After all, he had worn the identity of Lin Yu for many years. Even without these issues, he would eventually need to shed this persona, so he might as well expedite the process. A month passed, and on this particular day, Lu Xiyu awaited Lin Jiang's return home, growing increasingly anxious. Contemplating a search for him, she found herself unable to unlock the formation guarding the courtyard. Ultimately, she returned to Lin Jiang's room, where she discovered a storage bag and a letter on the desk. A shiver ran through her as she sensed something ominous. Trembling, she reached for the letter and opened it. See you, Lu Dong. I have departed. I have left Yunzhong City and shall likely never return. My heart is set on a greater path, free from earthly attachments. Do not seek me. Do not miss me. Consider me a mere traveler in your lives. I have paid 3 years' rent for this house, and there are provisions sufficient for 3 months in the kitchen. The formation will dissipate after 3 months. You must manage on your own. Within the storage bag are several spirit talismans for your protection, along with a book detailing my insights on talisman crafting, which I leave for Lu Dong. He has become consumed by his desire for vengeance, and I cannot unravel the obsession within his heart. Hence, I leave behind a technique called Huang Tu Ba Jinju. This method possesses great power but comes with a steep price. The book contains detailed descriptions. After reading it, Xiyu may decide whether to pass it on to Lu Dong. Lin Yu, sir, Lu Xiyu gasped, her mind blank as she struggled to comprehend how things had come to this point. Was she destined to become that lonely, forsaken individual once more? Chapter 47. Lin Yang Lin Daoyu, this is your designated stall. For the next 5 years, it belongs to you. However, if you do not open shop for 3 consecutive months, we will come to visit you. If you are still absent, we shall reclaim this stall without refund. Spoke the Yunzhong City official in charge of vendor management to Lin Jiang, who now went by Lin Yang. Given the prevalence of the surname Lin in Yunzhong City, he had no fear of being discovered. I understand. Although I am new to Yunzhong City, I have already inquired about the matter, Lin Jiang replied with a smile, fully discarding the identity of Lin Yu, including any associations with the Zhu Xing building, as a precautionary measure. In his newly rented abode and stall, Lin Jiang resolved to return to his old profession. Besides the art of talisman crafting, his skills were rather limited. However, his culinary talents were commendable. Yet, as a mere practitioner in the qi refining stage, he found it impractical to work in upscale restaurants. Selling street food would yield insufficient profits. Many items were priced with spiritual pearls in mind, and he pondered how many he would need to sell merely to earn a single spiritual stone. After completing the handover with the management, Lin Jiang promptly began selling his talismans. Unfortunately, customers were scarce. Among the three major markets in Yincheng City, the West City market was the smallest, hosting only 1,000 stalls and consequently attracting the fewest patrons. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang was unperturbed by the lack of business. He believed that good wine needs not fear the depths of alleys. His talisman crafting skills, while not boasting the top position among his peers, certainly ranked within the top 10. With time and perseverance, success was inevitable. Currently, Lin Jiang's proficiency in crafting talismans had reached an extraordinary level. He was adept in over 30 types of first-tier high-quality talismans, with a success rate exceeding 90%, nearly achieving total success. As 2 hours passed, Lin Jiang closed his stall and departed, his storage pouch still containing some wealth. He was not in a rush to recoup his investments through talismans. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his two sand sculptures, who clamored for food, clearly famished. Lin Jiang tossed them some dried meat. After advancing to the second tier, their appetite had increased significantly. Without at least 50 to 60 pounds of dried meat daily, they were left unsatisfied, which was becoming burdensome for Lin Jiang. Originally, sending them out to hunt was the most economical option, but given the incident involving He Yunwei, he remained apprehensive. The He family still held considerable power in Yincheng City, and he was unsure if they remembered the matter. Thus, Lin Jiang's first order of business in the West City was to provide for his sand sculptures. He returned to his roots and went fishing in the Yanshuojing River. Now, with 3 storage pouches filled with fish jerky, totaling over 100,000 pounds, he had enough to sustain his companions for some time. However, fishing served merely as a pretext. His true aim was treasure hunting. His act of saving Lu Xiyu and Lu Dong was not solely out of altruism, for Lu Hui had mentioned the Lu family's hidden treasures. After departing without notice, Lin Jiang had also paid 3 years' worth of rent for Lu Xiyu and her family, alongside other expenses amounting to approximately 12 to 13,000 spiritual stones. He could not afford to incur losses. Recently, under the guise of fishing and following the directions from Lu Hui's map, he had indeed discovered a considerable number of spirit herbs. These herbs were not cultivated by the Lu family, but rather found in the wild. They had chosen to keep them secret instead of reporting them to the Sancha fish gang, intending to harvest them when needed. The Lu family had been harvesting spirit herbs for decades, gradually accumulating a significant stock, though many remained due to their insufficient age for harvesting. Lin Jiang, having gathered over 10 spirit herbs, believed their total value would not exceed 3,000. Yet as long as they remained unharvested by others, recouping his investment would be straightforward. His greatest advantage was time. If he had a permanent residence, planting high-tier spirit herbs there could yield substantial profits after several hundred or even thousands of years. Regrettably, the housing prices in Yincheng City were exorbitant. Lin Jiang sighed, having even contemplated settling in the Yincheng mountain range to construct his own cave dwelling, allowing him to continue his agricultural pursuits. However, after much consideration, he dismissed the idea. The mountain range was perilous, with numerous rogue cultivators vying for territory, leading to frequent fatalities. Establishing himself there would risk exposing his secrets. In the blink of an eye, it had been nearly 50 years since Lin Jiang arrived in Yincheng City, and he often yearned to explore beyond its confines. The world was vast, filled with countless stories and breathtaking landscapes awaiting his discovery. Alas, his insufficient strength rendered such ventures too risky, forcing him to abandon the thought. Lin Yang, my friend, an elderly man at the neighboring stall, greeted him one day. Su Daoyu, you've arrived quite early. Indeed, arriving early often leads to business opportunities. Would you care for a basket of buns, Lin Yang? The elder, known as Su Wei, had been selling buns for centuries, a family tradition. Yes, but please, no fish meat. I prefer meat from demon beasts, any kind will do. Then I shall prepare you my famous golden-horned cow meat buns. Excellent. And please include a serving of beef soup. Thank you, Su Daoyu. Su Wei had a grandson, around 17 or 18 years old, who was only at the second level of qi, refining and assisted in making the buns. The Su family could be considered natives of Yincheng City, having settled there over 300 years ago, passing down their legacy through several generations. Although the Su family had never produced any prominent figures, they had managed to accumulate wealth over generations to purchase property in Yincheng City, a remarkable feat given the city's soaring real estate prices. Owning a home greatly facilitated their family's prospects. Unfortunately, the Su family had faced misfortune. Su Wei's son, exceptionally gifted, had joined the Zhongxing sect but tragically perished during a mission a few years prior, abruptly halting the family's progress. The buns, thin-skinned and generously filled, tasted delightful, living up to the Su family's century-old reputation. Lin Jiang took a bite, praising Su Wei for his craft, acknowledging the buns' excellent flavor and the bustling business they attracted. I'm glad you enjoy them, Lin Daoyu. Henceforth, I shall count on your patronage for breakfast. Of course, please reserve 20 for me each morning, avoiding fish and vegetables. Simply meat. Lin Jiang noted that the conflict between the Sancha fish gang and the Zhulong fish gang had only concluded recently, making him wary of consuming the demonic fish from the Yanchuojing River. He also had no taste for vegetarian buns. As a man, he preferred a carnivorous diet. Thank you for supporting my humble business, Lin Daoyu, Su Wei replied, delighted. Such a valued customer was rare, as most vendors in the Grand Market were rogue cultivators lacking substantial funds. His buns were priced at 5 spiritual pearls each, meaning 20 buns would cost 1 spiritual stone. Over a month, this could yield 30 spiritual stones, a considerable sum. Lin Jiang, however, viewed this expense as negligible. Since utilizing the spirit-gathering array for cultivation, he had grown accustomed to the environment rich in spiritual energy, making it difficult to revert to simpler living conditions. The transition from luxury to frugality was challenging, necessitating a daily expenditure of 30 spiritual stones on the array. At present, Lin Jiang's daily expenses approached 100 spiritual stones. Even with his enhanced talisman crafting abilities, his income fell short, relying solely on his savings. Lin Daoyu, are you not going to eat more? Su Wei inquired, noticing Lin Jiang had only consumed 8 buns. I'll save the rest for later. I am rather lazy when it comes to cooking, Lin Jiang replied with a smile. Each bun was larger than an adult man's fist, and consuming 8 was quite substantial. Of course, if he were to refine them immediately, he could easily consume dozens more, but few would engage in such a practice. If he had the funds, he would prefer to indulge in proper spiritual cuisine. The buns he set aside were intended for his sand sculptures, a means to enhance their diet. These two had been his companions for a century, and he would not deprive them. I see, Su Wei remarked, concerned that such a significant patron might tire of their regular meals. I shall spend more time experimenting with new fillings for the buns. Having been in the West City market for many years, the Su family had cultivated a loyal customer base. Gradually, familiar faces began to appear, some engaging Lin Jiang in conversation, curious about the newcomer at the stall. Lin Jiang's social anxiety is not particularly severe. He also yearns to make a few friends. Thus, he quickly acquainted himself with a group of new companions, all of whom are vendors in the market and possess considerable cultivation, all at the late stage of qi refinement. This highlights the issue of social circles. With his cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement and his skill in talisman crafting, Lin Jiang is considered a valuable asset, whether in the context of matchmaking or friendship. Consequently, these individuals readily accepted him. Had Lin Jiang's cultivation been lacking, integration into their circle would have been impossible, as they would not have included him. Among these friends, many have resided in Yunzhong City for generations, making them semi-natives. Yet none among them possess property in the city like the Su family. Most cultivators are similar in this regard. The vast majority of their income is devoted to their cultivation. If they achieve success, it is commendable, but if they fail, their efforts are in vain. Moreover, cultivation does not guarantee proportional returns based on investment. Many find their endeavors fruitless. Sometimes, it seems that cultivators lead lives less joyous than those of ordinary people. The latter, throughout their lives, marry, bear children, and enjoy the company of grandchildren, living comfortably, while cultivators toil for scant resources, often ending with nothing. In truth, There is little difference between Qi refinement cultivators and ordinary people. They do not live beyond a century. Their existence tends to be more arduous than that of common folk, not in material terms, but in spiritual ones. Ordinary people have fewer aspirations and, ironically, find greater happiness. Hope is what cultivators cling to, the hope of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and extending their lives for centuries, allowing them to survey the myriad beings from a higher vantage point. Lin Jiang often reflects on the mundane lives of ordinary cultivators. It is said that out of 100 Qi refinement cultivators, not even one may break through to foundation establishment, with most efforts proving to be in vain. Yet, hope remains, does it not? If life were solely about basic needs, eating, drinking, and sleeping, it would be rather dull, indistinguishable from that of salted fish. Lin Jiang wishes to live for countless years, but he does not desire his life to be confined to a single city or village. He aspires to traverse the vast and varied landscapes of the cultivation world, to live freely and without threat, for that is his greatest motivation for cultivating. Chapter 48. Domestic Affairs System Name. Lifespan Sign-In System Host. Lin Jiang Lifespan. 14,248, 553 on the Yuntuo River. Lin Jiang is fishing while also checking in. He still has over 40,000 years of lifespan left, and within a few years, he would surpass 50,000. Lin Jiang cannot imagine anyone in the cultivation world having a lifespan that rivals his, not even the longevity-renowned demon race. If I possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage now, I could roam anywhere I desired, Lin Jiang sighed. His cultivation remains his sole weakness. He has practiced for 130 years, yet remains merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Compared to those talented cultivators, he is significantly lacking. Many cultivators achieve his level by the age of 30 or 40. Just as he lamented, he felt a tremendous pull from his fishing rod. Elated, Lin Jiang realized he had hooked a large fish and began to reel it in. The demon fish in the Yuntuo River vary greatly in size. Some weigh only 30 to 50 pounds, but possess high cultivation and fierce dispositions, while others reach thousands of pounds, but are merely brute strength, gentle in nature, and easily preyed upon by others. After half an hour, Lin Jiang managed to haul in a demon fish weighing over 1,000 pounds. After an intense struggle, he placed it into his storage bag. It's full, what a pity. Lin Jiang glanced at his storage bag, which had little space left, unable to fit another fish. He tossed the remaining bait into the Yuntuo River and then headed home. On the way, he bought several hundred pounds of charcoal. Upon arriving home, he began to cook the fish, slicing the large fish and placing them on racks to dry. In his yard, he hung dozens of lines laden with fish meat. The little sand sculptures squawked incessantly nearby, seemingly protesting, as they had been eating fish meat for years and probably found it tiresome. Don't be picky. Your appetites are so large that if I don't fish for you, I simply cannot afford to keep you. Do you know how much demon beast meat costs per pound? Lin Jiang complained. One sand sculpture consumes 70 to 80 pounds of meat daily, and they demand it every day, which incurs significant expenses. Lin Jiang still had 2/3 of the demon cores left, but he hesitated to feed them, fearing the little sand sculptures might advance again. If they reached the mid-stage of the second rank, their appetites would increase even more, and he would truly be bankrupted by them. Fine, I will alternate their meals. One day they will have fresh fish, and the next, fish jerky. Seeing the little sand sculptures still protesting, Lin Jiang relented, agreeing to diversify their diet. Lin Jiang returned to the bustling market. Next to him, Su Wei was already busy, and Lin Jiang greeted him. Su Wei quickly presented a plate of buns. Taste my new buns. They have a different filling. They taste delightful, reminiscent of the 7-color demon chicken. Lin Daoyu is truly impressive. I managed to acquire this 7-color demon chicken with great difficulty. This is my first time making it. The 7-color demon chicken possesses a hint of phoenix bloodline and has quite a reputation in Yunzhong City. It is indeed a feat for Su Daoyu to procure such a rare chicken. As it happens, the Wu family in Sanjiang town outside the city raised hundreds of 7-color demon chickens, but for some unknown reason, they all died, leading to their sale at a bargain. The taverns refused to buy them, so they were sold cheap to me. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang found the bun in his mouth suddenly unappetizing. What a scam to use such meat for filling. How could one even eat it? Why aren't you eating, Lin Daoyu? I'm not very hungry. Please pack the buns. The 7-color demon chicken is scarce, so leave some for other friends to try. Just stick with the previous filling. Lin Jiang smiled lightly, thinking it was a joke. He was concerned about food poisoning, and the few remaining buns would be taken back to feed the little sand sculptures. Being second-rank demon beasts, they should be immune to poisoning, right? Lin Jiang noticed a woman assisting at Su Wei's stall and became curious. Upon inquiring from a nearby vendor, the person chuckled and said, "Lin Daoyu, just wait and see. Su Daoyu's household is about to get lively." "How so?" "They are vying for inheritance. Su Daoyu has one son and one daughter. Both his son and daughter-in-law have died, leaving only one grandson, who possesses 5 spirit roots but has low cultivation. His daughter married another loose cultivator and has several sons, one of whom has good aptitude and is already an outer disciple of the Zhongxing sect. They want to support him to foundation establishment, but without money. How can they do it? Su Daoyu's time is running short." "Haha, is it that dramatic? Wouldn't the other members of the Su family have objections?" Lin Jiang chuckled. Such family drama is rather entertaining, and he enjoys listening. The other members of the Su family have long since separated, and among Su Daoyu's generation, he is the only one left. However, Su Daoyu's residence has been accumulated over generations, so it should be quite the spectacle when the time comes. A residence worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones will surely attract many interested parties. Wealth stirs the heart, and with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at stake, there will definitely be an intriguing show to watch. Indeed, we shall wait for the drama to unfold. Lin Jiang and the others all shared a sense of anticipation, unfazed by the label of being mundane. He is indeed a most ordinary person, the kind that is utterly unremarkable. Lin Jiang cast a glance at Su Wei's daughter, who appeared to be in her 30s with modest cultivation, having attained only the 4th level of Qi training. She conducted herself with remarkable efficiency and exhibited a rather bold personality. Commanding the stall as if she were the proprietor, she gestured animatedly, leaving even Su Wei himself, not to mention his grandson, under her direction. Lin Jiang shook his head and proceeded to sell his own spiritual talismans. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to squander it merely to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, in doing so, he missed a significant spectacle. Upon his return the following day, he discovered that Su Wei had not set up his stall. The surrounding vendors informed Lin Jiang that he had indeed missed quite an incident. A brawl had erupted on the very first day. Curious about the cause, Lin Jiang learned that Su Jiao, Su Wei's daughter, had clashed with Su Dongyang, Su Wei's grandson. The quarrel stemmed from Su Jiao's demand for her share of the earnings after closing up the stall the previous night, which Su Dongyang refused. Their argument escalated into a physical confrontation, during which Su Wei attempted to intervene but was inadvertently injured. "Isn't Su Wei at the 7th level of Qi training? How could he be injured?" Lin Jiang inquired. "Friend Lin, cultivation levels are not infallible. Su Wei has spent decades running this stall, possessing mere cultivation without any combat skills. I suspect he has never truly fought anyone. Even someone at the 4th level of Qi training could easily overpower him," came the response. "Indeed, but what about the guards?" Lin Jiang asked, nodding in understanding. "The guards have no interest in family disputes. They are merely spectators, as long as no one is killed," was the reply. "Allow me to demonstrate how they argued yesterday," another bystander chimed in, mimicking the exchange between the two. The scene unfolded as Su Wei prepared to close the stall and tally the day's earnings. Su Jiao insisted on taking half of the spirit stones, claiming she had worked hard all day. Su Dongyang objected, stating that no one had summoned her for assistance, and she had taken several buns home for her son along the way. Su Jiao, infuriated, accused Su Dongyang of being ungrateful and recounted past kindnesses, recalling how her family had aided his during his parents' funeral. Su Dongyang, unable to withstand her barrage, remained focused solely on refusing her demands, asserting that a married daughter is akin to spilled water. Su Wei, powerless to mediate, could only watch as Su Jiao's fury escalated. When it came to blows, Su Dongyang was no match for her and found himself overwhelmed. In an attempt to separate them, Su Wei was inadvertently sent flying by Su Jiao's strike, and the confrontation concluded with Su Wei being taken home to recuperate. After 2 days, Su Wei returned to his stall, yet the family drama was far from over. It was only just beginning. Su Jiao arrived with her husband and son, claiming they had come to assist with the thriving business. While they were indeed there to help, they also sought financial gain. Su Jiao confidently informed Su Wei that with his passing, Su Dongyang's lack of ability would leave the family business vulnerable, but she could ensure his future well-being. Su Dongyang, however, was unwilling to concede. The stall and their home were his lifeline, yet he felt powerless to defend them. Ultimately, Su Dongyang summoned relatives from the Su clan, including several cousins, to bolster his position against Su Jiao. With a larger assembly, the guards could no longer ignore the escalating situation, frequently warning them to refrain from violence, lest they all be expelled from Yunzhongcheng. Thus, the days that followed were marked by frequent verbal altercations at Su Wei's stall. The most immediate consequence was a dramatic decline in Su Wei's business, which plummeted from the bustling hub of the West City market to a state of neglect within the span of merely a month, leaving many in disbelief. For several months, the farce surrounding the Su family continued. With business in freefall, Su Wei decided to sublet the stall entirely, relinquishing a family legacy that had endured for centuries. Many were left lamenting this loss, particularly those who had grown up in the West City, for Su Wei's buns were a cherished childhood memory. As they matured, many would return to savor a taste, but whether they would ever have the chance again remained uncertain. In the ensuing days, Lin Jiang often heard whispers about the Su family's plight, as the vendors neighboring the large market could not help but take note of the tumultuous events. One day, Lin Jiang unexpectedly spotted Su Wei at a local stall, drinking. The sight of him astonished Lin Jiang. He appeared significantly aged, resembling a frail old man despite having taken a youth-preserving elixir that should have kept him looking around 50. "Friend Lin, Su Daoyu, what brings you here?" "Su Wei Guidit, Pudding Jiaoba." Feeling vexed, I thought I might enjoy a drink. "Care to join me?" Lin Jiang offered. "Certainly," Su Wei replied, his demeanor suggesting a weariness that was palpable. Lin Jiang surveyed the humble stall, which served the most basic of spiritual meals, boiling down the offal and scraps of magical beasts. Even their spiritual wine was of exceedingly poor quality, likely a mix of 1 part spirit wine to 3 parts mundane liquor. Such vendors catered primarily to the lowest tier of qi practitioners in Yunzhongcheng, offering affordable meals for a single spirit stone. Lin Jiang had never partaken in such fare before, and Su Wei, accustomed to better, had likely seldom dined here. His wealth encompassed not only his home, but also a thriving business, once bustling with patrons. After seating himself, Lin Jiang found the local wine unpalatable and requested the proprietor to fetch a better vintage. "How extravagant of you, my friend." "Thank you," Su Wei expressed, gratitude evident in his voice. "We have been neighbors for over a year, and I have yet to treat you to a drink. Today is my treat." Lin Jiang replied cheerfully, dismissing the matter lightly. His relationships with the market vendors remained superficial, seldom venturing to dine or drink with them. Indeed, Su Wei remarked, having already consumed a fair amount. As a practitioner at the qi training level, unless one deliberately used their energy to counteract the effects of alcohol, intoxication was inevitable. And Su Wei was already feeling its effects. "Friend Lin, are you all not enjoying the spectacle of my family's misfortune?" "Not all. Su Daoyu, you misinterpret. Every family has its own struggles. It is the nature of life," Lin Jiang reassured him. "Yes, every family has its own struggles. But why's mine come to this?" "Su Wei lamented." "Do not dwell on it," Lin Jiang urged, but Su Wei suddenly broke down in tears, leaving Lin Jiang feeling awkward. This was not a situation conducive to someone with social anxiety. He regretted sitting down. Su Wei's tears flowed as he recounted his current plight, lamenting how his daughter Su Jiao was merely waiting for his demise to lay claim to the family fortune. This revelation struck him deeply, for he had always doted on her. Before her marriage, he had shielded her from burdens, and when she wed, he had provided her with a generous dowry. Without that wealth, how could she be so domineering in her husband's household? Yet, Su Wei hesitated to expel Su Jiao. After all, she was his daughter, and he was well aware that his cousins were also scheming for his property. This home represented generations of sacrifice and labor, complicating matters further. If he were to cast Su Jiao out, Su Dongyang would be left utterly defenseless. Young and lacking in both cultivation and talent, he would stand little chance against the Su family's relatives. Su Wei's initial intention was to have Su Jiao and Su Dongyang join forces to balance the relatives of the Su family. However, he underestimated his daughter's avarice. One of Su Jiao's sons had become a disciple of the Zhonghang Zone and had the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The family was willing to pay any price to support this son, even at the cost of paternal bonds. Lin Jiang sighed deeply, reflecting that perhaps this is the reality of life. Each person has their own interests and choices. In the face of self-interest, familial affection seems rather unreliable. He also thought of the Lin family, which was very united under the leadership of Lin Batian, the first patriarch revered like an emperor. However, the situation deteriorated afterwards, and it was uncertain how much longer Lin Batian could live. After his death, would the Lin family also fall into conflict, leading to their eventual collapse? Lin Jiang's grandfather had been drinking for an indeterminate amount of time, until darkness enveloped the surroundings, and then Su Dongyang appeared, silently bowing to Lin Jiang before assisting the inebriated Su Wei to leave. Lin Jiang held a favorable impression of Su Dongyang. The boy was taciturn, yet diligent and intelligent, though his cultivation aptitude was disappointingly low. In the realm of immortal cultivation, lacking any spiritual power was a dire predicament, especially since he might inherit a substantial fortune. Lin Jiang had no intentions of intervening. It was a delicate family matter, and his involvement would likely lead others to suspect he was coveting the inheritance, causing unnecessary trouble. With Su Wei gone, Lin Jiang had no desire to continue drinking. He was not fond of alcohol. This occasion was merely a chance encounter with Su Wei, along with a desire to indulge in gossip. I am but a transient soul in this mortal realm. The disputes of others bear no relevance to me. The world is tumultuous, and to be entangled in its affairs is a misfortune. Lin Jiang took out a spirit stone to settle the bill, then stood up to head home, reminding himself repeatedly that he was merely an observer in others' lives, enjoying the occasional gossip as a seasoning for life. But he must not become embroiled, lest he attract unwarranted calamity. Remaining low-key was the true path. Chapter 50. Old Friends. The tragic family ethics drama of the Su family officially commenced 6 months later with the death of Su Wei, who succumbed to melancholy. He was already advanced in age and had little time left, often drowning his sorrows in wine due to the family's chaotic affairs, ultimately passing away at the age of 80. Upon Su Wei's death, the battle over his estate erupted immediately, with not only Su Jiao stepping forward, but also Su Wei's relatives, all descended from the same ancestor. They had all contributed significantly during the family's efforts to accumulate wealth, each claiming a share of the property. The ensuing disputes provided ample gossip for the scattered cultivators in the West City, and even if Lin Jiang did not seek out the news, he frequently heard tales of the Su family. It was chaos, utter chaos. Members of the Zhonghang zone became involved, including Su Dongyang's father's former disciples, brandishing a pile of IOUs claiming that Su Dongyang's father had borrowed spirit stones amounting to 70 or 80,000. Why did they surface only now, more than a decade after his death? They claimed he had been traveling and only just returned. Truly, all manner of demons and monsters had emerged. Lin Jiang was astonished to hear that disciples of the Zhonghang zone had also become entangled, left speechless at the thought of IOUs from someone long deceased. Were the outer disciples of the Zhonghang zone truly so affluent as to lend out 70 or 80,000 spirit stones? Even a cursory consideration revealed this was a scheme aimed at the Su family's property. The subsequent developments unfolded as one might expect. The Su family initially refused to acknowledge the IOUs. However, the Zhonghang zone applied for authentication, and a specialist confirmed their authenticity. The handwriting was genuine, and the spiritual imprint affixed to the notes was also real. Everything was valid, and the Su family lacked the means to deny their debts, leaving them with no choice but to repay. Yet, the Su family's liquid assets were minimal, primarily reliant on that property, leading them to sell it. Upon learning of the Su family's predicament, buyers also took the opportunity to lower their offers, selling for nearly 20% below the market price. After repaying the debts, hardly anything remained, leaving Su Dongyang with a mere 20,000 spirit stones. Su Dongyang was in peril. A mere second-layer Qi cultivator holding tens of thousands of spirit stones was akin to courting death. Many asserted that Su Dongyang was doomed. A child clutching gold in the marketplace was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. After the Su family sold their house, Lin Jiang encountered Su Dongyang a few more times, but eventually he vanished from sight. No one knew whether he had left the city to seek a living or had met his end. On one occasion, a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage stood before Lin Jiang's stall, gazing at him intently. Lin Jiang inquired, "Do I seem familiar to you?" "You resemble someone I once knew," she replied. Is it a past acquaintance of yours? Yes, a former neighbor, much like you, who also sold charms. How fortuitous. Perhaps you could consider me an old friend and support my business, Lin Jiang said with a smile, feeling she indeed bore some resemblance to someone from his past, though he could not place it immediately. What's your name? Lin Jiang. Your surname is Lin. How old are you? Well, if you disclose your age, I shall purchase all your charms. Very well, I am 33. Lin Jiang promptly responded. This was his third year in the West City market. When he first arrived, he claimed to be 30 years old, and this time, he did not reveal his spiritual root. Others might have assumed he was a talented loose cultivator. A 30-year-old at the 9th level of Qi cultivation was rare, but not unheard of. 33? That doesn't align. Perhaps I merely resemble your old acquaintance. I have a common face. Just the other day, someone remarked that I looked like a relative of theirs. Ah, senior, care to buy some charms? The woman nodded and began to leave, prompting Lin Jiang to shout, a fraud. You promised to buy all my charms. Keep the charms for yourself. She tossed a spirit stone over her shoulder, leaving with a casual remark. What a person, untrustworthy, and yet a foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Jiang grumbled, resigning to the fact that he was no match for her and refraining from confrontation. Lin Daoyu, one spirit stone is a fair gain. She is a foundation establishment cultivator. She is just toying with you, and you could do nothing about it, the surrounding vendors encouraged. Indeed, Lin Jiang had no intention of pursuing further action. He merely wished to maintain his facade. This individual appeared strikingly familiar, and he suspected he had encountered an old acquaintance, fearing that revealing too much would expose him. Furthermore, his charms were not in short supply, and he had no need to chase after sales. As time drew near, Lin Jiang began to pack up and return home. Coincidentally, he encountered the woman again at his doorstep. Their eyes met, and something felt amiss. Are you following me? Senior, you jest. I reside here. If you doubt me, please look. Lin Jiang hastily cast a spell to reveal the formation of his residence, clearly observing her relaxation of vigilance. Have you spent time in the South City? I've only visited a few times. I never stayed long. Why not go to the South City? Its grand market is the largest in Yunzhongcheng. The distance is too far, and the round trip is troublesome. Living there is too expensive, Lin Jiang replied, having repeated this explanation many times before. Others had inquired, and indeed, the South City market was the largest with the most gathered loose cultivators, but the rents were the highest. The West City was comparatively cheaper. The woman fell silent, not replying further. Lin Jiang found her demeanor peculiar and decided against further engagement, promptly entering his home. The small sand sculptures rushed towards him, an established ritual to welcome Lin Jiang, though their true intent was to solicit food. In the future, could you refrain from colliding with me? You are merely second-tier demonic beasts. If my constitution were any weaker, I could very well be killed by your impact, and in turn, you would starve. Do you understand? Lin Jiang produced some dried fish and offered it to them. The 2 to 3 gene of dried fish was consumed in a single gulp, without a hint of chewing. Once finished, he stated, this is all for you. After you finish, we shall venture beyond the city to fish tomorrow. He emptied his storage bag of all the dried fish to feed them. Their appetite was insatiable. The two of them together required nearly 200 gene of meat each day. Every couple of months, Lin Jiang had to leave the city to replenish his fish supply, and each time he must return with a full load. Otherwise, he would have to spend money to buy more. Year after year, he found himself operating at a deficit, and his reserve of spiritual stones dwindled to just over 40,000. Lin Jiang rifled through his storage bag for several years now. His expenses had consistently outstripped his earnings by several thousand spiritual stones, resulting in a steady decline in savings. He needed to find an opportunity to visit the black market outside the city to liquidate the spoils in his storage bag. Observing the items within, he contemplated selling them. Since he started with Mo Lin, he had eliminated quite a number of cultivators, and aside from the unmarked spiritual stones, he had left their possessions untouched, fearing exposure of his secret. However, with finances dwindling, he had no choice but to seek opportunities for selling them. The following day, after selling a few talismans, Lin Jiang made his way outside the city. With his increased cultivation, he had ventured outside the city more frequently, providing him with a measure of safety. The fishing spots he had previously occupied were now taken, but Lin Jiang was not perturbed. He simply sought out alternative locations. The number of anglers was not substantial, as relying solely on fishing for sustenance proved difficult. Most of those involved in fishing were netters. The area where Lin Jiang now fished belonged to the Julang fish gang. After absorbing the San Cha fish gang, the Julang fish gang had become the most formidable fishing organization near Yunzhong City. However, their expansion had ceased, possibly due to the reluctance of the sect behind them to allow it. The fishery resources of the Yun Tuo River were incredibly abundant over the centuries. Countless demonic fish had been harvested, yet there remained innumerable others. In the afternoon, Lin Jiang spotted a fishing boat passing by, towing a fish larger than the vessel itself, weighing at least 5,000 to 6,000 jin. This was a second-tier arrow-toothed fish, the most ferocious of demonic fish in the Yun Tuo River, and it appeared to be of the upper echelon of second tier. It was said that the Julang fish gang had been pursuing it for half a month before finally slaying it. A fellow angler nearby explained that this fish had terrorized the waters for many years, capsizing several boats, and had even made it onto the bounty list of Yunzhong City. It was a relief that it had finally been dispatched. Such was the nature of the Yun Tuo River. While demonic fish were allowed to exist, particularly formidable ones were not tolerated. Once they became too powerful, they would be hunted down by the cultivation world. If they were not dealt with during the Qi refinement stage, they would be pursued during the foundation establishment stage. And if that failed, there were plenty of golden core and nascent soul cultivators in Yunzhong City. As dusk approached, Lin Jiang had not caught much, so he opted to purchase the fish caught by other anglers before departing the riverside to head to a village known as Sanjiangkou. Numerous cultivation villages and towns surrounded Yunzhong City, each controlled by different factions, engaging in various enterprises, including black markets. Among them, the black market at Sanjiangkou was the largest and most reputable. For safety reasons, Lin Jiang chose this particular market. Upon arrival, he found that the gates of Sanjiangkou had just been closed. Most of the villages outside the city enforced a curfew. Once night fell, they would seal their gates and activate their protective formations. The black market in Sanjiangkou was an almost open secret. Lin Jiang, having checked into an inn, soon learned the specifics and proceeded to the market. The black market outside the city was a hive of activity, where many prohibited activities from Yunzhong City were permitted, creating an environment of almost reckless abandon. Some of the sights Lin Jiang beheld were quite unsettling, and he had no intention of engaging in such matters. He merely wished to sell his items and depart. After an hour of sorting through his belongings, Lin Jiang prepared to leave the black market and return to rest. However, just as he reached the entrance, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a body dropping at his feet. At that moment, Lin Jiang was taken aback. Chapter 51. The assassin in the black market. It was said that the black market outside the city was perilous, but Lin Jiang had always been skeptical. Now, however, he believed it to be true, though it was too late. Upon seeing the corpse, he quickly stepped back, and the black market's guards emerged. Master Tao. It's Master Tao. Who killed Master Tao? It was you. A group of individuals surrounded Lin Jiang in an instant. Friend, you may be feeling quite distressed now, but please refrain from making baseless accusations. How could a mere Qi refinement cultivator, such as myself, possibly kill a foundation establishment elder from your sect? At that moment, over a dozen consciousnesses locked onto Lin Jiang, confirming his Qi refinement status, leaving them in a state of confusion. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the black market, followed by the sounds of battle. The murderer is here. Pursue them, a deep voice commanded, causing the guard around to change their expressions drastically as they rushed deeper into the market. The commotion was significant, and people began to flee. Lin Jiang joined the throng, trying to escape Sanjiangkou, but the protective formation was tightly sealed, preventing anyone from exiting, fearing the murderer might escape with them. Lin Jiang had anticipated this outcome, so he made his way back to the inn, which was now under lockdown, requiring identity verification for entry and exit. Guests returning from the black market did not go to their rooms, but instead congregated in the inn's lobby, discussing the recent events in hushed tones, speculating wildly. Some believed it was a rival faction causing trouble, while others thought it was an enemy seeking revenge. And some even suggested it was a hired assassination orchestrated by an assassin organization. As the discussions continued, more individuals returned to the inn. Lin Jiang looked up, stunned to see that familiar neighbor once again. She noticed him as well, but said nothing, heading straight upstairs. With many others also ascending, Lin Jiang followed suit. Coincidence struck again. Upon arriving, he found himself in proximity to his neighbor. Unable to contain himself, He transmitted a message to her, urging, "You should flee. The NS staff are reporting you." Upon hearing his message, she abruptly halted, turning to glare at Lin Jiang. He pointed to her sleeve, exclaiming, "Foolish girl, your sleeve is stained with blood. It has already been noticed. Did you not see the inn's staff slip away?" In the next moment, she soared into the sky, crashing through the roof of the inn, startling a large number of people. Lin Jiang nearly erupted in anger, thinking, "I was only trying to help you, and you've ruined the roof. How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Where is she? Where is she?" The innkeeper, accompanied by several individuals, rushed in, all part of the Sanjiang Guard. "Friend, where is she? Just look at the roof. You can tell what happened, innkeeper. And how am I supposed to sleep tonight?" Lin Jiang pointed at the ruined ceiling and then at his designated room, half of which was now missing. "Do not fret. I shall arrange another room for you," the innkeeper replied. Outside the inn, sounds of combat could be heard, and the patrons within were tense, knowing they would not enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Lin Jiang felt the same. Even with a new room, who would dare to sleep soundly? Uncertain of what might transpire outside, thus he endured a long, restless night. By morning, a mass exodus of cultivators from Sanjiang occurred. No one could be stopped. The authorities had no choice but to allow them to leave, as they still needed to conduct business and dared not offend anyone too severely. As Lin Jiang and his group returned to Yunzhong City, news of the attack in Sanjiang spread, and by afternoon, he learned some of the details surrounding the previous night's events. Last night, a notorious assassin organization known as Yi launched an attack at Sanjiang. This organization, which has only been established for the past 2 centuries, has previously committed various crimes, albeit primarily targeting individuals and wandering cultivators, thus lacking significant notoriety. However, last night marked their debut in infamy, as they did not merely kill the sole victim witnessed by Lin Jiang. In total, they assassinated 5 individuals, 1 at the Golden Core stage and 4 at the Foundation Establishment stage. They were subsequently discovered by the forces at Sanjiang, leading to a chaotic battle that lasted over an hour, yet they managed to escape successfully. Sanjiang is one of the most powerful villages outside the city, and the turmoil from last night has severely weakened its strength, resulting in significant repercussions. Even Yunzhong City has taken notice, placing Yi on their wanted list and offering bounties for all exposed assassins, numbering over 30, including those of the Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core stages. What a stroke of misfortune. I seldom leave the city, and now I encounter such troubles. I think I shall refrain from venturing out in the future. Upon returning to Yunzhong City, Lin Jiang faced an interrogation, which only fueled his anger. His luck seemed to be quite poor. It would be prudent to lay low within the city for the time being, for survival is paramount. On this day, as Lin Jiang returned from the bustling market, he heard a low voice at his doorstep. Turning around, he saw his neighbor had returned. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Thank you for that day," she replied. "No need for thanks. We are neighbors." Lin Jiang forced a smile. The designation of neighbor was of little consequence. What mattered was her cultivation at the Foundation Establishment stage. Lin Jiang felt it prudent to befriend a few individuals at that level to broaden his social circle. "I owe you no debts. What do you desire?" "What do you mean?" "Techniques, secret arts, elixirs, spiritual stones. Speak your wish." "Is it necessary to be so formal?" "You owe me a favor. Won't you seek my assistance in the future?" "That is acceptable. Take this talisman. Should you require my services, activate it, and I shall come to your aid. It could involve a task that isn't overly excessive, like eliminating someone." "Thank you," Lin Jiang said, accepting the talisman, a type of auxiliary spiritual talisman he could also draw. "Ah, but I still don't know your name," he remarked as she turned to leave. "My name is Zhang Ruifeng," she responded. Upon hearing this name, Lin Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He finally recalled that Zhang Ruifeng was the sister of Zhang Ruifeng, the loquacious one. He attempted to remember the details of his interactions with her, only to find that they had little history together, despite being neighbors for many years. Zhang Ruifeng had always been reticent. Lin Jiang could scarcely remember having spoken to her, having only offered her snacks from the market on rare occasions, with their conversations likely totaling less than 10 words in a year. In contrast, he had conversed extensively with her brother, Zhang Ruifeng, whose chatter was abundant. What has befallen the Zhang family? Were they not well established? How did Zhang Ruifeng descend to the life of an assassin? As Lin Jiang returned home, these thoughts occupied his mind. He remembered that many members of the Jiang family were disciples at Zhongxing sect, and even those in the outer sect possessed greater lineage than they, the wandering cultivators. Being an assassin is not regarded as a noble profession within the cultivation world. Major sects and prominent families detest it and often eradicate any assassin organization they encounter. Thus, it was evident that the Zhang family had encountered calamity. Should I return to check? No, that would be unwise. Having severed all ties previously, I cannot go back. Zhang Ruifeng already suspects I am the Lin Jiang of old. If I were to return and she recognized me, my secret could be exposed. We are not related, merely ordinary neighbors. And revealing my secret could lead to dire consequences. Lin Jiang swiftly dismissed the notion of visiting her. Fanger, how have you fared? Upon entering her home, a man greeted her softly. I have given him a communication talisman. I owe him a favor, which I will repay later. Are you certain he is the Lin Jiang of your? No, he should not be. My instincts are rarely wrong. Even if it is he, what of it? Everyone harbors their secrets. He never wronged your mother. In fact, he helped her on numerous occasions. You should feel gratitude, not hatred. Zhang Ruifeng gazed at the man before her, named Chao Yang, her husband and the one who had introduced her to the organization. He also bore another title. He was the son of Liu Baixue, who once sold goods at the bustling market in Nanxing. I have no desire to harm him. I simply wish to uncover his secrets. Anyone who can reside in Yunzhong City for so many years must possess considerable wealth. Fangya, we need money and resources to strengthen ourselves, to avenge my mother and your brother. I will avenge my brother myself. You need not worry. It is complicated. The recent battle at Sanjiankou has exposed the organization. Many high-ranking members have perished. Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect have intervened. The organization has ordered us to remain silent and lie low. For the coming years, we will have no income. How shall we cultivate? What of our vengeance? Chao Yang lamented, recognizing the heavy toll the confrontation had taken on in Yi, not merely from Sanjiankou, but also from the assaults by Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect, which had resulted in the deaths of numerous high-ranking members. And he had suffered grievously and had become a target for the two sects, leading to the decision to lie low and refrain from business for several years, thus losing their primary source of income. Cao Yang, I do not wish for you to become one who forsakes reason in the name of vengeance. Lin Jiang treated your mother with kindness. Even if he lives next door, you must not act against him. Zhang Ruifeng's expression was grave, and Chao Yang understood her seriousness, thus ceasing further discussion on the matter. Very well. I shall not pursue him, but please tell me how Lin Jiang aided my mother. Zhang Ruifeng nodded, recalling the past. Those years at the bustling market in Nanxing were her happiest moments. With her brother by her side, her family was at peace, and they engaged in small trades daily, earning a modest income. Life was simple, yet fulfilling. Even Lin Jiang, who often appeared aloof, had treated her kindly, bringing her delicious treats on numerous occasions when their family's income was meager. The little details of their lives, perhaps forgotten by others, remained vividly etched in her memory, never to be erased. Chapter 52. The Yi organization West City Market. Upon Lin Jiang's arrival at the market, he discovered a throng gathered, their demeanor akin to spectators awaiting a show. Curiosity piqued, he edged closer to see that the guards of Yunzhong City were apprehending 3 cultivators, both male and female. Through snippets of conversation from bystanders, Lin Jiang learned that these 3 were assassins from Yi, captured and now poised for execution. The spectacle of beheading intrigues even those in the cultivation world. Lin Jiang gazed at the encircling crowd, sighing inwardly, yet remained rooted in place, showing little inclination to depart. Why are they not making a move? Someone asked. Fishing, another replied. Fishing? Indeed, and he has many members still at large. They await a rescue attempt from their comrades. Other major markets employ similar tactics. Surely, the new members are not so foolish? Who knows? Lin Jiang overheard their discussion regarding the delay in action and found their reasoning plausible, though he believed the Yi members were not so naive. Yunzhong City is perpetually under the protection of a Yuaning elder. If the elder proves incapable, the 2 major sects also have transformation stage elders at their disposal, capable of arriving within the blink of an eye. The reality unfolded as Lin Jiang anticipated. The Yunzhong City Guard waited for over an hour without any sign of an impending rescue for the execution site. Realizing that no one was coming, they took action. The executioner swiftly wielded his blade, and the bystanders erupted in applause, Yet there was no occurrence of the so-called blood bonds, as cultivators do not subscribe to superstitions. As Lin Jiang mingled with the crowd dispersing, he vaguely perceived a glimpse of Zhang Ruifang, though he could not be certain and preferred to avoid further dealings with her. Upon returning to his stall, Lin Jiang commenced selling talismans. In recent days, his talisman-making skills had advanced, allowing him to craft 10 first-tier, high-quality talismans daily. This was not an extraordinary feat. Decades ago, he was already capable of creating first-tier, high-quality talismans, having honed his skills at this level for many years. His proficiency was now exceptional, coupled with decades of practicing the Shunju and consuming nourishing elixirs. His spiritual perception was significantly stronger than that of an average 9th-layer Qi practitioner, making his progress in talisman crafting a natural outcome. This unique advantage set Lin Jiang apart. Reflecting on other cultivators, those with superior talents often broke through to the foundation establishment stage by their 30s. However, the duration they could remain in the late Qi refinement stage was primarily determined by their cultivation efforts. For those with poorer aptitude, prolonged time spent in cultivation could lead to decline after 60, making it challenging to progress further. Maintaining their current level would be an achievement in itself. Only Lin Jiang consistently maintained his peak state, and as time passed, his talisman crafting skills continued to improve, leading to such accomplishments. Selling 10 talismans daily allowed him to achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Estimating his potential earnings, if all the talismans sold, his net profit would hover around 90 spiritual stones daily, a commendable income within the Qi refinement stage, nearly achieving financial equilibrium. With some frugality, he might even save a little each year. Yunzhong City lacked a designated marketplace, resulting in all vendors congregating in the bustling market, where alchemical resources, talismans, tools, formations, fruits, vegetables, and snacks were all available. It was uncertain whether Zhang Ruifang was acting intentionally, but since Lin Jiang had assisted her at Sanjiankou, he often spotted her in the market. Yet, each time he saw her, she bore no resemblance to an assassin. Rather, she appeared as a housewife, busily purchasing groceries. Lin Jiang remarked to a nearby person, questioning how a foundation establishment cultivator could be so mundane, likening their daily life to that of ordinary women. Shouldn't tea cultivators at this stage transcend the mundane? The response was enlightening. There was nothing peculiar about it, as cultivators were still human. Although theoretically, a foundation establishment practitioner could go without food for 6 months, everyone had been eating for decades. Who would desire to consume only spirit-replenishing pills daily? Moreover, spiritual food could enhance spiritual energy without causing pill toxicity. If Lin Dao you were to visit a tavern, he would discover a multitude of foundation establishment practitioners present. Understanding dawned on Lin Jiang, who thanked the individual for their insights. The vendor beside him remarked on the peculiarity of certain elder who seemed to drift aimlessly without earning a living. Foundation establishment cultivators among scattered practitioners were also struggling financially, tirelessly seeking ways to acquire spiritual stones and resources. Noticing the growing skepticism of those around him, Lin Jiang swiftly shifted the conversation, wary that delving deeper might lead to trouble. Yet, as discussions progressed, the topic veered towards assassin organizations. According to their accounts, Yunzhong City had seen a proliferation of such organizations over the centuries, most of which were minor and temporary, engaging in contract killings. In contrast to the professional Dark Knight organization, these assassins were quite amateurish. The Dark Knight meticulously trained their operatives, specializing in lethal techniques. Even a foundation establishment practitioner could fall victim to a Qi refinement assassin. Consequently, the two major sects held a vehement disdain for assassin organizations, obliterating them whenever possible. Following the battle at Sanjiankou, the Dark Knight organization suffered heavy losses at the hands of the two sects and had since fallen silent, possibly disbanded. Lin Jiang could not deny this, believing Zhang Ruifang was still lurking. The Dark Knight organization could not have simply dissolved. Ultimately, he decided it was best to remain uninvolved. After all, he should focus on his own life to avoid unnecessary complications. As time passed, Lin Jiang's spiritual energy grew increasingly robust, showing no signs of stagnation. A fortunate circumstance. However, on the path of cultivation, one often encounters the frustrating phenomenon known as a bottleneck. Bottlenecks are peculiar occurrences where, regardless of one's efforts, spiritual power fails to progress, and the refined energy seems to vanish. Overcoming such a bottleneck proved challenging. Some rely on elixirs like the famed breakthrough pill, which, despite its high cost, does not guarantee effectiveness for everyone. Others venture into the world, theorizing that a troubled mindset leads to bottlenecks, advocating for exploration to experience varied circumstances, thereby breaking through. Some choose to endure, hoping that persistence will eventually dissolve the barrier, though the more likely outcome is simply succumbing to old age. Currently, Lin Jiang showed no signs of a bottleneck, deeming himself relatively fortunate. Of course, many others shared this condition, such as Lin Dai and Lin Jiang, who had established their foundations early, making bottlenecks in the qi refinement stage unlikely, having been at the 9th layer of qi refinement for nearly 4 years. He estimated that with another decade or so, he could attain the peak of the qi refinement stage. Once reaching that pinnacle, he would need to devise a plan for foundation establishment, uncertain of how many foundation establishment pills a practitioner of his modest talents would require. Lin Jiang contemplated that while some gifted individuals could break through without pills, he was evidently not among them. He had learned that foundation establishment practitioners with 5 spiritual roots existed, but none among scattered practitioners had achieved this due to their inability to afford the requisite pills, often unable to procure even a single foundation establishment pill. Though foundation establishment pills cost around 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones, this amount was exorbitant for a qi refinement practitioner. Typically, individuals began cultivating at 12 and faced a decline in vitality by 60, hence the notion of a 60-year limit. This implies that an ordinary practitioner only has 48 years to elevate their cultivation through 10 layers, necessitating significant resource investment each year, alongside basic living expenses. Accumulating an additional 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones was an arduous task. This explains why scattered practitioners often envy sects and families, which not only possess territories generating steady income, but also consolidate manpower for larger endeavors, a feat unattainable for solitary practitioners. Regaining his focus, Lin Jiang pondered how many foundation establishment pills would be prudent to prepare. He quickly redirected his wandering thoughts, realizing that meticulous planning for his own foundation establishment was imperative. According to his inquiries, those from esteemed clans with 5 spiritual roots preparing for foundation establishment typically amassed at least 2 foundation establishment pills alongside auxiliary elixirs, ensuring a rich environment and the protection of skill guardians for a secure setting. If Lin Jiang sought to meet these conditions, he would require over 100,000 spiritual stones, if not more. Preparing for 4 foundation establishment pills, additional auxiliary elixirs, and environmental enhancements would demand at least 20,000 spiritual stones, totaling over 100,000. Calculating this further, saving 1,000 spiritual stones annually would entail a century of saving to accumulate the necessary funds. Indeed, the hope for those at the bottom rests on fortuitous circumstances. Lin Jiang calculated that such expenses were overwhelming. For lower-tier cultivators lacking exceptional aptitude, the prospect of breaking through to foundation establishment seemed bleak. Chapter 53. A new revelation. As time passed, Lin Jiang found himself now at the age of 148. One day, he ventured to the West City Market, where he observed a group of vendors engaged in animated conversation. Noting that the hour was still early, he decided to join them. Esteemed friends, what intriguing events transpired today? Lin Daoyu, you always seem to arrive late to the gossip. Indeed, Lin Daoyu, you cannot perpetually enjoy the fruits of our discussions without contributing. Very well. I shall cover the tea expenses today. Lin Jiang laughed heartily, for it was true that he often arrived later than the dedicated vendors who set up their stalls early and departed last. He arrived last and left first. Then I'm grateful to you, Lin Daoyu. Today's tales are particularly fascinating. Are you aware of the incident from a few years ago in Yunzhong City, where the esteemed outer elder of the Zhongxing sect, Nalin Yan of the Nalin family, was abducted by a wandering cultivator? I have heard about it. The Nalin family also lost a significant treasure, the 5 elements golden fruit, which prompted them to issue a bounty for the capture of that wandering cultivator. Is there a follow-up? Lin Jiang immediately responded, as he was well aware of the situation orchestrated by Wen Xing. He had witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, the wandering cultivator has returned recently, known as Wen Xing. Is that true? Is that wandering cultivator truly formidable enough to instill fear in the Zhongxing sect? No longer fearful, He has ascended to great heights. Have you heard of Dan Wang, Li Ruoxu? My friend, I am not ignorant of the affairs of the world. How could I not know about Dan Wang, Li Ruoxu, our beacon of wandering cultivators? Lin Jiang expressed some dissatisfaction, as if one might think him an uninformed recluse. Dan Wang Li Ruoxu is renowned throughout Yunzhong City and even across the entirety of Yunzhou, with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. His alchemical skills overshadow all the major sects, earning him the title of Dan Wang. Most importantly, he is a wandering cultivator without family or sect, having achieved the nascent soul stage solely through his own efforts, inspiring countless wandering cultivators who now refer to him as the light of their kind. Yes, it is indeed him. Dan Wang is truly remarkable. Our path as wandering cultivators is fraught with difficulty. Even the foundation establishment stage is scarce, let alone further advancement. Ahem. I digress. What of Wenxing? What is his connection to Dan Wang? I have strayed from the topic. Wenxing is indeed impressive. After fleeing Yunzhong City for several years, he has somehow secured a position as Dan Wang Li Ruoxu's direct disciple. Even the Zhongxing sect must treat him with respect, let alone the mere outer elder. In the Zhongxing sect, outer elders are merely at the golden core stage and do not hold true authority. I am more curious about Lin Jiang. I'm uncertain about that. In any case, Wenxing did not bring her back. Now we are all speculating about the fate of the Lin family. Lin Daoyu, would you care to place a wager? Some have already opened betting on whether the Lin family will take action against Wenxing. I wager that they will not. The title of Dan Wang is not one to be taken lightly. Dan Wang surpasses the Zhongxing sect. I wager that the Lin family will indeed take action. When has the Lin family ever represented the Zhongxing sect? I firmly believe they will not. Soon, the conversation shifted again, leading to a heated debate about whether the Lin family would take action against Wenxing, as many had placed their bets. Lin Daoyu, will you not place a bet? I'm afraid not. Lin, have an aversion to gambling and illicit substances. Lin Jiang replied earnestly. What kind of serious person would place a bet? Is it not sufficient to simply enjoy the gossip? The Zhaixing Tower is one of the finest inns in Yunzhong City, spanning 7 floors and occupying a vast area. Such establishments are typically owned by either the Zhongxing sect or the Yunjian sect. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the Zhaixing Tower, Wenxing stood gazing out the window, his view encompassing much of Yunzhong City, a sight of exquisite beauty. Xingye, what captivates your attention so? A middle-aged man approached Wenxing and inquired. I am observing the myriad lives within Yunzhong City. Do you not find it fascinating, master? It is indeed intriguing. In my youth, I too made a living in this very city. Were it not for my mastery of alchemy, I might have been like them, struggling for survival, or long since turned to dust. Indeed, master, I ponder the same. Had I not encountered you, I might have already perished. The Lin family is truly ruthless. Ha! It seems you're unwilling to let go of the Lin family. Master, it is the Lin family that refuses to let go of me. I did not steal the 5 elements golden fruit, nor did Yin'er take it. They have wrongfully accused me. When Xing spoke, his face filled with anger as he recounted the events. He had indeed taken Lin Jiang away, or rather, it was she who had taken him. When his dual affections were revealed, the Lin family was furious, believing Wenxing had humiliated them and sought to eliminate him. Upon learning of this, Lin Jiang secretly came to inform him. Due to the urgency and the numerous enemies he had made, he could not easily leave the city, and it was ultimately Lin Jiang who helped him escape. At that time, Lin Jiang brought along many spiritual stones and resources from the Lin family, but certainly not the 5 elements golden fruit. Afterward, the Lin family relentlessly pursued him, resulting in his separation from Lin Jiang. Ultimately, he encountered Li Ruoxu, who helped him evade his pursuers and eventually became his master. All these experiences have instilled in Wenxing a deep-seated hatred for the Lin family, and upon his return, he seeks retribution. The affairs of the Lin family are likely as sordid as those of any large household. Their schemes are likely straightforward. Li Ruoxu stated. Though he was unsure of the specifics, he surmised that someone from the Lin family had stolen the treasure and framed Wenxing, perhaps even resorting to murder to cover their tracks. What you say is true. I share the same sentiments. Well then, how do you intend to retaliate against the Lin family? The Lin family is backed by the Zhongxing sect, and I do not wish to complicate matters for you, master. I only wish to ascertain the fate of Yin'er and to reclaim her. I shall assist you in retrieving Lin Jiang. provided she is still alive. She will undoubtedly be delivered to you. However, you must not betray my daughter. Master, while I, Wen Xing, am indeed passionate, I am not capricious. Previously, I had no choice, but now that I am on the path to success, I shall not repeat my past mistakes. My feelings for Yenner are evident to all. Wen Xing hastily replied. His ability to take Li Ruoxu as his master was not solely due to his talent for alchemy, but also because Li Ruoxu's only daughter had fallen in love with him. Without that connection, would he have been able to become a disciple? It would have been impossible, as Li Ruoxu had encountered many gifted individuals over the years. Initially, Li Ruoxu was also opposed to this arrangement, as Wen Xing's past was quite notorious. Hence, he subjected Wen Xing to numerous tests and challenges, which Wen Xing endured. Ultimating Li Ruoxu's acceptance. It is good that you understand. Focus on your cultivation. Once your skills improve, the Nalan family will be of little consequence. Li Ruoxu nudda. Not expecting Wen Xing to be devoted solely to his daughter. The rules of this world dictate that powerful men can have many women, and strong women can have many men. It is a matter of equality based on strength. He only wished for his daughter to find happiness. And since she was so infatuated with Wen Xing, he felt powerless to intervene. Pray, enlighten me. What is the truth of the matter? Who has taken the 5 elements golden fruit? In the Zhongxing sect, Nalanda addressed 2 elder members of the Nalan family. Upon Wen Xing's appearance in Yinzhong City, they were informed promptly and aware of his current status, so they dared not confront him directly. Instead, they sent inquiries, to which Wen Xing responded that he had not taken the 5 elements golden fruit, nor had Nalan Yin. Nalanda found it difficult to ascertain the truth of Wen Xing's claims, and thus returned to investigate whether a family traitor was at play. Elder, the loss of the 5 elements golden fruit is indisputable. Whether it was taken by Wen Xing or Nalan Yin, I cannot say. Elder, we cannot trust Wen Xing's words. The 5 elements golden fruit is an immensely valuable treasure. Can we simply accept his denial? You make a valid point. Then you should capture Wen Xing. The man was instantly rendered speechless. Capturing Wen Xing is no simple task, even though he has now reached the foundation establishment stage. He is still no match for the Nalan clan. However, he cannot afford to offend Wen Xing's master, a renowned alchemist who has the capacity to forge alliances with countless powerful friends. I must thoroughly investigate this matter, as it pertains not only to the reputation of the Nalan clan, but also to the issue of internal betrayal. It is exceedingly difficult to guard against treachery from within. If the Nalan clan falls victim to such betrayal and remains unaware, it would lead to our own demise. For now, you should refrain from pursuing other matters and focus on clarifying the situation at hand. First, who exactly stole the Wuxing Jingua? Second, where has Nalan Yin gone? Is she alive or dead? Until we ascertain the truth, there will be no good days ahead for anyone. Nalan Day cast a cold glance at the 2 men. This time, the Nalan clan has truly suffered a significant loss of face, with countless members of the Zhonghong sect undoubtedly laughing at them. Therefore, the best course of action now is to uncover the truth. Who is the thief of the Wuxing Jingua, and what has become of Nalan Yin? Has she perished? Yes. Ancestor. The 2 elders replied in unison. After Nalan Day departed, they exchanged glances. Nalan Xiong, who do you think could be the thief of the Wuxing Jingua? Nalan Shi, what do you mean? Are you insinuating that I am the one who stole it? The Wuxing Jingua was under the watch of your people at that time. Then you. Nalan Shi must clarify why the soul lamp in the ancestral hall has also vanished along with Nalan Yin. Who was the last person to see her? Could it be that someone has resorted to murder to silence her? Hell, we shall see. Nalan Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. The number of doubts surrounding this matter was quite significant. Nalan Yin had fled, yet her soul lamp was also missing, which was indeed unusual. We shall see. Nalan Xiong said coldly, gazing at Nalan Shi's receding figure, lost in contemplation. Who could be behind this? Chapter 54. The assassin. What would the guest like to purchase? In a small shop in the western city of Yunzhong, Cao Yang addressed the unfamiliar face that had just entered. Having lurked for years, he needed to make a living and thus opened a weapon forging shop in the city. However, his skills were rather mediocre, allowing him only to craft low to mid-tier magical artifacts, barely scraping by. I wish to forge a flying sword, 3 feet in length. No problem. This flying sword will only require 120 spirit stones. Here is the deposit. The man was quite straightforward, leaving a box containing the spirit stones before him. Uttering a few words before taking his leave, Cao Yang picked up the spirit stones from the box and noticed a piece of paper underneath. He also lifted it, entered the shop, and read the contents of the paper, causing his expression to change. After pondering for a moment, he closed the shop and set off home. Upon arriving, a small girl joyfully hugged his leg, calling out indistinctly, "Daddy, Daddy." Seeing the little girl, Cao Yang broke into a smile, lifting her and spinning her around, causing her to giggle delightedly. He then took out some snacks, making her even happier. "You're giving her candy again. Her teeth are all rotten. If they're gone, they're gone. I'll just buy some pills later to regrow them. Why are you back so early today? I haven't even started cooking yet," Zhang Ruifeng remarked, as Cao Yang usually returned only at night after overseeing the shop during the day. "Coming back in the daytime, are you planning something? A new task has come down from the organization." "What?" Zhang Ruifeng gasped in shock. They had been undercover for years, receiving no news from the organization, and had even wondered if it had ceased to exist. Yet now, a message had arrived. This time, the task is to assassinate a Foundation establishment cultivator named Wenxing, with a deadline of 6 months and a reward of 50,000 spirit stones, with 10,000 spirit stones to be provided as a deposit within 3 days. Wenxing, he is a disciple of the Dan Wang. Zhang Ruifeng's face turned pale. This was indeed a death sentence, as killing the disciple of the Dan Wang was no easy feat. Even if they succeeded, escaping would be a challenge. I understand, but the organization's orders cannot be refused. If we decline, we would be the ones to perish. Cao Yang, we should not do this. Let us leave. Yunzhou is vast. No one could find us. At worst, we could leave Yunzhou and live in another state. Xiaofang, do you really think we could escape? You know how deep the waters of the organization run. No matter how powerful the organization is, it cannot rival Zhonghong sect and Yunjin sect. Their reach does not extend to other states. Forget the organization. Think about our child. If we die, what will happen to him? We are no longer alone. At this moment, she was completely different from years ago. Without children, she was a ruthless assassin, but now she was a mother. Her child was merely 2 years old. If they were to die, the child would surely suffer as well. It is precisely because of the child that we must carry out this task. 50,000 spirit stones are no small sum. It is several times what we earned from previous tasks. Cao Yang insisted, unwilling to flee. The two of them possessed little skill. Their knowledge of talismans and formations was abysmal, and the weapon shop barely brought in enough money to eat. However, as cultivators, they needed not only food, but also resources for their practice. Now that he had a son, he hoped to see him grow into a formidable cultivator, which would require ample resources. Cao Yang, have you considered what will happen to our child if we die? I have considered it, but I am more concerned about what will happen if we run out of money. What then for you and me? Do you truly wish to live such a mundane life forever? What about your brother's vengeance, my mother's vengeance? What of it? Vengeance, vengeance. Your mind is filled with thoughts of revenge. Do you even know who your enemies are? After all these years of investigation, have you identified a single one? Zhang Ruifeng exploded, shouting at Cao Yang, who fell silent. She was right. He did not know who his enemies were. Back then, his mother, Liu Baixia, and Zhang Ruifeng's brother had set up a stall in the marketplace, but were lured by other rogue cultivators to explore the Yunzhong Mountains in search of ancient cultivators, never to return. At that time, Cao Yang was still at home cultivating and had never laid eyes on them. Although Zhang Ruifeng had seen those people, she could not track down the rogue cultivators, as their movements were highly unpredictable. It was likely that their enemies had perished long ago. Later, Cao Yang ventured into the Yunzhong Mountains searching for his mother, faced danger, encountered the Dark Knight organization, and was taken in. It was there that he met Zhang Ruifeng, and they discovered their shared fate. Xiaofang, do not be agitated. How can I not be agitated? You are my husband. What will happen to me if you die? What will happen to our child? Yet, Cao Yang found himself at a loss for words. He was willing to accept the task, not only for the reward, but also because he did not wish to continue living such a mundane existence. Cultivators truly require resources. Only with resources can they enhance their cultivation and enjoy a better life. The years of mundane life had left him feeling stifled, and their savings were dwindling. If they did not undertake tasks, in a couple of years, they would be unable to afford food in the high-cost living of Yunzhou. However, seeing Zhang Ruifeng so agitated, Cao Yang chose not to voice his thoughts. As a man, it was his duty to bear the burden for his family. Senior Wen, may I inquire if you wish to purchase any spirit talismans? In the bustling market of the western city, Lin Jiang addressed Wen Xing. Do you know me? Wen Xing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the talisman vendor before him. Senior Wen is a disciple of the Dan Wang, Li Ruoxu, who serves as a guiding light for wandering cultivators like us. I ask you, how many wandering cultivators in Yunzhong do not recognize you, Senior? Lin Jiang replied. It is not surprising to know him. It would be unusual not to know him, as a nameless minor cultivator. What is your name? Lin Yang. Lin Yang? Do you know Lin Yu? I am acquainted with several individuals named Lin Yu, but I am uncertain which Senior refers to. Like you, he engages in talisman painting and selling, likely in his 50s or 60s, possibly even in the foundation establishment stage. Then I do not know him. The Lin Yu I know are all in the Qi refining stage, and I haven't seen them for quite some time, not sure if they are alive or dead. I wonder what the Senior seeks from this Lin Yu. Returning in glory without visiting home is akin to walking in fine clothes at night, Wen Xing remarked. This fellow once played tricks on me, and of course I must take my revenge. Wen Xing had already realized that it was indeed that Lin Yu who had summoned several of his romantic interests to the grand market, leading to his romantic endeavors failing spectacularly. Had the incident not escalated so significantly, he doubted he would be in his current predicament. Of course, his revenge was not to kill, but to humiliate this person thoroughly. Do you regret not assisting me back then? If you had helped, you could have a friend in the foundation establishment stage now, and perhaps even be close to Li Ruoxu. Revenge? I dare not interfere. I am merely a talisman seller. Engaged in small business, Lin Jiang replied, internally rolling his eyes. You, who holds grudges, do you know how many resentments you have accumulated? How many goddesses have you wronged? Had you not gained favor with Li Ruoxu, you would have long been eliminated. Are all talisman sellers like you, lacking in conversation? Senior, please refrain from involving us small folk in your matters. We are not capable of handling them. How boring. Senior, would you care to purchase a few talismans? Get lost. Understood. Lin Jiang fell silent, observing as Wen Xing approached other talisman stalls. He touched his face, relieved that he had practiced disguise techniques. Otherwise, he might easily reveal himself. Disguise techniques are essential to learn. Otherwise, living long inevitably leads to offending someone. One must know when to be humble, Lin Jiang thought. For someone like him, who constantly changes identities, mastery of disguise is crucial. Upon returning, he intended to continue honing his disguise skills, striving for a level of proficiency that would render him unrecognizable. Chapter 55. Chaoyang. Upon returning for the grand market, Lin Jiang noticed someone standing at his door. The individual, seeing Lin Jiang return, immediately forced a smile and approached, saying, Lin Daoyu, you have returned. Liao Daoyu, is there something you need? Ah, it is merely my youngest brother, today in the courtyard while practicing spells. He lost control and nearly breached your home's array. I came to apologize. Again, Lin Jiang's expression darkened. The person before him was named Liao Wengue, and he had two brothers, Liao Liangue and Liao Fugue. The three brothers rented a courtyard next to Lin Jiang's, making them neighbors. In Yinchong City, such familial arrangements are quite common, offering greater security compared to outsiders. The youngest Liao brother was a fervent cultivator, engaged in nothing but cultivation day in and day out, even achieving a record of 5 years without eating, subsisting solely on breakthrough pills. In a martial arts world, he would be considered a martial fanatic. However, Lin Jiang preferred to call him the king of striving, for this individual cultivated with unparalleled fervor. Lin Jiang had encountered countless diligent cultivators over the years, but had never seen anyone as relentless as him. I apologize, Lin Daoyu. Please accept this small token. Do not refuse, Liao Liange said, presenting a box of pastries he had made himself. He earned a living through his pastry-making skills, setting up stalls at the grand market, where business was quite good. No need, just ensure he is more cautious in the future. Not everyone is as easygoing as I am. If he encounters someone with a bad temperament, the guard may expel him, Lin Jiang replied coldly, refusing the offering. He would not easily accept food from others. The actions of a youngest Liao brother were perilous. Regardless of intent, repeatedly triggering another's defensive array could be construed as an act of aggression, warranting a report to the guards, potentially leading to expulsion. Yes, I will definitely educate him. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. One more thing, in the future, let your brother come to apologize himself, rather than having you, the elder brother, do it each time, Lin Jiang added before entering his home. He was not well acquainted with the Liao family. They had moved in 6 months ago, and aside from the occasional incidents caused by Liao Fugue's spell practice, he would not have known them at all. That night, Lin Jiang was busy painting talismans. The increased living expenses necessitated a faster income, so he worked overtime each night, painting a few talismans before sleeping. Suddenly, Lin Jiang sensed unusual movement outside the door, instantly heightening his vigilance. Cultivators do not have cockroaches or mice in their homes, as even if they did, they would be detected by a cultivator's divine sense and swiftly eliminated. Lin Jiang checked his attire, fully donned in protective gear, which brought him some comfort. He adjusted the positions of his storage bag and spirit beast pouch, set down his talisman brush, and awaited the arrival of a distinguished guest. Yet, after an hour, there was still no movement outside, leaving Lin Jiang restless. Was it merely an illusion? Quite alert, very good. Just as Lin Jiang hesitated over whether to investigate, a voice came from behind him. He quickly turned to find a person standing before him. Lin Jiang broke into a cold sweat. Was this the prowess of an assassin? Had the individual intended to kill him, he might have already met his end. Xiao Yang, it is rather impolite to intrude into my home unannounced. Indeed, it is quite rude. My wife is quite displeased with this behavior. Are you here to kill me? Years ago, I did intend to kill you, but now I have reconsidered. After all, you saved my wife, and our family owes you a debt of gratitude. Xiao Yang replied. Years prior, he harbored great animosity towards Lin Jiang, primarily because he believed Lin Jiang to be wealthy. And he suspected Lin Jiang was the same Jiang Lin from years ago. His mother had to navigate the grand market alone. A humiliating circumstance for someone as prideful as Xiao Yang, who had punished anyone who had taken advantage of his mother. Then what brings you here? Surely it is not to escape a quarrel with your wife. Haha, you are quite amusing. Did I guess correctly? Incorrect. I'm here to ask for your assistance. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, exasperated by Lin Jiang's mundane assumptions. Speak. I will assist if I can. You know my identity, correct? Indeed, otherwise. How could I have saved your wife? Well, I am an assassin for the Dark Knight organization. I have recently accepted a significant contract, which if I fail, will lead to my demise. Even if I succeed, there is still a 50% chance I will perish, and if I survive, I must flee. You do not intend to entrust your wife and child to me, do you? Astute. That is rather unlikely, Lin Jiang replied. Young man, are you not afraid I will become a traitor? Is this how one conducts business? It must be done regardless. Moreover, I assure you will not suffer. What do you mean? Half a year ago, a family moved in next door, correct? The Liao family, what of them? The Liao family is my accomplice. Also members of the Dark Knight organization, though merely younger generations. Our organization has been lurking for years. They are nearly destitute, hence resorting to banditry. They plan to attack you. Liao Fugue, the youngest brother, is indeed a fervent cultivator, but he is not foolish. He feigns testing your home's defensive array under the guise of practicing secret techniques, all while conditioning those nearby to the commotion. Xiao Yang spoke slowly, observing Lin Jiang's expression as it darkened. A surge of anger welled up within him. After all these years of living modestly and treating others with kindness, he still found himself targeted. It was utterly unjust. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent, a commendable display of ferocity. I extend my gratitude, but there is no need. I shall assist you with matters concerning the Liao family. One must handle their own affairs and avenge their own grievances. This is indeed my concern as well. Their other task involves monitoring my movements, and I am merely extending a hand to you. So there is no need for excessive thanks. Allow me to pose a question. As a practitioner at the foundational stage, do you truly feel secure in trusting your family to me, a mere cultivator of the qi refining stage? Your wife possesses greater prowess than I. Lin Jiang, can you guess how many times I have visited your residence? Lin Jiang was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this crucial detail. This individual undoubtedly harbored many of his secrets, including the existence of the 2 sand sculptures. Why the rush? I shall not expose you, he remarked. Consider yourself shrewd, Lin Jiang replied. I tend to prefer directness. My wife has lost her previous decisiveness. Having a child changes everything. Regardless of whether I flee or perish, you must ensure their well-being. Otherwise, the He family will receive word of it, and you too shall meet your demise. Xiao Yang continued, revealing Lin Jiang's hidden identity. The Aurora Falcon was quite unique. Few in Yunzhong City would dare to raise such creatures, especially 2. A simple inquiry could unveil the tragic fate of He Yunwei, the young master of the He family, who was slain long ago. Very well, I accept this agreement and assure you that, even as a foundational practitioner, I possess the capability to defend myself in a direct confrontation. Lin Jiang responded promptly, though his words remained ambiguous. What constituted a direct confrontation, and what did self-defense entail? No explanations were necessary. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Is there something else? I wish to inquire how you breached the defenses of my residence. My control talisman did not respond. Does the Liao family possess such capabilities? There exists a rather unique spiritual tool known as the array breaking spike, which requires specific materials and crafting techniques. This spike can create a small opening in formations of second-tier quality or lower, provided the operation is conducted swiftly, leaving no time for the formation to react. How is it crafted, and what materials are needed? I am unaware. It was a fortunate discovery. The Liao family lacks the ability to utilize such a tool. So rest assured, they are merely minor players in this game. Lin Jiang bowed in gratitude, noting the name for future reference. For it will be a vital tool for domestic and travel-related endeavors. Chao Yang chuckled softly before exiting the room, tracing a line in the formation, which promptly revealed an opening through which he leaped to the adjacent residence. Do they truly perceive me as a soft target? Can anyone simply set their sights on me? Lin Jiang mused coldly, detesting the sensation of being monitored. For years, he had been on high alert, unable to relax, and now this again? Sand sculptures. Come forth for a meal. Lin Jiang summoned the two sand sculptures, feeding them fragments of demon cores. Previously, he had refrained from doing so out of concern for their potential advancement, but now he required their strength for self-defense. Demon cores possess a lethal allure for demon beasts, and the two sand sculptures devoured them eagerly. Lin Jiang waited for half an hour, relieved to find they did not succumb to slumber, as he feared they might fall into a deep sleep, which could last for years, leaving his affairs unattended. However, the following day, he discovered that the sand sculptures could no longer consume food, likely due to the overwhelming energy of the demon cores, which had filled them. This was fortuitous, as it would save him some expense. Chapter 56, Assassination Fellow Cultivator, Please Hold. One day, as Lin Jiang stepped outside, he heard a voice call from behind, causing him to quicken his pace rather than stop. Fellow Cultivator, please hold. This phrase was exceedingly unnerving. Fellow Cultivator, fellow Cultivator. The individual behind called out several more times, hastily catching up to intercept Lin Jiang. This esteemed fellow, may I inquire about your purpose? Greetings, I am Jiang Jingzhong, the landlord of the 18th courtyard. I wonder if you have encountered any of the residents there? I come and go at odd hours and seldom see them. Are you seeking them for something? Lin Jiang assessed the man before him, likely in his 30s or 40s, a rarity in the cultivation world as a corpulent figure, exuding an air of affluence. I am their landlord. The rent was due 2 days ago. I came yesterday and found no one, and today, still no sign of them. What a predicament. Did you not knock? I nearly battered the door down, yet received no response. I cannot ascertain whether they have fled. Alas, within the city, there are regulations. Even if rent is overdue by half a month, one cannot forcibly enter. Who knows, they may have absconded for an additional fortnight. Jiang Jingzhong lamented, explaining that cultivators often enter secluded meditation, losing touch with the external world. Incidents had occurred where landlords, upon discovering tenants had failed to pay rent, forcibly entered, resulting in the tenants succumbing to demonic deviation. Thus, Yunzhong City had established rules. Even if the rent was overdue, landlords could not breach the door within the first half month. After that period, if the tenant still failed to appear, the landlord had the right to enter and reclaim the property, bearing any consequences themselves. Fellow Jiang, you possess property in the city that is rather respectable. It is merely half a month. They can compensate you later, Lin Jiang replied casually, though inwardly. He was in turmoil. He recalled that the adjacent residents had indeed been quiet for the past couple of days, coinciding with Chao Yang's visit 3 days prior. Could it be that Chao Yang, this ruthless individual, murdered the Liao family overnight? Yet, I perceived no disturbance at all. Just how formidable is Chao Yang? You speak lightly, but being a landlord is no simple task. With 3 wives, 8 concubines, and 18 children, I rely on this rent to sustain them, Jiang Jingzhong continued. Lin Jiang's scalp tingled at this revelation. He thought, is there truly someone in Yunzhong City who flaunts their wealth so brazenly? You provide no meals, yet expect me to indulge your display of opulence. I must take my leave. Ah, fellow cultivator, do not depart. I have yet to mention my pet. Jiang Jingzhong shouted from behind, exclaiming in disbelief at Lin Jiang's discourteous retreat. How can you judge my wealth without allowing me to finish my tale? The Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect each occupy a side of the Yunzhong mountain range, their respective sects commanding the most advantageous territories. Surrounding these gates lie the various subordinate factions, intricately linked to the two major sects, primarily founded by their disciples. The Nailan family is one such example. At this moment, at the Nailan family gate, Nailinda and several high-ranking members were respectfully seeing off Li Ruoxu, and Wenxing renowned as the Pill King. Li Ruoxu faced few rivals in alchemy throughout Yunzhou, making him a distinguished guest in the eyes of the Zhongxing sect, which could not afford to offend the Nailan family. There's no need for further farewells. Elder Nailan, I shall take my leave, Li Ruoxu stated with a beaming smile as they reached the mountain gate, while Nailinda wore a face that suggested he was in distress. Today, Li Ruoxu had come to humiliate them, claiming to visit the Nailan family while bringing along Wenxing, the individual who had stolen a Nailan family member and their treasures. The bounty on Wenxing's head had only recently been lifted. Yet, what could Nailan Xiong do? Even the ancestor of the Zhongxing sect treated Li Ruoxu with deference, hoping he would concoct the elixirs needed for their advancement. Since Elder Li has issued an invitation, I shall no longer impose upon you. Should you ever have the time, you are always welcome at the Nailan family, Nailinda concluded. Ah, ishal chirtendikome, Li Ruoxu lauga fartili. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed with Wenxing. How is it? Did you feel sufficiently vindicated today? Li Ruoxu inquired of Wenxing as they traveled. His fondness for Wenxing was boundless. Logically, the Nailan family was not weak, and Nailinda was likely on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, becoming a powerful elder within the Zhongxing sect. Such individuals were not ones to offend lightly, yet for Wenxing's sake, he had taken the initiative to provoke them. Had the Nailan family been even slightly more formidable, a conflict would have surely erupted today. Comforted yet still unable to locate Yenner, and without any word of the 5 elements gold fruit, the stigma upon me remains unwashed. My master, in truth, finds himself at a loss. All avenues have been explored and the bounty has been issued. Li Ruoxu lamented that they had been searching for Nailan Yin for quite some time. He had even enlisted several friends to assist, but to no avail. Deep down, they all understood that Nailan Yan's situation was dire, despite being a prodigy of the Nailan family. Her lack of worldly experience rendered her a prime target in the eyes of outlaws. Should she fall into their hands, her fate would be sealed, and her body would likely be discarded in a remote valley, lost to the world. I also recognize the burden I place on my master. Let us put this matter aside and turn the page, Wenxing remarked, adeptly gauging Li Ruoxu's emotions. Though Li Ruoxu was ever willing to fulfill his requests, Wenxing understood the importance of restraint. Very well, we shall resolve the grievances of Yunzhong City, and it is time for you to return and cultivate, as you must also wed Li Xian'er, my daughter, Li Ruoxu stated. His purpose in bringing Wenxing back to Yunzhong City was to help him sever his earthly attachments and find closure. Wenxing agreed to marry Li Xian'er and inherit Li Ruoxu's legacy once these matters were settled. Master speaks truly. I have a few trivial matters to attend to before I accompany you, Wenxing replied. What matters? I have a few old acquaintances residing in the Yunzhou mountain range whom I wish to visit. Could it be that you are seeking those past romantic interests? Master, a noble steed does not graze where it has previously fed. Those women are but superficial adornments. Why would I seek them again? During my time in Yunzhong City, I made a few sincere friends who provided me with considerable support. Now that I have acquired some abilities, it is only fitting that I repay them, Wenxing asserted. For he was indeed misjudged. He had no intention of seeking former romantic interests. He was well aware of Li Ruoxu's limits and would never engage in such folly again. He did have a few friends, however, who had not shunned him during his weaker days. After many years apart, it was time for him to pay them a visit and offer assistance, as they may prove useful in the future. Very well. Shall I accompany you? No need. There are no golden core cultivators in the Yunzhong mountain range. Those of the foundation establishment stage are not my match, Wenxing replied. The spiritual veins in the Yunzhong mountain range were not particularly high in quality, and cultivators of the golden core stage deemed it beneath them. as it served primarily as a gathering ground for Foundation establishment and Qi refinement practitioners. With his current abilities, so long as he did not encounter multiple late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators attacking him simultaneously, he would be fine. Good. I shall await your return in Yunzhong City and grant you 2 days. Li Ruoxia nodded. He had bestowed numerous treasures and pills upon Wenxing. Few could threaten him among those of the Foundation establishment stage. The two parted ways, with Li Ruoxia returning to Yunzhong City, while Wenxing soared towards the central region of the Yunzhong mountain range, encountering many cultivators' caves along the way. As Wenxing gazed upon these caves, he reminisced about his past dreams of claiming a piece of land for himself, marrying several wives, and living a modest life. Alas, it is a dream beyond my reach, Wenxing sighed. The past is like smoke. It cannot be revisited. Having aligned himself with Li Ruoxia came at a cost, such as the average looks and tempestuous temper of his daughter, who would henceforth be his only woman. For the sake of a single tree, he had sacrificed the entire forest. Wenxing had already contacted his friends a few days prior, and had even shared drinks with them in Yunzhong City. Having arranged to visit their home, he had a general idea of its location. Zhou Xiong, I have arrived. Moments later, Wenxing landed before a valley, calling out loudly. Before long, the valley shimmered, revealing a glowing portal through which a burly man emerged. Brother Wen, you are here. Please come inside. Haha, as promised. I have come. Zhou Xiong, your life seems to be quite pleasant. Wenxing entered the valley, where the scenery starkly contrasted with the outside world. The valley had been meticulously cultivated, with hills adorned with patches of flowers and buzzing bees collecting nectar, while the flatlands were dotted with modest spiritual grains and low-grade spiritual herbs. Such is the life of a lowly cultivator. They strive tirelessly to earn and save money. The spiritual grains are for their own consumption, while the herbs and honey are sold for resources. Should they fall short, they must risk their lives to earn more. What worth do these hold? Brother Wen, why not refine a batch of pills instead? By the way, could you help me procure a Foundation establishment pill? The prices in Yunzhong City are exorbitant, and I am 52 this year. If I do not break through soon, I fear I may never have the chance. The scattered cultivator named Zhou exclaimed. A Foundation establishment pill is a high-grade second-tier elixir, which I am currently unable to refine. I am reluctant to trouble my master, but I shall agree to this request. I will seek my senior brother's assistance and charge you only the cost, Wenxing replied. He possessed a high talent for alchemy, but had yet to reach the level of refining high-grade second-tier pills. However, he was not the only disciple of Li Ruoxia. He had senior brothers as well. That would be immensely appreciated, Brother One. Quickly, dear, bring out the food and retrieve my treasured wine. Zhou, overjoyed, shouted into the house. And soon someone responded from within. Outside, a stone table was set, and a woman brought forth a bountiful spread of dishes, along with Zhou's cherished spiritual wine. Though not of the highest caliber, it was quite palatable. Wenxing, with no airs about him, sat down to eat and drink with Zhou, reminiscing about their past in Yunzhong City, their stories eliciting a sense of nostalgia. Who could have imagined that a once lowly, scattered cultivator would rise to such heights? Having survived the Nayland family's pursuit and established a foundation while securing a powerful ally, it was indeed a source of envy. After 2 hours of feasting, Wenxing dispelled the effects of the alcohol with a flick of his hand and rose to bid farewell, as he had other friends to visit. Zhou did not insist on keeping him longer, escorting Wenxing out of the valley. Wenxing left behind a storage bag containing a gift for Zhou. As Zhou watched with reluctance, Wenxing took flight on his sword, soon arriving at the entrance of another cave some 10 miles away. He called out the names of several friends, but was met with a chilling glare. Chapter 57. Wenxing is attacked professional assassins, and those who dabble in assassination are entirely different entities. Yunzhong City is rife with part-time assassins, often ordinary merchants or roadside cultivators who take on temporary jobs. In contrast, professional assassins train solely for the purpose of killing, mastering techniques that emphasize stealth and speed, and aiming for a single, lethal strike. Chao Yang is one of the most formidable assassins of the Dark Knight organization at the Foundation establishment level, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 20 targets of the same level, with his methods being exceptionally refined. Aware of Wenxing's newfound connections and likely protective artifacts, he had deliberately chosen this moment to lie in wait, preparing to unleash a full-force attack. Wenxing's reflexes were quick, But ultimately, he was a step behind. As the icy glint approached, he attempted to evade, only to find it poised at his throat. At the moment the dagger was about to pierce his throat, a crimson light erupted from Wenxing, forming a protective barrier. Though the dagger breached the shield, it lost much of its force and veered off course, grazing Wenxing's neck. Instinctively, Wenxing executed a martial arts technique, striking the assassin and propelling himself back a dozen steps. He retrieved a powder from his storage bag and applied it to his neck. Blood poured forth, but the application of the powder quickly stemmed the flow, while Chaoyang had already vanished without a trace. What remarkable stealth! Wenxing extended his consciousness, meticulously scanning his surroundings, yet he could not discern the assassin's hiding place. A chill ran down his spine, for he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Wenxing dared not move, not even to retrieve a weapon, fearing that any motion might reveal a flaw and invite another lethal strike from the assassin. Time appeared to be suspended in this place. Each passing second felt excruciatingly slow. Wenxing's consciousness had already stirred his storage bag, yet he dared not make any rash movements, remaining tense as he surveyed his surroundings. Moments later, the assassin Cao Yang launched another attack. A fire dragon suddenly materialized in the air, hurtling toward Wenxing. Faced with the oncoming inferno, Wenxing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly darted to the left. A chilling gleam appeared on his right side, slicing through his arm. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his flying sword and shield, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest 4 shields, protecting him from all directions. "Friend, I wonder whom one has offended to warrant such a lethal strike," Wenxing remarked, his voice echoing into the void, yet met with silence. "Surely you seek wealth as well. Why not negotiate? I can pay for my life. What do you say to 30,000 spiritual stones? 50,000? 100,000? As the assassin remained unresponsive, Wenxing incrementally raised his offer, realizing that 100,000 was indeed considerable. Given that a typical cultivator in the foundation establishment stage earned only a fraction of that amount annually, unless they possessed skills in alchemy or talismans. Concealed in the shadows, Cao Yang remained unmoved by Wenxing's offers. As a professional assassin, he had undergone training to withstand such temptations. If his resolve could be so easily shaken, he would have perished long ago instead of becoming an esteemed member of the Dark Knight organization. Cao Yang was like a hunting cheetah, patiently awaiting a moment of vulnerability from his prey. Frustrated by the assassin's indifference, Wenxing cursed inwardly. His storage bag contained numerous treasures, which had emboldened him to claim he was unafraid of even peak foundation establishment cultivators. But now, despite possessing these treasures, he found himself unable to utilize them. He could not discern his enemy's location, yet the chilling intent to kill was palpable, leaving him paralyzed. As time trickled away, the wound on his neck had scabbed and healed significantly, thanks to the potent elixirs crafted by the Dan Wang, Li Ruoxu. However, the injury on his arm continued to bleed, droplets pooling on the ground, causing his entire arm to tingle with numbness. Realizing that continuing to stalemate would only worsen his predicament, Wenxing steeled himself. He reached into his storage bag and extracted dozens of first-tier premium talismans, activating them in all directions. With a thunderous roar, 7 or 8 types of talismans unleashed their varied offensive capabilities, while Cao Yang also made his move. Concealing himself with a golden light talisman, he stealthily approached Wenxing. With a sudden strike, his dagger pierced through Wenxing's shield and plunged into his chest. Victory surged through Cao Yang's heart at the sensation of the dagger embedding in flesh. However, in the next heartbeat, an unsettling feeling gripped him. His expression shifted as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to retreat. It was too late. With a wicked grin, Wenxing bellowed, mind-provoking thunder talisman. The second-tier premium talisman struck Cao Yang squarely, sending him careening through the air, landing heavily some 70 or 80 meters away. Yet as he hit the ground, he managed to roll and spring back to his feet, sprinting into the distance. Fleeing? Not on my watch. Wenxing, enduring excruciating pain, urged his flying sword forward, unleashing a blade of light that cleaved Cao Yang from the sky. Cao Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, having already sustained severe injuries from the mind-provoking thunder talisman. He could no longer suppress his wounds as the sword light struck him down. He felt a coldness enveloping him, reminiscent of a winter from his childhood when he had nearly frozen to death while caring for his injured father. Who are you? Wenxing approached Cao Yang and removed his mask, revealing a face he did not recognize. Cao Yang was gasping for air, blood spilling from his mouth. There's an alchemist present. You want to die, Wenxing sneered, producing a pill from his storage bag and forcing it into Cao Yang's mouth, guiding it down with a trickle of spiritual energy. This pill, the 5 spirits returning pill, was a third-tier premium elixir worth 80,000 spiritual stones. You won't die so easily. Consider yourself fortunate. Wenxing knew nothing of the assassin's identity, yet he recognized that this individual was a formidable foe. He intended to capture him and interrogate him to unveil the mastermind behind the attack. With enemies lurking, it was imperative to eradicate them completely. Cao Yang's injuries began to stabilize, his gaze fixated on Wenxing's chest, disbelief washing over him. How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, injured in the heart, still be alive? To his knowledge, even a golden core cultivator would not survive a shattered heart for long. Wenxing followed Cao Yang's gaze to his own chest and smiled, casting a spell to extract the dagger. Without the blade, blood ceased to flow, replaced by a radiant light as the wound rapidly healed. You've never seen this before, have you? Neither have I. My master mentioned that this pill, known as the Everlasting Life Pill, is a 6-tier elixir. As long as I'm not literally torn apart, I shall not perish. Even the Yuaning elders from the Zhongxing sect and Yunjian sect have sought this pill, yet my master never parted with it. Cao Yang's expression was one of utter despair. Had Wenxing not been bolstered by the formidable Dan Wang Li Ruoxu, he would have surely faced death today. The presence of such an elixir should not have graced someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Now, Cao Yang could only resign himself to death to protect his family. Should he perish, the Dark Knight organization would not pursue his loved ones, and Wenxing would remain oblivious to his identity. Thinking of dying so easily, Cao Yang sneered, aware that Wenxing intended to shatter his meridians to prevent his escape. Yet, severely injured as he was, he could not muster even a sliver of spiritual energy. To be safe, Cao Yang personally sealed his Dantian's meridians. After a brief respite, the wounds on his body were no longer visible, though not fully healed. They were sufficiently mended. He hoisted Cao Yang and soared toward Yunzhong City. Wenxing felt a surge of relief that the assassin was alone. Had another appeared, he might have faced dire consequences. The distance to Yunzhong City was short, and in less than half an hour, Wenxing arrived outside its gates, carrying a bloodied figure. The guards, naturally, barred him from entry. Cao Yang did not attempt to force his way in, out of respect for the 2 major sects and his master. He had already sent a message. Soon, Li Ruoxu emerged. Master, I was ambushed. Fortunately, I captured the assassin alive. Please help me. Wenxing's voice wavered with emotion, eliciting both concern and exasperation from Li Ruoxu, who knew his disciple had a knack for attracting trouble. However, upon examining the assassin, Li Ruoxu's brow furrowed. Wenxing noticed a shift in his master's expression and felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily lifted the assassin, only to be stunned. Cao Yang was lifeless. How could this be? I fed him the 5 spirits returning pill, and I sealed his meridians. Wenxing exclaimed in disbelief. It's impossible for him to die. The elixir cannot be so easily dismissed, and my master would not give me counterfeit goods. He was a man, Li Ruoxu sighed, revealing the assassin's torn abdomen, a sight so gruesome that it was unbearable to behold. In that moment, Wenxing suddenly grasped the situation. His Chu-A Xin Lei talisman had struck the assailant's abdomen, yet had not shattered the internal organs. Instead, during the retreat, the assassin had reached into the wound and crushed the organs himself, remaining utterly silent throughout the ordeal. Chapter 58. The Orphan and the Widow in the southern part of Yunzhong City. Lin Jiang knocked on a door, where Zhang Ruifeng welcomed him inside. Upon seeing Lin Jiang's expression, her countenance darkened. Evidently, you have surmised the outcome, she said. Indeed. Could you assist me with a favor? I cannot. I am aware of your intentions. If I were to assist you, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, Lin Jiang replied, knowing that Zhang Ruifeng wished for him to help recover the body of Cao Yang. Today, Lin Jiang had received word in the bustling market that Wenxing, the disciple of the Dan Wang Li Ruoxu, had been ambushed in the Yunzhong mountain range. Wenxing had sustained injuries but managed to retaliate, killing the assailant, who was none other than Cao Yang. A few days prior, Lin Jiang had relocated Zhang Ruifeng and her daughter to the southern part of the city, effectively severing any apparent ties. They now appear to be nothing more than ordinary neighbors. Should Lin Jiang assist in recovering the body, suspicion would inevitably arise. I cannot bear the thought of him lying unburied in the wilderness. There are specialized corpse retrieval teams in the city. I will keep an eye on this matter, and in a few months, we can collect the body. If we attempt to do so now, it would spell doom for everyone involved, Lin Jiang stated. Each day, numerous souls perished in Yunzhong City, with a mass grave situated outside the city where unclaimed bodies were discarded. The assassination of Wenxing by Cao Yang was a significant affair, and any subsequent investigation would be relatively straightforward. I understand. Thank you. No need for thanks. Cao Yang has done me a favor. This is merely repaying a debt, Lin Jiang remarked. He was convinced that the entire Liao family had fallen victim to Cao Yang. After Jiang Jingzhong disappeared from the Liao residence for half a month, he had broken in to find chaos, bloodstains, and signs of struggle, yet no bodies were present, indicating that the corpses had been disposed of. This indeed was a debt Lin Jiang owed to Cao Yang. Had it not been for Cao Yang's warning, Lin Jiang's situation would have been perilous, especially if the Liao family had acted. I also owe you a debt of gratitude. I will repay it gradually. I have procured supplies for you for 3 months. During this period, do not venture outside. Remain at home. Should you lack anything, send me a communication talisman. Let's weather this storm first. I understand. You must also exercise caution. Your beast companion cannot be used in the city. Beware of the Yi organization. Are they still targeting you? Lin Jiang furrowed his brow. Shouldn't the focus be on guarding against Wenxing's revenge? I am bound to Cao Yang. We are inextricably linked. Assassinations and such matters are conducted in unison. After I bore a child, I desire to withdraw from the Yi organization, but they will not let me go. Each assassin is an investment of substantial resources. We are bound to serve until death. They will not spare me, and even my child would be at risk of being taken should they possess spiritual roots destined to become the next generation of assassins. Why would you join such a nefarious organization? Lin Jiang inquired. This Yi organization was indeed atrocious. Even capitalists would weep at their ruthlessness. Investing in the training of assassins, they not only demanded unwavering loyalty, but also sought to ensnare the offspring of assassins. Such a ruthless system far surpassed any capitalist endeavor. If there were an alternative, who would willingly join such a one-way organization? After Cao Yang's mother passed, their family fortune was seized, leading to his father's demise. Left homeless. I still had a family after my brother's death, yet they were as ferocious as tigers, eager to consume me. My family is large, and resources must be allocated to those with superior talents. For every spiritual stone I earn, they take one, ultimately planning to sell me off due to my spiritual roots, marrying me to another cultivator to ensure the birth of children with spiritual roots. I wish to find my brother and recover his body, but they are unwilling, fearing I might perish in the attempt and waste money. We understood the inevitable outcomes when we initially joined the Yi organization, yet we had no choice. I'm sorry. Why apologize? This does not pertain to you. It merely evokes painful memories. It is all in the past. A few years ago, I might have felt sorrow and anger, but now that I have a child, I possess hope. You cannot comprehend this feeling, as you are not a parent. Indeed, I do not understand. For the sake of your child, live well. With your cultivation level, you can avoid this turmoil by relocating to a remote area, far from the bustling cities, ensuring a life free from worry for you and your child. Lin Jiang asserted. In Yunzhong City, a foundation-building cultivator is nothing of significance. Yet in a secluded place, such as near the former Lin residence, a foundation-building cultivator would be considered formidable, able to claim a spiritual mountain and manage it well. While immense wealth may be elusive, sustenance would be assured, resulting in a life devoid of concerns. Let us survive first. The depths of the Yi organization are unfathomable, supported by powerful figures. Very well, Lin Jiang replied, feeling troubled not only by Zhang Ruifang's tragic past, but also by his entanglement in this matter, which could lead to formidable adversaries. This was a predicament Lin Jiang wished to avoid. He merely desired a tranquil existence, free from conflict. Is anyone there? At Lin Jiang's residence in the Western District, someone knocked on the door just as Lin Jiang returned from the bustling market. Ah, it is you, Wenxing. Lin Jiang exclaimed, recognizing Wenxing standing at his doorstep, forcing a smile. You reside here? Yes, senior. Are you acquainted with the neighbors next door? I'm aware of them. They are a family of 3. Do you know where they are at present? I do not. I am not well acquainted with them. We only exchange nods and meet once every few days. May I inquire if there is something you need, senior? I have a feeling you are deceiving me. Wenxing remarked, skeptical of such a coincidence. Previously, he had encountered a talisman vendor in the market who lived next to the very assassin that had attacked him. Senior, I harbor no grievances against you. Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in doing so. That is true. Then tell me, what do they usually do? How would I know? We meet only once every few days. I am aware that the woman next door frequently goes to the market for groceries. She is a married woman. I cannot simply strike up a conversation with her. Is that so? Wenxing seemed displeased, sensing an underlying implication in Lin Jiang's words, which he had previously relished. Senior, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I am hungry and must prepare a meal, Lin Jiang said, lifting the items in his hand. He had procured supplies for Zhang Ruifang, and it would appear odd not to bring something home. Wenxing glanced at the items, preparing to let Lin Jiang pass, but at that moment, Li Ruoxu's voice echoed in his ear, cautioning disciple. This person has disguised himself. Proceed with caution. Wait, Wenxing called out sharply. Senior, is there something else? Why do you not dare to reveal your true visage? Senior, what do you mean? I do not comprehend. Do not play the fool. Do not think I am unaware just because you have disguised yourself. You are an assassin, are you not? What does my disguise have to do with you? Merely declaring me an assassin does not make it so. Do you possess any evidence? What need have I for evidence? Wenxing retorted arrogantly. This time, he had nearly lost his life in the Yunzhong mountain range. Had it not been for Li Ruoxu's gifts, he would be dead. Thus, he would not easily let this matter slide, even at the cost of offending someone. After all, what did it matter to offend a loose cultivator? Lin Jiang found Wenxing's overbearing attitude displeasing and glared at him. Should Wenxing strike, he would not back down either. Without resorting to his larger talismans, he could still protect himself against a foundation-building cultivator. Little brother, I am Li Ruoxu. Would you not grant me some face? At this moment, Li Ruoxu's voice resonated in their ears. Lin Jiang felt an overwhelming, powerful consciousness locking onto him, inducing great fear. Merely the presence of this consciousness was enough to leave him trembling. Senior Dan Wang, I'm uncertain what guidance you have for me. Lin Jiang struggled to suppress the urge to kneel in reverence. Even before Dan Wang, he was unwilling to yield. Let my disciple have a glimpse of your true visage, lest we provoke a conflict. If a fight ensues, it is you who will suffer, Li Ruoxu stated. Although the other party had not yet appeared, he was indeed instructing Wenxing on how to conduct himself. In Yunzhong City, one ought not to be so overbearing. One must employ finesse in their endeavors. Very well, Lin Jiang acquiesced. Subsequently, Lin Jiang cast a spell to restore his original appearance. He harbored no fear of Wenxing recognizing him, for he had previously met him under the guise of Lin Yu, his countenance having been altered then as well. Now, he reverted to his true form as Lin Jiang. If Zhang Ruifang were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him. So youthful, no wonder you resorted to disguise, Wenxing remarked. Observing Lin Jiang, who still bore the visage of a 17-year-old, he appeared remarkably youthful, and, given Lin Jiang's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, Wenxing deemed his need for disguise justifiable. I have offended someone outside, hence the need for concealment. I hope the senior will forgive me for not revealing my true face. Let him go. He is not one of the Dark Knight organization. Li Ruoxu's voice resonated once more. In that brief moment, he had sketched Lin Jiang's likeness. Accompanied by high-ranking officials from Yunzhong City, they confirmed that he was not affiliated with the Dark Knight organization. You may leave. Thank you, esteemed senior. Lin Jiang bowed slightly and then entered his home, closing the door behind him and sealing the formation. A look of gloom settled upon Lin Jiang's face. Dan Wang Li Ruoxu, Wenxing, I shall remember this debt. Currently, my strength pales in comparison to yours, but in a millennium, I shall surely dance upon your graves. Lin Jiang cursed internally. Being accosted in the street and forcibly compelled to unveil his true appearance was a quintessential humiliation. Most would perceive it as a disgrace beyond measure. Moreover, for Lin Jiang, who was not yet a match for them, he vowed to reclaim his dignity in the distant future. Chapter 59. Not everyone can bully me in the western district of Yunzhong City. After venting a surge of anger, Lin Jiang gradually regained his composure. Lacking strength rendered his fury impotent. He had successfully navigated the first hurdle posed by Wenxing and Li Ruoxu. For the time being, They would not suspect him again unless presented with irrefutable evidence. The second hurdle, however, was the Dark Knight organization. The Dark Knight organization was not easily trifled with. They operated under a different set of rules, valuing intuition over evidence. Lin Jiang meticulously analyzed the situation. He deemed Wen Xing's side no longer a concern. Safety was momentarily assured. However, the Dark Knight organization was an unpredictable entity that disregarded conventional reasoning. What troubled Lin Jiang was the possibility of the Dark Knight organization dispatching formidable adversaries. According to Zhang Ruifeng, the depths of the Dark Knight's influence ran profound, with several Golden Core ancestors among their ranks. Golden Core ancestors were far from expendable. Employing them against those in the Qi refinement stage was illogical. Besides, with two major sects keeping watch, they lacked the audacity to act recklessly. Should misfortune truly befall him, what recourse would he have? Ultimately, Lin Jiang consoled himself. If fate were to be this cruel, what could he do? He was outmatched and could neither fight nor flee. In the Western District, at a humble tea stall, Han Chunming was exceedingly vexed. He had consumed a bellyful of tea, yet his target had yet to appear. Damn it, is this lad even cut out for business? Why is he not out yet? Han Chunming grumbled internally. Across from him resided a loose cultivator named Lin Yang, the target of his current mission. However, he was not there to kill, but to investigate. Lin Yang's neighbors were members of the Dark Knight organization. To the left, a family surnamed Liao had suddenly vanished. Their fate unknown, inciting the organization's ire. They hoped for death rather than flight, for capture would lead to certain demise. To the right lived a couple, also affiliated with the organization. The husband, Chao Yang, was one of the most exceptional assassins in the Dark Knight organization for nearly 20 years, having never missed a mark since his Qi refinement stage. Yet now he had failed. His wife, equally skilled, ranked among the top 10 of her cohort. Following Chao Yang's demise, she too had disappeared. The organization harbored a profound disdain for such deserters, having invested considerable time, effort, and spirit stones in nurturing assassins. If an assassin failed to generate returns for the organization, how could it sustain itself? Moreover, if everyone adopted such cowardice, the organization would be rendered obsolete. The organization never showed leniency towards traitorous fugitives. With neighbors on either side of Lin Yang's residence in turmoil, it was imperative to investigate, thus placing Lin Yang under scrutiny. After several days of surveillance, Han Chunming's frustration mounted. To him, Lin Yang appeared to be a reclusive hermit, venturing out only to sell a few spirit talismans and otherwise remaining indoors, rendering Han's task exceedingly challenging. Finally, he has emerged, Han Chunming exclaimed upon witnessing the formation of Lin Yang's residence flicker. His heart stirred, and he casually tossed a few spirit beads before swiftly approaching the target's dwelling. Do not move. As Lin Jiang stepped outside, an individual suddenly appeared at his side. Lin Jiang felt a sharp object pressed against his waist and, valuing his own safety, chose to remain still. Who are you? Kidnapping within Yunzhong City is a capital offense. Enough with the pleasantries. Step inside. Very well, but be gentle. I value my kidneys. Lin Jiang nodded and retreated into his home, with Han Chunming following closely behind. He then shut the door and sealed the formation. My friend, if this is a robbery, take my storage bag. If it is for other purposes, I am not particularly handsome. Should you seek spirit stones, simply turn left for Ingshun Tower or right for Baiwa Tower. The maidens within are exquisite. You. Han Chunming was left speechless with indignation. What manner of person was this? Regrettably, he had a mission at hand. Otherwise, he would have relished a discussion on whether the maidens of Ingshun Tower were more alluring than those of Baiwa Tower. What? You're not here to rob? How many spirit stones could a mere Qi refinement stage individual possess? Enough with the chatter. I will ask questions, and you shall answer. Provide me with the information I seek, and I may grant you a chance at life. If you attempt to be clever, I will take your life. Han Chunming glanced at Lin Jiang, lingering for a moment on his storage bag. First, he would complete his mission. Once that was achieved, he could always rob later. After all, it would ultimately belong to him. Ask away. I assure you I will speak candidly. Do you know where your neighbor has gone? Left or right, or perhaps behind? Let's begin with the left. The Liao family? I'm unaware. Their landlord urged them for some time without seeing them, and ultimately, after breaking down the door, he found nothing. I suppose they could not afford the rent and chose to flee. Flee? I'm not certain. The landlord next door expressed his anger. stating that without receiving rent, he could not support his 3 wives, 8 concubines, 18 children, and over 20. Stop. What nonsense. Han Chunming was infuriated. I asked you where your neighbor went, not for a discussion about the landlord. Most landlords in Yunzhong City are not to be trifled with. 9 out of 10 have connections to the 2 major sections. Very well, I shall say no more. What else would you like to inquire? And your neighbor to the right? I have no idea. You have been neighbors for years, and you know nothing? I truly do not know. I rarely leave the house. What do you do at home? Eat, sleep, and play with beans. Play with beans? What nonsense. Be honest. I'm being honest. I will answer your questions truthfully. I genuinely do not know where my neighbors have gone. They have no relation to me and have not compensated me. Damn it, you are useless. Han Chunming seethed with rage. After days of surveillance, he ended up with such a dullard? Has the esteemed senior finished questioning? After the inquiry concluded, hand over the storage bag. Very well, but may I ask for a favor? Young man, if you wish for my mercy, refrain from unnecessary chatter. I am a man unflinching in the face of bloodshed. No, I merely seek to borrow something from you. Ha, are you foolish? What could I possibly lend you? I could use your own head. That would surely convey to others that I am not so easily intimidated. Do not presume that anyone can bully me. Lin Jiang, while responding honestly, was less than truthful in his actions. Before he could finish speaking, he had already taken action. With a flicker of his consciousness, the beast bag opened, and the 2 sand sculptures transformed into a streak of white light, lunging at the man before him. Lin Jiang himself unleashed a palm strike, employing the explosive Yuan technique. The massive imprint hurtling towards his adversary. Han Chunming's expression shifted drastically as he thrust his dagger forward, only to feel a sharp pain in his hand, causing the dagger to drop. The impact of Lin Jiang's palm sent him crashing against the wall, nearly embedding him within it, while the 2 sand sculptures advanced to deliver the final blow, creating a gaping hole with their bite. To his utter astonishment, Han Chunming could not fathom that a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner could manifest a palm strike rivaling that of a foundation establishment stage novice, accompanied by 2 mid-level second-tier beasts. I have made it clear that I am not to be trifled with. Still disbelieving, Lin Jiang severed his head and placed it in the very center of his home. Ironically, today was the day he had planned to move. The identity of Lin Yang was now useless, as he had rented a new house under a different name. Unfortunately, this house had 6 months of rent remaining. With a heavy heart, Lin Jiang departed, lamenting the squandered half-year's rent, which amounted to a significant sum of spiritual stones. The Dark Knight organization truly deserved condemnation. Chapter 60. The Path of Survival. With a resounding crash, a large hole appeared in the wall under Lin Jiang's might, merging the 2 courtyards into a more spacious area. Stepping through the breach, he was greeted by Zhang Ruifang's daughter, Chao Ying, who beamed at him, arms wide open for an embrace. She adored this Uncle Lin Jiang, for he always brought delightful treats during his visits. Lin Jiang scooped her up, entertaining her for a moment and offering her a piece of dried meat, just as Zhang Ruifang emerged from within. Are you truly planning to remain indoors for an entire year? Zhang Ruifang queried Lin Jiang, who had just arrived next door and informed her of his intention to stay home for the foreseeable future, seeking to avoid any trouble. Zhang Ruifang found it hard to believe. A Qi refinement stage individual, akin to an ordinary person, could indeed spend a year confined indoors. I shall not venture out. The outside world is fraught with danger. I intend to hide for a year, where sustenance is no concern. And what of your income? Lin Jiang reassured her, no worries. I will continue to draw talismans and sell them. I have prepaid rent for 3 years, and I will reassess my situation after a year. The outside world has become perilous, especially with the Dark Knight organization seeking him. He can only bide his time. Survival is the way forward. As for income, Lin Jiang was unconcerned. His maximum expenditure would barely exceed 20,000 spiritual stones annually. By cutting back on luxuries and avoiding the gathering spirit array or excessive elixirs, he could manage with just a few thousand spiritual stones, allowing his savings to last for several years. Additionally, he had amassed a considerable supply of talisman paper and painting materials, enabling him to continue crafting talismans, which could be sold gradually or even to merchants for a modest profit, ensuring he would not face bankruptcy or starvation. I apologize for involving you in this predicament. No need for such sentiments. Consider it a settling of debts owed to Chao Yang. You should also refrain from going out. If anything arises, call for me. The children can visit back and forth, allowing them a broader space for play. I understand, and I will remain indoors, Zhang Ruifang affirmed, recognizing that in these precarious times, she too would not venture outside for the sake of her child. Lin Jiang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He set the child down and tidied up the bricks before returning home. Big Bird, I want to ride the big bird. Half a year later, Chao Ying chased after the two sand sculptures, who dashed ahead. When she caught one, she would climb onto its back, wrapping her arms around its neck, pretending to ride. Chirp! This time, the large sand sculpture was caught by Chao Ying, arriving at Lin Jiang's door and squawking incessantly, its expression quite displeased, as if to say, "Please manage your child, or I shall toss her off. I shall reward you with a piece of dried meat. Do not disturb me," Lin Jiang called out without turning, tossing a piece of dried meat, which the large sand sculpture caught, only for Chao Ying to reach out for it, startling the sculpture into swallowing it whole. The large sand sculpture reminisced about the past, when its meals consisted of an abundance of dried meat and a variety of other foods to enhance its palate. However, in these past 6 months, its diet had been reduced to the blandness of fasting pills, with dried meat now merely a flavor enhancement, leading to a stark decline in its quality of life. Naughty bird, you won't share your meat with me. Frustrated that she could not obtain the dried meat, Chao Ying resorted to pulling at the large sand sculpture's feathers, yet the fur of a second-tier beast was not so easily plucked. She exerted all her strength, but it did not budge. Chao Ying, come here. It is time for reading. Zhang Ruifang, witnessing Chao Ying's antics, unleashed her authoritative voice. She understood her daughter all too well. At just over 3 years old, it was a stage of defiance and playfulness, a time when discipline was difficult, and punishment for misbehavior was meted out. Often, the two would find themselves in a chaotic whirlwind. Big Bird, run. Take me flying. Upon hearing Zhang Ruifang's call, Chao Ying ceased her futile attempts to pluck feathers and implored the large sand sculpture. The large sand sculpture, holding its head high, marched toward Zhang Ruifang with a resolute gait, conveying that flying was out of the question, but returning home was certainly on the agenda. I do not wish to go back. Chao Ying's eyes widened in shock as she clung to the large sand sculpture's neck, wailing that she did not want to read. Did not want to go home, only wishing to play with the big bird. Return here. Zhang Ruifang swiftly approached, grasping the back of Chao Ying's clothing and lifting her effortlessly. Let your friend sample the pastries I made today, Zhang Ruifang instructed the large sand sculpture, producing 3 plates of pastries, 1 for each sand sculpture and 1 for Lin Jiang. The large sand sculpture's eyes sparkled, and the small sand sculpture rushed from the corner, both siblings nearly clashing over the treats. Yet, they dared not consume Lin Jiang's share. The master-servant relationship was clear. Stealing from a brother was acceptable, but from a master was courting death. Lin Jiang took a plate of pastries from the sand sculptures and sampled one, bestowing the entire plate upon them. A hand that wields a sword is ill-suited for a spatula, Lin Jiang mused, appreciating Zhang Ruifang's culinary skills. Only the sand sculptures were unperturbed by the flavors. He always felt that her hands were better suited for wielding a sword. This was also why Lin Jiang had never dined at Zhang Ruifang's home, regardless of how many times she invited him. First, he wished to avoid suspicion, and second, her cooking left much to be desired compared to his own. Half a year had passed, and Lin Jiang wondered how the outside world fared. Setting aside his talisman brush, he blew gently on the spiritual talismans he had created. His supply of blank talisman paper was dwindling. Over the past 6 months, he had been quite industrious, accomplishing 8 months' worth of work. This world lacked smartphones and computers, as well as various games. With idle time on his hands, aside from cultivation, he found solace in crafting talismans, ensuring his productivity soared. Even the thought of idleness seemed a challenge. Perhaps I shall endure for another 6 months. After much contemplation, Lin Jiang ultimately resolved to persevere for an additional half-year. In comparison to his life, this transient monotony was inconsequential. A year passed swiftly, and Lin Jiang altered his appearance before stealthily venturing out. His first stop was a merchant, where he sold 200 talismans to replenish his empty storage bag. With money in hand, Lin Jiang sought out a fine tavern and indulged in a lavish feast. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to attend to other matters. Do not misconstrue. Lin Jiang merely sought to visit Yingchun Lu or Baiwa Lu to engage with the fairies in discussions about the profound truths of life, the significant matters of the world, and the principles of the heavenly way. It was not until 2 days later that Lin Jiang emerged from the doors of Yingchun Lu. nursing his back and cursing the establishment for its hard benches, which had left him in discomfort, vowing never to return. Lin Jiang strolled through the bustling market of Nanchun, where familiar faces had become scarce. However, he was not yet inclined to set up a stall, for his distinctive features made him easily recognizable. He only dared to sell for a couple of hours each day, fearful of being remembered. After purchasing some meat and snacks, he returned home, bringing the meat for the two mischievous sand sculptures that had endured hardship over the past year, deprived of good food and subjected to the whims of Chao Ying. The snacks were for Chao Ying, who had grown considerably and become more lively and active, her spirited nature undiminished by the confined environment. What has transpired outside? Old acquaintances had fallen out of contact, leaving him without news for the time being. Are you still planning to set up a stall? For now, I think I shall refrain. It is better to have less. In the future, I will supply goods to shops. If you're seeking shops, I know a few with excellent reputations, family-run businesses that have endured through generations, and I can introduce you to them. That would be agreeable. Reliability is paramount, as half of the small businesses in Yincheng City are likely to be illicit. Lin Jiang remarked on the harsh lives of the lower-tier cultivators, which often drove them towards the path of vice. It is likely that at least half of the shops engage in unlawful activities. I understand, and I assure you that the places I recommend do not partake in such practices and have very good reputations. That is satisfactory. What about you? What are your plans for the future? I wish to seek out Chao Yang. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure he receives a proper burial. Thank you. What shall we do next? Lin Jiang pressed further, as there were certain sentiments he felt uncomfortable expressing openly, as they might appear selfish, particularly his desire to distance himself from Zhang Ruifang and her daughter. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards them, and having promised Chao Yang to stay by his side would only serve as a burden, possibly attracting the attention of the Dark Knight organization. Having already taken the life of a foundational cultivator, it would not be surprising if a formidable opponent were to come after him next. I do not know, but I believe I will leave Yincheng City. The activities of the Dark Knight organization are concentrated nearby, and I wish to avoid provoking them, Zhang Ruifang stated, acknowledging that if the Dark Knight organization were to find her, her fate would be sealed, and her daughter would suffer a similar fate, either being adopted by the organization or facing dire consequences should she lack spiritual roots. If she possessed them, her future would be equally grim. I will gather some information, and you should determine your destination. When the time comes, I will assist you in leaving. The Jiguang Falcon is exceptionally swift, and no foundational cultivator could likely catch up. Lin Jiang noted that the Jiguang Falcon at the mid-second stage was renowned for its speed, making it nearly impossible for any foundational cultivator to pursue unless they had trained in a special technique. Very well, I shall consider it carefully, Zhang Ruifang replied, realizing that with the aid of the Jiguang Falcon, her escape from Yincheng City would be significantly easier. Chapter 61. Ruiyang Mountain. Lin Jiang once again embraced a life of seclusion, refraining from setting up a stall at the market. His outings became infrequent, occurring every few days as he ventured out to sell talismans and acquire cultivation resources and daily necessities. The shop, recommended by Zhang Ruifang, was a small establishment named Yungai Gu, which had been operating in Yincheng City for 5 generations and maintained an excellent reputation. Lin Jiang's talismans were of high quality, and Yungai Gu offered him the same prices as their loyal customers, which were about 10% less than what he would receive at the market. Yungai Ji's business model relied on thin profit margins for high volume, which Lin Jiang found acceptable. After several successful transactions, both parties were pleased. Lin Jiang diligently gathered maps of Yinzhou to present to Zhang Ruifang. After several days of study, she decided to seek refuge in a place known as Ruiyang Mountain. Ruiyang Mountain is situated beside one of the 3 major sects of Yinzhou, the Wuxing sect, and boasts an exceptional location. Once a high-level spiritual mountain, it was abandoned by the Wuxing sect due to the shattering of its spiritual veins, transforming into a paradise for wandering cultivators, somewhat akin to the central region of the Yincheng mountain range. Approximately a century ago, Ruiyang Mountain produced 3 golden core wandering cultivators who established a stronghold, recruiting others and forming an organization akin to a wandering cultivator alliance, which received the protection of the Wuxing sect. Over the years, many wandering cultivators have sought their fortunes at Ruiyang Mountain. With her foundational cultivation, Zhang Ruifang would likely receive some support if she settled there, ensuring her status would not be too low. Furthermore, Ruiyang Mountain is far less chaotic than the Yinchuan mountain range, making it a more suitable place for her to establish herself. Having made her decision, Zhang Ruifang found Lin Jiang supportive. He took the time to repair the wall between their homes and subsequently re-rented Zhang Ruifang's residence. This is where Chao Yang lies buried. When I arrived, only his bones remained. Before leaving, Lin Jiang took Zhang Ruifang and her daughter to pay their respects to Chao Yang. Discovering the location of Chao Yang's remains was not difficult, costing only a few spirit stones. He then felled a massive tree to serve as a coffin and gathered Chao Yang's bones. Yet, Lin Jiang had not revealed to Zhang Ruifang the circumstances of Chao Yang's death, which was both tragic and noble, akin to an act of self-sacrifice that garnered immense respect from the people of Yinchuan City, with stories of Chao Yang's deeds still circulating to this day. Yingzi, kneel down and bow to your father. Mother, is father sleeping inside? Be quiet and kneel as you are told. Zhang Ruifang appeared more irritable than usual. While Chao Ying pouted, reluctantly complying with the bowing, her understanding of life and death still quite limited at less than 4 years old. Let's go, it is time. Lin Jiang glanced around at the eerie surroundings of the mass grave, a sight that likely concealed countless remains, contributing to its heavy aura of death. It was said that there were instances of corpses rising, but even if such a thing were true, it would pose no threat. A golden core or nascent soul cultivator from Yinchuan City could easily sever a zombie into pieces, leaving no fragment behind. Zhang Zufifang Gado Gaozing. And the two took to the skies on their swords, traveling several hundred miles before Lin Jiang summoned the Jiguang Falcon, each riding their own. As they soared towards Ruiyang Mountain. Big bird fly fly. How high we are. What fun. Chao Ying finally rode the Jiguang Falcon, not just wandering in the yard, but truly soaring through the skies. The Jiguang Falcon also exhibited great joy, as they were majestic eagles of the sky, destined to soar high rather than remain confined to the ground. After so many years, they had finally taken to the air. Be quiet. Zhang Ruifang, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly irritated by Chao Ying's incessant chatter and scolded her vehemently, eventually releasing her protective aura, causing Chao Ying to be buffeted by the wind. Lin Jiang, concerned that Zhang Ruifang might lose her temper and toss the child away, quickly brought Chao Ying to his side. Ruiyang Mountain is situated over 10,000 miles from Yinchuan City, positioned in the northwest. Even the Jiguang Falcon required a full day to arrive, although flying at such heights allowed them to avoid trouble along the way. Upon reaching Ruiyang Mountain, the pair descended, and Lin Jiang stored the Jiguang Falcon, seeking an inn in the market at the foot of the mountain. After venturing out to gather information, Lin Jiang returned to Zhang Ruifang and reported that they had arrived too late. Ruiyang Mountain had ceased accepting new residents more than a decade ago. Now, to join Ruiyang Mountain, one must first reside in the vicinity, undertaking tasks issued by Ruiyang Mountain to earn merit points before being allowed to join. I examined the tasks they posted, and they are quite ordinary, such as seeking spiritual herbs, minerals, and trading resources, as well as hunting down traitors and those of the dark path. Do not be picky. With 3 to 5 years of effort, you will undoubtedly succeed. Ruiyang Mountain had filled its ranks with wandering cultivators in a matter of years, and those arriving later found no places available. Thus, Ruiyang Mountain established various conditions to filter out the majority, but Zhang Ruifang should have no issues, considering her foundational cultivation. I inquired as well, and discovered that the prices in Ruiyang Mountain were significantly lower than those in Yinchuan City. I still possess a small amount of money, sufficient to manage for now. That is reassuring. What are your plans moving forward? I shall hunt demons, as I am unversed in other pursuits, nor do I wish to take lives any longer. Zhang Ruifang remarked. Having spent many years in the shadows, her education revolved solely around the art of killing. She had no knowledge of business or agriculture. With her desire for bloodshed extinguished, she was left with no choice but to pursue demon hunting. With a child in tow, how do you intend to hunt demons? I will leave her at home, properly setting up a formation to prevent her from wandering off. Although Ruiyang Mountain is governed by strict regulations, it is not entirely safe. Well, alternatives are there. Very well. I shall stay for a while longer to help you stabilize your life. Lin Jiang sighed. He recognized his own kindness. He had initially considered leaving, but could not bear to abandon Zhang Ruifang, a widow with a child. In the following days, Lin Jiang and Zhang Ruifang sought a rental property, and the rent here was nothing like that of Yinchuan City. They secured a spacious residence for merely 800 spirit stones per year. Zhang Ruifeng procured defensive formations to fortify their home, while Lin Jiang busied himself with gathering essential supplies. He accompanied Zhang Ruifeng to examine the task board at Ruiyang Mountain, searching for suitable assignments and inquiring about the local demon beasts. The surrounding area of Ruiyang Mountain mainly consisted of primitive forests, but the number of demon beasts had dwindled due to the relentless extermination by cultivators. Only a few remained, hiding deep within the mountains. To encounter a larger population of demon beasts, one would need to venture into the wilderness, which lay several thousand miles away from Ruiyang Mountain. For an ordinary foundation-laying cultivator, a round trip would take nearly a day. After a fortnight of toil, Lin Jiang observed that Zhang Ruifeng had adapted to her new life, prompting him to consider his departure. "Lin Daoyu, what do you think of this place?" Zhang Ruifeng suddenly asked one day. She sensed Lin Jiang's intention to leave, but found herself reluctant to part ways. She was not a strong individual in life and had a somewhat timid disposition. Her years in the bustling marketplace had made her quite introverted. While she had been fierce as an assassin, that ferocity had been born from desperation. The years spent in Yinchong City had dulled her once sharp demeanor, as she had grown accustomed to relying on something in her life. Moreover, she noticed that Chao Ying held great affection for Lin Jiang, who treated her with the same tenderness as Chao Yang. This was one of the reasons why Chao Ying had not mourned the loss of her father. Another man had filled that paternal role. "Life here is fairly pleasant, but it was not suitable for me," Lin Jiang replied, shaking his head. He understood the unspoken implications in Zhang Ruifeng's words. However, he knew he did not belong here. Ruiyang Mountain was too small. Staying beyond 30 years would inevitably expose his secrets, necessitating his departure. Only in a sprawling metropolis like Yinchong City, with its vast population flux, could he conceal his truths. Indeed, Ruiyang Mountain was too diminutive, unfit for Lin Daoyu's aspirations. Zhang Ruifeng felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from insisting. If one's heart was not in a place, there was little point in remaining. "I shall visit you in the future," Lin Jiang stated decisively, resolving to sever all ties once he shed the identity of Lin Yang. Zhang Ruifeng fell silent, lowering her head to eat. Chao Ying, oblivious to the deeper currents, clung to Lin Jiang, eager to play with the two little sand sculptures. Lin Jiang refused her request, instead producing snacks to amuse her. The next morning, Lin Jiang refrained from accompanying Zhang Ruifeng, focusing instead on how to depart. Leaving without a word felt wrong. What if Chao Ying cried? He could hardly bear to see a girl in tears, especially one as endearing as her. Lin Jiang felt torn. Sneaking away seemed improper, yet a formal farewell would appear overly sentimental. He feared that his resolve might waver, leading him to stay in a moment of weakness. "Never mind. I shall buy some snacks and fruits for Chao Ying," he concluded, ultimately deciding to distract her with treats as he genuinely enjoyed the company of charming children. After acquiring a plethora of items, Lin Jiang returned to the rented home of Zhang Ruifeng. But just as he reached the entrance, he sensed something amiss. Someone was watching them. In that moment, Lin Jiang was taken aback. How long had they been here? And who could be tailing them? Was it the Dark Knight organization or a local faction of Ruiyang Mountain? Containing his rising anger, he swiftly opened the door and entered the house, where Chao Ying eagerly approached, once again requesting to play with the two sand sculptures. "Chao Ying, the big birds cannot soar here. Let's play outside," Lin Jiang said, gritting his teeth. Regardless of who was lurking, he had resolved to confront them today and uncover the identity of these uninvited guests. In the wilderness, Chao Ying was quickly distracted by Lin Jiang, as there were countless fascinating things to explore: rabbits, sparrows, grasshoppers, fish, far more entertaining than the big birds. Lin Jiang engaged in playful antics with Chao Ying while three individuals stealthily approached from behind, one at the foundation level and two at the Qi training stage, watching Lin Jiang and the child from a distance. "Shall we make our move, then?" one of them inquired. "You two, close in on him slowly. If you can capture him, do so. If not, kill him. The child must be kept alive. We can use her to threaten Chao Yang's wife," the foundation-level cultivator commanded. Their previous investigations had indeed proven correct. Chao Yang's neighbor was allied with him. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the strength of Chao Yang's wife, resulting in Han Chuming's unnecessary demise. He naturally assumed that Zhang Ruifeng had slain Han Chuming. The notion of a Qi training stage killing a foundation-level cultivator was typically reserved for prodigious disciples of major sects. When had loose cultivators possessed such power? "Chao Ying, come here." Lin Jiang sensed their approach and beckoned to Chao Ying, who hopped over joyfully. Lin Jiang covered her eyes with his hand. Uncle is going to play hide and seek with you. You mustn't open your eyes, all right? All right, Uncle, but you must hide well. You won't be able to find me. Lin Jiang chuckled, then cast a spell to obscure Chao Ying's sight and hearing. Children ought not to witness such bloody affairs. Eliminate them, Lin Jiang commanded, releasing the two sand sculptures and instructing them on their course. They let out a chilling cry, startling the two hidden figures who suddenly found themselves exposed. Jiguang Falcon. One gasped, attempting to flee, but it was too late. The Jiguang Falcon dove from dozens of meters above, faster than an arrow, swooping down upon them, its claws tearing through their protective aura and into their skulls. How is this possible? The foundation-level cultivator, witnessing the Jiguang Falcon from a distance, felt his expression freeze. This was a second-tier Jiguang Falcon. How could a mere Qi training stage summon such a beast, let alone two? Who are you? Lin Jiang inquired, stepping before the foundation-level cultivator, as the two sand sculptures began to circle overhead. I say this is a misunderstanding. Will you believe me? Do you think I believe you? Very well. We did not come for you, Taoist. Hand over the child, and let us consider this matter settled. What makes you think I would hand her over? A mere Jiguang Falcon is hardly my match. Is that so? I say it is. Before the foundation-level cultivator could finish his words, he made his move. Aware of the Jiguang Falcon's characteristics, if it took flight, he was doomed. He knew his speed could not surpass that of the Jiguang Falcon. Thus, his sole hope lay in eliminating or capturing Lin Jiang, and given Lin Jiang's proximity, he was confident he could outpace him. Flying sword to immortality. Explosive element technique. Lin Jiang was fully prepared, lying in wait. As soon as his opponent made a move, he activated the explosive element technique and unleashed his flying sword to immortality, a technique he had practiced for years, finally reaching mastery. The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards his adversary. The foundation-level cultivator dismissed it, believing that a Qi training stage's technique lacked potency. He projected a spiritual light to deflect Lin Jiang's flying sword. However, the flying sword tore through the spiritual light as though it were mere paper, maintaining its momentum undiminished. The foundation-level cultivator's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned a protective shield. The powerful sword, akin to a thunderclap, struck against the magical shield, sending both the practitioner of the foundational stage and the shield itself flying. In that moment, a cry of despair echoed within him, realizing he had met his match. This young prodigy, even in the Qi refining stage, exhibited the strength of someone in the foundational stage. At that moment, he sustained no physical injuries, yet his plans lay in ruins, and the initiative was lost. As two large sand sculptures observed the unfolding conflict, they dove down in a flurry. The man hastily raised his magical shield to defend himself, but the larger sand sculpture swept past him, its wings colliding with the shield and propelling him further away. Meanwhile, the smaller sand sculpture seized the opportunity to grasp the foundational stage practitioner mid-air, ascending swiftly before letting him plummet. Regaining composure, the practitioner unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. After all, those in the foundational stage could achieve flight with their physical forms, rendering the maneuver less effective. Yet at that moment, the larger sand sculpture emitted a piercing and mournful cry. The foundational stage practitioner felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his flow of spiritual energy interrupted. And once again he began to descend. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, disoriented. Before he could gather his wits, the two sand sculptures launched another assault, landing beside him and pecking ferociously. In mere moments, his magical shield was shattered. The formidable beaks and claws of the sand sculptures proving more than capable of breaching even high-grade magical artifacts, as Lin Jiang had previously tested. Without the shield, the practitioner was akin to a fish awaiting slaughter, and the sand sculptures made quick work of him, leaving him a bloody mess after a series of agonizing cries. Lin Jiang swiftly collected their storage bags and flying swords before leaping onto the back of a larger sand sculpture, instructing them to seek out Zhang Ruifeng to the west. Lin Jiang had no knowledge of her whereabouts, only that she had headed in that direction. Before long, they discovered Zhang Ruifeng. As she was already embroiled in a fierce battle with members of the Dark Knight organization, the commotion unmistakably loud. "Lin Dao, you run!" she shouted upon spotting the Jiguang Falcon. Had she miscalculated? A man in the later foundational stage noticed the approaching Jingguang falcon and furrowed his brow. It was no time to waste. Lin Jiang had already dismounted from the Jingguang falcon, allowing it to circle high above. Lin Daoyu, take Xiao Ying and escape, Zhang Ruifang urged. At that moment, 9 members of the Dark Knight organization surrounded them, 4 of whom were in the foundational stage, including 1 in the later stage, creating a significant disparity in power. There's no time, prepare to fight. Lin Jiang shook his head as the members of the Dark Knight organization closed in, making an escape exceedingly difficult. Cover me as I plunge into that forest, and then you follow. I am unable to utilize my assassin abilities in the open, Zhang Ruifang instructed Lin Jiang. Having been forced out of the forest herself, though she had already eliminated 2 adversaries. Understood. Lin Jiang retrieved a garment from his storage bag, binding Xiao Ying to his back, and then produced a substantial stack of spiritual talismans. Do not allow them to enter the forest. Eliminate them, commanded the leader of the foundational stage practitioners, fully aware of Zhang Ruifang's capabilities. Although not as formidable as the previous Xiao Yang, she was still a skilled opponent. And the more complex the environment, the more advantageous it would be for an assassin. Among the 9 members of the Dark Knight organization, 8 sprang into action. 3 foundational stage practitioners targeted Zhang Ruifang, while 5 Qi refining stage members advanced toward Lin Jiang. The foundational stage leader faced off against the 2 sand sculptures, which, sensing the opponent's strength, remained cautious and vigilant. With a resounding crash, Lin Jiang unleashed a flurry of talismans. After spending a year in seclusion crafting over 1,000 talismans, he had sold the majority, leaving him with several hundred. This extravagant approach was disconcerting for the assassins, as the average first-grade high-quality talisman cost 10 spiritual stones, and offensive ones even more. Lin Jiang's barrage amounted to over 100 spiritual stones. Among assassins, save for a few renowned individuals, most were destitute, possessing only 1 set of flying swords, daggers, or shields. Should they be destroyed, they would be rendered powerless. Thus, faced with Lin Jiang's lavish tactics, the 5 Qi refining stage assassins primarily focused on evasion, feeling constrained. While Lin Jiang seized the upper hand, one assassin, unable to withstand the pressure, withdrew his shield, invoking an invisibility talisman, and began to shift positions in an attempt to close in on Lin Jiang. However, Lin Jiang's perception vastly outmatched theirs. Having honed his divine sense over the years through rigorous training, he discerned the assassin's movements the moment he approached. With a swift motion, Lin Jiang executed the flying sword technique, and his sword, transforming into a streak of light, pierced through the assassin. This maneuver inadvertently created an opening for the remaining 4, who surged forward in unison. Lin Jiang maneuvered his flying sword back and activated his talismans once more. Without employing the explosive technique, Lin Jiang's own strength was comparable, successfully repelling them. Be cautious, it's the Qiankei crossbow. In the next moment, Lin Jiang loosed a bolt from the crossbow, prompting a panicked shout from one of the assassins. The Qiankei crossbow held considerable power within the Qi refining stage, and its bolts possessed armor-piercing capabilities, rendering ordinary shields ineffective. The bolt was intercepted by a magical shield, yet the concealed silver needles within the bolt struck true, penetrating an assassin's temple, causing him to crumple lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 3 assassins gaped in horror at Lin Jiang, who initially appeared to be a mere lamb, but proved to be a ferocious tiger in battle. Employing ruthlessly effective tactics that rivaled their own, push him into the forest. One of the remaining 3 shouted. They were determined to prevent Zhang Ruifang from entering the forest, for she was an even more formidable assassin. Should she gain entry, their lives would be forfeit. Yet Lin Jiang was no assassin. If they ventured into the forest, it would be Lin Jiang who faced death. The trio swiftly adapted their strategy, launching a coordinated assault to drive Lin Jiang back, gradually forcing him toward the forest. As the 2 sand sculptures circled above, their cries grew more frantic, adopting an aggressive stance. However, the foundational stage assassin remained unfazed by the sand sculpture's display, showing no signs of concern. Beasts are merely beasts, the foundational stage assassin scoffed, witnessing the Jingguang falcon preparing to strike. He took the initiative, sending his flying sword, accompanied by 2 talismans, soaring into the sky. As the talismans activated, 2 fiery dragons erupted, causing the Jingguang falcon to panic and ascend rapidly to evade the pursuing swords. The Jingguang falcon became increasingly agitated, its cries growing disordered. Lin Jiang hurriedly soothed them, urging them to remain calm and keep a close watch on the foundational stage assassin. Their vigilance was already a significant contribution. Gradually approaching the forest, as Lin Jiang stepped inside, the three assassins vanished from sight, employing their skills to blend into the environment, a fundamental aspect of their training. Lin Jiang retrieved a helmet from his storage bag, which protected his head and neck, having learned that assassins favored targeting the neck. He had purchased this gear, though this was its first use. One assassin, unable to resist the urge to attack, leapt down from a tree, aiming for Lin Jiang's throat. However, upon thrusting his dagger into Lin Jiang's chest, he realized something was amiss. The blade failed to penetrate fully. Lin Jiang swiftly retaliated, driving his sword through the assassin's neck before kicking him aside. After checking his chest, he pulled out the dagger. He was clad in 3 layers of silk-spun garments and 2 layers of inner armor, making it difficult to breach his defenses. In terms of survival, Lin Jiang deemed himself to be first-rate. Chapter 63. The Clash of Assassins. Lin Jiang had drawn away all the Qi refining stage members, leaving Zhang Ruifeng to confront 3 foundational stage practitioners, all at the initial level like her. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, Zhang Ruifeng found herself at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive posture as she yearned to enter the forest and unleash her assassin skills. Seeing Lin Jiang pushed into the forest only heightened Zhang Ruifeng's anxiety, intensifying her desire to enter as well. However, her adversaries offered her no opportunity. Any advance toward the forest would only compel her back. Zhang Ruifeng gritted her teeth and scattered the remaining talismans from her person, unleashing a myriad of offensive maneuvers into the air. Be cautious, she is heading into the forest. As fellow assassins, the 3 understood Zhang Ruifeng's intentions well. One of them disregarded the talisman's onslaught and summoned his sword to charge at her, determined to keep her from escaping. However, he struck empty air as she fled into the woodland. Should we pursue? Panic ensued among the trio. They belonged to the Dark Knight faction, whose capabilities were rather mediocre. The more formidable assassins had perished in the battle at Sanjianka years prior, and subsequent purges by the 2 major sects had further diminished their numbers. The remaining assassins were of average skill, and having spent years in hiding with scant resources, they lacked the means to train new elite assassins. This was precisely why only Chao Yang had been dispatched to eliminate Wen Xing. In the past, Dark Knight would have at least sent 2 or 3 individuals for such missions. Enter and eliminate her. She must die, commanded the leader, an assassin in the latter stages of Foundation establishment. Zhang Ruifeng's demise was imperative, if an assassin trained with such effort were to defect without facing consequences. Leading the team in the future would prove exceedingly challenging. The 3 exchanged glances and soared towards the nearest forest. At that moment, however, Zhang Ruifeng's figure materialized behind them, a dagger plunging into one man's side, twisting and withdrawing swiftly. It turned out she had not fled at all. She had utilized the talismans to disorient their vision and then burrowed into the ground using her evasion technique. The wounded man let out a cry. While such an injury was not fatal for a Foundation establishment cultivator, it required high-grade healing elixirs, starting from 3rd grade. Unfortunately, he possessed none. At this juncture, Zhang Ruifeng had genuinely vanished into the forest. Once inside, her form completely disappeared, leaving the remaining 2 to cautiously trace her steps, their consciousnesses scanning the surroundings inch by inch, yet finding no trace. Stay together, do not separate. The 2 exhibited remarkable synergy, unwilling to grant Zhang Ruifeng the opportunity to pick them off one by one. At this point, she was approximately 100 meters away. The range of consciousness for Foundation establishment cultivators could exceed this distance, but the farther one was, the weaker their perception became. At 100 meters, the ability to finally scan was significantly diminished. Observing that the 2 refused to split up, Zhang Ruifeng took action. She maintained a distance of around 100 meters, moving at high speed to create various sounds. The 2 naturally heard these noises and began to pursue, yet upon arriving at each location, they found nothing, leading them to feel as though she were a specter existing in every spot. After a quarter of an hour, several miles away, the last of the Qi refinement stage cultivators met their demise at Zhang Ruifeng's blade. The earlier sounds had merely been a ruse. Her true aim was to assist Lin Jiang in removing his adversaries. Leave quickly. The man outside is named Chun Jianhong. His assassination skills rival those of Chao Yang, and he's among the best in the Dark Knight. Zhang Ruifeng warned Lin Jiang. Chun Jianhong's cultivation surpassed that of Chao Yang, making him even more formidable, and she felt no confidence in facing him. We cannot escape. The Aurora Falcon has locked onto us. In terms of speed, I cannot match him. We can only eliminate them, Lin Jiang replied, adding that he also needed to silence them to protect his identity in Yunzhong City. Otherwise, he would eventually be discovered. We are not their match. Not necessarily. If we deal with the remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, the 2 of us, along with the Aurora Falcon, possess the strength of Foundation establishment. You. Zhang Ruifeng was taken aback. She understood that Lin Jiang had employed a secret technique that allowed him to contend with Foundation establishment cultivators temporarily. But the cost of such a technique was exorbitant. Could it be sustained? Trust me, Lin Jiang replied calmly, glancing at the system. With over 40,000 years of lifespan, he could afford to expend it freely. Each use of the explosion technique consumed a maximum of 100 years, a price he could easily bear. All right, come closer. Here is the plan. Zhang Ruifeng bit her lip and acquiesced, whispering her strategy into Lin Jiang's ear. Subsequently, they concealed Chao Ying, who had been rendered unconscious by Lin Jiang's spell, within the hollow of a large tree. There has been no movement. She cannot have escaped. It is possible. What now? We cannot report this. The 2 assassins were at a loss, having lost track of Zhang Ruifeng, and the silence only heightened their distress. If their target fled, the organization would surely impose severe penalties. In truth, once they entered the forest, they had lost the initiative, whether it was an ambush or a retreat. Zhang Ruifeng was in control. Suddenly, a commotion erupted 100 meters away, sending shivers down their spines. Despite knowing it could be a trap, they felt compelled to investigate. A thicket of thorns lay ahead, dense enough to conceal 3 or 5 individuals. The 2 approached stealthily. Upon drawing near, they exchanged glances, and one produced a talisman. Launching it into the thicket, upon activation, the talisman unleashed dozens of golden rays into the thorns, but aside from the sound of impact with the earth, there was no further noise. The 2 realized they had struck empty air and were about to withdraw when they heard a sound of slicing air from behind. Lin Jiang activated another talisman. Igniting 20 at once was the limit of his spirit. He deliberately chose 7 different types to create a dazzling display of attacks. The best means of concealing his intent. Flying sword, explosion technique. After unleashing the talismans, Lin Jiang employed the secret technique once more. Against Foundation establishment experts, neither the Qiankei crossbow nor silver needles would suffice. Only the explosion technique could inflict damage by consuming lifespan. I will block. You kill. The 2 coordinated seamlessly. One summoned a protective shield to deflect incoming attacks while wielding a flying sword to sweep away the talisman assaults, while the other flanked from the side, intent on eliminating the foe. The clash of Lin Jiang's flying sword met the opponent's shield, and he pressed forward with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the assailant targeting Lin Jiang had been intercepted by Zhang Ruifeng. Neither employed flying swords, but instead engaged in a fierce melee with daggers, each striving to outpace the other. Moments later, they both landed. However, Zhang Ruifeng stood upright while her opponent lay on the ground, clutching his throat, eyes filled with despair. The adversary facing Lin Jiang fared no better. Each of Lin Jiang's strikes matched his strength, keeping him thoroughly entangled until Zhang Ruifeng appeared behind him and swiftly ended the confrontation. You are injured. Lin Jiang approached, noticing the strong scent of blood emanating from Zhang Ruifeng, revealing at least 3 wounds. I am fine, she replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Over the years, she had grown too complacent. Had it been during her peak, she would have evaded every strike, yet now she had been hit 5 times. Although she had avoided vital areas, her injuries would undoubtedly affect future battles. I have healing ointment. Keep it. I have my own. Zhang Ruifeng shook her head, producing a pill, consuming one and crushing another to apply to her wounds. Let's exit. Once we eliminate the last one, we shall return home or seek refuge elsewhere. Lin Jiang gathered their storage bags, distributing 2 to Zhang Ruifeng while pocketing several for himself. All right, Zhang Ruifeng nodded, deliberately lagging behind Lin Jiang and consuming another healing pill. At that moment, Chun Jianhong was still entangled with the large and small sand sculptures. While not his match, their speed and altitude posed significant challenges. He struggled to bring them down, nearly succeeding on several occasions. Truly an exceptional assassin cultivated by the organization, Chen Jianhong noted, observing the arrival of Lin Jiang and Zhang Ruifang, realizing his men had all perished. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Those individuals were merely part of the organization, not his subordinates. Their deaths bore no consequence for him as long as he could eliminate Zhang Ruifang and fulfill his mission. Chen Jianhong, once my husband Chao Yang assisted you on several occasions, why must you pursue my demise? Chao Yang is indeed commendable and has aided me. Yet you are well aware of the organization's rules. You should not have fled. By doing so, you have sealed your fate. Should you survive, it is I who must perish. Chen Jianhong remarked. He held a deep admiration for Chao Yang, having fought alongside him, and while this bond was significant, it was insufficient for him to sacrifice his life for the sake of Chao Yang's family. Thus, it is clear that a mortal struggle is unavoidable. Zhang Ruifang, do you truly believe that with these two beasts at your disposal, you can triumph over me? How would you know without testing it? Had your husband Chao Yang been present, perhaps I would have regarded him with some caution. As for you, TSK. Chen Jianhong shook his head, acknowledging Zhang Ruifang's decent standing within their organization, yet paled in comparison to his own. Such rankings could mean the difference between life and death. It appears I still lack any semblance of presence. Lin Jiang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Chen Jianhong disregarded him entirely. He felt even less significant than the two beasts, which incited his anger. Chapter 64. Late-stage foundation establishment can also kill. When irreconcilable conflicts arise, all dialogue becomes futile. After exchanging empty words, Chen Jianhong launched his attack. He did not employ assassin techniques, for they were ineffective in this open terrain. If they were in a forest, the enemy would not engage in such a manner, as they would prefer to flee. Thus, Chen Jianhong opted for a direct assault, sending a flying sword straight toward Zhang Ruifang, whom he deemed the only genuine threat. Regarding Lin Jiang, who lacked sufficient cultivation, as negligible, a mere slap could extinguish him, and the Aurora Falcon was no match for him either. With a clash, Zhang Ruifang summoned her own flying sword, engaging in a fierce aerial duel with Chen Jianhong's blade, creating a tumult of sparks and energy. I underestimated you, Chen Jianhong thought, perplexed by Zhang Ruifang's unexpected strength. Lin, restrain him and create an opportunity for the Aurora Falcon. Understood, Lin Jiang nodded, retrieving a stack of spirit talismans, activating them, and hurling them at Chen Jianhong. Chen Jianhong dismissed this with contempt. Talismans of such low grade posed no threat to him. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy that obliterated the talisman's attacks. The two beasts responded to Lin Jiang's command, adjusting their positions and preparing to dive. Their aerial descent was their specialty, a formidable maneuver capable of dispatching numerous foes. I'm waiting for you. Chen Jianhong laughed heartily, then soared into the sky, aiming to intercept the Aurora Falcon. Once it began its dive, altering its trajectory in midair would prove exceedingly difficult. This was the prime moment to strike. With the technique one sword flying immortal, Lin Jiang made his move. Chen Jianhong, seasoned in combat, deemed the Aurora Falcon a trivial opponent. Thus Lin Jiang aimed to impede him. Get lost. Chen Jianhong unleashed a wave of spiritual light, intending to swat away Lin Jiang's flying sword. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Jianhong's energy was shattered instantly, and the flying sword continued its relentless pursuit. Infuriated, Chen Jianhong could not afford a mutual destruction with Lin Jiang. Neglecting him could result in severe repercussions. Consequently, he abandoned the Aurora Falcon and conjured a shield to block Lin Jiang's assault. Lin Jiang's sword shattered into fragments, forcing him to retrieve another. Engaging a foe beyond his cultivation level was taxing on his weaponry. Had he been able to wield a magic weapon, he would have considered purchasing one. Chen Jianhong's rhythm was disrupted, and the Aurora Falcon seized the opportunity to launch its attack. The two beasts screeched fiercely, attempting to disturb his concentration, while Zhang Ruifang freed herself from Chen Jianhong's flying sword and ascended to engage him in close combat. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed, wielding daggers in a flurry of strikes. Moments later, however, Chen Jianhong delivered a kick that sent Zhang Ruifang flying, but Lin Jiang caught her midair. Zhang Ruifang bore several new wounds, while Chen Jianhong observed his own two injuries with a dark scowl. He had been wounded. Up. Lin Jiang immediately commanded the two beasts to thwart Chen Jianhong's relentless assault. They commenced their dive, one to the left and one to the right, moving with blinding speed to flank Chen Jianhong. Yet the outcome was dire, as the larger beast was sent hurtling away, while the smaller one failed to make contact. Chen Jianhong's strength was overwhelming. Despite the beast's unparalleled speed, he had managed to fend them off, leaving Lin Jiang feeling despondent. Again, Zhang Ruifang gasped, charging once more at Chen Jianhong. Employing her agile movements, she evaded his strikes, appearing as if she were a wraith. Chen Jianhong mirrored her agility, and soon, Zhang Ruifang was sent crashing backward once again. With one sword flying immortal, Lin Jiang swiftly followed, providing cover for Zhang Ruifang should Chen Jianhong strike. Her life would be in peril. How did you manage that? Chen Jianhong stared incredulously at Lin Jiang. While it was conceivable for a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage to momentarily contend with a foundation establishment stage cultivator using secret techniques, the toll of such methods was immense. Logically, the side effects of these techniques should have rendered Lin Jiang incapacitated. How is he still unharmed? If you kill yourself, I might just tell you, Lin Jiang retorted. This time, Chen Jianhong set his sights on Lin Jiang, considering him a nuisance. The secret techniques posed no genuine threat, yet they were bothersome, like a persistent fly. Chen Jianhong resolved to eliminate this annoyance first. Fueled by rage, he prepared to ascend and engage in aerial combat. But Zhang Ruifang charged at him yet again. Lin Jiang soon realized the advantage of their high-altitude position, swiftly drawing the Qiankei crossbow to shoot an arrow at Chen Jianhong. Though the Qiankei crossbow lacked the power to breach defenses, it would serve to distract Chen Jianhong, who could not afford to disregard the next arrow's potential. Circle around him and look for an opening. Lin Jiang instructed the smaller beast, which began to hover at an altitude of over 100 meters, occasionally mimicking a diving attack, displaying a battle awareness that surpassed even Lin Jiang's. Once more, Chen Jianhong and Zhang Ruifang clashed fiercely. Zhang Ruifang was sent flying again, rising bloodied and battered, while Chen Jianhong bore yet another wound. This provoked Chen Jianhong's wrath, directing his fury towards Zhang Ruifang, resolved to eliminate her at any cost. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, his expression shifted dramatically. Upon wiping the blood from his wound, it had turned black, emanating a foul odor. "You wretched woman, you dare to poison me?" Zhang Ruifang proclaimed proudly. "Though I rank last in poison crafting, I am among the top 3 in its application. In the realm of cultivation, poisons were far inferior to the advancements of elixirs. Hence, even the assassin organization showed little enthusiasm for them, as no poison could rival the efficacy of an antidote. However, for advanced cultivators like those in the foundation establishment stage, obtaining potent antidotes was a luxury. Zhang Ruifang had long devised this strategy. She had coated her dagger with poison, presenting her only opportunity to eliminate Chen Jianhong. "You vile wretch," Chen Jianhong cursed, hastily searching for an antidote. Though he kept some on hand, he was uncertain of its efficacy against this poison. At the very least, it could mitigate its effects. Charge! In that instant, no one would grant him the opportunity to take medicine. Lin Jiang quickly commanded the smaller beast to dive, and Zhang Ruifang surged forward. "Even poisoned, you are not worthy to kill me," Chen Jianhong bellowed, channeling his energy to suppress the poison as he clashed with Zhang Ruifang once more. Yet the venom still rendered his limbs weak, giving Zhang Ruifang the upper hand. "Yijian fiction, bawayon technique." Lin Jiang had already arrived. Previously, he posed no threat. But now that Chen Jianhong was poisoned, Lin Jiang's presence was a different matter. The little sand sculpture took the lead, landing a blow that tore across Chen Jianhong's face, initially aiming for his eyes, but narrowly missing the vital points. Injured, Chen Jianhong went berserk again, capturing Zhang Ruifang as the two engaged in a furious melee, discarding any semblance of technique. With the 5 elements technique, Lin Jiang retreated and bellowed, casting forth a dozen iron thorn seeds. With a surge of spiritual energy, the iron thorns rapidly expanded in the wind, ensnaring Chen Jianhong's limbs. This 5 elements technique, a fundamental spell for cultivators, typically held no value in combat, for cultivator would never grant an opponent the time to entangle them. Yet now, it became the final straw that crushed Chen Jianhong. Just as he was about to break free from the iron thorns, Zhang Ruifang seized her chance, delivering a lethal strike to his throat. Chun Jianhong clutched his throat, collapsing in defeat. "Quick, take the medicine." Lin Jiang rushed to Zhang Ruifeng's side. She appeared on the verge of collapse. "No need to waste it." "Zhang Ruifeng, are you foolish? If you die, what will happen, Xiaoying? I have already taken the medicine. It's futile. I consumed the Jiang pill. And even if I were to survive today, I would only have a month of life left." Zhang Ruifeng shook her head. She was no match for Chun Jianhong. The disparity between them was immense. The only reason she could contend with him was due to the Jiang pill, a potent and domineering elixir that significantly burns lifespan to enhance strength. This pill had been provided to her by the Dark Knight organization for a specific mission, but she had anticipated its effects and refrained from using it, opting instead to find another way to deal with her adversary. Later, she claimed to have sold the pill to fund her mission. "There's no need. I can wear him down." At this moment, Lin Jiang was enveloped in complex emotions, unable to articulate his feelings. Zhang Ruifeng shook her head. "If I do not fight with all my might, I cannot hope to wear down Shan Jianhong. I would merely be crushed beneath his blade. You do not understand the gap between foundation-building cultivators. I will fetch Xiaoying, so you may see her one last time. Do not let her see me like this." Zhang Ruifeng exclaimed, acutely aware of her disheveled and frightening appearance. She had always been fierce towards Xiaoying and did not wish to leave a negative impression in her final moments. Chapter 65. Bound by fate, Lin Jiang acquiesced to Zhang Ruifeng's request, refraining from bringing Xiaoying. He swiftly tidied the battlefield, then led Zhang Ruifeng deep into the forest, setting up defensive formations. He also fetched a basin of clean water to wash her face. "Lin Daoyu, I am dying. There is something I wish to ask you. Speak. Were you the Jiang Lin from the Nanxing Grand Market years ago?" "No. Do not deceive me. Chao Yang has an uncanny intuition. He has seen you several times. And when he first encountered you in Xiqing, he deduced your identity as Jiang Lin. Furthermore, it has just been confirmed. You utilize the explosive Yuan technique from the Huangtu Bazhenju. To exert foundation-building strength in the Qi refining stage requires burning a century of lifespan. And just now, you must have consumed at least 300 years. I do not pry in your secrets. Everyone has their own. It is only in my dying moments that I seek to know. You are correct. I am Jiang Lin. I apologize for the secrets I have kept." Lin Jiang confessed, realizing that Zhang Ruifeng had uncovered the truth. Moreover, her life force was waning rapidly. "How fortunate. I envy you for living so long," Zhang Ruifeng remarked, understanding that Lin Jiang had spent over 20 years in the Nanxing Grand Market, followed by nearly 30 more, making him close to a century old, yet still youthful in appearance. "Living long comes with its own burdens," Lin Jiang replied, his dilemma stemming from the necessity to change identities to avoid recognition. Chao Yang's irritating intuition meant he must exercise even greater caution moving forward. Such enviable troubles. "Lin Daoyu, may I request one more thing of you? Speak. Please take care of Xiaoying. She has no family left. Over this past year, she has grown fond of you. Why not leave her with Chao Yang or your family?" "No, there are no true relatives left with Chao Yang. What remains are merely ambitious individuals. If Chao Ying is entrusted to them, her fate would be dire." "Very well, I promise." Lin Jiang agreed, recognizing that he too would need to assume a new identity. Having always been solitary, this persona was somewhat reminiscent of his previous one. Carrying a young girl with him would help to create a more fleshed-out character, appearing more genuine. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu. You are a good person." "Do not say that. In my hometown, calling someone a good person is an insult." Lin Jiang waved his hand, dismissing her praise as something akin to a slander. Zhang Ruifeng, perplexed by his words, continued, "After I die, just bury me wherever. Do not inform Xiaoying, so she may have fewer worries in this world. My storage bag contains information regarding the Dark Knight organization, a list compiled by Chao Yang and me. The codes for contact, and some strongholds. These may soon become obsolete, I do not know. Keep this information. Be wary of the Dark Knight organization. Their depths are unfathomable. We have encountered many Golden Core ancestors. This is not a power merely possessed by an assassin organization. I cannot say who is behind it. But should your secret be revealed, the Dark Knight organization will not spare you." Zhang Ruifeng rambled on, her voice growing fainter until it faded entirely. Lin Jiang sighed deeply, finding a picturesque hill to lay Zhang Ruifeng to rest. Afterward, Lin Jiang returned to retrieve Chao Ying without waking her, taking flight on a little sand sculpture. abandoning the rented house at the foot of Rayong Mountain. Along the way, he checked on the big sand sculpture's injuries. It had been struck in the wing by Chun Jianhong and had suffered a fracture. Lin Jiang helped to set the bone and bandaged it, estimating it would require some time to heal. Upon returning to Yunqing, Lin Jiang chose to retreat into seclusion, sealing himself within his home, planning to lie low for a while longer. After a day's time, Lin Jiang assessed his spoils from the recent conflict. He had acquired a total of 10 storage bags, 9 belonging to the assassins of the Dark Knight organization and 1 from Zhang Ruifang. The Qi refining stage assassins were impoverished. The 5 storage bags yielded less than 9,000 spirit stones, along with a few flying swords, totaling just over 20,000 in value. Conversely, the storage bags from foundation building cultivators were significantly more bountiful. Chun Jinhong's bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones, and altogether, the spirit stones exceeded 70,000, with additional items valued at over 120,000. Zhang Ruifang's storage bag held less than 2,000 spirit stones, but was filled with various items, particularly their high-quality daggers, all of which were top-tier spiritual artifacts. 80,000 spirit stones and a plethora of miscellaneous items, including over 10 spiritual artifacts meant for foundation-building cultivators. Lin Jiang gazed at the gathered hoard, feeling a twinge of worry. He currently had no use for these items, and selling them on the black market felt unsafe. As a Qi refining cultivator, he could explain selling 1 or 2 spiritual artifacts as ancestral heirlooms, but over 10 would surely raise suspicion. These items were destined to gather dust in Lin Jiang's storage bag, and he would refrain from selling them until he faced true financial hardship, much to his chagrin. Big Bird, do you know where my mother is? Big Bird, you must know, right? Please tell me where my mother is. A month later, Chao Ying tugged at the feathers of the big sand sculpture, softly asking it in its ear. The big sand sculpture ignored her, contentedly basking in the sun. Its injuries nearly healed. Once fully recovered, it yearned to soar through the skies. Lin Jiang watched Chao Ying from within the house, his heart aching for her. In the initial days following their return, Chao Ying had been restless and tearful, and despite Lin Jiang's best efforts, he could not soothe her. Exhausted from weeping and wailing, she eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken and continue her lamentations. Lin Jiang, with no other recourse, acquiesced to her whims. In 2 lifetimes spanning nearly 2 centuries, he had never fathered a child and thus lacked any experience in childcare. Fortunately, Chao Ying was nearly 4 years old, no longer requiring diaper changes. Otherwise, Lin Jiang might have lost his sanity. Chao Ying, come and eat, Lin Jiang called after observing her for a moment. When alone, his meals were simple, either dining out or consuming dried meat, occasionally nibbling on a fasting pill, and only cooking when in good spirits. However, Chao Ying was too young to partake in fasting pills or dried meat as snacks, so Lin Jiang endeavored to prepare varied meals for her. Culinary delights served to soothe the tender heart of the little girl. "Uncle, when will you take me to find my mother?" she inquired. "When you grow as tall as I am, I will take you to find her. Your mother is working far away. She needs to earn money to buy you meat to eat and beautiful clothes to wear. If I don't eat meat or wear pretty clothes, can mother come back immediately?" "Alas, no. Little Ying must be good. Eat her fill every day and refrain from crying. Only then will you grow tall, and when you're tall, your mother will return." Lin Jiang continued his benevolent deception, as it was far too cruel for a child under 4 to grasp the concept of being orphaned. Thus, he chose to shield her from the harsh truth. Chao Ying struggled to accept this narrative, yet she felt powerless. No matter how much she cried or how loud her wails, her mother never appeared, leaving her in despair. After their meal, Lin Jiang encouraged her to play with a larger sand sculpture, as he had matters to attend to, namely drawing talismans and maintaining the facade of an ordinary wandering cultivator. However, Lin Jiang no longer set up stalls. Instead, he sold talismans to small shops, adopting different identities to sell to 3 establishments, so as not to arouse suspicion regarding his production volume. For the time being, he was not lacking in spirit stones, and his identity remained secure. The next goal was to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and then seek a way to establish a foundation. In the realm of cultivation, without a foundation, one possessed little in the way of rights. In his spare time, Lin Jiang contemplated his future. The Qi refinement stage was exceedingly challenging, and as one of the lowest tiers in the cultivation society, establishing a foundation would alleviate many burdens. a foundation stage cultivator could live for 2 centuries, allowing him to falsely claim to be a genius who established a foundation in his 30s or 40s, thus avoiding the necessity of changing identities for over a century. Furthermore, with increased strength in the foundation stage, he would no longer be so passive, able to traverse most areas of Yinzhou without being confined to Yincheng City. Even a city as expansive as Yincheng, after decades of residence, he yearned to explore beyond its confines. Chapter 66. The prodigy Chao Ying. Time flows like water, unceasing day and night. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiang turned 160 years old, yet his cultivation remained at the 9th layer of qi refinement, leaving him feeling quite helpless. The innate quality of this body was abysmally poor. He longed for another chance at life, not seeking to be an extraordinary genius. But even a dual or triple spirit root would suffice. 2 years, at most 2 years, and I shall break through. Lin Jiang set himself a modest goal, aware he was just one step from reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, a feat he was certain he could accomplish within 2 years. Uncle, come help me. The big sand sculpture is bullying me again. A shrill cry echoed from outside. Lin Jiang shook his head in resignation and rose to his feet. Upon stepping outside, he found Chao Ying cornered by the larger sand sculpture, which was flapping its wings in a fit of anger, stirring up a fierce wind and sending sand flying toward her. What did you provoke the big sand sculpture for? Lin Jiang approached, seizing the creature by its neck and pulling it away. It was evident that Chao Ying had instigated the confrontation. Since the age of 5, Lin Jiang had taught her the basics of martial arts, and the little girl, eager to show off her skills, often sparred with the larger sand sculpture. Though the big sand sculpture had a gentle temperament, it could be irked by Chao Ying's antics. Whenever it became serious, ready to teach her a lesson, she would call for help, and the cycle would repeat, much to their amusement. I didn't provoke it. I just wanted to pull out a feather to make a shuttlecock. It has so many feathers. What's the harm in pulling one? It seems I've spoiled you. Well, I shall leave it to the big sand sculpture to deal with you. Please, uncle, I was just joking. You're already a young lady. Can you not act like a child? Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. At 12 years old, Chao Ying was considered a young woman in this world. In some places, girls were married off at 13. But I'm still young, uncle. All right. You're still a child. Uncle, is the cake ready? Today is my birthday, and I want to eat an entire cake. Not yet. We will see to it in the evening. Lin Jiang waved his hand, his mind occupied with other matters. Throughout the years, he had treated Chao Ying with utmost kindness, regarding her as his own daughter. He never denied her material needs, and her life was far superior to that of most children in Yincheng City. Spiritually, he endeavored to enrich her life, teaching her to read and write, purchasing a multitude of books, and instructing her in martial arts for physical fitness. These various efforts gradually helped Chao Ying to forget her parents. After turning 6, she seldom mentioned them again, living a simple, happy life. Observing her joyous demeanor, Lin Jiang hesitated, grappling with the decision of whether to allow her to pursue cultivation. This world belonged to cultivators. Without cultivation, safety could not be assured, and one might face untimely death from unforeseen calamities, such as the aftermath of a cultivator's battle, which ordinary folk could not withstand. Yet, the realm of cultivation was not as idyllic as it seemed. Once one embarked on the path, they bore countless burdens of karma. Cultivation demanded resources, requiring one to toil, strive, and sometimes kill, with the risk of being killed in turn. If one's aptitude was lacking, years or even centuries of effort might yield results no different from those of ordinary mortals. Lin Jiang had heard many cultivators express regret in their old age, having forsaken much for the sake of cultivation, neglecting family, ultimately finding their sacrifices to be in vain. Uncle, what are you thinking? You seem unhappy. Gao Ying, Gulme, sit down. I wish to discuss something with you. Uncle, what is it? Do you wish to cultivate? Yes. Why do you wish to cultivate? Because I want to fly. The big and little sand sculptures are so stingy. They haven't taken me flying even once in a year. If I could cultivate, I would fly by myself and not have to rely on them. Chao Ying replied, throwing an indignant glance at the sand sculptures, which were unwilling to carry her even once. Is it merely for the sake of flying? Do you understand that cultivation is arduous and monotonous, filled with endless toil for spirit stones or solitary meditation? I fear not the hardship. Besides, I do not wish to burden you any longer, uncle. I have grown up. Chao Ying expressed her desire. Over the years, their lives had returned to that of an ordinary wandering cultivator. Many sought Lin Jiang for work as a protector, demon hunter, or adventurer, all of which he had declined, citing his need to care for Chao Ying. Chao Ying felt she was a burden to Lin Jiang, hence her desire to cultivate, believing she could assist him in the future. Uncle wishes to prevent you from cultivating, as it is fraught with hardship, danger, and toil. However, it is your own life, and I believe you should make your own decision. Therefore, I respect your choice. I shall give you 1 month. After 1 month, I will ask you again. If you still wish to cultivate, I will make arrangements for you, Lin Jiang finally stated, reflecting on the matter. As Chao Ying was not his biological daughter, he felt he had no right to decide her fate. Thus, he resolved that during this month, he would share the realities of the cultivation world with her, the good and the bad, illuminating both the light and darkness, presenting a fair and just portrayal. If she still wished to proceed, he would support her. Are you certain you wish to cultivate? 1 month later, Lin Jiang once again inquired of Chao Ying, receiving a definitive affirmation in response. Uncle Lin, please allow me to pursue immortality. In Yun's honking, everyone practices cultivation, and I wish to do the same, Chao Ying replied, perplexed by Lin Jiang's seemingly intentional discouragement of her aspirations. Is not the pursuit of immortality a natural endeavor? In Yun's honking, say for the children, all are cultivators. Very well. You are not a child anymore. I respect your choice, but I hope you will not regret it in the future. I assure you, I will not regret it. Come now, let me test your spiritual roots. If you have none, then there is nothing to be done. Lin Jiang nodded, retrieving a measuring stone from his storage pouch. This item, worth 100 spiritual stones, is capable of determining whether a child possesses spiritual roots and is one of the essential tools in the cultivation realm. It is said that some powerful factions possess more advanced measuring platforms that can assess the quality of a child's spiritual roots with greater precision. But those platforms are classified as magical artifacts, costing tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and are not commonly available. Lin Jiang brandished the measuring stone, pricking Chao Ying's finger to draw a drop of blood. Soon, the stone reacted, emitting a radiant glow, prompting Lin Jiang to sigh. This outcome was anticipated. Both of Chao Ying's parents were foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, her likelihood of possessing spiritual roots was over 70%. What remained to be seen was the quality of those roots, and he hoped she would not be like him, burdened with 5 inferior roots. Upon contact with Chao Ying's blood, the measuring stone first erupted in brilliance, displaying 5 fluctuating colors, each representing a different type of spiritual root. However, it swiftly settled to a singular flickering red. Lin Jiang was taken aback. 1 color. A single spiritual root genius? Lin Jiang exclaimed, for a single root, known as a heavenly root, is exceedingly rare among cultivators. Among mortals, if both parents and grandparents are ordinary, the chance of a child manifesting spiritual roots is approximately 1 in 10,000. Even if roots do appear, they predominantly consist of 4 or 5. The fewer the roots, the more precious and talented the individual. Uncle, you mean I'm a genius? Oh yes, I am a genius. Do not rush. Let's try again. No, uncle. It hurts so much. Littling, be good. Let's try once more. Lin Jiang coaxed Chao into squeezing out another drop of blood for another test. But the result remained unchanged. Only the solitary red, indicating a fire root. Littling, should we try again? No, uncle. Littling outright refused, hiding her hand behind her back. If this continued, she would refuse cultivation altogether. Who would wish to endure such pain? Very well, let it be a fire root, Lin Jiang replied. However, with Chao Ying being a single root genius, he could not keep her by his side. He did not want to ruin talent. He was acutely aware of his limitations. His greatest skill, talisman crafting, was merely average in talent, reliant on time and practice. In terms of comprehensive ability, he was not significantly stronger than other loose cultivators. Having Chao Ying follow him would be akin to burying a pearl in the dust, a complete waste. She needed a distinguished master. Since she would be apprenticing, it would be best to seek a grand sect directly. Those renowned loose cultivators may not possess many advantages. Lin Jiang resolved to find a prestigious sect for Chao Ying. With her aptitude, she could join any sect in Yunzhou, and they would likely vie for her enrollment. A sect must continuously attract gifted disciples to maintain its strength. Once it faces a decline, enemies will not grant any reprieve, and competition among sects is fierce. The leading sects to consider were Zonghanzong, Yunjianzong, and Wuxingzong. These three sects held preeminence in Yunzhou, dwarfing all others in comparison. Uncle? Chao Ying noticed Lin Jiang's swiftly changing expression and asked with concern, fearing he would prick her finger again. Little Ying, I have approved your pursuit of cultivation. In the coming days, I will ensure you have proper nourishment for your body, Lin Jiang said. He did not dare impart any cultivation techniques to Chao Ying just yet, fearing that some sects might find her lacking if they desired a disciple as pure as fresh paper. However, Lin Jiang could assist her in nurturing her body through nourishing meals and medicinal baths to enhance her meridians, laying a solid foundation. In the past, few in the Lin family had such treatment during Lin Jiang's generation, but by the time of the third and fourth generations, and with the subsequent births of the second generation, such privileges became commonplace as the Lin family had prospered. The benefits of this approach were evident. Lin Jiang's younger kin, at the outset of their cultivation, progressed far more swiftly than their predecessors, a lifelong advantage. Now that Lin Jiang was financially stable, he was more than willing to invest in Chao Ying, repaying a favor owed to her parents. During this time, he also intended to investigate which sect would best suit Chao Ying. The three grand sects each possessed unique strengths, and careful consideration was essential. Chapter 67. Apprenticeship at Zonghangzong. Lin Jiang had resided in Yunzhongking for many years, yet he was not particularly knowledgeable about the three grand sects, as he felt that these behemoths were far removed from his reality, rendering it unnecessary to delve deeply into their affairs. However, for Chao Ying's sake, he began earnest consultations. None of this was secret. Even the three grand sects sought to promote their unique characteristics, making it easy to discern the facts. Firstly, all three grand sects exhibited outstanding comprehensive strength, lacking any significant weaknesses, with each possessing distinct advantages. For instance, Yunjianzong's greatest asset is its Shijian Peak, where all disciples are sword cultivators, and in the cultivation realm, sword cultivators are renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. Shijian Peak represents the pinnacle of Yunjianzong's combat prowess, and is likely the strongest force in Yunzhou. Conversely, Wuxingzong is characterized by its balance, excelling in five-element spells and spiritual herb cultivation, renowned for its extraordinary spells. Zonghangzong, on the other hand, boasts the strongest formation techniques, with another strength being alchemy. Zonghangzong is home to Yunzhou's most skilled alchemists. However, in recent years, their alchemical prowess has been overshadowed by Danwang Li Ruoxu, leading them to downplay this aspect. It is somewhat surprising that a loose cultivator could surpass a grand sect in alchemy, as this discipline requires not only talent, but also extensive experience. What is experience, if not the result of prolonged practice and substantial resource consumption? Can the resources of a loose cultivator compare to those of a grand sect? Yet, the reality is that Li Ruoxu's alchemical skills indeed surpassed those of Zonghangzong, which is why they have refrained from emphasizing their alchemical supremacy in recent years. Nevertheless, Zonghangzong possesses formidable alchemical capabilities, and while Li Ruoxu excels as an individual, Zonghangzong boasts an entire team of alchemists with varying levels of expertise. Given that Chao Ying possesses a fire-type single spiritual root, Yunjianzong was the first to be eliminated from consideration. This left Zonghangzong and Wuxingzong. While Wuxingzong has strong fire spells within its five-element repertoire, Zonghangzong's depth of research into fire techniques, due to its alchemical focus, also holds merit. Lin Jiang pondered over the merits of these two sects, grappling with indecision. Uncle, I have finished my bath." While Lin Jiang was lost in thought, Chao Ying had already emerged from the bathing room. "Put on another robe. We do not want you to catch a chill." I have. Uncle, when is dinner? I'm so hungry." Chao Ying pouted, for after each medicinal bath, she always felt famished, capable of devouring 3 large bowls of spiritual rice. "Dinner is ready. It is on the table. Come, let us eat," Lin Jiang said, putting away the documents and leading Chao Ying to the dining area. "Uncle, why do you always have a furrowed brow lately? Is it not your future that worries you? In my time, I never fretted so much over the college entrance exam." "What is the college entrance exam? A barbecue? Is it delicious? All you think about is eating. You truly drive me, your old father, to despair. Aren't you my uncle? Why have you turned into my father? Eat a bit more to keep your mouth busy. Thank you." Lin Jiang rolled his eyes. Chao Ying's personality was nothing like her parents, who were both taciturn. This girl was more like her uncle Zhang Ruifeng, a notorious chatterbox. Is this how it is that a nephew resembles an uncle? Chao Ying, Do you wish to attend Wuxing Zone or Zhonghang Zone? Where is Wuxing Zone? And where is Zhonghang Zone? Our current Yunzhongcheng is the territory of Zhonghang Zone, while Wuxing Zone is far away. Even if I ride a giant sand sculpture, it would take a whole day to reach. Then I shall go to Zhonghang Zone. It's closer to you, so I can visit often. I knew you would say that. Let S toss the spirit stone. Heads for Zhonghang Zone, tails for Wuxing Zone. You do the tossing. Lin Jiang took out a spirit stone and cast a spell to mold it into the shape of a coin, inscribing a character for Zhong on one side and Wu on the other before handing it to Chao Ying. Oh yes, it's Zhonghang Zone. Chao Ying tossed it casually, and it landed on heads. She was so elated she nearly jumped. Not counted, toss again. Uncle, you're cheating. Enough talk. Toss quickly, or tonight you'll be gnawing on jerky with nothing else to eat. Oomph. Chao Ying immediately conceded. After Lin Jiang's culinary bombardment, her palate had been spoiled. She couldn't settle for mere jerky, unlike those two bumbling sand sculptures who had feasted on it for decades without tiring. Uncle, look, it's heads again. Toss once more. Uncle, you can't play like this. Last time. Oomph. Chao Ying was becoming increasingly displeased, but she tossed it once more. This time, Lin Jiang was astonished. It was still heads. Chao Ying, tell me honestly, are you the goddess of luck? The odds of 50% cannot yield heads 3 times in a row. Uncle, what is the goddess of luck? Is it a deity? Forget it, I'll toss it myself. Lin Jiang took the spirit stone coin and tossed it casually. Cursed fate. Lin Jiang stared at the spirit stone coin, utterly speechless. It was still heads. Thus it was fated, and there was nothing Lin Jiang could do but choose Zhonghang Zone for Chao Ying. However, before they departed, he reminded her of several matters, such as not speaking of the incidents involving him and the 2 sand sculptures to outsiders. It had been decades since Lin Jiang had slain He Yunwei, yet the He family still existed. Many would surely remember the incident. Though Lin Jiang could find excuses to cover his past, what if others disregarded his explanations? They might choose to eliminate him rather than risk letting him go. After preparing for another half-month, Lin Jiang finally took Chao Ying to the gate of Zhonghang Zone. Such a prestigious sect often recruited disciples, but their requirements were stringent. The minimum was 3 spirit roots or some other demonstrated talent. Only when the numbers of outer disciples or servants were insufficient did they conduct mass testing in nearby mortal villages to recruit more. Such mass recruitment was rare, occurring only once every 50 or 60 years. This was a systematic process. When a previous batch of outer disciples or servants aged and passed away, the need for labor arose, prompting recruitment. Are you here to test your daughter's spirit roots? Yes, but she is not my daughter. She is the daughter of a deceased friend. Her parents have both perished, and I have taken her in. You are truly righteous, which is commendable. The outer affairs manager at Zhonghang Zone immediately held Lin Jiang in high regard. Life as a loose cultivator is arduous, yet he was willing to take on a dependent. He was indeed a good person. I am merely fulfilling a request. Here is my identification. Lin Jiang produced a document. Zhonghang Zone did not accept just anyone. The most crucial requirement was a clear background, ensuring one was not from a malevolent sect or a spy from another faction. Thus, an identification document was necessary. This document was straightforward, certifying that Lin Jiang had lived in Yunzhongcheng for over 10 years and was neither from a malevolent sect nor affiliated with other factions, easily verifiable. Should Chao Ying gain entry into the inner sect or be accepted as a direct disciple, they would need to validate the claims made. If she were merely an outer disciple or servant, the document would be worthless, as they would not have access to the core secrets of Zhonghang Zone. Then please, allow the young girl to enter and test her spirit roots. Xiao Ying, Gumin. Lin Jiang beckoned to Chao Ying, who followed the manager into a chamber. Inside was a stone platform with a bagua compass. The manager instructed Lin Jiang to prick Chao Ying's fingertip, allowing her blood to fill her palm before pressing it onto the stone platform. It hurts. Chao Ying was on the verge of tears. The last time it had only required a few drops, but this time it was so much more. Fire-type single spirit root. No, wait, there is also a companion spirit root. A wind-type exotic spirit root. The manager stared at the light emanating from the stone platform, momentarily stunned before bursting into joyous exclamations. Congratulations, dear friend. Congratulations. Manager, what about this companion spirit root? A fortunate occurrence. Fire rises with the wind. This is splendid news. The manager elaborated, explaining that every individual possesses all 5 spirit roots. The reason some are classified as single or dual spirit roots is that certain roots are so prominent they overshadow the existence of others. 5 spirit roots indicate that all are equally significant, meaning there are no so-called companion spirit roots. Beyond the 5 elemental spirit roots, there exist exotic roots of wind, thunder, and ice. If these exotic roots are also remarkable, their talent is on par with single spirit roots, making them equally valued by the sect. As the manager spoke, he activated a communication talisman, and shortly thereafter, an overwhelming presence descended upon the area. I have met Elder Nayland. The manager was somewhat astonished. The Outer Sect's Grand Elder, Nayland, had personally come out. Lin Jiang also turned to Nayland. He had been an observer of the events concerning Wenxing and had heard much about the Nayland family. Yet this was his first encounter with such a prominent figure. Do not stand on ceremony. Where is the new disciple? Elder, this is the new disciple, named Xiaoying. A girl indeed. Good. Has her spirit root been confirmed? Elder, we have tested once. She possesses a fire-type single spirit root and a wind-type exotic spirit root. Let us conduct another test to ensure absolute accuracy. Again, upon hearing this, Xiaoying erupted in protest. She didn't want to do it again and longed to return home. Xiaoying, be good, just one more time. Your hand is already sore. No need for further cutting. We will prepare a feast for you at home. Lin Jiang felt somewhat awkward, tried to soothe Xiaoying, and it took considerable effort to persuade her to agree to the test once more. All right. Upon seeing the results, Nayland broke into a hearty laugh, and Lin Jiang recognized that the matter was settled. Manager, what do you think? Dear friend, this matter is nearly settled. I have a few more questions for you. If all is well, we can proceed with the admission formalities. Please ask away. The manager proceeded to inquire about various details, such as whether Xiaoying could read. If she could not, they would need to arrange for her basic education and whether she had practiced any cultivation techniques. Lin Jiang answered most truthfully, only concealing the circumstances of Xiaoying's parents, stating they were ordinary loose cultivators who had perished due to an accident. They did not probe further. It was not unusual for loose cultivators to die unexpectedly. Uncle, when are we going home? Xiaoying, you are now a disciple of Zhonghang Zong. You cannot return home with Uncle. Ah, Uncle, you do not want me anymore? It's not that I don't want you. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. Xiaoying immediately burst into tears, leaving Lin Jiang in an awkward situation. He felt a touch of social anxiety. The steward, accustomed to unusual occurrences, attempted to placate the situation with some snacks, yet to no avail. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and decisively restrained Xiaoying, addressing the steward and Elder Nayland. Elder Nayland, when Xiaoying was but a child, her parents met with an untimely demise. She has been with me for nearly a decade, akin to a daughter in my heart. I have indulged her, yet I am acutely aware that without rigorous training, she shall not flourish. Thus, I relinquish her to your esteemed sect. You are a rational and intelligent individual. This child shall not be overlooked at Zhongxing Zone. Rest assured, I will ensure she is well cared for. For the next 6 months, do not visit her at Zhongxing Zone. Return after half a year. Elder Nayland regarded Lin Jiang with approval, noting that excessive indulgence from elders could squander even the finest talents. Thank you, Elder Nayland. Steward, provide him with tenfold the settling and allowance. I shall take my leave with her now. Yes, Elder Nayland, the steward readily agreed. Lin Jiang watched as the tearful Xiaoying was led away by Elder Nayland, his heart aching profoundly, reminiscent of the pain he felt upon departing from the Lin family. Chapter 68. The nature of humanity outside the gates of Zhongxing Zone. Lin Jiang, holding 3,000 spirit stones, walked with a heavy heart, glancing back frequently. Zhongxing Zone had a tradition of offering settling-in allowances to the families of disciples. For miscellaneous disciples, the compensation was merely a few spirit stones. If the family lacked cultivators, they might receive only gold, silver, or food as a token gesture. The families of outer disciples received approximately 30 to 50 spirit stones, while inner disciples garnered up to 100 spirit stones. Those with exceptional talents could receive as much as 300 spirit stones. As for the tenfold allowance Lin Jiang received, he surmised it was due to their status. He had learned that half of the slots available for disciples in large sects were designated for those from subordinate factions, such as the clans of the Nayland family. These disciples came with their own affiliations, and despite their talents, they could not join the rival sects of the Nayland family. In contrast, Lin Jiang, as a loose cultivator without connections, was different. Talented disciples could join any sect. Thus, Elder Nalen made a deliberate gesture of goodwill. 3,000 spirit stones were a significant sum for a loose cultivator. In the future, should Chowing become part of Elder Nalen's faction, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Even if she joined another faction, it would still forge a bond, and since the settling and allowance was not his expense, it was a win-win scenario. Alas, I must remember that I am but a transient soul in this world. I must not become ensnared in it. Ultimately, Lin Jiang sighed deeply, reminding himself that every individual has their own destiny. Chao Ying has her own path, and Zhongxing Zone will be her best haven. He should be pleased for her. Lin Daoyu, good morning. A month later, Lin Jiang strolled through the streets of Yincheng City, greeted warmly by the patrolling guards upon seeing him. Lin Jiang smiled in return. Just days prior, news had spread that Chao Ying had joined the inner sect of Zhongxing Zone. The word first circulated among the disciples of Zhongxing Zone in Yincheng City. And soon Lin Jiang found himself the center of enthusiastic attention. Wherever he went, disciples of Zhongxing Zone greeted him with warmth. Lin Jiang felt somewhat overwhelmed. He did not desire such attention, yet he could not sway the will of others. Thus, he opted to limit his outings, not that he ventured out frequently anyway. Upon arriving at Yunlai Pavilion, the proprietor promptly welcomed him. Lin Jiang presented his spirit talismans for inspection. Approximately every 10 days, he would visit Yunlai Pavilion to sell talismans, typically 30 at a time, crafted at the level of an ordinary late-stage Qi refinement talisman master. Any excess talismans were discreetly sold to other merchants, often in disguise. Zhang Zhanggue, you've miscalculated the spirit stones. You've given me too much. After counting, the proprietor of Yunlai Pavilion confirmed the payment. Yet Lin Jiang noticed an excess. There is no error. Lin Daoyu, you are one of our esteemed regulars, and your talismans are of exceptional quality, infused with abundant spiritual energy and potency. Some loyal customers specifically request your talismans, so we decided to offer you a better price. Yet, this would leave you with little profit, Lin Jiang countered. Aware that merchants typically acquire talismans at a meager 10% profit margin. Selling at retail price would lead to losses, considering rent and labor costs. Lin Daoyu, while it may seem we profit little, we are not at a loss. This shop is ours, thus we incur no rental expenses. Business must be conducted daily, and labor costs are minimal. Your high-quality talismans help retain our loyal customers, so in truth, we still gain, albeit slightly less. Zhang Zhanggue, we have been doing business for nearly a decade. Such gestures are unnecessary. My niece has merely entered Zhongxing Zone. She is not yet a significant figure. Lin Jiang chuckled, recognizing that Zhang Zhanggue was similarly adept at crafting fibs. Haha, Zhang Zhanggue chuckled awkwardly before adding, Lin Daoyu, it seems you haven't received the latest news. What news? Lin Jiang inquired. Your niece began her cultivation on the 5th day after joining, achieving Qi entry in a single night. Just 3 days ago, she reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. What nonsense! Lin Jiang exclaimed, his body jolting in disbelief. Surely he had misheard. Achieving Qi entry in a single night and ascending to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement in less than a month was surely a fabrication. He recalled his own struggles. It had taken him 8 months to succeed in Qi entry and years to progress through the layers. Lin Daoyu, you heard correctly. Qi entry in 1 night. And in 24 days, she reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. This has reportedly stirred the interest of the Yuaning elders at Zhongxing Zone, with at least 3 eager to take her as a disciple, leading to several disputes over her. This jest is in poor taste, Lin Jiang remarked, incredulous. I am well aware of my Xiao Ying's capabilities. She is not foolish, but neither is she extraordinary. My uncle is a steward in the inner sect of Zhongxing Zone. His brother-in-law oversees the Shanshu Tang, the academy responsible for educating newly initiated disciples. Zhang Zhanggue explained, emphasizing the stir this news had caused. Zhongxing Zone was not lacking in talent, but they sought out the truly exceptional, and undoubtedly, Chao Ying was emerging as a top-tier talent. Her spiritual root quality was one aspect, but her comprehension was another. The cultivation world was rife with those possessing superior spiritual roots, yet lacking in understanding, limiting their potential. In contrast, Chao Ying possessed both exceptional roots and keen insight. Provided she was not hindered, her foundation would flourish. with limitless potential to reach even the Yuan, Ying, and Huashan stages. I remain skeptical, Lin Jiang replied, pondering. Chao Ying and Zhang Ruifeng are not extraordinary talents themselves. Their qualities are only marginally superior to mine. Why then should their daughter excel so remarkably? It defies logic. Lin Daoyu, do you believe I would deceive you? You are destined for fortune, Zhang Zhanggue asserted. Chao Ying is still young. Her value has yet to materialize. Once she establishes her foundation and reaches the Jidan stage, her potential will be immense. With connections, acquiring wealth in Yincheng City will be effortless, and purchasing a home will be well within reach. If this is true, then I must refuse your spirit stones, Zhang Zhanggue. I beg your pardon, Lin Jiang insisted. Lin Daoyu, we are more than a decade-long friends, Zhang Zhanggue protested. Not quite a decade, Lin Jiang corrected with a chuckle, observing the proprietor's face turn pale. What did this mean? Did he presume they were too small a business to warrant his attention, thus denying him even the opportunity to curry favor? Zhang Zhanggue, please do not misunderstand. Business remains business, and friendship is friendship. Since Xiao Ying is so exceptional, as her uncle, I cannot hinder her progress, can I? Lin Daoyu, I did not mean it that way. Understand. Our old Lin earns his living through skill, not connections. How about this? I will draw a few more talismans each month, and you will gain, and I will gain as well. What do you think? All right then. Lin Daoyu must come by often. Naturally, I am a loyal person, and my collaboration with Zhang Zhanggue has been quite pleasant. I will certainly be a frequent visitor. Lin Jiang spoke, as he truly did not wish to hold Chao Ying back. This money is not easily obtained. Whatever someone gives you must eventually be repaid in double or even multiple times. Lin Jiang took out some excess spirit stones and, after engaging in idle chatter with Zhang Zhanggue, departed. In the following days, news of a talented disciple being recruited by Zhang Hengzong gradually spread, evoking envy among the scattered cultivators. The rules of the cultivation world dictate that when one person attains enlightenment, all associated with them ascend as well. The wealthy individuals of Yincheng City are certainly connected to the two major sections. Many mentioned Lin Jiang, yet he remained increasingly reclusive, and few knew of his true identity. However, within the system of Zhang Hengzong, Lin Jiang was no longer secret. When he encountered disciples of Zhang Hengzong, they would greet him warmly, eager to befriend him. Shopping at the Zhang Hengzong stores also came with significant discounts. Of course, this privilege was exclusive to Zhang Hengzong. Those from Yunjianzong would merely extend polite gestures, as he was not one of their disciples. Nevertheless, this attention brought Lin Jiang considerable distress. He harbored too many secrets, and such scrutiny could lead to substantial trouble. The most typical issue was the Dark Knight assassins. Lin Jiang had eliminated about a dozen of them, although Zhang Ruifeng rarely ventured out with Chao Ying. Who could say whether the assassins knew Chao Ying's name? Although Lin Jiang had long abandoned the identity of Lin Yang, certain traits remained fixed. For instance, as a talisman master, if one were to compare Lin Jiang's previous talismans, the similarities would be glaring, as many habits of talisman crafting are consistent. It was time to relocate. Once Xiao Ying's situation stabilized, he would fabricate an excuse about traveling and then find a reason to move. Lin Jiang resolved once more that he could no longer maintain this identity. Once Xiao Ying's situation was secure, he would continue to alter his identity. Otherwise, disaster would inevitably befall him. Chapter 69. The highly coveted in the blink of an eye. A year had passed since Xiao Ying entered Zhang Hengzong, and Lin Jiang once again visited Zhang Hengzong to see her. After passing through several layers of announcements, he was granted entry, marking his first visit to Zhang Hengzong. He continuously observed his surroundings. When he had previously researched Zhang Hengzong, the records indicated that the mountain gate encompassed approximately 500 miles. Not merely a single peak, but rather a continuous range of mountains belonging to Zhang Hengzong. The sect's influence extended even further, radiating at least tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, how could it be considered one of the overlords of Yinzhou? As Lin Jiang beheld the landscape, he saw fields of spirit crops, with countless spirit grains cultivated, while other areas were cloaked in mist, obscuring their nature. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Lin Jiang finally arrived at the intersects Shanshutang, where Chao Ying was still a disciple, a novice, learning the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world. "Uncle!" Chao Ying exclaimed as she spotted Lin Jiang, leaping with joy and rushing to embrace him. Come down, what are you doing?" Lin Jiang quickly pulled her down, acutely aware of at least 100 gazes upon them, with a mental perception exceeding 3 figures. Who knows how many were watching? Uncle, why did it take you so long to visit me? Didn't you say you could come every 6 months? I was merely concerned you might become complacent and wanted you to learn a bit more. I am not being complacent. I am the top student at Shanshu Tang. Is that so? Really? Yes. They are so foolish. Some have been in Shanshu Tang for a year and are still at the first level of qi refining, while I'm already at the 3rd level. The master at Shanshu Tang even urged me to take it slow and solidify my foundation. Otherwise, I might have reached the 4th level already and could be flying. Your master is correct. A solid foundation is essential. Do not rush. Lin Jiang quickly remarked, feeling a pang of jealousy. A year had passed, and she had reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Was there any fairness in the world? The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between humans and demonic beasts. I know, I have decided to break through in 3 months. There is no rush. Chao Ying cheerfully declared, having heard that once one reached the 4th level of qi refining, they could no longer remain in Shanshu Tang. Once she left, numerous responsibilities awaited her, which she found bothersome. She wished to stay a while longer. How are you faring here? Has anyone bullied you? No. The senior brothers and sisters and the masters are all very kind to me. That is good, Lin Jiang nodded. When one is strong, the world treats them kindly. He understood this well. Chao Ying was not yet strong, but she possessed great potential. Few would dare offend her unless they were confident in eliminating her in one go. Uncle, I missed you. Did you miss my cooking? Ah, you found me out. Let's find a place to rest. I've brought you some food. Yay! Chao Ying led Lin Jiang to her residence. As a genius, she enjoyed special treatment, having a complete courtyard to herself, while others had to share cramped quarters. Lin Jiang prepared her favorite dishes, filling the table in no time. Chao Ying quickly devoured the meal, for before her cultivation, she could only manage a bite or 2. Otherwise, her body could not withstand it. Now, having reached the 3rd level of qi refining, she could indulge without worry. I can't take it anymore. I have had too much spiritual energy. Uncle, wait for me an hour. I need to meditate and refine it. After clearing her plate, Chao Ying could no longer resist and dashed back to her room to meditate. Lin Jiang observed her closing the room's formation in such a hurried environment and felt reassured. Recognizing her strong self-protection instincts, Lin Daoyu, may we have a word? As soon as Chao Ying left, a whisper reached Lin Jiang's ear. Where's the senior? Right next door. Just turn left as you exit. All right. Lin Jiang nodded, then stepped out and turned left, finding a young man in his 20s awaiting him, remarkably handsome. Junior Lin Jiang, greetings, senior. We are the same clan. I am Lin Shuzi. Lin Xianpei, how do you fare? It seems you do not recognize me. Please forgive me, senior. I seldom venture out and am rather reclusive, thus unaware of your esteemed name. I'm currently at the mid-stage of Golden Core, and my master, Xiao Dingsheng, ranks 5th among the 13 elders of Zonghengzong. He wishes to take your niece as a disciple. Perhaps you could assist in persuading her. Lin Shuzi stated, though his words bore a commanding tone, which greatly displeased Lin Jiang. Your master is a nascent soul elder. Why would a mere qi refining practitioner like me be of any assistance? As long as you treat Chao Ying sincerely, she will undoubtedly agree. It appears Lin Daoyu is unwilling to assist with this matter. Lin Xiong, such bullying of the younger by the elder could be rather embarrassing if it were spread. Before Lin Jiang could respond, another voice interjected. Turning, he saw another handsome young man approaching. Yet Lin Jiang dared not underestimate him, suspecting he was also a Golden Core figure. This place is quite lively. Were the 2 esteemed brothers discussing? As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman approached, smiling at Lin Shuzi. Qin Yin, Li Yunxiong, what brings you here? Why, Lin Xiong, how can I not visit Shanshu Tang? Indeed, if someone as busy as Lin Xiong can come, I also find it reasonable to take a stroll here. The middle-aged woman, Qin Yin, and the handsome young man, Li Yunxiong, harmonized their banter, causing Lin Shuzi's expression to darken. Lin Jiang yearned to cast an invisibility spell, wishing to conceal himself from the fierce disputes among the formidable Jindan masters. He felt like a mere shrimp amidst giants, unable to withstand their might, as even a sneeze from them could prove fatal. Lin Daoyu, my junior, is eager for Master Lin Shuzi to accept disciples, and I too am in a dilemma, said Qin Yin, gazing at Lin Jiang with a playful smile. Lin Jiang shot her a glance, suddenly feeling as if the world was spinning around him. realizing with alarm that she was employing some sort of trickery. Those who frequently visited the Yingshun Tower to converse with the little fairies knew that some possessed enchanting skills capable of draining even the mightiest men of their strength, leaving their storage bags and vitality empty. Lin Jiang, a seasoned warrior from Yingshun Tower, found himself devoid of resistance at that moment, his willpower rapidly crumbling. Just then, a cough echoed, and Lin Jiang jolted to clarity. Qin Shiji, your illusionary arts are sufficient even against a consummate Jindan master. Employing them against a mere Qi practitioner seems rather ungracious, he remarked. Is it wrong for me to take an interest in him? She retorted. I have no objections if it's him you fancy, but if it's his niece, I would have my concerns. What if I fancy you? Qin Yin responded, her eyes sparkling with mischief, not employing mere charm, but rather a sophisticated illusion, a formidable one at that. Yet Li Yinchong swiftly turned away, avoiding her gaze and breaking her spell. Lin Daoyu, I am rather forthright. All three of us are here for your niece. Lin Shuzi's master was Xiao Dingsheng, one of the 5 elders, while Qin Yan's master was Ouyang Qing, the 13th elder of Zhonghong's sect, and Lin Zhang's master was Qi Yunzhao, the 3rd elder. Our masters are all taken with your niece's talents, and wish to take her as a direct disciple. What are your thoughts? Li Qianbei. I fear I cannot make such a decision, Lin Jiang replied. Not being able to decide is not an option either, for we have consulted Xiaoying. She mentioned that the elders were present, and thus did not dare to decide, pushing the responsibility onto you. You must make a choice for Xiaoying. Lin Jiang was left speechless, wishing the 3 would depart, so he could reprimand Xiaoying. Was it not a terrible betrayal to shift the burden onto him? 3 esteemed seniors, Xiao Ying's words may stem from her youth and anxiety, as she does not dare to agree hastily. It would be irresponsible of me to make a decision about Zhonghong's sect without a full understanding. Perhaps I should first have a thorough conversation with Xiao Ying to gauge her thoughts. Lin Daoyu speaks wisely. I shall await your good news. Qin Yin agreed cheerfully, turning to leave, but not forgetting to whisper a series of secretive words into Lin Zhang's ear. Li Yinchong and Lin Shuzi echoed similar sentiments, promising Lin Jiang substantial benefits. Was the competition for talent within Zhonghong's sect truly so ruthless? As the 3 departed, Lin Jiang pondered whether bringing Xiao Ying to Zhonghong's sect had been a prudent choice. The internal strife there could render Xiao Ying a mere pawn in their power struggles. With unease filling his heart, Lin Jiang awaited Xiao Ying's return, subsequently inquiring about her apprenticeship. Uncle, I am also troubled. They are so kind to me. Can I not take them all as my masters? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jiang, who understood that now was not the time for such discussions. The eavesdropping crowd chuckled at her naivety. A mere child wishing to take multiple masters at once was a fanciful dream. Were it not for her outstanding talent, she would not even qualify to serve as their attendant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jiang imparted a lesson about the seriousness of direct discipleship, urging her to remain grounded. However, he swiftly shifted the topic to inquire about her experiences at Zhonghong's sect. Xiao Ying eagerly shared her joyful tales of life within Zhonghong's sect, proudly declaring herself the most exceptional among the newcomers of the Shengxue Hall, far ahead of her peers. And, basking in the attention of the elders, she felt like a little princess, reveling in her happiness. Lin Jiang had intended to temper her expectations, but upon recalling that she was merely 13, he chose to let her enjoy the moment, reasoning that such joy might not last forever. Their conversation continued until dusk, after which Lin Jiang was assigned accommodations at Zhonghong's sect's guest house. The following morning, Xiao Ying arrived early, eager to show Lin Jiang around. What are your thoughts on the matter of apprenticeship? Lin Jiang asked, now confident that no one was eavesdropping. I am uncertain. The kinder they are to me, the more fearful I become. Why fear? Because they are not my family. Uncle treats me well because he is my uncle, but they are not. That is a valid point. What do you know of the 3 elders, Xiao Dingsheng, Ouyang Qing, and Qi Yunzhao? What is their reputation? I've only been here for a year. I do not know much. I have only heard them spoken of positively. I see, Lin Jiang replied, then produced the spirit stone coin from earlier. Uncle, what is this for? Just as we did when selecting our sex, you shall toss this spirit stone. Among the 3, choose 2 first, toss 3 times, and whichever appears twice will eliminate the other. Then proceed to the remaining 1, and whoever is chosen shall be your master. This is the way of fate. Uncle is clever. Let's proceed as such. Xiao Ying exclaimed joyfully, having almost forgotten this method. Meanwhile, Lin Shuzi and the others observing from the shadows were left speechless. Such an important decision regarding apprenticeship was treated so lightly. It seemed that Xiao Ying's uncle was not a particularly reliable figure. Xiao Ying, focus on your training at Zhonghong sect. In a couple of years, I shall embark on a journey. Uncle, where will you go? I do not know. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Do not wander too far. It is dangerous outside. Once I have built my foundation, I will take you along and protect you. Ha ha, splendid. Then I shall await your protection. Lin Jiang laughed, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, as it was indeed likely that Xiao Ying, with her exceptional talent and Zhonghong sect's guidance, could surpass him in establishing her foundation before he did. After over a century of cultivation, he could be outdone by a child of merely 13. Lin Jiang did not stay for a second night at Zhonghong sect. By afternoon, he departed and returned to Yunqing. Time flew by, and at the age of 162, Lin Jiang finally achieved the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, marking a full 150 years of cultivation. This realization filled him with a sense of bittersweet reflection. What others accomplished in a decade or two, he had spent a century and a half achieving. Were it not for his fortuitous advantages, he could only imagine the height of the grass upon his grave. Upon his arrival at Juxing Tower, Lin Jiang received a grand reception, with the Jindan-level proprietor personally attending him as only half a year prior. Xiao Ying had become a disciple of the 13th elder, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing, though the youngest among the Yuanying elders, was far from weak, possessing two outstanding traits that enabled her to stand tall among her peers in Zhonghong sect. The first was her youth. At just over 300 years old, she had a lifespan of 700 years remaining, granting her ample time to nurture her own disciples. The second was her partner, Chunming Yang, the 8th elder of Zhonghong sect and the head of the Dan Hall, renowned for his alchemical prowess. In recent years, he had been overshadowed by Li Ruoxu, but prior to that, anyone in Yunqing would have named him the foremost alchemist. Xiao Ying's apprenticeship under Ouyang Qing is akin to grasping the legs of two formidable Yuanying stage practitioners. As long as Xiao Ying does not encounter unforeseen circumstances, the probability of her advancing to the Jindan stage is exceedingly high, given her ample talent, comprehension, and resources. It is common knowledge that Xiao Ying's future achievements will be significant, which consequently casts a favorable light on Lin Jiang as well. Are you here for the foundation-building pills? Taoist Lin? Indeed, after years of arduous cultivation, having finally reached the pinnacle of qi training, it is only reasonable to seize this opportunity, Lin Jiang responded. After returning from Rayong Mountain, Lin Jiang had changed his name to Lin Sheng and altered his publicly declared age to 35. With a decade having passed, he now presents himself as 45, making it entirely justifiable for him to strive for foundation establishment. Taoist Lin, ordinarily, I cannot directly sell you the foundation-building pills. I am aware of the regulations. I shall await your notification regarding the auction. Lin Jiang nodded. In Yincheng City, foundation-building pills are rarely sold directly. Most transactions occur through auctions. Initially, Lin Jiang did not comprehend the rationale behind this, but he later learned from seasoned practitioners at the market that auctions yield greater profits. The typical auction price for a foundation-building pill ranges from 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. Yet there are instances where competitive bidding escalates the price to 40 or 50,000 spirit stones, as these pills serve as a means to amass wealth. Furthermore, this practice serves to limit the power of loose cultivators. With a vast number of loose cultivators possessing varying degrees of talent and comprehension, large sects do not wish to see too many of them successfully establish their foundations. Hence, the production of foundation-building pills is restricted, released gradually through auctions. This control becomes even more pronounced during the Jindan stage when large sects deplete all resources that could enhance Jindan formation in the wild, reserving rare spiritual herbs like the 5 elements golden fruit exclusively for themselves, effectively monopolizing these treasures. However, they do release some Jindan cultivation resources every few decades or centuries. For instance, during the last grand celebration in Yincheng City, a 5 elements pill was auctioned at an exorbitant price, making it nearly impossible for those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment to acquire it without external support. If one lacks backing, they may resort to plundering other loose cultivators, thus not only seizing their wealth, but also significantly diminishing their numbers. In years when Jindan cultivation treasures appear, loose cultivators frequently vanish in large numbers, often victims of those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, who require spirit stones to purchase these treasures. Taoist Lin, your understanding is commendable. When the foundation building pills are up for auction, I shall send someone to notify you. Thank you, esteemed senior, Lin Jiang replied, nodding. He wished to conserve the goodwill he had with Chao Ying and preferred to spend spirit stones whenever possible, as he was not in a rush. However, Lin Jiang's plan to delay his identity change might alter if he could establish his foundation within the next 15 years. With the connection to Chao Ying, the Dark Knight organization would likely refrain from targeting him. In previous years, the Dark Knight organization had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Zhongxing sect and the Yunjian sect, forcing them into hiding. Upon exiting the Juxing Tower, Lin Jiang made his way home, deliberately avoiding the Taobao Pavilion, as the Juxing Tower's deference was due to Chao Ying's influence, whereas the Taobao Pavilion would not extend him any courtesy. Once home, Lin Jiang retrieved blank talisman paper to practice talisman drawing, entering the pinnacle of Qi training. His spiritual energy and consciousness experienced another substantial enhancement, allowing him to produce up to 12 talismans daily. Additionally, his daily expenditures had significantly decreased. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of Qi training, there was no longer a need for gathering spirit pills or formations. He merely required daily practice to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, once his cultivation growth plateaued, he could commence foundation establishment. Including rent, his daily expenses amounted to no more than 30 spirit stones, allowing him to save money daily, which felt immensely satisfying as his storage bag began to swell once again. Upon reviewing his assets, Lin Jiang recalled that he had acquired 80,000 spirit stones at Riyang Mountain, supplemented by previous savings amounting to over 120,000. After nearly a decade, he still had over 80,000 spirit stones remaining, along with various items worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. He did not intend to sell everything, as he was nearing foundation establishment and would need certain items for himself. Only those that might expose his identity would have to be dealt with later. Before establishing his foundation, Lin Jiang needed to find a way to enhance the strength of his two sand sculptures. He glanced at his spirit beast pouch. Since reaching mid-second tier, the sand sculpture's growth had become markedly slow. Despite consuming vast amounts of spirit meat, their cultivation barely increased, only satisfying their hunger. The fragments of demon cores had contributed to some growth, but they had not yet reached late second tier. While the strength of the sand sculpture's father was unknown, their mother had been at mid-second tier. Logically, it was entirely possible for them to advance to late second tier. Ascending to the third tier might require fortuitous opportunities. But with sufficient investment, it was not an impossible feat. The Aurora Falcon held great potential. The highest recorded in Yunzhou had reached late third tier. Lin Jiang recalled the knowledge he had acquired about beast taming. The Aurora Falcon possessed immense growth potential, with the most formidable among them having once dominated the region, only to be ultimately slain by cultivators. To enhance the Aurora Falcon's strength, considerable resources must be allocated. Over the past century, Lin Jiang had invested an immeasurable amount into them, and now that he had come this far, it was too late to cut his losses. He had to continue investing. If he could indeed nurture them to the third tier, he would be able to navigate the foundation establishment phase with ease. Chapter 71. Return favor at Zhongxing sect. Feilai Peak serves as the residence of Elder Chen Mingyang, along with Ouyang Qing, his Dao companion, and their disciples. Although Chen Mingyang and Ouyang Qing have few direct disciples, together, they number only a handful. However, Chen Mingyang has many registered disciples, though their status pales in comparison to that of direct disciples. Chao Ying has been under Ouyang Qing's tutelage for over a year now, having reached the 5th level of Qi training. It is not that she cannot advance faster. Rather, Ouyang Qing has consistently advised her to temper her growth. Rapid advancement can sometimes lead to a fragile foundation. There are numerous spells and techniques within the Qi training stage, as well as other knowledge. Concluding this phase prematurely often results in neglecting crucial aspects that may lead to future pitfalls. Thus, Ouyang Qing insists that Chao Ying moderate her training pace. Nonetheless, Chao Ying's talent is undeniable. With reduced training hours, she has devoted herself to learning other skills, particularly spells, and her progress has been exceptionally swift. While it may take others years to master a specific spell, Chao Ying can achieve proficiency within a couple of months, which is indeed remarkable. Amidst this aura of genius, Chao Ying has garnered much affection from her senior brothers and sisters at Failai Peak. Furthermore, her humble and lively demeanor makes her all the more endearing. Master, are you there? One day, Chao Ying arrived outside Chun Mingyang's alchemy chamber, calling out loudly. Little junior sister, Master is currently refining pills. What do you need from him? One of Chun Mingyang's disciples opened the door and spoke kindly to Chao Ying. It is noteworthy that anyone else who dared to disturb Chun Mingyang during his alchemy sessions would likely face a scolding. When will Master finish refining? I have something to discuss with him. It will take a little while longer, perhaps half an hour. What is it that you wish to discuss with Master? I won't tell you, Little junior sister, my Master is quite busy. He may not be able to see you. If he doesn't see me, I will go tell Master to handle you, Chao Ying declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Her boldness left Chun Mingyang's disciple speechless, realizing she had quickly discovered her master's weak spot. Chao Ying, come in, a voice called from the alchemy chamber. Chao Ying smiled and promptly stepped inside. Little shimmy, it is best if you do not enter the inner chamber. There is ego within that your chi refinement stage cannot withstand. You might get hurt, so please wait here. Chun Mingyang's disciple stopped Chao Ying, as the temperature inside for alchemy is exceedingly high. Only after establishing his foundation was he allowed to enter, and even then, he had to exert great effort to maintain his protective aura to avoid harm. Should Chao Ying, still in the chi refinement stage, venture in, she might be incinerated before she even approaches. Chao Ying did not recklessly intrude. She waited until Chun Mingyang finished his alchemical work before meeting him. Externally, Chun Mingyang appeared to be in his 40s, unkempt, with disheveled hair and beard, and his wrinkled clothing contrasted starkly with the stunningly beautiful Ouyang Qing. However, Chun Mingyang was indifferent to his appearance. Being an alchemy enthusiast, he was utterly absorbed in his craft, and as long as it did not interfere with his alchemy, other matters were inconsequential. Shigong, I have prepared some delicious food for you. Please have a taste. Upon seeing Chun Mingyang, Chao Ying immediately produced several baskets from her storage ring, filled with steaming dishes, rich in aroma and flavor. Chao Ying, it is not shameful to lack culinary skills. But do not deceive me. These are clearly the signature dishes of the masters from the intersex dining hall. When did they become your creations? Chun Mingyang sat down and began to eat, but did not forget to reveal Chao Ying's little ruse. What you prepared? Don't joke with me. I've been enjoying these dishes from the dining hall for decades. Shigong, I spent spiritual stones to purchase this. It belongs to me regardless. Gao Xing, undeterred by being called out, responded with righteous indignation. If I spent my money, it is mine. All right, it is yours. I can feel Chao Ying's filial piety. However, with such kindness today, do you have something to request from your Shigong? Shigong, you are truly astute. I would like to ask for some foundation building pills. Just 10 or 8 will suffice. Are you planning to consume the foundation building pills as if they were meals? 10 or 8. 3 or 5 would also be acceptable. With this meal, you cannot even barter for a single pill's residue, yet you wish to exchange for 3 or 5. Oh, Shigong, please lend me your aid. I will extol your virtues before Master in the future. Do I need you to extol me? Chun Mingyang raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. He was a figure of great wisdom and prowess in alchemy. Did he require others to praise him? Is that so? Then who was it that was driven out of the room by my master last month? Cough. Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. Shigong, Gao Xing, undeterred by her initial failure, shifted to a mode of endearment, moving behind Chun Mingyang to knead his shoulders and massage his legs. Stop, I cannot endure this. Speak. What do you need the foundation building pills for? Chun Mingyang was indeed susceptible to this approach. He and Ouyang Qing had no children, not due to a lack of desire, but out of fear. The higher a cultivator's level, the more difficult it became to have children. Infants require maternal nourishment, which cultivators' bodies instinctively reject. By the Yuanying stage, female cultivators must pay a heavy price to give birth, often stalling or even regressing in their cultivation. Thus, female cultivators above the Yuanying stage rarely bear children unless they experience an extraordinary love. In fact, even during the Jindan stage, childbirth is uncommon. Due to their lack of children, Chun Mingyang and Ouyang Qing cherished young ones, especially those who were small and adorable. Chao Ying possessed both qualities. Indeed, Her vivacity and charm were genuine, yet she was still but 14 years old. In comparison to their centuries-old peers, she was akin to an infant. In the realm of cultivation, the relationship between a master and their direct disciples is profoundly serious. When a disciple pays respects to their master, they are expected to treat them as a parent. The adage "one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father" is not merely rhetoric. Chao Ying's previous teachers at the Shanshu Academy had a typical student-teacher relationship, while here, disciples are regarded as inheritors. In special circumstances, a direct disciple status may even surpass that of the master's biological children. Chun Mingyang and his wife treated Chao Ying as their own daughter. Upon witnessing her endearing behavior, Chun Mingyang's heart softened. "Shigong, a few days ago, I overheard Uncle Jiang say that my uncle is seeking foundation-building pills everywhere. You know that I've been raised without parents. My uncle has painstakingly brought me up, which is no easy feat. I still remember when I was 8. Chao Ying immediately began her performance, pinching her thigh with resolve to squeeze out a few tears, commencing her lament. Stop. Where did you learn this nonsense? Shigong, I have not finished my performance yet. First, tell me who taught you this. I must break their legs. I read it in a book. Then read fewer of those nonsensical books. If you run out of reading material, come to my room. I have the most comprehensive foundation of alchemy in Yinzhu, along with my years of insights." Chun Mingyang rolled his eyes, certain that the Zhonghong sect lacked such frivolous texts. It was likely that Chao Ying had been reading recklessly in Yincheng City, and he could not bring himself to scold her uncle. "Very well, Shigong, about those foundation-building pills. For mere foundation-building pills, why are you so exertive? Go seek your senior brothers. They surely have some excess," Chun Mingyang remarked. As his disciples were all key figures in alchemy within the Zhonghong sect, and even outside, they were considered advanced alchemists. Such trifling pills were beneath their notice. "Ah, splendid. Then, Shigong, farewell. Do not forget to massage my shoulders." "That was hardly a few strokes. I shall return home and tell master to massage your shoulders instead. I'm off." Chao Ying left in a flurry, not looking back. Chun Mingyang's expression darkened, as he imagined Ouyang Qing's shoulder massage could turn him into a mere ball. Even with 3 times his courage, he would not dare to ask. 35,000 spiritual stones. Is there any fellow Taoist willing to raise the bid? With no one raising their offer, the foundation-building pill was awarded to the 34th bidder. In the midst of an auction at the Juxing Tower, Lin Jiang, cloaked, sat among the crowd, watching the foundation-building pill soar from 20,000 to 35,000. He refrained from bidding further. It was not that he could not afford the price. Rather, he did not wish to be a fool. The auction price, along with the service fee, would nearly amount to 40,000 spiritual stones, exceeding Lin Jiang's psychological limit. Congratulations to bidder number 74 for winning the foundation-building pill. Please proceed to the back for the exchange. We will now commence the next item for auction. After a while, the auctioneer, seeing no further bids, set down the gavel, declaring the auction concluded, with the foundation-building pill going to the cloaked individual. Seeing the foundation-building pill auction concluded, Lin Jiang quietly departed. As the Juxing Tower is a premier commercial establishment in Yincheng City, it typically releases around 10 foundation-building pills for auction each year. If this time did not work out, he would simply return next time. He had ample time to spare. After returning the cloak, Lin Jiang stealthily made his way home. Along the way, he glanced at the 2 sand sculptures, which had succumbed to slumber. A few days prior, Lin Jiang had stealthily visited the fake black market within the city, purchasing a monster core, splitting it in 2 for them to consume. After finishing, they fell into a deep sleep, and he wondered when they might awaken. Chapter 72. Unexpected surprise uncle. Open the door. It is Chao Ying. Early in the morning, Chao Ying appeared at Lin Jiang's door in Yincheng City, knocking vigorously. Lin Jiang scanned with his spiritual sense and confirmed it was indeed Chao Ying. However, she was not alone, prompting him to quickly hide the sand sculptures. "Chao Ying, what brings you back?" "Senior Qin, you are here too." Lin Jiang opened the door to find Qin Yin beside Chao Ying and promptly paid his respects. Little Shimmy insisted on returning home to visit. Master was concerned and asked me to keep an eye on her. "Thank you, Senior Ouyang. Please come in." Lin Jiang hastily invited both inside, aware that Chao Ying indeed required protection. Otherwise, with her talent and comprehension, she might attract envy and face hidden dangers. Qin Yin stepped into Lin Jiang's humble abode. her brow slightly furrowed at the small and dilapidated dwelling. It felt unfamiliar to her. Within the Zhonghong Zone, she possessed an independent cave dwelling. And with her golden core cultivation, she could construct a residence spanning 10 acres. Here in Lin Jiang's home, it measured a mere 70 square meters at most. Far too small. Apologies for the modesty of my home, Taoist friend. You may consider relocating to the northern part of the city in the future, Lin Jiang suggested, nodding. The northern district of Yunzhong City is known as the affluent area, where the architecture is far more spacious than in the other three districts, resulting in a significantly higher per capita residential area and, consequently, elevated prices. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang was determined to move there, as he needed an environment rich in spiritual energy to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Although a gathering spirit array could address this issue, it required continuous replacement of spirit stones, which was impractical for Lin Jiang during his seclusion. Thus, he aimed to rent a sufficiently spirit-rich cave dwelling in the northern region. "Uncle, I miss your cooking," exclaimed Xiaoying. "All right, I'll prepare something for you right away. Please wait a moment while I entertain your senior sister." Lin Jiang replied with a smile, showing a fondness for Xiaoying, given her youthful innocence. Wearing an apron, Lin Jiang entered the kitchen and prepared several dishes, which he then served to Xiaoying, who eagerly enjoyed the meal. "Your culinary skills are commendable. You could easily work in the dining hall of Zhonghong Zone," she remarked. "Senior sister, could you arrange for my uncle to join the dining hall?" she inquired hopefully. "That is not feasible. He is not a disciple of our sect." Qin Yin interjected. "Ah, could we not plead with the master on his behalf?" Gao Xing proceed. "Even the master cannot intervene. The dining hall is a sacred place within the sect, not open to just anyone," Qin Yin explained, shaking her head. "There are numerous disciples who still require sustenance, and if unscrupulous individuals gained entry, it would be disastrous, potentially jeopardizing the safety of our junior disciples. Thus, only those with a clean lineage, having been part of Zhonghong Zone for several generations, may enter." "Xiaoying, I have no desire to join Zhonghong Zone. I have grown accustomed to being a free-spirited practitioner, so please do not trouble the elders," Lin Jiang said. "Very well, uncle. I have returned with a special gift for you," Xiaoying announced, producing a jade vial from which she poured out several foundation establishment pills. "5?" Lin Jiang gasped in astonishment. "You managed to acquire 5 foundation establishment pills?" "Indeed, 5. My master, Chun Mingyang, is the head of the sect's alchemy hall, and I received one from each of his 5 disciples. Unfortunately, 2 of his disciples lack the skill to refine the pills, or I could have obtained even more," she explained. "Xiaoying, is your master truly that influential?" Lin Jiang asked, bewildered by the value of the pills. Qin Yin, listening nearby, shook her head, saying, "Lin Taoist, you should accept this gift. It is a token of Xiao Shimi's filial piety." "This is far too precious," he protested. "Not at all. For free practitioners, acquiring a single foundation establishment pill can cost 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. However, for us, the total cost of a furnace of foundation establishment pills is merely 20,000 spirit stones. Our senior brothers possess excellent alchemical skills, yielding at least 8 pills each time." Qin Yin clarified, "The retail price differs significantly from the cost price, as the former includes various expenses. For our alchemists, crafting a single foundation establishment pill only costs 2 to 3,000 spirit stones. For Chun Mingyang's disciples, that amount is negligible. I feel undeserving of such generosity," Lin Jiang said, waving his hand, though his gaze remained fixed on the foundation establishment pills. Having participated in several auctions, he knew that each pill often commanded around 40,000 spirit stones, making 5 nearly 200,000, an enormous sum for free practitioners. Lin Jiang could assure that over 95% of free practitioners in Yunzhong City would struggle to earn 200,000 spirit stones in 20 years. The housing conditions spoke volumes. It was common for 3 to 5 individuals to share residences of 50 to 60 square meters, with some even crammed into spaces for 7 or 8, reminiscent of a labor camp. Was this truly the life of a cultivator? You nurtured Xiao Shimi, and this is her way of honoring you. How could you deem it unworthy? Lin Taoist, please accept it. Do not waste her heartfelt gesture, Qin Yin said, well aware of Lin Jiang's intentions and offering him an opportunity to relent. Indeed, uncle, please accept it. You must succeed in your foundation establishment. I hope to savor your cooking again in 100 years, Chao Ying added earnestly. Very well. I do require foundation establishment pills, so I shall accept them. Lin Jiang conceded, albeit with a hint of embarrassment at his own pretense. I haven't visited Yunzhong City in many years. I shall take a stroll. You both stay here and ensure Xiao Ying does not venture out, understood? He instructed seriously. Understood. Rest assured, Lin Jiang replied with a nod. Ouyang Qing's decision to send Qin Yin to protect Xiao Ying was not without reason, and Lin Jiang would not act foolishly. Once Qin Yin departed, Xiao Ying was free to converse more openly with Lin Jiang. He cautioned her that life within Zhonghong Zone differed from home. She must tread carefully with her words, being sweet in speech but not overly loose-lipped. It was permissible to take small losses in practical matters, but when it came to core interests and boundaries, one must remain unwavering. Xiao Ying did not spend the night at home, leaving the same day. Generally, newer disciples were not permitted to leave the sect for their safety, but this time, it was a special exception granted by Ouyang Qing. After Chao Ying's departure, Lin Jiang gazed at the 5 foundation establishment pills, feeling exhilarated for some time. Having lived over a century, nurturing Chao Ying had proven to be his most rewarding investment. Just this batch of pills was a tremendous gain, an undeniable stroke of luck. That evening, he planned to treat himself at the Yingshan Tower. In 10 days, Lin Jiang would still attend the auction at the Juxing building, maintaining appearances. He couldn't afford to act recklessly just because he had obtained foundation establishment pills. However, during the auction, he decided not to bid on any foundation establishment pills exceeding 30,000 spirit stones, merely participating as an observer. After the auction concluded, Lin Jiang journeyed northward. Upon entering the northern district, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The buildings were no longer cramped, diminutive, and dilapidated, but rather grand and luxurious, with courtyards that varied in depth. The passers-by also exhibited a higher level of cultivation. Those in the qi refinement stage were scarce, while foundation establishment practitioners were abundant, and occasionally, one could even spot figures in the golden core stage. The northern district boasted not only opulent architecture, but also mountains. Other areas had been flattened long ago in the pursuit of maximizing resources, but the mountains in this district were the source of Yunzhong City's spiritual veins and remained untouched. However, cave dwellings had been developed on the mountains for rent. Lin Jiang inquired about the cave dwellings in the northern district, discovering they were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The heaven-grade caves could even serve the daily cultivation needs of nascent soul elders, who resided in these prestigious abodes. Earth-grade caves were suitable for golden core practitioners, while the higher echelons of Yunzhong City primarily occupied this category. The mysterious and yellow grades were adequate for foundation establishment practitioners, with both offering similar concentrations of spiritual energy, but differing in size and decor, as well as rental costs. The rental fees for Northern District cave dwellings were steep. A yellow-grade cave of less than 20 square meters commanded an annual rent of 5,000 spirit stones. In the most congested Southern District, that some could secure a nearly 100 square meter residence. In the Western District, one could rent a 150 square meter abode. Despite the high prices, demand for the caves in the Northern District far exceeded supply, leading Lin Jiang to lament the stark disparity between wealth and poverty in this world. While ordinary free practitioners struggled at the poverty line, those here enjoyed considerable wealth. Lin Jiang left a deposit and reserved a cave dwelling that would be vacated in 8 months. Once he moved in, he planned to commence his breakthrough formally. Upon returning home, Lin Jiang began gathering materials and information regarding the foundation establishment breakthrough. Previously, he had not paid much attention as he was still far from the requisite cultivation level. Now, however, it was never too late to prepare. In the period of qi cultivation, the most crucial step to break through to the foundation establishment stage is to compress the spiritual energy absorbed into the dantian from a gaseous state into a liquid state. This process necessitates the use of foundation establishment pills to provide immense spiritual pressure, which may potentially harm the meridians. Therefore, auxiliary pills aimed at protecting the meridians are included in the foundation establishment regimen. If conditions permit, one might seek the guidance of an elder for protection. Should the meridians become chaotic, there is a risk of falling into madness. However, Lin Jiang was unable to find a reliable guardian at the foundation establishment stage, and thus could only prepare more pills. The foundation establishment pills sent by Chao Ing were a tremendous help to Lin Jiang, saving him a significant amount of spirit stones and allowing him to make adequate preparations. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a way to gather more funds. 8 months later, Lin Jiang celebrated his 163rd birthday and successfully moved into the Huang-level cave dwelling in the northern part of the city, ready to commence his foundation establishment. Chapter 73. Foundation Establishment in Yunzhong City. At the Huang-level cave dwelling number 36 in the northern district, Lin Jiang stood before 5 jade bottles neatly aligned, each containing a foundation establishment pill, accompanied by a row of auxiliary pills that complemented the foundation establishment pills. The cave's management personnel, noticing Lin Jiang's full mastery of the qi cultivation stage, surmised his intent to break through and kindly advised him to set up a gathering array within the cave to enhance the production of spiritual energy, ensuring the cave's spiritual concentration remained abundant. This caution arose from previous instances where Golden Core experts had drained the surrounding spiritual energy during their breakthroughs, leading to mishaps for other cultivators residing in the cave dwellings. Management does not intervene in such matters. If one's cultivation is lesser, there is no recourse for justice. Thus, upon moving in, Lin Jiang swiftly arranged the gathering array, preventing 30 spirit stones from being refined every hour until a total of 1,500 spirit stones have been processed, resulting in a density of spiritual energy so rich that it transformed into a mist, at which point he ceased the operation. With preparations complete, Lin Jiang began his foundation establishment. Swallowing the foundation establishment pill, a torrent of formidable spiritual power surged forth, effortlessly flowing along his meridians into the dantian without requiring Lin Jiang's active refinement. At this juncture, Lin Jiang's dantian was already full. The continuously entering spiritual energy was subject to relentless compression. Lin Jiang harnessed his divine consciousness to actively participate in accelerating this compression process. Under the immense spiritual pressure, the dantian began to sustain damage. As the convergence point of the body's meridians, any impairment to the dantian would adversely affect the flow of spiritual energy. Most critically, if the dantian could not be repaired in time, the spiritual pressure from the foundation establishment pill would leak, preventing the completion of the liquefaction, which is pivotal in the foundation establishment process. With a flicker of his divine consciousness, a protective meridian pill flew into his mouth. Lin Jiang began to multitask, intensifying the spiritual pressure while simultaneously mending the dantian's injuries. However, after 7 days, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The dantian had sustained damage without sufficient time for repair, causing the spiritual pressure to leak and resulting in a failed foundation establishment. Lin Jiang sighed. With his 5 spiritual roots, if he had succeeded in his first attempt at foundation establishment, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stood up to stretch, then took out the healing pills he had prepared to tend to his injuries. He had rented this cave for 3 years, with an ample supply of foundation establishment pills, and still had opportunities ahead. 3 months later, Lin Jiang's meridian injuries healed, and after another half-month of recovery, he attempted foundation establishment once more. After 10 days, his second attempt also ended in failure, this time with even greater injuries. However, Lin Jiang's determination had been ignited. He refused to concede defeat. If he could not succeed with 5 foundation establishment pills, then he would persist. After 6 months of recuperation and another month of solitary cultivation, Lin Jiang initiated his 3rd attempt at foundation establishment. The 3rd failure struck Lin Jiang like a heavy blow, and he found himself humbled. After a year of recovery, he tried once more. This time, Lin Jiang felt more assured. Each of his previous failures had not been without merit. No amount of external breakthrough experience could compare to the lessons learned through personal practice. Each failure had imparted valuable insights, and his dantian and meridians had grown stronger through repeated trials. Ordinary loose cultivators, even disciples from sects or families, often find their chances depleted after a single failure, primarily due to the lack of access to a second foundation establishment pill or the onset of age-related decline past 60, which diminishes their control over their bodies and reduces their success rates. Furthermore, their families and sects are often reluctant to invest further resources in them. Thus, for those with special circumstances, as long as they are willing to invest substantial resources, they can indeed amass enough power to reach the foundation establishment stage. Success after secluding himself for 2 years and expending 4 foundation establishment pills. Lin Jiang gazed at a small droplet of liquid spiritual energy within his dantian, filled with a sense of gratification. The satisfaction coursed through him as he reflected on the arduous journey. 4 foundation establishment pills. Many loose cultivators would struggle to obtain even one, yet he had utilized 4, a sum that amounted to over 100,000 spirit stones at market value. Adding to this, the spirit stones consumed in the gathering array. Rent, healing pills, and other expenses, he had invested nearly 170 to 80,000 spirit stones into his foundation establishment. If one were to account for the losses incurred during these 2 years, the total would be staggering. Such a challenging process naturally prompted Lin Jiang to reflect with a sense of melancholy. This fulfillment could only truly be understood through personal experience. With renewed vigor, Lin Jiang celebrated his achievement with wine and meat before immersing himself once more in cultivation. Having just broken through, his foundation remained unstable and required time to solidify. This consolidation took an entire year. When a year concluded and his rent was due, the administrator approached Lin Jiang to inquire whether he intended to continue renting the cave. Lin Jiang declined, packed his belongings, and departed. 2 days later, Lin Jiang appeared at the entrance of the Zhonghong sect. Shortly thereafter, Chao Ying rushed towards him from the sect's gate. "Uncle." Seeing Lin Jiang, Chao Ying leaped with joy. Over the past 2 years, she had secretly visited Yunzhong City to see Lin Jiang, but had never been able to find him, knowing he was in seclusion, and thus refrained from disturbing him. "Chao Ying, you have attained foundation establishment?" Lin Jiang noticed her cultivation level first, and was astonished to find that Chao Ying had also reached the foundation establishment stage. "Yes. Uncle, I just broke through 2 months ago. That was fast. My master said I would advance quickly." "How long did it take you for your foundation establishment?" "Half a month." Lin Jiang was momentarily speechless. The sense of fulfillment he had felt upon achieving his own foundation establishment a year ago vanished entirely. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. He had spent 2 years while she achieved it in just half a month. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Nothing. You've been cultivating for 5 years, right?" 5 years and 7 months. 5 years and 7 months. Lin Jiang recalled his state at that time. Oh, the original owner had just descended into madness not long before. He was still at Lingtao Mountain Manor. He dared not dwell on it further. It was too embarrassing. "Uncle, why have you come to see me?" "I'm here to bid you farewell. I mentioned before that the world is vast, and I wish to explore it. After the delay due to my breakthrough, now that I have reached the foundation establishment stage, it's time for me to venture out." "Uncle, where will you go?" "I don't know yet. Just looking around, I suppose. But the outside world is dangerous." "Not to worry. I have the ability to protect myself." As Lin Jiang and Chao Ying chatted idly, he found himself wishing to shed his current identity, as any association with Chao Ying would attract undue attention. Now that she had reached foundation establishment before turning 18, it would undoubtedly draw more scrutiny, complicating Lin Jiang's future endeavors. He chose not to re-enter Zhonghong's sect, instead conversing with Chao Ying at the mountain gate for a while. After imparting some advice, Lin Jiang took to the skies and departed. However, he did not venture far. Instead, he soared into the midsection of the Yunzhong mountain range, where thousands of miles were a sanctuary for loose cultivators. It was puzzling what Zhonghong sect and Yunjian sect were thinking. They neither claimed this territory for themselves, nor permitted their vassals to do so, nor did they allow the powerful loose cultivators of Yunzhong City to occupy it, instead letting numerous loose cultivators congregate freely. The midsection of the Yunzhong mountain range is vast, populated by numerous scattered cultivators, and is characterized by utter chaos. The more favorable mountain peaks have changed hands multiple times, not through trade, but through outright seizure. Those with strength claim them, while the weak are dispossessed. Lin Jiang, however, does not engage in such acts of robbery. Instead, he wandered for several days until he discovered an abandoned cave dwelling. The defensive array of the cave had already been breached, and it is likely that the former owner perished within its confines, as Lin Jiang unearthed several skeletal remains. After establishing a new defensive grand array and tidying up the cave, he settled in, deeming it his new home. The concentration of spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, sufficient only for the qi refining stage, with the gathering array collecting enough energy for a day's practice over 3 days. Lin Jiang attempted to cultivate discovering the spiritual energy to be quite feeble. However, he could utilize the gathering array to concentrate it, supplemented with a few spirit stones, making it workable. The genetic prowess of Huajia has erupted, resulting in an overgrown landscape that was quite displeasing to behold. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Jiang gazed at the patch of grass at his doorstep and felt a pang of wastefulness due to the genetic influence. He felt compelled to plant something. Thus, he ventured back to Yunzhong City to procure another set of formations, enveloping half a mountainside at his home. After spending 2 additional days, he cultivated over 100 acres, planting various vegetables, with a focus on some precious spiritual herbs. These herbs require no management, as Lin Jiang does not expect a high yield, if a few survive. That will suffice. However, he must tend to the vegetables in hopes of achieving self-sufficiency. In a moment of realization, Lin Jiang nearly forgot about the 2 sand sculptures that had awakened after 2 years of slumber, successfully breaking through to the late second stage. The 2 sculptures chirped joyfully and soared into the sky. Yet, upon reaching an altitude of around 100 meters, they collided with the barrier of the defensive array, nearly plummeting to the ground. Infuriated, they flapped their wings in an attempt to assault the barrier, but Lin Jiang swiftly intervened, cautioning them against such reckless behavior. He reminded them of their previous living quarters, which were far more confined. In contrast, the territory he now occupied spanned at least 1,000 acres, allowing them ample space to frolic without worry. Though the freedom to fly unrestrained was out of the question, Lin Jiang would not permit it. Angered, the sand sculptures protested, as if to say, "We are the sovereigns of the sky. What is this insignificant hillock to us? Are you jesting?" Lin Jiang rolled his eyes at their complaints, asserting that achieving this much was already commendable, and they should not push their luck further. The most pressing matter ahead was to enhance his income, as the expenses during the foundation establishment stage are considerable. Lin Jiang pondered the true spirit pill required for this stage, which sells for 30 spirit stones in Anhua City, but skyrockets to 50 in Yunzhong City. However, the quality of the true spirit pill in Yunzhong City justifies the higher price. Based on Lin Jiang's previous habit of practicing for 2 hours daily, he would consume 1 true spirit pill every 2 days, requiring about 8 pills per month, amounting to 400 spirit stones annually. Adding other miscellaneous expenses, he estimated needing at least 10,000 spirit stones per year. Fortunately, having moved away from Yunzhong City, he saved several thousand in rent for the remaining year, and his spiritual tools had also been addressed. Otherwise, these would have drained his dwindling savings. Lin Jiang set a goal for himself, to master the crafting of second-tier spiritual talismans within 3 years, ensuring that his income exceeds his expenditures for future planning. In the midsection of the Yunzhong mountain range, within a cave dwelling of a foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Jiang and several fellow practitioners were engaged in a discussion of Tao. Humans are